crossing through the primordial chaos, becoming one of the untransformed three purities. Yet Tongtian couldn't feel any happiness at all. The reason? He was someone whose life had started high but ended low. During the Great Tribulation of Fengshen, with all the immortals on the list, he himself became the only sane among the six who was placed under house arrest. What to do? Was he destined to accept his fate? Fortunately, Tongtian started with a blessing from the Tao, successfully awakening his extraordinary comprehension. You observed Laozi and Yuan Shi transforming, gaining extraordinary comprehension, and comprehended the divine abilities of Taqing and Yuqing. You studied the 9 transformations of the Witch clan, occasionally gaining insights and deducing the unparalleled method of Pangu's original skill. You observed Hongjun Daozu's teachings deeply, comprehending the method of slaying the 3 corpses, successfully creating a method to attain fortune and proof of Tao. You counter the heavens, intercepting the power of the Taoist saints, and comprehend the authority of the Tao. With the enhancement of his extraordinary comprehension, gradually, Tongtian's fate began to change. Laozi, damn it! Who stole the treasure of merit and virtue, the heavenly yellow Linglong tower that was born with me? Yuan Shi, beast! How could all 12 golden immortals of my teaching end up on the list due to Jiejiao? Jiejing, wasn't it supposed to be a 4v1 in the Great Tribulation of Fengshen? What is that shadow of the 12 ancestral witches behind Tongtian? Zhuanti, they say I'm shameless, but compared to Tongtian, can I not be too kind? Tongtian, slander, he is slandering me. What opportunities, what spiritual treasures? Aren't they all from my Jiejiao? Just wait for the myriad immortals to come, and the saints will be horrified to discover that Jiejiao is filled with something wrong. Chapter 1. Crossing over to become the upper clear Tongtian, receiving the Tao's blessing to gain extraordinary comprehension. In the primordial chaos, Kunlun Mountain, majestic spiritual essence lingered in the sky, the void filled with mysterious and agile energy. Lofty mountains pierced the clouds, vast fog obscured the peaks. Occasionally, celestial cranes flew and cooed around, while streams flowed down the mountainside. At this moment, at the mountain's peak, 3 spheres of light were nurturing within the boundless merit. The golden light of merit was extremely rich, not only continuously providing power to the 3 spheres of light, but also protecting them, repelling all obstructive laws. These 3 spheres of light were naturally the 3 purities that had not yet successfully transformed. They were the true legacy of Pangu, transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit. After Pangu opened the heavens and the earth, he completely perished, his form transforming into all things in the primordial chaos, nurturing countless beings, and the merit he received from opening the heavens was entirely attributed to the 3 purities that at this moment. Ripples suddenly spread from one of the spheres of light. Where's this? My hands? My feet? Why are they all gone? Wang Tong was completely confused. How did he wake up to find not only the world unfamiliar, but also himself unrecognizable? As he pondered, a fragment of memory fused into Wang Tong's mind. In the next moment, a towering giant appeared before him, swinging an axe that completely divided the heavens and the earth. Accompanied by the scenes of Pangu opening the heavens, the primordial spirit transforming into the 3 purities, and so on, they flowed past. Wang Tong understood his current situation, so he had crossed over to become the upper clear Tongtian, the leader of Jiejiao. And since the 3 purities had not yet transformed, this was why he was in his current state. Having clarified the situation, Wang Tong felt no joy in his heart. The upper clear Tongtian was indeed a formidable existence, but why did it have to be Tongtian? Even if he had crossed over to become Taqing Laozi or Yuqing Yuan Shi, it would have been better. If he remembered correctly, among the 3 purities, Tongtian's ending could be described as the most tragic, clearly one of the 6 great saints in the world, and also a direct disciple of the Tao ancestor. Yet during the Great Tribulation of Fengshen, he gained no benefits at all, and instead became the only one whose lineage was completely shattered, even being imprisoned in the Purple Cloud Palace. The Great Tribulation of Fengshen caused damage to both the Chan and Jie teachings. However, the loss for Jiejiao was undoubtedly the greatest. All disciples were divided by the heavenly court and the Western teachings, and Tongtian could not protect a single disciple. But that was not the worst. The most tragic was that not only did his second brother Yuan Shi stab him in the back, but But even his eldest brother Laozi betrayed Jie for the heavenly court. Brothers turning against each other, and he faced continuous oppression and schemes from the two saints of the West, ultimately leading to the complete collapse of Jie. The grand scene of the myriad immortals coming was instantly shattered. The journey to the West after the Fengshen had nothing to do with him, because by then he had already been imprisoned in the Purple Cloud Palace by the Tao ancestor. As a saint, he ultimately lost even his own freedom. How can one describe such a tragedy? Thinking this way, Wang Tong suddenly became a bit anxious. The heavenly Tao's great trend cannot be defied, even if he is not the original Tongtian. Can he really change the original outcome? But to just accept his fate, he certainly would not be willing. Having finally lived again, how could he easily give up? Moreover, he did not have no opportunities at all. At least he knew many secrets in advance, and maybe he could completely reverse the situation during the Fengshen. No, giving up is definitely not an option, but the urgent matter is to transform as soon as possible. Only by taking the lead can I stay ahead of the other saints. As long as my combat power is sufficient to the point where even the Tao ancestor does not look down on me, not even the heavenly Tao can do anything to me. If I want to survive in the primordial chaos, I must become the strongest. With this thought, Wang Tong immediately began to work harder to absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. But transforming was not that simple. Even with the foundation of the three purities, transformation was a long process. In the blink of an eye, 100 years passed swiftly. However, Wang Tong showed no signs of transformation, which made him anxious. Following the normal process could also lead to transformation. But this was just too slow. If he had not awakened his consciousness, that would have been fine, but now that he had awakened, he did not want to waste thousands of years here. But he currently had no other way. Just as he was pondering how to break the deadlock, a prompt suddenly rang in his mind. You have successfully crossed over to the primordial chaos world. Due to your special fortune, you have attracted the attention of the Tao. The Tao bestows you a blessing, successfully granting you extraordinary comprehension. Wang Tong was astonished. Could this be the golden finger that every transmigrator possesses? Fortunately, the world he was in was the primordial chaos. Otherwise, if he had crossed into another world, would he have to wait 100 years? Only his golden finger was somewhat special, actually being the extraordinary comprehension granted by the Tao. At this moment, Wang Tong felt that everything in the world became clear, his various senses greatly enhanced, and his understanding of the entire world became more thorough. This gave Wang Tong confidence. With the assistance of the golden finger, his chances of reversing the future situation had greatly increased. What does the heavenly Tao's great trend matter? He was a primordial being favored and blessed by the Tao. Continue to absorb. With full confidence, Wang Tong began to absorb the vast spiritual energy between heaven and earth again. The extraordinary comprehension did not make his absorption speed faster, but it brought him unexpected joy. You are inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and you have gained some insights, successfully creating the great divine ability of 9 breaths. Submission. Due to your profound foundation, automatically deducing the 9 transformations mysterious skill, part of Pangu's inheritance. So that's how it is. Wang Tong's heart shook. This was the correct way to open up extraordinary comprehension. The great divine ability of 9-breath submission could continuously absorb the vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth, thus significantly reducing the time required for his transformation. As for the 9 transformations mysterious skill, there was no need to say more. This was a cultivation method passed down from the great Pangu, which was undoubtedly much stronger than the fragmented inheritance in his memory. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Tong focused his mind and began to operate the 9 breaths of Qi in an instant. The spiritual energy in the entire world was completely devoured by Wang Tong. This caused the light sphere around him to become dazzling and brilliant. Not knowing how much time had passed, a tremendous ripple suddenly spread through the void, and the light sphere shot up with a brilliance that pierced the heavens, turning the entire peak of Kunlun Mountain into a resplendent daylight. Chapter 2. Crossing the Tribulation. Snatching my opportunity. As the endless light spread across the world, a unique spiritual essence was continuously released from the light sphere surrounding Wang Tong. This made Wang Tong feel ecstatic. He could sense that he was undergoing some mysterious transformation. In just a moment, his form was completed. This meant he had the ability to leave the light sphere. "Break!" Wang Tong shouted, and a flash of brilliance suddenly appeared in his eyes. The light sphere swirling around him instantly transformed into countless light points, all merging into his body. At that moment, his cultivation level was continuously rising. He reached the levels of celestial immortal, true immortal, profound immortal, golden immortal, finally stopping at the peak of Tai, golden immortal. The roots of a primordial deity should be the great Luo, golden immortal. Could it be because I have yet to undergo the transformation tribulation? Wang Tong thought to himself, suddenly sensing a force of destruction descending from above the heavens. No need for further explanation, this was definitely the transformation tribulation. Even primordial deities must undergo the transformation tribulation to successfully transform. This tribulation is not aimed at destroying them, but to make their cultivation more pure. It can also be seen as a trial from the heavenly Tao for primordial deities, and anyone who passes it can gain tremendous benefits. However, if a being fails to pass, then they're not qualified to transform. They either perish or suffer heavy injuries. Boom! At this moment, the sky above Kunlun Mountain was completely shrouded by black clouds. But that was not all. Dense thunder intertwined with a sense of destruction, continuously flickering in the heavens. In just a moment, the overwhelming force of destruction fell like a curtain. Wang Tong had already completed his transformation. He stood tall in the void, with thick brows and big eyes, a youthful appearance. Whoosh! Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Tong stepped forward, charging directly towards the tribulation in the heavens. At the same time, a powerful source of energy spread from within him, completely resisting the faintly visible thunder in the void. Boom! The tribulation seemed to be angered by Wang Tong's actions, and a massive bolt of lightning split the sky, striking directly at Wang Tong's body. Wang Tong was also knocked back by this bolt of lightning, but did not cause him any other harm. Thus, he continued to fly towards the tribulation in the heavens. His figure quickly appeared in the place where the tribulation force was most concentrated, and in that instant, countless bolts of lightning came crashing down on Wang Tong. Wang Tong formed a seal with his hands, directly pushing the 9 transformations mystic art to its limit, a technique passed down from Pangu. The 9 transformations mystic art inherently provided immense enhancement to the physical body. At that moment, the myriad of lightning transformed into the power Wang Tong used to temper his body. With the increasing amount of heavenly thunder being devoured, Wang Tong could feel his physical body improving greatly. At the same time, a prompt sounded in his ear. You have closely observed the operation of the heavenly tribulation and deduced the divine ability. Purple sky, divine thunder. Comprehending the essence of thunder. Purple sky, divine thunder. This is a divine ability with terrifying power. It seems this tribulation was indeed not endured in vain. Not to mention that his physical body had also gained significant enhancement. It's a pity that this transformation tribulation only happens once. If I could have a few more, my physical body might be able to improve again. If I continue to temper like this, it won't be long before I can withstand primordial spiritual treasures with my physical body. Wang Tong thought with great excitement. After a moment, the aura of the heavenly tribulation began to dissipate. In just a moment, the sky above returned to calm. After the transformation tribulation ended, Wang Tong's aura also rose again, successfully reaching the cultivation level of Great Luo, golden immortal. Buzz! 3 golden flowers appeared above his head, then quickly vanished, perfectly merging into Wang Tong's body. The gathering of 3 flowers at the crown and 5 breaths returning to the source. This is the symbolic mark of the Great Luo, golden immortal. With the Tao above, from this moment on, there will be no more Wang Tong in the wilderness. I am the true lineage of Pangu, the supreme, clear, in heaven. After crossing the tribulation, Tongtian immediately bid farewell to his identity as a black household. Along with Tongtian's words, he felt a sense of recognition from the world. One could say that at this moment, Tongtian was completely recognized by the wilderness. However, although he had bid farewell to being a black household, after reaching the Great Luo golden immortal level, Tongtian also felt an invisible bottleneck appearing on his path of cultivation. Clearly, after reaching the Great Luo golden immortal level, the next step on the path of cultivation would become even more difficult. However, According to Tongtian's speculation, the biggest difficulty should be the method of cultivation. It is no wonder that Hongjun would go to such lengths to deduce the method of severing the three corpses. One can only say that the difficulty of cultivating the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Path in today's wilderness is indeed quite high, unless one belongs to the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, who have unique advantages in their inheritance. Otherwise, wanting to cultivate the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Path would certainly not be a simple task. Just as Tongtian was contemplating his cultivation, he suddenly sensed a mysterious Tao rhythm at the peak of Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun Mountain is one of the top blessed lands in the wilderness. Could it be that there is a spiritual treasure at the peak? Tongtian thought in surprise and immediately made his way to the peak. In just a moment, he arrived at the summit. What he saw was an extremely rich golden light of merit, floating in the void, within which was a completely dark yellow treasure pagoda. The innate treasure of merit, the heavenly earth profound yellow pagoda. Tongtian's eyes lit up. He didn't expect this treasure of merit to be on Kunlun Mountain. He had always thought this treasure should belong to Laozi as a companion treasure. However, Laozi is the eldest among the three pure ones. According to the plot, he should be the first to transform among the three pure ones. Thus, the treasure of merit, the heavenly earth profound yellow pagoda, should naturally fall into his hands. But the current plot had already changed. He was the first among the three pure ones to successfully transform thought. Should he still give this treasure of merit to Laozi? Without any hesitation, Tongtian decided to obtain the treasure of merit for himself. What a joke. After all, the three pure ones would eventually turn against each other, with brothers calculating and taking action against one another. In that case, such a powerful treasure could not fall into Laozi's hands. With one hand forming a seal, Tongtian directly summoned the aura of the heavenly earth profound yellow pagoda, wanting to take it into his possession. However, the heavenly earth profound yellow pagoda floated quietly, completely ignoring Tongtian's intentions. Tongtian's expression was somewhat surprised. No wonder, it was a treasure of merit comparable to innate treasures. It actually had a bit of a temper. After pondering for a moment, he directly activated his cultivation level, wanting to forcibly suppress the heavenly earth profound yellow pagoda. However, the heavenly earth profound yellow pagoda was a treasure of merit, and the merit aura within it flowed continuously. Tongtian's methods had no effect on it at all. I don't believe this. As a future saint, I can't do anything to this treasure of merit. Seeing this, Tongtian couldn't help but get angry, but after a moment's thought, he came up with a better solution. Chapter 3. Transformation of the Three Pure Ones. The lost opportunity of Laozi. Laozi was able to retract the heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow Linglong pagoda. This indicated that the others among the three pure ones could certainly accomplish this as well. The commonality among the three of them must be the merit of creating the heavens. Thus, Tongtian activated his own merit of creation. The heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow Linglong pagoda trembled slightly, and in the next moment, it transformed into a stream of light and flew directly in front of Tongtian. Indeed, it was feasible. Tongtian was overjoyed. It turned out that subduing a treasure of merit was this simple. Did this mean that in the future, when encountering treasures of merit, he would only need to use the merit of creation as bait to naturally subdue them? Of course, if his cultivation was sufficient, he could also resort to force to suppress them. But that would definitely not be as time-saving and labor-saving. Moreover, the merit of creation had other wonderful uses, such as being used as a mark. He could directly leave his own mark on the heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow Linglong pagoda. This way, Tongtian could also refine the heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow Linglong pagoda faster. To fully unleash the power of a treasure, it naturally required time to completely refine it. However, with his own mark in it, Tongtian could already exert part of the power of the heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow Linglong pagoda. As for the refinement, he would wait until he had time later. Buzz! Just as he had taken the treasure into his possession, there was movement from the two light clusters not far away. Tongtian was somewhat surprised to see that it was not Laozi who transformed first, but rather Laozi and Yuan Shi transforming together. Rumble. When the two figures appeared between heaven and earth, the heavenly tribulation once again descended from the sky. Laozi's appearance transformed into that of a wise-looking old man, while Yuan Shi took on the image of a middle-aged man. After successfully transforming, the two were also surveying their surroundings. Then they saw Tongtian, who was already at the peak of Kunlun Mountain. This left both of them somewhat astonished. They did not expect that Tongtian had already transformed before them. Rumble. At this moment, the heavenly tribulation had completely descended, enveloping the entire Kunlun Mountain. Seeing this, Laozi and Yuan Shi did not rush to speak to Tongtian. The urgent matter was to first overcome the transformation tribulation. Thus, the two immediately activated their own powers to begin resisting the heavenly tribulation. Since they had not yet practiced and comprehended other divine abilities, they were using their own primordial powers, namely the Taqing and Yuqing celestial lights. Tongtian quietly observed from a distance. With the cultivation of the two, overcoming the heavenly tribulation was naturally very easy. There were many innate divine beings in the primordial chaos, but the three pure ones were clearly the top three among them. A mere transformation tribulation posed no threat at all. As the Taqing celestial light and Yuqing celestial light appear between heaven and earth, the destructive power of the heavenly tribulation was quickly defeated. The auras on Laozi and Yuan Shi also began to rise, both reaching the level of great Luo golden immortals. Tongtian watched for a moment, when suddenly a prompt sound rang in his mind. You have closely observed Laozi and Yuan Shi casting their divine abilities. Your comprehension is extraordinary, and you have successfully comprehended the divine abilities of Taqing, celestial light, and Yuqing celestial light. Tongtian was delighted. He did not expect to have comprehended the divine abilities of Laozi and Yuan Shi as well. In this way, he grasped the primordial divine abilities possessed by the three pure ones. When his cultivation was higher in the future, he might even try to fuse the three types of celestial light into one. If he could accomplish that, his combat power would undoubtedly receive a tremendous boost. At this moment, Laozi and Yuan Shi had somewhat hesitant expressions. The first to transform among the three pure ones was Tongtian. Did this mean they would have to acknowledge Tongtian as the elder brother? However, according to the memories passed down in their origins, Tongtian was clearly supposed to be the youngest. How to differentiate now? Tongtian had already stepped forward and smiled, saying, "Our three brothers have finally all transformed." Laozi's expression was somewhat awkward, unsure how to address Tongtian. He looked at Yuan Shi, who also appeared confused. Should they follow their origins or acknowledge who transformed first? Tongtian, seeing the awkward expressions on their faces, instantly understood what the two were conflicted about and couldn't help but smile. As for being their elder brother, he had no such thoughts, and for him, being the youngest was not a bad thing either. After all, addressing the two as elder brothers would surely make them feel obliged to help him out in future troubles, right? In this light, being the youngest was indeed better. Thus, he proactively clasped his hands and said, "Elder brother, second brother." Seeing Tongtian take the initiative to resolve this issue, Laozi and Yuan Shi immediately felt less awkward. Haha, third brother is truly extraordinary. His transformation speed is even faster than ours. Laozi laughed to cover his earlier awkwardness. Yuan Shi also smiled and said, "We, the three pure ones, are the true lineage of Pangu. In the future, we should work together in the primordial chaos." Tongtian nodded and said, "That is natural. We, the three pure ones, are one body. If we do not work hand in hand, how can we establish ourselves in the primordial chaos? As long as my two elder brothers do not betray our brotherhood, I have no objections." At this moment, there were no conflicts among the three pure ones, and both Laozi and Yuan Shi agreed with this statement. Tongtian, seeing this, did not say much more. After all, he had already stated his position. If these two were to plot against him in the future, he would not hesitate to flip the table. "We have just successfully transformed. What plans do my two elder brothers have next?" Tongtian asked them. As a time traveler, he knew that there were many places in the primordial chaos that could be considered treasures. Therefore, his next plan was naturally to travel through the primordial chaos. However, this matter still needed to be communicated to the two. Yuan Shi, with a contemplative expression, said, "We have just transformed. We should first enter seclusion to cultivate for a period of time." Laozi also said, Indeed, although we have strong origins, cultivation has no end. We cannot afford to stagnate. Next, we should enter seclusion and cultivate diligently, striving to improve our cultivation as soon as possible. Tongtian shook his head and said, "Then my two elder brothers may enter seclusion on Kunlun Mountain. The primordial chaos is vast, and I plan to travel around for a while. I will also see if I can acquire some opportunities." Upon hearing this, Laozi and Yuan Shi felt somewhat reluctant. Laozi directly said, "The primordial chaos has not been peaceful in recent years. Third brother, why not wait until your cultivation improves a bit more before we travel together?" Tongtian smiled and said, "It's no problem. My two elder brothers need not worry about me. I have the treasure of merit, the heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow Linglong pagoda. So self-protection is definitely not a problem." Upon hearing this, Laozi and Yuan Shi felt relieved. After Tongtian left, Laozi felt a sense of emptiness in his heart, as if he had lost some important opportunity. But that opportunity had already fallen into Tongtian's hands, and Tongtian was his brother. What more could he say? Chapter 4. Mount Buzhou and the Infinite Seas. Encountering Red Cloud. While Laozi was filled with melancholy and hesitation, Tongtian had already left Kunlun Mountain in the blink of an eye, millions of miles away. He did not rush on his journey. Instead, he lingered above a layer of clouds, contemplating where to go in search of opportunities. In today's primordial chaos, one could say that treasures were everywhere. After all, the true lineage of Pangu had only just transformed not long ago. It was easy to imagine that many future famous spiritual treasures had yet to emerge. However, searching for each one according to maps would be too much of a waste of time. Therefore, he needed to head to the places with the most treasures, so he could seize this opportunity and gather more chances. In this way, his destinations were reduced to two places: the Pillar of Heaven, Mount Buzhou, and the Infinite Seas. Buzhou Mountain is not only the pillar that supports the heavens, but also the transformed backbone of Pangu after he created the world. For years, it has been shrouded in an immense pressure from Pangu. Not to mention ordinary beings, even innate powerful beings cannot ascend it without sufficient cultivation. However, Tongtian is different. He is the true inheritor of Pangu and should have the opportunity to enter it. The key is that there are indeed many opportunities within Buzhou Mountain, including the innate gourd vine that will echo throughout the wilderness and the nine-heaven Shirong, both located within Buzhou Mountain. It is impossible for such a vast Buzhou Mountain to have only these few opportunities. It will surely provide him with other gains. Additionally, there are many powerful beings near Buzhou Mountain. The dojo of the siblings Fushi and Yuwa is located nearby. One is the future reincarnation of the human emperor, and the other is the future mother of humanity and one of the destined saints of the heavenly Tao. If he can forge ties with them, it will undoubtedly be greatly beneficial to him. Of course, if he can take Fushi as a little brother or become Tao partners with Yuwa, then during the time of the Fengshen War, he will not be alone. Why did they suffer such a disastrous defeat in the Fengshen War? As one of the true inheritors of Pangu, with the Zhuzhen sword array in hand, Tongtian's combat power is beyond doubt. The defeat was merely because all the saints targeted the. This is also related to the fact that the attracted attention with its numerous celestial beings. But speaking of it, there are only 6 saints in total, and he was actually targeted by 5 of them, which is indeed quite tragic. If 1 or 2 saints had been on his side, they would definitely not have lost so thoroughly. The brotherhood among the 3 pure ones cannot be relied upon. When the time comes, it is likely that I and Yuan Shi will even scheme against the. Therefore, I can only seek reliable external help. It is unrealistic to rely solely on his own strength to overturn everything. Tongtian is very clear in his mind. No matter how hard he cultivates, can he really contend with the heavenly Tao or Hongjun? Moreover, the great calamity of heaven and earth cannot be resolved merely with strength. What he can do is seize every opportunity, improve his own strength, and then contact more allies to completely reverse the situation. Let them become the beneficiary in the Fengshen calamity, rather than a party that contributes entirely. Besides Fushi and Yuwa, when it comes to Buzhou Mountain, one cannot overlook the Witch Clan. It is even not an exaggeration to say that the three pure ones and the witch clan are relatives, since they all originate from the great deity Pangu. The three pure ones inherited Pangu's primordial spirit, while the 12 ancestor witches inherited Pangu's blood and flesh. Furthermore, not only do the three pure ones possess Pangu's legacy, but the 12 ancestor witches also have it. They practice body refining techniques and the 9 turns primordial art. Tongtian is naturally very curious about this. If he can gather the 9 turns primordial art and the 9 turns mysterious art, who knows if he can directly reconstruct the Pangu-created primordial art. Each of these techniques is a supreme method of cultivation in the wilderness. If he can go further, Tongtian can hardly imagine how devastating its power would be. The idea is wonderful, but the first problem to solve in order to go to Buzhou Mountain is where this pillar of heaven is located. Tongtian has read many wilderness novels and naturally knows that Buzhou Mountain is located in the central land of the wilderness. But that is just a novel. He is currently only a great Luo golden immortal, and the wilderness is vast and boundless. When will he be able to fly to Buzhou Mountain? Moreover, the central land is just a geographical name. Even if he finds it, will he be able to smoothly reach Buzhou Mountain? Buzhou Mountain is too far away. It seems he can only head toward the infinite seas. Gathering his thoughts, Tongtian directly chose another target. Compared to Buzhou Mountain, the infinite seas are definitely easier to find, because the infinite seas are overall broader and more vast. He can even enter the infinite seas by following a stream that flows into it. It is worth mentioning that the future dojo of the Jinao Island is also in the infinite seas. If this trip goes smoothly, he can first find Jinao Island. This way, he can leave Kunlun Mountain anytime and anywhere. There are many immortal islands overseas and many spiritual treasures on those islands. The most notable among them is the 3 immortal islands. Each immortal island contains numerous opportunities and spiritual treasures. It is not an exaggeration to say that opportunities are everywhere. With a decision in mind, Tongtian prepared to head for the infinite seas first. After finding some opportunities, it would not be too late to look for Buzhou Mountain. Whoosh! With his heart set, Tongtian immediately transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the horizon. He did not care much about the consumption of his magical power. When his magical power was exhausted, he would simply find a place to recover. Once he was restored, he would continue on his way. He did not know how long he had been flying. One day, a prompt suddenly sounded in Tongtian's mind. You have been flying in the sky for years, feeling a sense of enlightenment, and successfully created a great supernatural power, shrinking the earth to an inch. He was overjoyed. It was indeed a timely help. With this supernatural power, his travel speed would greatly increase. So he immediately activated the shrinking the earth to an inch technique, and his speed increased several times. Of course, the consumption of magical power also increased somewhat, but the added efficiency was tangible. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years passed. When he arrived at a vast area, Tongtian suddenly stopped. At this time, there were large black thunderclouds in the sky, indicating that a transformation tribulation was occurring. Without a doubt, a powerful innate being had just transformed into human form nearby. After the tribulation completely passed, Tongtian continued to move forward. Shortly afterward, he saw an extraordinary phenomenon in the world. The heavens and earth in the vicinity were dyed a bright red, with a red halo enveloping the surroundings. Within the endless halo, a middle-aged Taoist was seated, recovering. He sensed Tongtian's arrival and suddenly opened his eyes to look over. Chapter 5. The Wilderness Situation, Seeking Jinao Island. Looking at the extraordinary phenomenon surrounding the person, Tongtian had already guessed his identity. The first innate red cloud transformed into the red cloud Taoist. This fellow is well known throughout the wilderness as a good-hearted person. His kindness has caused him to offend other innate powerful beings, laying the groundwork for his own demise. He did not expect to encounter another innate powerful being so soon after leaving Kunlun Mountain. This Tao friend seems to be in a hurry. I wonder what advice he has. Red Cloud blinked and directly asked. He had just passed through the tribulation, and his cultivation had already recovered. However, he did not sense Tongtian's realm, indicating that the other's cultivation was stronger than his. Hence, Red Cloud was still a bit wary. There is no need to worry. Fellow Taoist, I'm just passing by chance. seeing that you have transformed, I came over to make your acquaintance. I am the true inheritor of Pangu, Tongtian of the Upper Clear. Tongtian smiled and introduced himself. In the wilderness, the name of the true inheritor of Pangu carries considerable weight. Upon hearing this, Red Cloud's expression showed surprise, and he smiled, saying, "So, is the true inheritor of Pangu? I thought it was some malicious little rascal. I have been rude to you, fellow Taoist. I hope you do not take offense." Tongtian waved his hand and said, "I was the one who was rude. I should not have disturbed your cultivation." Red Cloud chuckled and said, "There's no need for you to explain, fellow Taoist." After speaking, a trace of envy flashed in his eyes. Although they are both innate powerful beings, the foundation of the true inheritor of Pangu is much stronger than those of them. The most direct indication is that Tongtian is already a great Luo golden immortal. After he transformed, he was only at the late stage of Tai golden immortal. This was also the reason why he felt at ease, because if Tongtian truly had ulterior motives with his Luo golden immortal cultivation, he could easily strike him down without making such a big fuss to come in front of him. The two exchanged a few words, feeling quite familiar with each other. Tongtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Red Cloud is indeed a trustworthy person. It's just a pity that his ending is somewhat tragic. Of course, that kind of thing can't really be blamed on Red Cloud. If it weren't for the two from the West seeing the causal connection and not saving him, Red Cloud would not have fallen into such a state. "Where are you planning to go, my friend?" Red Cloud asked at this moment. Tongtian did not hide it and said directly, "I plan to go to the infinite four seas. I have a premonition that this trip should yield some gains." Red Cloud's expression became strange as he said, "If you head in this direction, although you can reach the infinite four seas, it would be a waste of time. I actually know a location. How about I guide you?" Tongtian was pleasantly surprised by this and had forgotten this point. Red Cloud is the first red cloud of the primordial chaos, having drifted in the primordial sky for countless years before transforming. He could be said to be one of the most familiar beings with the primordial chaos among many innate mighty ones. "That's great, but it will trouble you a bit," Tongtian said with a smile. Red Cloud also wanted to befriend Tongtian and said frankly, "It's just a small matter." However, the current situation in the primordial chaos is not good. Before I transformed, I saw the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans waging several wars over territory. As an outsider, you might encounter quite a few dangers trying to enter the infinite four seas. Tongtian's eyes lit up, and he said, "My friend, please tell me about the current situation in the primordial chaos." Red Cloud nodded slightly and immediately shared all the information he knew. The current situation in the primordial chaos is a struggle among the three clans. The central continent is the territory of the Qilin clan. The immortal volcano in the south is the territory of the Phoenix clan. The infinite four seas, where you are heading, has already been occupied by the Dragon clan. Among the three clans, the Dragon clan is the strongest, so I think you should be more cautious. The Dragon clan is exclusionary, arrogant, and proud. They probably won't give you face. Upon hearing this, Tongtian smiled confidently. Not to mention that he possessed many divine powers, he also had the innate merit treasure, the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower, for protection. His greatest reliance was actually the 1/10 of the merit from the creation of the world. With such a large amount of merit protecting him, let alone the Dragon clan, even famous innate demons like Hongjun and Luo who would have no way to deal with him. So he was completely unruffled. Unless the ancestral dragon went mad, he wouldn't completely tear his face with him and engage in a life and death struggle. Rest assured, my friend, since I dare to go to the infinite four seas, I naturally have ways to protect myself. The Dragon clan is indeed the current overlord of the world, but they can't defeat me, so they can't escape. Tongtian said with a relaxed expression. Red Cloud raised an eyebrow, feeling that Tongtian was surprisingly carefree. This point was quite similar to himself. Since Tongtian was confident, Red Cloud no longer tried to persuade him. "As long as you have confidence, then I'll help you guide the way." Tongtian thanked him with a cupped fist, and then the two of them flew towards the infinite four seas, one in front and the other behind, with Red Cloud leading the way. Tongtian indeed saved a lot of time. In just 100 years, a deep and dark ocean appeared before them. This was clearly the infinite four seas. Ahead is the infinite four seas. Although my friend is confident, I still want to remind you. The Dragon Clan has long since dominated the sea area. They are numerous and powerful. You should be cautious. As for me, I'll one-T accompany you into it. I hope you understand. Red Cloud stopped and looked back at Tongtian. The goodwill between him and Tongtian had not yet reached the point of helping each other at all costs. Moreover, he could see clearly from above that the Dragon Clan was very overbearing. Any race that did not want to submit to the Dragon Clan would either be expelled from the Infinite Four Seas or directly annihilated by the Dragon Clan. Such a powerful Dragon Clan was not something he could afford to offend at this moment. You're too polite. Thank you very much. If there is a chance in the future, let us have a good drink together. Tongtian said with a smile. Red Cloud nodded in agreement and then cupped his hands to take his leave. Tongtian gazed at the dark sea surface before him, his eyes flashing with anticipation. He didn't know how many opportunities he would gain on this trip. Using the shrinking earth to an inch divine power, Tongtian immediately entered the infinite four seas. The Golden Ao Island he was searching for was located in the East Sea. Therefore, after entering the infinite four seas, Tongtian's figure flew towards the east. Fortunately, the Golden Ao Island he was looking for was not as difficult to find as the legendary 3 Immortal Islands. It did not have innate prohibitions covering it. In fact, Golden Ao Island was formed from the body of an innate fierce beast, the Golden Ao, after it died during the fierce beast calamity. So, its appearance resembled that of a gigantic turtle. Coupled with the fact that it was originally connected to him, finding it was definitely a very easy task. Expanding his divine sense, Tongtian began to search for the traces of Golden Ao Island. As time passed, peculiar-shaped islands appeared before him. However, none of these were the Golden Ao Island he was looking for. In fact, they didn't even possess any special spiritual essence, and clearly, there were no opportunities at all. After several hundred years passed, Tongtian was getting more and more frustrated. It wasn't he that Golden Ao Island was hard to find. It was that this infinite four seas was just too vast. What to do? Should he just give up? Chapter 6. The Overbearing Dragon Clan. Kill the young and the old come. Tongtian's mood became increasingly irritable. He believed that with his connection to Golden Ao Island, as long as it appeared within a certain radius, he would definitely sense it. However, the infinite sea was just too vast. And even though he knew that Golden Ao Island was located in the East Sea, finding its specific trace was still a very difficult task. If this continued, he feared he would have to waste many more years on it. His time was extremely precious now. Not to mention that the current primordial chaos was in a period of war among the 3 clans. If he accidentally got involved, there would likely be more changes. Such unforeseen events were not something Tongtian wanted to participate in. Just as he was feeling irritated, he suddenly sensed several auras rapidly approaching him. During this time, he had felt the auras of other beings in the East Sea. However, whether they were from the Dragon Clan, he wasn't sure. After all, he came to search for treasure, not to confront the Dragon Clan. But it seemed that these guys rushing over had different thoughts. In an instant, several beams of golden light landed in front of Tongtian. These individuals were clearly powerful members of the Dragon Clan, all at the Golden Immortal level, each with prominent dragon horns on their heads. What great audacity! You, a Taoist, have been lurking in our Dragon Clan's territory for hundreds of years. The leading Dragon Clan power warned arrogantly, clearly with ill intentions. Now we give you a chance. Immediately roll out of the infinite four seas. Otherwise, do not blame us for being merciless and turning your millions of years of cultivation into nothing. In the infinite seas, there are many treasure islands. This is something all beings in the primordial chaos know. But ultimately, the infinite seas belong to the Dragon Clan. If treasures are taken away by others, wouldn't the Dragon Clan suffer a huge loss? Therefore, whenever they encounter beings other than the Dragon Clan and Water Clan, they will directly drive them away. As for why it took so long to expel Tongtian, the reason is that the Dragon Clan's strong ones who first discovered Tongtian could not gauge its depth. This led them to summon other Dragon Clan experts to come together, just in case. A few golden immortal longworms really have such big mouths. A dignified innate deity. What do you dragons have that makes me plot against you? Tongtian frowned, his tone displeased. The Dragon Clan's actions are indeed as domineering as the rumors say. They don't even check the identity of the other party. A mere golden immortal dares to disrespect a great Luo golden immortal? Of course, facing the domineering dragon clan, he is not easy to provoke either. Moreover, the dragon clan is only arrogant for a short time. After the calamity of the three clans, what are they worth? The few golden immortal dragon clan experts listen with anger on their faces. Presumptuous. You little ants sneaking around in our territory clearly have ulterior motives. We're not directly driving you away out of respect for you. Unexpectedly, you are so ungrateful. Do you want to be enemies with my dragon clan? Hearing this, Tongtian showed a look of disdain. He sneered, saying, "If you want me to leave, that's not impossible. But you few golden immortal ants are not qualified. I am the true lineage of Pangu, the clear and supreme Tongtian. I came to the East Sea to seek a Daoist venue, and it has nothing to do with your dragon clan. I am giving you a chance now. It's still not too late to roll away from me. If you dare to disturb me again, don't blame me for not giving face to the ancestral dragon." What a joke. The mere dragon clan actually wants me to retreat? If it were the ancestral dragon or other great Luo golden immortal experts, that would be a different story. But a few golden immortals dare to act tough in front of me? Truly laughable. When it comes to status, the entire Hongwang was opened up by the great deity Pangu. The three pure ones are the true lineage of Pangu, so this Hongwang should belong to them. A dignified, true lineage of Pangu. How can the Dragon Clan compare? Not to mention that the law of the Hongwang from beginning to end is survival of the fittest. Strength is the hard truth. A few golden immortals want me to stop seeking opportunities? Are they worthy? At this moment, Tongtian also understood why the innate powers in Hongwang were so proud. Strong roots, strong backgrounds, strong strength, strong talent. Who would be proud? And the three pure ones are stronger than other innate deities in every aspect. This is the capital of pride. True lineage of Pangu? Nonsense. You dare to shout in front of my dragon clan? Exactly. If you were a Hunyuan golden immortal expert, we might give you face, but since you're not, then recognize your place and quickly roll out of the boundless four seas. Who in heaven and earth doesn't know that the boundless sea area is the territory of my dragon clan? You dare to come here to seek treasure. That means you don't take my dragon clan seriously. And the true lineage of Pangu, truly laughable. Hurry and roll. If you don't roll, you will remain in this sea forever. The few dragon clan experts completely disregarded Tongtian. True lineage of Pangu? Just a name to scare people. No matter how powerful. Can it compare to their dragon clan? Try to use this title to intimidate them. This guy is truly ignorant and ridiculous. The dragon clan is one of the current overlords of Hongwang. The clan leader, the ancestral dragon, is a top expert who shakes Hongwang. What about innate deities? Seeing the few people so arrogant, Tongtian couldn't help but harbor killing intent. Hearing Han Yun say that the dragon clan is arrogant, he really didn't know how arrogant they could be until he witnessed it firsthand. He also admits that the dragon clan indeed has the capital to be arrogant. But a few golden immortal ants dare to insult him like this in person. This is no longer arrogance, but seeking death. The true lineage of Pangu cannot be insulted. I hope your methods are worthy of your arrogance. Tongtian sneered, and the next moment directly unleashed the light of the upper clear. Under the infusion of vast magical power, the entire world was completely filled with light. In an instant, boundless killing intent erupted from the overwhelming light. The few golden immortal dragon clan had no time to react. Their physical bodies were directly crushed by the vast light. In the blink of an eye, the world returned to calm. A few golden immortal true dragons were effortlessly killed. This enormous commotion startled the nearby aquatic beings. When they saw several true dragons fall, many aquatic beings were dumbfounded. Crazy. This person must be crazy. This is the boundless sea. How dare someone kill dragons in the Dragon Clan's territory? This is too bold. The Dragon Clan's experts will not let this person go. He is undoubtedly doomed. Over the years, many experts have provoked the Dragon Clan, but none have been able to leave the four seas alive. Tongtian naturally sensed the presence of these aquatic beings. However, he did not care. Just as he was about to leave, a furious dragon roar suddenly resonated from the distant sky. Tongtian raised his eyebrows slightly, It seemed the trouble was not completely resolved. He just wanted to find his Taoist venue. These guys are truly troublesome. At this time, many true dragons had already broken through the void, each with a look of rage on their faces. They did not expect that someone would dare to attack the true dragons in the boundless sea. Were they still not awake? Or did this person eat the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard? Chapter 7. The pagoda subdues the enemy. Renowned in the sea, above the sea, looking at the approaching group of Dragon Clan experts, a hint of surprise flashed in Tongtian's eyes. I have to say, the foundation of the Dragon Clan is indeed strong at this moment. A group of Tai golden immortals, led by two great Luo golden immortals. The two great Luo golden immortal dragons. One is the red dragon, and the other is the black dragon. At this moment, both of their faces looked extremely ugly. This is the territory of the Dragon Clan. A cultivator killed a Dragon Clan expert in their territory. This simply does not take their Dragon Clan seriously. Is there actually someone in heaven and earth who is more arrogant than the Dragon Clan? Who are you that dares to attack my Dragon Clan beings? Do you think that being a great Luo golden immortal allows you to act recklessly? The red dragon questioned with a grim expression. The black dragon angrily said, "Why waste so many words with him? This person must be a cultivator invited by the Phoenix clan and the Qilin clan to target our Dragon Clan. We should directly strike and kill him." Other Tai golden immortal dragons also angrily scolded. "Killing our Dragon Clan expert. We cannot let this person go. Indeed, if this spreads, won't our Dragon Clan's prestige be diminished? He must be killed to set an example." Hearing this, Tongtian wore a mocking expression. The Dragon Clan is just like this. They beat the weak and then the strong come. However, these should be the closest Dragon Clan experts to this place. As long as he resolves them, he shouldn't have to worry about the Dragon Clan bothering him again for a while. As for this group of dragons, he did not take them seriously. There are differences even among great Luo golden immortals. At least these two dragon elders are not worth his excessive caution. At this moment, the red dragon and the black dragon had no intention of saying much. No matter what background this person has, he must die here today. This is the consequence of offending the Dragon Clan. Kill. The red dragon waved his hand, coldly saying. The many Dragon Clan experts behind him could no longer suppress themselves. In an instant, dragon roars echoed through heaven and earth. Various divine abilities manifested in the sky, as endless brilliant light burst forth, containing boundless killing intent. They all rushed towards Tongtian. Faced with so many divine abilities, Tongtian had no intention of confronting them with divine abilities. He didn't have that much time to waste on this group of guys. So he planned to choose the simplest and most direct method to resolve them all. With one hand forming a seal, the innate merit treasure, the heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda, immediately floated above his head. In an instant, streams of misty, yellow energy cascaded down from the top of the pagoda like a waterfall. The many Tai golden immortals unleashed their killing divine abilities, easily completely blocked by the defense formed by the Xianhuang Qi. Not even a ripple spread out before it completely vanished in a thin air. This was not the end. Tongtian made a hand gesture, and the Xianhuang Linglong pagoda suddenly trembled lightly. The next moment, boundless power erupted from it. Whoosh! The Xianhuang Linglong pagoda soared into the air, suddenly descending towards the ground. In the face of this overwhelming power, even the Tai golden immortals had no ability to resist. One by one, the Tai golden immortal dragon bodies instantly exploded, turning into vast blood mist in the void. A large amount of dragon blood fell onto the sea like drizzle. The dragon race could become one of the overlords of the Honghuang world, not only because of their powerful talents and combat strength, but also because every true dragon possesses a strong physical body. However, no matter how strong the body, it is of no use in front of a congenital merit treasure. In an instant, more than a dozen Tai golden immortal true dragons were easily suppressed. Tongtian showed a look of disdain, waving his hand. The Xianhuang Linglong pagoda immediately flew back to his head. At this moment, both the red dragon and the black dragon displayed shock and disbelief. Killing Tai golden immortals was not a difficult task for them as great Luo golden immortals. But to kill so many Tai golden immortals in one go was beyond their capability. A merit treasure. This is a merit treasure. This guy actually possesses such a powerful spiritual treasure. No wonder he dared to intrude into our dragon race's territory, the black dragon said greedily. The red dragon was also instantly overjoyed. Such a powerful treasure is truly wasted in the hands of the opponent. If it were in my hands, it could definitely unleash even greater power. Quickly hand over this treasure, and I can spare your life. Indeed, with your status, you are not worthy of this treasure. If you present it willingly, we can let you go. Otherwise, if you offend us, even in the vastness of Hongwang, there will be no place for you to survive. Both the red dragon and black dragon couldn't help but persuade him. However, this sounded like a joke to Tongtian. The dragon race was no longer just arrogant. They were clearly ignorant. They had already summoned the treasure, yet they were not thinking about how to escape, and they dared to threaten him. It was as if they were asking for a quicker death. No wonder the dragon race had no good ending. Such foolish and ignorant people still dreamed of unifying Hongwang. People like you, who do not recognize the heavens, do not cultivate virtue, and only bully others, truly tarnish the world created by the Father God. After finishing his words, Tongtian waved his hand, and vast magical power surged into the Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda. Buzz! With the tremor of the pagoda, a tremendous force suddenly descended from the sky, suppressing the red dragon and black dragon. Ridiculous. Pangu has long since fallen. Do you think mentioning him can scare us? The red dragon snarled, his expression ferocious. Since you are unwilling to hand over the treasure, then die. Both knew the power of this merit treasure, so they did not take it lightly. With a thunderous dragon roar that shook the heavens and earth, they both revealed their true forms, a red dragon and a black dragon, soaring into the sky. Rumble. The Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda suddenly fell, causing the entire void to tremble. The two dragons were also suppressed by this force, but they still struggled to resist. Ridiculous. Tongtian sneered and directly unleashed the Qingxian light. Endless radiance enveloped the forms of the two dragons, and their scales instantly melted and shattered, blood staining the sky. At this moment, the power of the Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda erupted once again, and an invisible force directly swallowed the two into the pagoda. Roar! The two let out furious roars, but could not escape from the pagoda at all. Tongtian opened his palm, and the Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda immediately fell into his hands. He could see the two of them jumping around in the pagoda, but with their cultivation, it was impossible for them to escape in this lifetime. After putting away the pagoda, Tongtian stepped forward and left this sea area. After he departed, the water race powerhouses hidden deep in the sea dared to peek into the void. The skies are about to change. The dragon race has suffered so many casualties. It seems to be the authentic Pangu. No wonder it possesses such overwhelming combat power. What if it is the authentic Pangu? The dragon race will definitely not let him go. We should quickly inform the dragon race of this news. Yes, the dragon race has always been overbearing. If we don't report what we know, we might also be held accountable by the dragon race. As they talked, a water race powerhouse immediately flew towards the dragon race's dragon palace. Chapter 8. Dragon Race Bounty. Princess Visits. At this moment, the battle over the East Sea had already echoed throughout the limitless sea area. The authentic Pangu, Tongtian Taoist, single-handedly killing a large number of dragon race powerhouses. Even the elders of the dragon race of the same realm were easily slaughtered, demonstrating overwhelming dominance. Meanwhile, the water race beings quickly relayed this news to the dragon palace of the dragon race. Dragon Palace. In order to compete for the overlord of Hongwang with the Phoenix and Qilin races, the patriarch, the ancestor dragon, had been in closed-door cultivation for many years. During this time, all matters of the dragon race were handled by the ancestor dragon's younger brother, the Candle Dragon. After hearing the report from the water race powerhouse, the Candle Dragon was furious. Since the rise of the dragon race, aside from the Phoenix and Qilin races, no one in Hongwang has dared to disrespect the dragon race, let alone that Taoist named Tongtian, who even took action to kill a group of dragon race powerhouses. If we don't grind him into dust, won't everyone in the world look down on the dragon race in the future? What if it is the authentic Pangu? Anyone who dares to kill members of my dragon race must not be spared. Send out my order. All dragon race powerhouses, led by great Luo golden immortal elders. to search for this person's whereabouts in the limitless sea area. Once found, immediately take action to surround and kill him. Moreover, whoever kills him will receive a congenital spiritual treasure as a reward. They can even marry into my dragon race and become a member of the dragon race. The candle dragon ordered with a face full of anger. Naturally, many dragon race powerhouses responded to this. The news quickly spread, and the entire sea area was in turmoil. They never expected that the dragon race would offer such a generous reward. Not only could one obtain a congenital spiritual treasure, but they could also join the dragon race. This is not merely submitting to the dragon race, but becoming a part of the dragon race. In an instant, countless water race powerhouses became excited, eager to seize this tremendous fortune. In Hongwang, spiritual treasures are classified into congenital and postnatal. Generally, there are 4 levels: supreme, upper, middle, and lower. Among them, congenital spiritual treasures are naturally born between heaven and earth, each containing indestructible innate spiritual light. Even if damaged and power is lost, they can self-repair using the indestructible spiritual light. However, postnatal spiritual treasures lack this ability. Yet, some powerful postnatal spiritual treasures might equal to that of congenital spiritual treasures. For example, the Pangu banner refined by Yuan Shi is classified as postnatal, yet its power is not weaker than any congenital spiritual treasure. Even among great Luo golden immortal powerhouses, not everyone can possess a congenital spiritual treasure. Therefore, the conditions offered by the dragon race are undoubtedly full of temptation. For the vast majority of water race beings, joining the dragon race is a great hope. The dragon race also has few restrictions regarding bloodlines. After all, dragons are inherently lustful. The most famous example is the dragon giving birth to 9 sons, each different. Moreover, dragon women, regardless of the purity of their bloodline or their beauty, are quite extraordinary. Not only can one take home a beautiful woman, but one can also cling to the dragon race's powerful backing. This good news suddenly made the calm and boundless sea become noisy and lively. Countless beings were searching for the trace of Tongtian. The powerful beings from various aquatic races fully mobilized their tribes, conducting widespread searches. They wanted to deal with Tongtian before the Dragon Clan did, to claim the Dragon Clan's bounty. Where could that guy possibly be hiding? How could so many powerful beings not find him? Who knows? However, Tongtian was known as the true lineage of Pangu, and had single-handedly killed many strong members of the Dragon Clan. If he could be easily found, that would indeed be strange. 2 beings from the aquatic race were talking while fleeing into the distance. Unbeknownst to them, their target, whom they desperately sought, was watching them leave from above the sea. The Dragon Clan speed is quite fast. They even managed to issue a bounty. Tongtian chuckled lightly, completely unconcerned. Other beings in the world, including innate deities, were filled with apprehension and even fear towards the Dragon Clan. But for him, there was no fear at all. Among the entire Dragon Clan, not many could compete with him. Unless the ancestral dragon personally descended, he had the confidence to deal with all other enemies. This was the confidence of being the true lineage of Pangu. Moreover, all over the boundless sea, there were figures of aquatic races. Since he was looking for the location of Jinao Island among them, he would definitely not be able to avoid the eyes of these Dragon Clan members. In that case, it would be better to let things unfold naturally. With that thought, he vanished in an instant, appearing thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye. The vast boundless sea is divided into 4 seas, but any one of those sea areas is still quite enormous. This made Tongtian's search even more difficult. Considering the time he had wasted on Jinao Island, it was indeed too much. Could it be that he had not found Jinao Island because the opportunity had not yet arrived? Tongtian stopped deep in thought. The matter of opportunity is indeed mysterious. If it was truly a matter of the opportunity not being ripe, then even if he searched for thousands or tens of thousands of years, it would be difficult to find Jinao Island. In that case, it would be better to look for other opportunities first. After all, Jinao Island would eventually be his place of cultivation. It would definitely not escape his grasp. Well then, let us go to Buzhou Mountain and try our luck. Tongtian thought to himself and soon made a decision. He prepared to set off for Buzhou Mountain. His figure turned into a streak of light over the eastern sea. But after flying for a moment, he stopped. This was because he saw a colorful streak of light rapidly approaching him not far away. It seemed to be locking onto him, or rather, it was coming directly for him. The aura of the Dragon Clan. Tongtian squinted his eyes. He was about to leave the boundless sea. Unexpectedly, a member of the Dragon Clan came looking for him. It seemed that he would have to waste some more time. At this moment, the colorful streak of light also stopped not far from him. This dragon was different from those he had seen before. Its entire body radiated a colorful glow, which stained the clouds, turning everything it touched into a dazzling array of colors. This made Tongtian involuntarily show a look of surprise. A colorful, true dragon. This must be quite rare among the Dragon Clan, right? Once the colorful glow dissipated, a stunningly beautiful woman with dragon horns appeared before him. She had long flowing hair and wore a set of golden armor, exuding an impressive aura. However, her cultivation level made Tongtian astonished. Early stage Laozi. This indicated that this female dragon likely held a high status within the Dragon Clan, as evidenced by the prominent five-color radiance around her. Are you the Tongtian Taoist who has killed many powerful members of my Dragon Clan and provoked our dignity? Aoli spoke coldly, questioning him. Chapter 9. The Twin Swords of Wind and Thunder. Easily suppressed. For many years, no one dared to provoke the Dragon Clan, especially not in the boundless sea, the territory of the Dragon Clan. Therefore, upon hearing this news, Aoli, as the eldest princess of the Dragon Clan, was immediately filled with rage. However, before she could take action, the command from the Candle Dragon came down. Suddenly, she became the target of the bounty, which made Aoli seethe with anger. If it weren't for Tongtian's rampant behavior, she wouldn't have been treated like a bounty by her uncle. As a dignified princess of the Dragon Clan, how could she marry a husband so casually? Enraged, she immediately joined the pursuit team. Yet, she did not expect to be so fortunate as to actually encounter this enemy of the Dragon Clan. It seems you haven't learned from your last lesson. A Laozi dares to contend with me? Tongtian said with a calm expression. Aoli gritted her teeth and said, You may have offended the Dragon Clan, but you have also caused this princess to fall into such a situation. This is an insult to me. Only your blood and life can wash it away. She could not disobey the Candle Dragon's command, but as long as she personally killed Tongtian, this matter would be resolved. Moreover, how could those ordinary aquatic beings be worthy of her nobility? Marry in? Do they even qualify? Seeing the intense hatred in her eyes, Tongtian sneered. How the Dragon Clan treated her was their business. This guy actually blamed this matter on him. That was rather interesting. However, the Dragon Clan continuously sought trouble with him. Truly thinking that this true lineage of Pangu had no temper, then let him see what abilities she possessed. Tongtian said lightly. This arrogant behavior filled Aoli's autumn water-like eyes with rage. It was the first time she had seen someone more arrogant than the Dragon Clan. Was this guy not afraid of death? Roar. Aoli let out a dragon roar, and the next moment, the entire sea surface erupted with explosive sounds that echoed through the heavens and earth. Columns of water shot up to the sky, transforming into clawed water dragons under the enhancement of magical power. Huge claws tore through the void, charging toward Tongtian. A trivial skill. Tongtian wore a mocking expression. The Dragon Clan's innate abilities were not weak, and their control over water surpassed that of other races. But this level of magical power was far too weak for him. It didn't even inspire him to use any spells. Boom! Tongtian's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he punched forward with a surge of energy. The sound of sonic booms echoed through the void. All the water dragons charging forward were shattered by the overwhelming force, turning back into water and returning to the sea. At the same time, Tongtian swung his fist again, striking toward Aoli's position. Boom! 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 Columns of water erupted one after another from the sea surface. The fierce force tore through the sky, and Aoli used her magical power to defend, but her figure was still sent flying. A look of astonishment flashed in her eyes. Just relying on physical strength, he shattered her magical powers. How strong could this person's physical body be? It is known that the Dragon Clan can be one of the overlords of the wilderness, and their innate powerful bodies are inseparable from this. However, compared to him, their physical strength was far from enough. At least, only the clan leader could achieve shattering magical powers with pure physical strength. Is this the power brought by the Nine Turns mysterious art? Tongtian was also somewhat surprised. After cultivating the Nine Turns mysterious art, it would enhance both the primordial spirit and physical strength. He just didn't expect the amplification to be this high. If he were to cultivate the Nine Turns mysterious art to the ninth turn, he might be able to rely solely on his physical body to contend with those powerful treasures in the world. Although Aoli was shaken back, her heart was filled with unwillingness. Dragon scales suddenly appeared on her body, and the next moment she arrived in front of Tongtian, wanting to compete with him in physical strength. Tongtian was naturally not polite about this. With an incredibly fierce punch, he struck out, and Aoli was completely unable to defend herself, being knocked away once again. The repeated setbacks made her anger rise even more. She shouted, "You will definitely die today." After saying this, she directly summoned two mid-grade innate spiritual treasures, named the Wind and Thunder Twin Swords, gripping the Wind and Thunder Twin Swords tightly in her hands. Wind and thunder surged, and the killing intent was fierce. Upon seeing this, Tongtian's eyes lit up. Good heavens! It seems he had misunderstood this dragon girl. He now held the defensive spiritual treasure, the Heaven and Earth Xianhuang Linglong Tower, in his hands. Although these twin swords were only mid-grade innate spiritual treasures, when combined, they could unleash a formidable killing power. They were quite suitable for him. This dragon girl clearly knew he was about to leave and had traveled thousands of miles to deliver treasures to him. Since that was the case, he couldn't let her efforts go to waste. At this moment, Aoli had already charged forward, wielding the Wind and Thunder Twin Swords. Tongtian immediately formed a hand seal with one hand, and the innate merit treasure, the Heaven and Earth Xianhuang Linglong Tower, instantly floated in the void. Buzz! As the swirling Xianhuang aura was released, the entire world seemed to come to a standstill. Even Aoli, who had already charged forward, was forcibly suppressed in place by that overwhelming power. Tongtian chuckled and said, "Considering you brought me treasures, I will spare your life." After he finished speaking, he turned his palm, and the Heaven and Earth Xianhuang Linglong Tower immediately suppressed everything. Aoli let out a muffled grunt, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth as she was knocked back. The Wind and Thunder Twin Swords in her hands slipped from her control and flew into Tongtian's hands. Glancing over the two mid-grade spiritual treasures, Tongtian praised, "Good swords." With these two swords in his hands, he could certainly unleash even more powerful strength. Hearing this, the injured Aoli was filled with rage. She cursed directly, "You are the one who is shameless. Even if you win, so what? A warrior can be killed, but cannot be humiliated. If you have the ability, just kill me. Don't even think about using me to humiliate the Dragon Clan." Hearing this, Tongtian immediately realized that this dragon girl had misunderstood him. He smiled and said, "I have no intention of humiliating you. Moreover, considering you brought me treasures, killing you would be too heartless. How about this? I see that you are a 5-color dragon, which is quite extraordinary. Just right, I am in need of a mount. As long as you are willing to submit, I can spare your life." Aoli was the long princess of the Dragon Clan, and if he were to kill her, the Dragon Clan would surely seek revenge on him. He was not afraid, but he worried that the Dragon Clan might not be able to bear it. The great cataclysm of the Dragon Han was not far off, and if the situation of heaven and earth changed because of his intervention, it would not be good. Hearing this, Aoli was infuriated. She vowed that she had never seen such a shameless person. She was a noble princess of the Dragon Clan. How could she be reduced to a mount for the enemy? Even if it meant dying, she would absolutely refuse such a demand. Enough with the nonsense, just kill me. Want me to be your mount? You're dreaming. Chapter 10. Bowing to the Master. Punlai Immortal Island. Looking at Aoli, whose face was filled with despair and rage, Tongtian said lightly, "In the primordial world, the weak are prey to the strong, and the victor is king. Since you are unwilling, I will give you another chance. As long as you can withstand my divine power, I will let you go." After his words, he formed a hand seal with one hand, pointing to the sky. In an instant, the entire world turned dark. Among the clouds, purple light surged continuously. Aoli looked at the suddenly darkened sky and felt a sense of unease in her heart. But to make her bow her head was still impossible. Boom! The next moment, the brilliant purple light transformed into the descending purple cloud, divine thunder. Aoli let out a dragon roar, and suddenly, five-colored light burst forth from her body. She wanted to forcibly endure the purple cloud, divine thunder. However, she clearly underestimated the power of the purple cloud, divine thunder. Just one strike of the purple cloud, divine thunder caused the five-colored light on her body to completely dissipate. Another strike of the purple cloud, divine thunder, severely injured her, causing her to spit blood and her breath to weaken rapidly. One after another, the purple cloud, divine thunder fell, completely shattering Aoli's pride. At this moment, she finally recognized how terrifying the strength of the Taoist before her truly was. Unless her father, the ancestral dragon, or the candle dragon personally intervened, there was simply no one in the dragon clan who could match him. She had been too careless. Even if she brought other great Luo golden immortal elders with her, she wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament. After cultivating for billions of years, how could she fall in such a place? Submitting would at least allow her to leave with her life, and surely Uncle Candle Dragon and her father would not give up on her. Aoli's heart began to waver. In the end, she decided to lower her proud head. Before the purple cloud divine thunder fell, she shouted, "I choose to submit. I am willing to be your mount." Seeing the other party being so perceptive, Tongtian nodded slightly and then waved his hand towards the sky. The dense dark clouds and flickering lightning instantly disappeared without a trace, and the world was once again left barren. Aoli gritted her teeth and lowered her head in front of Tongtian. However, her eyes were filled with burning hatred. Tongtian was indifferent to this and was rather satisfied with Aoli's attitude of submission. He said lightly, "Open your mind, and I will brand my mark within. If you go against me in the future, you know the consequences." Upon hearing this, Aoli's body trembled, but she knew she had no other choice. She could only fully obey the other party's arrangements, enduring humiliation and bearing the burden. She was the princess of the Dragon Clan, and they would surely find a way to rescue her. When she regained her freedom, she would definitely take revenge for this humiliation 1,000-fold. Buzz. Tongtian did not care how complicated the other party's thoughts were. The moment he raised his hand, he forcibly sent the mark into Aoli's mind. It could be said that her life and death were completely in his thoughts. With just a thought, this mount would vanish into thin air. "Senior." Aoli lowered her head and spoke. Tongtian frowned and said, "That title is inappropriate. You are now my slave and should refer to me as master." "Master? That damn guy. How dare he humiliate me like this?" This title was so shameful. How could she bring herself to say it? Aoli's beautiful face turned red. Her thoughts were chaotic for a moment, but she still said softly, "Master." One statement the other party made was correct. In the primordial world, it was survival of the fittest. She had fallen into the other party's hands, and even if he had unreasonable demands, she could only obediently accept her fate. "All right, let's go," Tongtian said lightly. Aoli obediently revealed her true form, the five-colored dragon. Tongtian then stepped on her massive body and flew towards the land. After flying for a while, Tongtian suddenly sensed an extraordinary Tao rhythm. Looking into the distance, he could see a treasure light blooming on the surface of the sea. He immediately ordered, "Fly towards that treasure light." He felt a bit excited. Could this be the golden Ao island he had been searching for? It seemed that this trip might not have been in vain after all. However, when they got closer, Tongtian was surprised to find that the place where the treasure light was located was not Golden Ao Island. This island was vast, but did not have the shape that Golden Ao Island should have. While pondering, his gaze fell on the steel-emitting treasure light. He saw the words Pangu inscribed on it. So that's it. This place is not Golden Ao Island, but Pangu Immortal Island among the 3 immortal islands. Tongtian's expression was filled with joy. There were many treasures within the 3 immortal islands. This opportunity was much greater than finding Golden Ao Island. With a command, Aoli immediately landed on Pangu Island, while Tongtian walked towards the island. Aoli transformed into human form, her pretty face filled with shock. Penglai Island. This place is actually Penglai Island. The name of the three immortal islands has long been widely known in the wilderness. The dragon clan would naturally not miss such a treasure land and has been quietly searching for the traces of the three immortal islands. However, they did not expect to find no traces after searching for countless years, only to be found by Tongtian, an enemy of the dragon clan. This guy, although detestable, truly has immense fortune. Could it be that he was not lying and is really the authentic Pangu? Aoli's expression was complicated. She had always thought that the so-called authentic Pangu was just boasting and not worthy of belief. But if he were not the authentic Pangu, how would he have such great fortune? Penglai Island. This is not a place that just anyone can find. It must be someone with great fortune who has this kind of opportunity. Unexpectedly, the spiritual energy of this place is so rich. It truly lives up to its name as a fairy island. As they went deeper into Penglai Island, Tongtian could clearly feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth becoming even denser. At that moment, a sound of flowing water reached his ears. Following the sound of the water, a stream with 3 different colors suddenly appeared before him. Tongtian was also deeply shaken by this scene. 3 light divine water. The entire stream was filled with 3 light divine water. It should be noted that 3 light divine water is the number 1 healing holy medicine in the wilderness. The 3 lights are sunlight, moonlight, and starlight. Any one of them is a terrifying poison for cultivators. But when the 3 divine waters gather together, they form a wonderfully mysterious healing holy medicine. A single drop is enough to bring the dead back to life, to restore white bones. This place actually has an entire stream. During the journey to the west, the ginseng fruit tree in Wuzhuang Temple was revived thanks to this 3 light divine water. Just as Tongtian was excited, Aoli, who followed closely behind, let out a cry of surprise. Chapter 11. Unexpected Gains. Breakthrough in Cultivation. Although she knew this place was one of the 3 immortal islands, Aoli was still shocked by the scene before her. 3 light divine water. Not just some, but an entire stream. This is the number 1 healing holy medicine in the wilderness. Unfortunately, this 3 immortal island was not found by the dragon clan, but had fallen into the hands of the other party. Otherwise, with so much 3 light divine water, the dragon clan would definitely have an immense advantage in confronting the Phoenix clan and the Qilin clan. Tongtian did not pay much attention to Aoli's attitude. He stepped forward to carefully observe the scene, waving his hand towards the stream. Immediately, 3 light divine water separated from the stream. Tongtian directly swallowed a drop of 3 light divine water, and in an instant, a continuous stream of power erupted. In a flash, his condition was completely restored. The mana he had consumed was also fully recovered. But that's not all. Just as his condition was restored, a voice rang in his mind. You have experienced the mysterious effects of the 3 light divine water and gained insights, comprehending the great divine ability, resurrection. Tongtian was stunned. Resurrection? He did not expect it to be this divine ability. This divine ability is extremely special, capable of bringing the dead back to life, allowing the deceased primordial spirit to return to the body. Rebirth, showcasing the mysteries of life and death. This means that even if Tongtian falls, as long as his primordial spirit is unharmed, he will have a chance to be reborn. Of course, this divine ability is not unlimited. It can only be used once in a short time. But despite its limitations, this divine ability is still very powerful and practical. Under the nourishment of the 3 light divine water, Tongtian's injuries had completely healed. Looking at Aoli, who was still in shock, Tongtian waved his hand, and 2 drops of 3 light divine water fell in front of her. These 2 drops of 3 light divine water are for you. First, recover your injuries, Tongtian said lightly. Upon hearing this, Aoli felt a mix of emotions but did not refuse. She immediately used 1 drop of 3 light divine water, and her injuries began to heal rapidly. The other drop was kept by her. Tongtian, on the other hand, formed a hand seal, and the heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong pagoda flew into the void. The next moment, a powerful suction force surged out from within. The entire stream was instantly drawn into the heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda. When the stream reached its bottom, an overwhelming spiritual essence suddenly erupted, and the next moment, amidst the flowing light, a flag appeared in the void, with mysterious Tao patterns swirling around it. Occasionally, the two characters Xian Yuan could be seen. Tongtian's face showed delight. He did not expect that at the bottom of this stream, there was actually a spiritual treasure. If he was not mistaken, this Tao pattern should be one of the innate 5-element flags, the Northern Xian Yuan water controlling flag. He did not expect it to be hidden at the bottom of the stream formed by the gathering of 3 light divine water. No wonder. There probably isn't a place on Pangu Island that has more abundant spiritual energy than here. For him, this was completely an unexpected gain. He immediately suppressed the Northern Xian Yuan water controlling flag and took it into his hand. The flag displayed a hazy universe, covering the sky and blocking the sun, and it possessed the great power to repel evil and resist all methods. It can be said to be a spiritual treasure with extremely strong power. What a good treasure! Tongtian sighed and directly stored away. Aoli looked on with envy on her pretty face. The Northern Xian Yuan water controlling flag, a top-quality, innate spiritual treasure. This spiritual treasure was also a treasure the Dragon Clan had been searching for many years, but unexpectedly, it was hidden on Pangu Island. Tongtian's luck was truly too good. This fortune was far beyond what their Dragon Clan could compare to. Having successfully obtained a top-quality, innate spiritual treasure, Tongtian was very satisfied with the gains from this trip. The two strolled around Pangu Island again, but unfortunately, they did not find any other treasures. It seemed that there were no other spiritual treasures on this fairy island. Aoli did not know whether she should feel fortunate or regretful. Tongtian, however, did not care and smiled. The gains are already sufficient. Besides, there are other opportunities here. Aoli looked puzzled. How could she not discover any other opportunities? Tongtian did not elaborate. The 3 immortal islands had existed for endless years, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was incredibly dense. This should not be wasted. Just right, the drop of 3 light divine water he had absorbed not only completely healed his injuries, but also made him sense the opportunity for a breakthrough. This was truly a great opportunity for cultivation. So he sat cross-legged in the void, and the next moment, he directly began to operate the 9 revolutions mysterious art. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted from the ground, followed by a surge of power centering around Tongtian, forming a huge vortex. It was clearly visible that all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within Pangu Island was rushing towards Tongtian's position. A large amount of spiritual energy was directly refined by Tongtian, all transformed into his cultivation. In just a moment, Tongtian's aura began to change. This kind of devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth created a tremendous spectacle, leaving Aoli beside him in shock. What kind of cultivation technique was this guy practicing? Just by devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he could create such a grand phenomenon. Also, could it be that this guy was about to break through? If that were the case, wouldn't it be even harder for her to return to the Dragon Clan? At this moment, a rumbling sound was already echoing within Tongtian's body, and his aura instantly became stronger. His cultivation successfully broke through to the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Feeling the overwhelming power surging within him, Tongtian was immensely satisfied. This trip was truly worthwhile. Not only did he gain a top-quality, innate spiritual treasure, but he also obtained a large amount of 3 light divine water. And now he had even elevated his cultivation level. And previously, he did not leave empty-handed on the island. He discovered many rare treasures of heaven and earth. The only pity is that the gestation time for these treasures is not yet sufficient. If he forcibly picks them all at this moment, it would be a waste of resources. He can only wait to return after 10,000 years to check on them again. Let's go, Tongtian said. Upon hearing this, Aoli's face showed a look of confusion. Are we leaving just like this? It's fine not to take the treasures from the island, but there are still many spiritual essences accumulated in Pangu Immortal Island. If we could continue to cultivate here, our cultivation would surely increase significantly. Leaving directly like this seems a bit wasteful. Even within the dragon clan, there are no such good blessed lands, so she felt a bit reluctant. However, this held no temptation for Tongtian. The Taoist temple of the three pure ones, Kunlun Mountain, is also one of the top blessed lands in the primordial world, not inferior to the three immortal islands at all. Kunlun Mountain even has the title of the head of all mountains. Aoli also knew she had no right to choose, so she directly manifested her massive true form in the void. Tongtian took a step forward and instantly appeared on her body. With a low chant, the five-colored dragon soared into the sky. "Where are we going?" Aoli asked in a deep voice. At the same time, she couldn't help but gaze into the distance. But unfortunately, she did not see any reinforcements from the dragon clan arriving. Tongtian calmly replied, "To a place that is also full of opportunities." "Is there such a place in the primordial world?" Aoli asked, a hint of confusion flashing in her large eyes. Chapter 12. The target is Buzhou Mountain. The arrival of the candle dragon. "Are you referring to the other two immortal islands?" Aoli asked curiously. "There are 3 immortal islands in total, besides Penglai Immortal Island. There are also Fengshen Immortal Island and Yingzhou Immortal Island. But in her view, if Tongtian could find one of them, it would already be a great fortune. This guy can't possibly want to contract all 3 immortal islands by himself, right? That is simply impossible." Tongtian listened with a helpless expression. Being able to find Penglai Immortal Island was already a stroke of luck. He didn't want to waste more time on the other 2 elusive immortal islands. With his time, he might as well head to Buzhou Mountain and try his luck. "Buzhou Mountain?" Aoli said in surprise. "There are indeed many opportunities there. But can we ascend smoothly?" As far as she knew, there were quite a few cultivators going to Buzhou Mountain in search of opportunities. But Buzhou Mountain is not so easy to ascend. As the pillar of heaven, it must be hiding many rare opportunities. However, the heavy pressure from Pangu above is enough to keep all those who covet it at bay. Tongtian said lightly, "That is not something you need to worry about. Don't forget, you are just a mount." Upon hearing this, Aoli felt a rush of embarrassment and anger, but it was also true, and she had no way to refute it. She immediately ceased further talk and tore through the air, flying towards Buzhou Mountain. Although Aoli was filled with discontent, Tongtian was quite satisfied with this mount. At least he didn't have to expend his own magic power to travel. Moreover, her life and death were in his hands, so he didn't believe she would dare to act unwisely. At the same time, he could also spare more time for cultivation. Thus, Tongtian sat cross-legged on Aoli's massive body and began to practice the 9 transformations mystical art. In a moment, the vast spiritual energy from the heavens surged into Tongtian's body. Whenever he had free time, Tongtian began to refine the Wind and Thunder Twin Swords and the Northern Xian Yuan Water Controlling Banner. These 2 mid-grade, innate spiritual treasures were naturally very easy to refine. It didn't take long before Tongtian had a preliminary command over them. However, the Northern Xian Yuan Water Controlling Banner, being a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, required more time for mastery. The Dragon Clan inherently possesses powerful talents, which naturally include speed. Before long, Aoli had brought Tongtian to the shores of the East Sea. It wouldn't be long before they could completely leave the range of the East Sea and return to the land. However, as Aoli was flying, she suddenly sensed a powerful and familiar aura. Clearly, a strong individual from the Dragon Clan had arrived. She was naturally very happy, but she was currently Tongtian's mount and was under his restrictions, so it was definitely not appropriate to inform him without a word. So she stopped and prepared to remind him. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the void ahead, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of pressure. "Bold madman, you killed a strong member of my dragon clan and captured my dragon princess. You still want to escape?" The voice echoed, and it was none other than the Candle Dragon, the top powerhouse of the dragon clan, second only to the ancestor dragon. Looking at Aoli, who had become Tongtian's mount, the Candle Dragon's eyes flashed with tremendous anger. The noble princess of the dragon clan had actually become the mount of an enemy. This person truly has no regard for the dragon clan. He had never seen someone so audacious. If he let this slide, how would the dragon clan maintain its face? Watching the Candle Dragon chase after them, Tongtian couldn't help but furrow his brow. He knew all too well that the dragon clan would not easily let this go. He just didn't expect it would be the Candle Dragon who came. For the other members of the Dragon clan, he felt confident enough to disdain them. But only for the Ancestor Dragon and the Candle Dragon, these two brothers. Both of them were among the most powerful beings in the current world, in terms of combat power and talent. "Uncle, why did you come in person?" Aoli said, shocked, not expecting the Candle Dragon to take action himself. At that moment, her feelings became very complex. After all, she had been taken as a mount by the enemy, which was truly a huge disgrace to the Dragon clan. If the true body did not take action personally, the Dragon clan would surely become a laughingstock among other powerful beings. The Candle Dragon, with a look of anger at their disgrace, said, "I didn't expect the other members of the Dragon clan to be so useless. Not even a mere Luo, Jinxian cultivator could be dealt with. Even Aoli, our dragon princess, has fallen into the hands of the enemy." Thinking of this, the Candle Dragon's face darkened as he looked at Tongtian and sternly said, "I acknowledge that you have courage. But provoking the Dragon clan is something you should never have done. Quickly release my niece, then surrender and accept your death, or I guarantee that I will strip your tendons and peel your bones, making other cultivators aware of the consequences of offending my Dragon clan." Upon hearing this, Tongtian chuckled and said, "It seems I am underestimated. Since that's the case, I won't waste words. Let us fight directly. Let me see your skills." Threatening him? Unfortunately, that's the least he fears. Not to mention the merits he possesses. Just that vast amount of Sanguang divine water gives him the confidence to fight anyone. So he indeed wanted to see what methods the Candle Dragon had. The Candle Dragon, upon hearing this, wore a look of disdain. A mere Luo Jinxian dares to provoke him? This person truly does not know how to die. Not to mention that he could bully the weak. He even offered him a chance. As long as he could catch one of his moves, he could leave safely today. If he couldn't catch it, then he should wait to taste the bitterness of having his tendons stripped and bones peeled. The Candle Dragon said arrogantly. He had absolute confidence in himself. Tongtian, upon hearing this, showed no change in expression and said directly, "Stop the nonsense. Make your move." The Candle Dragon was enraged by his attitude. In the next moment, his form transformed into his true body. An enormous figure spanned the heavens and the earth, and the dragon might swept across the entire realm, completely suppressing the surrounding area. The sky above turned into a thick cloud, as if a storm was about to come. Accompanied by a heavy dragon's roar. The Candle Dragon struck fiercely. Its dragon claws flashed like heavenly thunder, instantly tearing apart the void before it and charging towards Tongtian. Faced with the overwhelming pressure released by the Candle Dragon, Tongtian did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Such might suggest that even if the opponent has not broken through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level, they are likely at the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. However, Tongtian also had his chances after all. He possessed a treasure of innate merit with extremely strong defensive capabilities. "Open!" Tongtian shouted explosively, and immediately a profound yellow light spread out in the void. The Heavenly Earth profound yellow Linglong Tower was instantly activated, directly hovering above Tongtian's head. This was not the end. Torrents of immense power surged forth from within. Chapter 13. The Fury of the Candle Dragon. Renowned in the primordial world. In an instant, the power of the innate merit treasure was fully unleashed. First came the overwhelming spiritual essence, followed by the vast and mighty merit power cascading down. When a merit power completely enveloped Tongtian, the Candle Dragon's dragon claws also tore through the void. They struck fiercely against the defense constructed by the Heavenly Earth profound yellow Linglong Tower. Boom! In an instant, the entire Heavenly Earth profound yellow Linglong Tower trembled violently. However, although this attack was powerful, it still could not break through its defenses. After all, it was a treasure of innate merit. Unless it was a treasure of the same rank, it was simply impossible to breach its defenses. This was not the end. Under Tongtian's control, the Heavenly Earth profound yellow Linglong Tower immediately launched a counterattack. The entire tower started to rotate continuously, and in the next moment, a powerful force erupted explosively from its top. Roar. The candle dragon let out a low growl, quickly retracting its claws. It was then that it noticed the dragon scales on its claws had been shattered. Even its palm had been pierced by the tremendous power of the heavenly earth profound Yellow Ling Long Tower. Drops of pure, true dragon blood continuously dripped down its palm. Looking at its injured palm, the candle dragon was utterly shocked. Not only had it failed to kill its opponent with one strike, but it had also been injured in the process. How could this be possible? The dragon clan's physical body was already incredibly strong. Its own body was second only to its elder brother, the candle dragon, making it nearly unmatched in this world. An innate spiritual treasure? No. Even innate spiritual treasures could not easily harm my body. This must be a treasure. A glint of light flashed in the candle dragon's large pupils. It had not expected that Tongtian possessed such a powerful defensive spiritual treasure. This was definitely not an ordinary innate spiritual treasure. The vast merit power surging from it proved that it was a treasure of merit. Treasures of this rank were something that even its elder brother, the ancestor dragon, did not have. If it could obtain this merit treasure, the candle dragon would have a better chance to contend against Yuan Feng and the primordial Qilin. Interesting. No wonder you are so bold. The candle dragon sneered coldly and then solemnly said, "As long as you hand over this merit treasure, I can spare your life. Moreover, the grievances between you and the dragon clan will be wiped clean. I guarantee that no strong dragon will hunt you down again. How about it?" No one could resist the temptation of a treasure of merit. Therefore, the candle dragon decided to go back on its word and laid out its conditions. These words fell into Tongtian's ears, making him feel utterly ridiculous. Before the battle, it had already been said that as long as he could withstand the opponent's strike, the matter would end there. But judging by the candle dragon's intention, it was clear that it would not let him go. How could a person who goes back on their word expect him to trust them a second time? It was truly laughable. Tongtian mocked. "You who are so fickle, still think I would believe your nonsense again? If you have no other means, then it's time for me to take action." With those words, Tongtian did not hesitate at all. He immediately activated another top-grade innate spiritual treasure in his hand. In an instant, the top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Northern Xian Yuan water controlling flag, floated in the void. At once, an immense power erupted from it, enveloping the surrounding area. The overwhelming power transformed into a light that obscured the sky and the sun, directly wrapping the candle dragon within it. The candle dragon was taken aback, realizing that its opponent actually possessed another powerful top-grade innate spiritual treasure. The Northern Xian Yuan water controlling flag? Impossible. How could this treasure have fallen into your hands? The candle dragon roared in furious disbelief. It had coveted this spiritual treasure for many years, but unexpectedly, the treasure it had been searching for had fallen into Tongtian's hands. It was simply unacceptable. Accompanied by its roar, its cultivation erupted completely, and in an instant, countless afterimages tore through the sky beneath the light curtain. The light curtain formed by the Northern Xian Yuan water controlling flag quickly disintegrated under its furious assault. Bang! A massive amount of water erupted in the void, but before the candle dragon could rejoice, it found that there was nothing in front of it. Clearly, Tongtian had already escaped. Damn it, Ant! You will never escape the pursuit of my dragon clan. The candle dragon was filled with rage, feeling as if it had been toyed with. Its roar echoed for hundreds of miles, causing waves to ripple across the sea. At this time, Tongtian had already flown a considerable distance on Aeoli. He could still feel the candle dragon's overwhelming anger, which brought a sarcastic smile to his face. What a foolish creature! Although his cultivation was indeed somewhat inferior to the candle dragon's, making it unsuitable for a life-and-death struggle, with two treasures in hand, this guy could do nothing to him. If he couldn't win, could he not run away? The enraged candle dragon flew along the East Sea for a long time without sensing any trace of Tongtian. Clearly, this guy had escaped the dragon clan's influence. However, the candle dragon would not let him go, not only because of the grudge between him and the dragon clan, but also because it had set its sights on the treasure in Tongtian's possession. As a result, a decree to hunt down Tongtian was immediately issued by the candle dragon. At the same time, the reward for successful pursuit was directly doubled. This made many powerful members of the Dragon Clan and Water Clan very eager. However, the Candle Dragon's injuries made them more sober. As the news spread, countless people learned that someone had provoked the authority of the Dragon Clan in the sea, even kidnapping the Dragon Clan's eldest princess and injuring the pursuing Candle Dragon. In an instant, countless people were shocked. Since the Dragon Clan rose in the infinite sea, it had only been heard that others had suffered losses at their hands. This was the first time someone had made the Dragon Clan suffer such a significant loss. The Taoist named Tongtian was incredibly powerful. Tongtian's reputation echoed not only in the infinite sea, but also reached the land, where the Qilin and Phoenix clans learned of this news. Tongtian did not stop. After escaping a short distance, he directly put away Aoli. This was to prevent the Candle Dragon from sensing her aura, with restrictions placed upon her. Tongtian naturally did not fear Aoli trying to play tricks. He was more wary of the Candle Dragon. This guy was formidable in both combat power tricks. Fortunately, the power of the Northern Xian Yuan water controlling flag did not disappoint him, and the Candle Dragon did not possess any powerful top-grade innate spiritual treasures, allowing him the time to escape from the battlefield. Once he was completely far from the sea, Tongtian then utilized his means to release Aoli from the heavenly earth profound Yellow Linglong Tower. Aoli looked around at the mountains and rivers in confusion. Her expression astonished as she said, "Did you escape?" She knew Tongtian was blessed with good fortune, but she had not expected him to escape from Uncle Candle Dragon. After all, the Candle Dragon was one of the top powerhouses in this world. However, Tongtian has only just broken through to the mid-stage of the Luo Jinxian. The gap in realms is so vast, yet Tongtian was able to escape smoothly? This guy's methods are truly astonishing. This made Aoli feel both happy and disappointed. Tongtian has already left the sea area, completely stepping out of the Dragon Clan sphere of power, which means that she definitely cannot escape Tongtian's clutches in a short time. As for the faint sense of happiness deep down, Aoli is also a bit confused. Why would she feel happy about Tongtian's escape when she is still a slave? Chapter 14. The Ink Qilin blocks the way, the goodwill of the Qilin clan. On the plain, Tongtian didn't let Aoli daze for too long and said lightly, "Are you a bit disappointed that you didn't succeed in escaping?" Aoli shook her head and replied, "That's just your good luck. But the Dragon Clan will definitely not let you off easily." Tongtian smiled and said, "To deal with me, the Candle Dragon is still not enough. Let's wait until the Ancestor Dragon comes personally to talk about it." Aoli's expression changed, but she didn't say anything. Since Tongtian could escape from the Candle Dragon once, he would surely be able to escape a second and third time. It is indeed not that simple to deal with this guy. "Let's go," Tongtian urged at this moment. Aoli did not refute and revealed her true form again. Supporting Tongtian, they quickly flew towards Buzhou Mountain. The two had just left the shores of the East Sea for a short distance, and it was destined to be a long journey to reach Buzhou Mountain. However, no matter how far the distance, it could not stop Aoli's full power. Therefore, in just 1,000 years, Tongtian had already seen the towering Buzhou Mountain. Even from a distance, one could see the magnificent and immense Buzhou Mountain. Its peak reached into the clouds, and it was impossible to discern clearly with the naked eye. Its size was incredibly vast, covering an extremely wide area. As Aoli's true form approached Buzhou Mountain, the powerful beings of the Qilin clan in the Central Land also felt its aura. The aura of the Dragon Clan. Do these damn two-legged insects really intend to wage war against us? Do they really think my Qilin clan is afraid of them? The Qilin clan's powerful beings expressed their anger, preparing to reveal themselves and battle the true dragon in the sky. At this moment, the Ink Qilin spoke in a deep voice. "Don't be impulsive. If the Dragon Clan start a war, it won't just be this one dragon coming. Moreover, it seems that this dragon is the Long Princess who was abducted from the Dragon Clan." Upon hearing this, many Qilin clan powerful beings were taken aback. The Dragon Clan has had a Long Princess abducted from their territory. This incident has long become a joke for the Qilin clan to mock the Dragon Clan. But why has this Long Princess come to the central continent? Young clan leader, there is a Taoist on the back of this dragon. Could it be the so-called Pangu's true lineage, Tongtian Taoist? At this moment, a powerful being spotted Tongtian and spoke up. The inked Qilin smiled and said, "It must be him. Regardless of whether he is truly Pangu's true lineage, he is now an enemy of the Dragon Clan. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We should make his acquaintance." After saying this, he transformed into a streak of light and directly waited in the sky for Tongtian. "Inked Qilin, what do you want to do?" Aoli also noticed the inked Qilin, stopping not far away and questioning with an unfriendly tone. The inked Qilin's status is even more noble than hers. She is merely the long princess of the Dragon Clan, but she is not the young clan leader. The inked Qilin, on the other hand, is the young clan leader of the Qilin clan and the successor of the first Qilin. Given the irreconcilable relationship between the Dragon Clan and the Qilin clan, Aoli naturally does not want Tongtian to clash with the Qilin clan. Rather than falling into the hands of the Qilin clan, she would prefer to be a mount for Tongtian. At least nothing harmful to the Dragon Clan would happen. Hee. I didn't expect the Dragon Clan princess to actually become a mount. Tongtian Taoist methods are truly impressive. No wonder he is a powerful being capable of battling the Candle Dragon, the inked Qilin said with a smile, actively displaying his friendliness. Tongtian also understood that the Qilin clan's territory was in the central continent. He just didn't expect the inked Qilin to come to him. Seeing that the other party had no intention of attacking, he directly asked, "Are you waiting for me, Taoist? Is there something you need?" The inked Qilin smiled and said, "Taoist, your name is renowned in the wilderness, and I greatly admire it. I have come to invite you to gather at my Qilin clan's dojo." Aoli said coldly, "I see that you clearly have ulterior motives." The other party immediately insulted her upon arrival. Aoli could not tolerate this tone. Tongtian said lightly, "Shut up. We are guests. How can we be so rude?" Although Aoli was angry, she still closed her mouth. Tongtian then continued, "I am Pangu's true lineage, and I have come this time to visit Buzhou Mountain. I am afraid I do not have time to visit the Qilin clan. Let's wait until next time." The inked Qilin naturally did not mind this. He had come out this time merely to leave an impression on Tongtian. He immediately said, "Buzhou Mountain was transformed by the great god Pangu. Since you are Pangu's true lineage, you must be looking for inheritance and opportunities at Buzhou Mountain. I will not disturb your good fortune, but you must come to my Qilin clan's dojo as a guest when you have time." Tongtian laughed heartily. "Good." The inked Qilin then immediately cleared the way, and Tongtian patted Aoli, signaling her to continue moving forward. Aoli did not waste any time and continued to fly through the air. Watching the dragon and person depart, the inked Qilin then returned to the forest. "Young clan leader, this Aoli is still the long princess of the Dragon Clan. If we can capture her, wouldn't we have a greater advantage against the Dragon Clan?" A Qilin clan powerful being expressed confusion. If the Qilin clan could capture the Dragon Clan princess, it would definitely deal a heavy blow to those arrogant two-legged insects. The inked Qilin shook his head and said, "She is just a long princess, not the young clan leader. Even if we capture her, it wouldn't have much significance. Instead, it would provoke a great enemy for our Qilin clan. This matter need not be discussed further." At this time, it was the period of the Three Clans' Great War. Provoking an enemy who could battle the Candle Dragon for no reason would bring no benefit to the Qilin clan. If Aoli were the young clan leader of the Dragon Clan, it would be worth considering. Unfortunately, she is just one of the countless princesses of the Dragon Clan, which does not hold much significance. Since he is Pangu's true lineage, his combat power is naturally not weak. The Dragon Clan will definitely not let him off easily. And splitting the Dragon Clan's forces through this is also a good thing. Since he is heading to Buzhou Mountain to seek treasure, it would be best for us not to offend him. Pass my orders. As long as Tongtian Taoist does not take the initiative to attack the people of our Qilin clan, others should not provoke him either. Otherwise, if it ruins our clan's major affairs, I will punish them severely." The inked Qilin issued his orders with a serious expression. Many powerful beings of the Qilin clan immediately responded and obeyed. As they flew away from the gathering place of the Qilin clan's powerful beings, Aoli was filled with confusion. Throughout the journey, she had been paying attention to her surroundings. What surprised and puzzled her was that not a single person from the Qilin clan followed them. Did these guys really allow her to pass through their territory so freely? Of course, she also knew that it wasn't her that the Qilin clan was wary of and polite to, but Tongtian. But even if Tongtian displayed considerable combat power, is it worth the Qilin clan being so courteous? This is the territory of the Qilin clan, with so many powerful beings. Dealing with Tongtian and her would definitely not be difficult. Why did the Qilin clan let us go so easily? Aoli couldn't understand and asked. Tongtian chuckled and said, "The wilderness is vast. Not everyone is as arrogant and self-important as your dragon clan. The Qilin clan is evidently much smarter than you all. Of course, this Ink Qilin is also an interesting person. He must want to win me over to resist the dragon clan. However, offending the dragon clan is a minor issue, but truly getting involved in the battle among the three clans is a major matter. At least one's own body cannot withstand it." Aoli listened to this and angrily said, "What do you mean? Are you saying my dragon clan is foolish?" Chapter 15. Comprehending Pangu's Pressure. Significant gains. Otherwise, Tongtian retorted without hesitation. If the dragon clan were not foolish, they wouldn't be so arrogant and overbearing. In that case, one wouldn't have to deal with so much trouble. Plus, they also bore the assassination order from the dragon clan. However, this is normal in the wilderness. The wilderness is inherently a survival of the fittest. The dragon clan's arrogance is precisely because of their strong foundation. First of all, the dragon clan's innate talent is not weak, and their reproductive capacity far exceeds that of the Qilin clan and the Phoenix clan, with their population long surpassing the two major races. This also gives the dragon clan the confidence to look down on everything. Our dragon clan has a profound foundation, far exceeding that of the Qilin clan and the Phoenix clan. If my dragon clan were foolish, wouldn't the two of them be utterly foolish? Aoli retorted indignantly. Tongtian chuckled. Dragons are inherently lustful. In my opinion, your dragon clan's strong foundation is entirely due to your ability to reproduce. With more numbers, the quality will naturally improve. But if your dragon clan were truly far superior to the Qilin and Phoenix clans, the wilderness wouldn't have the current tripartite stalemate. This remark made Aoli blush with embarrassment, yet she couldn't refute Tongtian, because this is indeed a fact. For her, there are still 9 elder brothers above her, but all of them are born from the ancestral dragon and beings of other races. Among them, not a single one is a pure-blood dragon. It can be said that in the next generation of the dragon clan, only she is a true pure-blood dragon. As for the clan members, the number of mixed bloods in the dragon clan has long surpassed that of true dragons by 10-fold. If it really comes down to comparing true dragons, the dragon clan is not much better off than the Qilin and Phoenix clans. Knowing she was in the wrong, Aoli did not continue to argue with Tongtian, but instead flew straight toward Buzhou Mountain. The two were getting closer to Buzhou Mountain and finally arrived smoothly. Observing this towering pillar up close, one can truly feel its majestic power. Tongtian could also sense a unique attraction within it. He clearly understood that this was the aura of the Father God resonating with him from afar. "Fly up," Tongtian said. He was eager to seek opportunities within Buzhou Mountain. He had a premonition that this trip would surely yield rewards. Aoli said nothing and immediately flew upward along the mountain range toward Buzhou Mountain. However, not long after flying, she felt an unparalleled pressure coming her way. Its might was like that of heavenly wrath, and she simply could not resist it. With a muffled groan, blood immediately flowed from the corner of her mouth, and her figure had to land on Buzhou Mountain. Is this the pressure of Pangu? Aoli regained her true form, her pretty face pale. She didn't expect this pressure to be so vast and heavy. This is simply beyond what she could endure. In her heart, she had a premonition that if she continued to advance upward, it wouldn't be long before her physical body would directly explode. No, this Pangu pressure is simply beyond what my body and realm can contend with, Aoli said solemnly. Seeing her condition, Tongtian also understood that she had reached her limit. One more step, and she would likely perish here. Naturally, he would not force Aoli to take a suicidal action. Such a thing was meaningless. After pondering for a moment, he said, "I will place you inside the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower. You can heal inside. The heavenly yellow Linglong Tower forms a small world of its own. Moreover, with the protection of the ethereal power of merit. One would not be affected by the Pangu pressure within it. Thus, Tongtian directly summoned the treasure tower and then placed Aoli inside. He took a quick glance around before stepping toward the mountain's peak. After taking a few steps, he too felt an incomparably heavy Pangu pressure. Those guys from the witch clan are lucky. This Pangu pressure should have no effect on the ancestral witches. The three pure ones are also authentic descendants of Pangu. Yet they cannot be immune to this pressure. Tongtian shook his head slightly and immediately activated his cultivation to resist this pressure with great power. However, his body still bore the immense oppressive force. It could be said he was struggling to move. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. Suddenly, a stream of clear energy emitted above his head. That was his own pure yang energy. The aura contained within it can be said to be of the same origin as the Pangu pressure. This instantly reduced most of the Pangu pressure that Tongtian was experiencing. Although there was still some oppression, it had now reached a level that Tongtian could bear. However, he did not rush to continue, but rather calmed his mind, carefully comprehending the Pangu pressure on him. After a moment, as he took 100 steps, a prompt sound suddenly rang in his ears. You personally endure the pressure of the great god Pangu, gaining insight, successfully comprehending the great supernatural power, Pangu pressure. The prompt made Tongtian overjoyed. Pangu pressure. This supernatural power allows Tongtian to directly simulate this supreme and majestic aura, using it to suppress opponents. If the gap in realms is too large, he can easily annihilate the opponent with this supernatural power. Undoubtedly, this is a very powerful supernatural power. Moreover, because he successfully comprehended the Pangu pressure, the Pangu pressure coming from Buzhou Mountain was once again weakened. This allowed Tongtian to easily quicken his pace. Of course, as he got closer to the peak, this pressure would undoubtedly become even heavier. Unless he cultivated another set of techniques from the Pangu inheritance, the 9 turns Yuan Gong. Only by cultivating the 9 turns Yuan Gong can the physical body completely become immune to this heavy pressure. This is also the reason why the 12 ancestral witches can move freely in Buzhou Mountain. In fact, not only the 12 ancestral witches, but the clansmen of the witch clan also have a very strong ability to withstand the Pangu pressure. This is why the witch clan places their territory directly at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. For them, that is a gift bestowed upon them by Father Pangu. In a good mood, Tongtian continued to climb. This journey was indeed very successful. If he hadn't ventured out, but instead chose to cultivate hard with Laozi and Yuan Shi in Kunlun Mountain, the gains would surely have been far less than now. Now, not only has his cultivation reached the mid-stage of the Luo Jingxian, but he has also obtained a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Plus, he has comprehended many great supernatural powers. This has significantly increased his combat power. Additionally, he hadn't walked far when he already saw some mature postnatal spiritual roots and spiritual fruits. Such high-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures are not everywhere on Buzhou Mountain, but one can find one every so often. Tongtian did not take everything, but rather collected all the mature spiritual roots and left the unripe ones to continue developing within Buzhou Mountain. After all, he was not here to empty out all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures on Buzhou Mountain. He hoped to obtain some high-grade heavenly materials or spiritual treasures. Harvesting the unripe ones, even if done early, would just be wasteful. Not knowing how far he had traveled, Tongtian could feel the Pangu pressure on him gradually becoming heavier. However, he had also gained 2 innate spiritual roots during this time. At this moment, a unique Tao rhythm caught his attention. Following it, a flash of shock crossed Tongtian's eyes. Chapter 16. Ao Li is shocked. Thunderous body tempering. Chapter 16. Ao Li is shocked. Thunderous body tempering. Not far away, a towering ancient tree nearly 100 feet tall stood majestically. The ancient tree radiated a powerful spiritual aura. Its extraordinary Tao rhythm was impossible to conceal, and it seemed to shimmer and swirl with flowing light. Undoubtedly, this was a highly valuable treasure of heaven and earth. After the initial shock, Tongtian was filled with excitement. It appeared that he had made his first significant discovery in Buzhou Mountain. He swiftly stepped forward and arrived directly beneath the towering ancient tree. Looking up to see two large characters engraved on its thick trunk, Wu Dao. These two characters emanated a mysterious Dao rhythm, truly profound and inscrutable. Tongtian speculated about the origin of this great tree. It was the Wu Dao tree, one of the finest innate spiritual roots. While it wouldn't tea bear spiritual fruits, it could nurture Wu Dao tea leaves, which, as the name suggests, were used for brewing tea. Those who drank the tea could experience a significant temporary increase in their comprehension, even allowing one to attain enlightenment in a single step. It could be said to be a very rare, top-tier spiritual root. He and T expected to find it in Buzhou Mountain. This trip had truly been worthwhile. If he had not come to Buzhou Mountain, but instead sought out the other two Immortal Islands, he might have ended up with nothing. Tongtian sighed at this thought. Such a top-tier spiritual root. Now that he had encountered it, he certainly could not miss it. Without hesitation, he summoned the Heaven and Earth Xianhuang Linglong Tower. Before the 100-foot-tall ancient tree, the tower appeared incredibly small. However, in the next moment, it erupted with surging power. Boom! Instantly, the entire ancient tree began to tremble, and its towering form began to shrink, quickly becoming as miniaturized as the Heaven and Earth Xianhuang Linglong Tower, then being drawn inside, successfully obtaining a top-tier innate spiritual root. Tongtian was in a very good mood. He continued to move forward, hoping to find more opportunities in Buzhou Mountain. At this moment, inside the Heaven and Earth Xianhuang Linglong Tower, Aoli, who had been recovering from injuries, was staring in shock at the newly acquired top-tier innate spiritual root, the Wu Dao tree. She didn't know the profound effects of the Wu Dao tree, but she could tell from its overwhelming spiritual aura that it was quite extraordinary. A top-tier innate spiritual root. There was no doubt that this was indeed a top-tier innate spiritual root. Such a high-grade spiritual root would be hard to find even in the vast infinite sea. Yet Tongtian had only just arrived at Buzhou Mountain, and he had already made such a significant discovery. Incredible fortune. This guy's luck was truly extraordinary. Just in terms of luck, he was probably far superior to her father. Thinking of this, Aoli's beautiful eyes were filled with complex emotions. Tongtian was a person of great fortune, yet their dragon clan had thoroughly offended such a powerful individual. It was well known that people with great fortune could become strong figures in the world. Moreover, such individuals inherently possess the ability to attract good fortune and avoid calamity. With such heavy Pangu pressure atop Buzhou Mountain, could he really be the true descendant of Pangu? Otherwise, how could he ignore such pressure? Aoli felt a twinge of regret at this thought. If she had known the other's background and methods were so extraordinary, she should not have approached so carelessly. Fortunately, he seemed to treat her well and did not force her. Instead, he even gave her precious treasures like the 3 light divine water. This made Aoli's feelings even more complicated. On Buzhou Mountain, after walking for a while, Tongtian stopped to gaze at the distant mountain peak. He saw that suddenly, large storm clouds were gathering at the summit. No, it wasn't just simple storm clouds. To be precise, it should be a thunder tribulation. Even from a considerable distance, Tongtian could feel the terrifying momentum that seemed capable of destroying everything. Undoubtedly, there must be an extraordinary treasure emerging atop the mountain. Otherwise, it would not attract such a thunder tribulation. Since he had discovered such a treasure, he certainly had to go take a look. However, climbing to the peak would mean enduring even greater Pangu pressure, especially under the thunder tribulation. The thunder tribulation would not care whether he was a true descendant of Pangu, as long as any living being dared to step into its range. It would unleash its thunder upon them. This meant he would have to endure not only the heavy Pangu pressure, but also directly withstand the thunder tribulation. With this thought, Tongtian fell into contemplation. Although his physical body was not as strong as that of the 12 ancestors of the witch clan who had cultivated the 9 turns primordial art, he was not comparable to an ordinary innate mighty figure. Not to mention that he also possessed the great divine ability of resurrection. It could be said that it would be difficult for him to die. Since he couldn't die anyway, he didn't need to think too much. One word, go for it. Thus, Tongtian set off with determined steps, quickly heading towards the mountain peak. After not walking long, the Pangu pressure he was enduring became noticeably heavier. After pondering for a moment, the pure energy above his head began to tremble. This was not the end. He even activated the merit of opening the heavens within him. The effect was very obvious. The heavy Pangu pressure suddenly eased significantly. Seeing this, Tongtian did not summon the heaven and earth Xian Huang Linglong Tower. He planned to directly step into the thunder tribulation with his physical body. The violent thunder was just right for tempering his body. As long as he could increase his cultivation, a little pain was nothing. Boom! The thunder tribulation sensed another presence within its coverage. This made it even more furious. In an instant, a massive amount of thunder rained down, striking Tongtian head-on. Tongtian's body paused involuntarily, feeling a tingling sensation all over. Boom! At this moment, the thunder became even larger and more dazzling, suddenly exploding with lightning, illuminating the entire sky above Buzhou Mountain. The sound of the exploding thunder reverberated throughout Buzhou Mountain. Nearby creatures were startled. The Qilin clan, not far down the mountain, was also disturbed by such a commotion. What was happening? Was there a treasure emerging on Buzhou Mountain? It was very possible. Otherwise, why would there be a thunder tribulation? Unfortunately, we could not ascend Buzhou Mountain at all. Yes, even if there were precious treasures up there, it had nothing to do with us. Not everyone could ascend Buzhou Mountain. The vast Pangu pressure was like an insurmountable barrier. Qilin was currently on a cliff, gazing at the summit of Buzhou Mountain with a serious expression. As he knew, there truly was a special spiritual treasure within Buzhou Mountain. With such a huge commotion at the peak, could it be because of this treasure? If so, that treasure would likely fall into Tongtian's hands. He had only just begun to climb the mountain when it coincidentally encountered the thunder tribulation. This was no longer just coincidence. It was clearly a sign of Tongtian's great fortune. With the thunder tribulation arriving, the treasure's grade must be quite high. At the very least, it was a top-tier innate treasure. Only treasures of such caliber could attract thunder. Qilin sighed inwardly. Heavenly and earthly treasures, the higher the grade of the treasure, the less it is recognized by heaven and earth, because each of them possesses the power to destroy the world. Naturally, heaven and earth would not allow their existence. So treasures of this grade would likely attract thunder tribulation. If they could withstand it, they could use the thunder to temper themselves and successfully emerge. If they couldn't withstand it, they would be directly damaged at their source and might even fall in grade. Such matters could not be interfered with by human power. It was just that it was unknown whether Tongtian had such luck. Boom! Another thunderclap rang out, and the summit of Buzhou Mountain suddenly burst into brilliance. Chapter 17. Physical Body Breakthrough. Special Spiritual Treasure. This commotion drew Qilin's attention back once again. A hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. It couldn't be wrong. It was definitely the commotion caused by that spiritual treasure on the mountaintop. He wasn't unfamiliar with that spiritual treasure, so his perception was absolutely accurate. A spiritual treasure so close at hand, it was impossible for the Qilin clan to remain indifferent. The clan leader, the first Qilin, had long been obsessed with this special spiritual treasure and had even attempted multiple times to climb to the peak of the Buzhou Mountain to claim it. Unfortunately, the Pangu pressure was something he couldn't withstand. Even after several attempts, he only returned empty-handed. So he had to give up. If this special spiritual treasure fell into Tongtian's hands, our Qilin clan could not be as foolish as the Dragon clan to offend him. We must befriend him, Qilin thought, and his eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. If such a powerful being could be brought into the Qilin clan's camp, it would surely be a great help to the Qilin clan. At the peak of Buzhou Mountain, under the bombardment of thunder, even with the 9 turns mysterious art, Tongtian was struggling to hold on. He was already covered in wounds, and his aura had weakened significantly. The 9 turns mysterious art was operating frantically within him, showing signs of recovery for his injuries. However, compared to the overwhelming thunder, this recovery speed was very slow. Hiss! Gritting his teeth, Tongtian took a few steps forward and couldn't help but gasp. A glance revealed that many parts of his body had already exposed white bones. No wonder moving felt like being torn apart. With such injuries, It was extremely difficult to rely on himself to heal, and he hadn't even seen the special treasure yet. Without hesitation, Tongtian took out a drop of Sanguang divine water and swallowed it directly. Buzz! The intangible spiritual essence began to surge wildly within him, allowing his injuries to recover at a visible speed. In an instant, Tongtian's injuries were completely healed. This gave him the confidence to continue persevering. Mere thunder thought it could stop him from obtaining the treasure. He continued to move forward, and Tongtian could already feel his physical body becoming significantly more resilient. He was just one step away from breaking through his physical limits. He needed more thunder. Gulme! With a loud shout, Tongtian pushed the 9 turns mysterious art to its limit. In an instant, all the thunder nearby was attracted to him. His body trembled continuously, and a tingling sensation spread throughout him, but Tongtian showed no signs of stopping. Breaking through the physical body was inherently more difficult than breaking through cultivation. Each breakthrough required breaking the current limits of the body. As the saying goes, no pain, no gain. After enduring a torturous 15 minutes, the bottleneck of Tongtian's physical body was finally shattered, causing a massive surge of vitality to ripple through him. At that moment, his physical body successfully reached the level of a postnatal supreme treasure. This meant that relying solely on his physical body, he could contend with postnatal supreme treasures. Treasures of this caliber could no longer inflict serious injuries on him. If he had the 9 turns Yuan Gong, his physical body could definitely advance even further. Tongtian felt invigorated and resolved to find a way to obtain the 9 turns Yuan Gong from the Witch Clan in the future. These 2 sets of techniques combined could be considered the complete Pangu legacy, with a powerful physical body. The impact of the overwhelming thunder on Tongtian was reduced to an insignificant degree. The tingling sensation remained, but it no longer affected his normal movements. He stepped directly into the center of the thunder. Here, the thunder was the most violent, and in the center of countless thunders, a large seal floated in the void. This large seal radiated a halo, resisting the encroachment of the raging thunder. No matter how violent the thunder was, it remained still. Tongtian channeled his magical power and observed more clearly that the large seal was inscribed with the 2 characters reincarnation. Clearly, this spiritual treasure was the reincarnation seal. Tongtian was shaken. He hadn't expected such a powerful spiritual treasure to be located in Buzhou Mountain. This was even more powerful than one of the innate 5 elements flags. The Northern Xian Yuan Water Controlling Flag. The reincarnation seal contained the power of reincarnation laws. The one who possessed this great seal could control the reincarnation of living beings, determine the fate of souls, interfere with causal lines, and even briefly reverse time. It could be said that this was a powerful spiritual treasure focused on the aspects of soul, causality, and destiny. Unique and powerful. It belonged to the category of fate-related treasures. Although its rank was still that of a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, it had far exceeded the treasures of the same rank. Such a supreme treasure, Tongtian naturally would not let slip away. So he stood still, silently waiting for this special spiritual treasure to pass through the thunder tribulation. It wasn't long before the raging thunder seemed to realize it could not destroy this treasure, and the surging power in the sky immediately weakened. After a moment, the entire sky returned to calm. The vast thunderclouds came and went in a hurry. Once again, the world was a clear blue. A glimmer of brilliance flashed before Tongtian's eyes. The time to act was now. Otherwise, the reincarnation seal might continue to hide within Buzhou Mountain. Treasures of this grade had already developed their own spirituality. Either forcibly subdue it or wait for it to recognize its master automatically. Given Tongtian's cultivation, he would naturally choose the former. Determined, with a surge of vast magical power, Tongtian directly unleashed his divine ability, and the Pangu pressure erupted mightily. He directly suppressed the reincarnation seal in the void. He quickly summoned the Heaven and Earth Xian Huang Linglong Tower, and the power of merit surged forth with the Xian Huang aura. Before the innate merit supreme treasure, the reincarnation seal, this special spiritual treasure could not successfully escape. Transforming into a stream of light, it was immediately drawn into the Heaven and Earth Xian Huang Linglong Tower. Good. Looking at the successfully acquired reincarnation seal, Tongtian was overjoyed. This trip to Buzhou Mountain could be considered a huge gain. Not only had he successfully broken through his physical body to the level comparable to a postnatal supreme treasure, but he had also obtained the reincarnation seal, a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. His strength had significantly increased. Although his cultivation was only at the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal with his powerful physical body, he was enough to look down upon all practitioners below the Han Yuan golden immortal. After all, not every great Luo golden immortal in the Hongwang had innate treasures in hand. Without innate treasures, even his physical body's defense could not be broken. It could be said that with his bare fists, Tongtian could suppress numerous powerful great Luo golden immortals. This time, the breakthrough of his physical body was entirely due to the tempering of heavenly thunder and the enhancement brought by the 9 turns mysterious art. The next time he wanted to break through his physical body, it wouldn't be a simple matter. Thinking of this, Tongtian felt a sense of emotion. When it came to physical bodies, the Witch Clan truly had the advantage. They had no primordial spirit, so they focused all their energy on cultivating laws in their physical bodies. Each of the 12 ancestor witches inherently mastered a law and possessed terrifying physical potential. They were originally transformed from Pangu's essence, making them a very unique existence in the Hongwang. Tongtian also had some thoughts about this. The best idea was to find a way to obtain the essence blood of the 12 ancestor witches. The essence blood of the 12 ancestor witches was highly beneficial for cultivating the physical body. If he could completely absorb the essence blood of all 12, Tongtian was confident he could elevate his physical body to the level of an innate treasure. Therefore, this matter had to be planned carefully. In addition, there was also the 9 turns Yuan Gong in their hands, which was something Tongtian greatly desired. Compared to the essence blood, exchanging for the techniques from the Witch Clan was much simpler. I believe the 12 ancestors of sorcery would not refuse such a matter that greatly benefits the Witch Clan. If Tongtian could merge his essence blood and primordial spirit, he has a premonition that he might be able to revert to an ancestor and become a lesser Pangu. In that case, his talent would directly compare to that of Hong Jun and other innate demon gods, perhaps even surpass them. Moreover, achieving the mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal is not Tongtian's ultimate goal. With his legitimate lineage from Pangu, he naturally aims to catch up to the father god Pangu. Currently, the area around Buzhou Mountain is filled with the figures of the Qilin clan. It is unknown where the 12 ancestors of sorcery have gone. Based on the timeline, could it be that they have not yet transformed? Tongtian frowned. Given the barbarity of the Witch Clan, if they had sufficient foundation and power, they certainly would not allow the Qilin clan to occupy the area around Buzhou Mountain. As for the 12 ancestors of sorcery, they must have already transformed. Their lineage, like the Sanqing, originates from Pangu. There is no reason for the Sanqing to have transformed while they are still in the process of being nurtured by Pangu. The most likely scenario is that we are currently in an era of competition among the 3 clans, and the Witch Clan has not yet prepared to emerge and make their presence known in the wilderness. Thus, his initial thought had to be changed. Encountering someone from the Witch Clan would not be a simple matter. Fortunately, his luck is quite good, and he will eventually meet the 12 ancestors of sorcery. After successfully finding treasures, there is currently no trace of the Witch Clan. Tongtian's next plan is to quickly complete the refining of the reincarnation seal. This way, his combat power can be greatly enhanced. Buzhou Mountain is a very suitable place for closed-door cultivation. However, it is not feasible at the peak. The Pangu pressure here still has a significant impact on him. Without further thought, Tongtian immediately stepped down the mountain. Once the influence of the Pangu pressure was nearly negligible, Tongtian stopped and decided to start refining the spiritual treasure here. Before that, he needed to release Aoli and let her help with the guard. Currently, there are not many people in the wilderness who can climb Buzhou Mountain. Anyone who can make it up is destined not to be an ordinary powerful being. With Aoli on guard, he can unleash his full potential. With both hands forming seals, Tongtian immediately infused his magical power into the heavenly and earthly Xianhuang Linglong Tower. Instantly, the Xianhuang Qi began to dissipate from within. At the same time, Aoli's figure also appeared before him. Seeing that she had been released, Aoli looked a bit surprised. "Are you done treasure hunting?" She had seen Tongtian send in a large amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, including a top-quality innate spiritual root. In the situation, shouldn't he continue to harvest? Tongtian replied casually, "I obtained a special spiritual treasure and am preparing to refine it. You can help guard me nearby." Upon hearing this, Aoli was momentarily stunned. A special spiritual treasure? For it to be regarded as special by the other party, it must at least be a top-quality innate spiritual treasure, right? Is this guy's luck really that astonishing? All right. Without hesitation, Aoli readily agreed, not forgetting to keep her distance from Tongtian to avoid affecting him. Seeing her understanding, Tongtian felt quite satisfied. With a wave of his hand, the top-quality innate spiritual treasure, the reincarnation seal, immediately appeared before him. The immense spiritual essence surged within it. This made Aoli, who was a distance away, feel a shock in her heart. What a powerful spiritual essence. Indeed, it is a top-quality innate spiritual treasure. This guy truly deserves to be from the orthodox lineage of Pangu. His fortune is truly enviable. Tongtian paid no attention to the outside situation, fully immersing his mind in refining the reincarnation seal. As his magical power began to seep into the reincarnation seal, he also sensed the resistance coming from it. After trying for a long time, Tongtian's expression turned unsightly. The refining of this reincarnation seal was proving to be quite difficult. The reincarnation power contained within is incredibly strong. If he could master it smoothly, it would undoubtedly be highly beneficial to himself, especially since there is currently no existence of the 6 paths of reincarnation in the underworld and the wilderness. Once he grasps the reincarnation laws, Tongtian can transcend the countless resentful souls in the world, thus gaining numerous benefits. Because there is no place for reincarnation, any beings that fall in the wilderness cannot be reincarnated after death. Eventually, these beings will turn into wandering souls in the world. Over time, they will become special existences like ghost immortals and corpse immortals, causing chaos in one area. This will also significantly increase the resentment, filth, and turbid energy throughout the wilderness. This is a highly polluting matter for the wilderness. Therefore, as long as someone masters the reincarnation laws, they can transcend these souls through other means, allowing these spirits to have a place to belong. This act would surely be recognized and rewarded by the wilderness, and a substantial amount of heavenly merit would be guaranteed. Although he already possesses considerable merit from opening the heavens, who would complain about having too much merit? It is known that in the wilderness, merit is akin to a universal currency. It brings fortune and avoids calamity in the favor of the heavenly way. The benefits cannot be summed up in just a few words. In short, this opportunity must not be missed. Even if the reincarnation seal is difficult to refine, it must be resolved. Thus, Tongtian immediately accelerated the pace of refining the reincarnation seal. From the beginning of the refining process, a long period of time passed. It is unknown how long it took, but Aoli's figure returned from a distance. As she approached, she whispered, "There are people fighting not far away." Upon hearing this, Tongtian immediately stopped refining, and as his consciousness spread, he indeed sensed the aura of other cultivators. After pondering for a moment, he temporarily put away the reincarnation seal. He was not afraid of anyone, but disliked unexpected troubles. "Let us go take a look," Tongtian said as he took the lead down the mountain. The disturbances were located at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, where the Pangu pressure was absent. As he got closer to the battlefield, Tongtian saw the two sides engaged in combat. Among them were two innate mighty beings. One of them had manifested their true form to ensure peak combat power. Their figure was tall, skin fair, and appearance quite handsome. However, their lower body was serpentine. With a human head and a serpent body, their identity was self-evident. Facing them was a group of ghost immortals who had already formed a significant presence. These ghost immortals were formed from the souls floating in the world. There were numerous ghost immortals, and each had the cultivation of a golden immortal. It was unexpected to encounter the brother and sister duo of Fushi and Yuan in this place. However, it seems their dojo is indeed near Buzhou Mountain. The appearance of these ghost immortals would affect their dojo, which is why the two would take action to intercept and kill this group of ghost immortals. Tongtian was somewhat surprised. With just one glance, he recognized the identities of the Fushi siblings. He could also sense their cultivation levels. The two had not transformed for long and were currently only at the Tai Golden Immortal realm. If they were to confront a dozen ghost immortals with their cultivation, they could easily resolve it. But this was a group of ghost immortals. There were at least dozens of them. Therefore, this chaotic battle would not end so easily. Not to mention that most of the ghost immortals in the wilderness are transformed from the fallen beings of the three clans. This also gives these ghost immortals greater combat power. It would be somewhat difficult to completely eliminate them with just the strength of the two. These ghost immortals are not easy to deal with. Should we lend a hand? Aoli's beautiful eyes flickered as she asked. Chapter 19, Offering Assistance. The siblings shocked. Ghost immortals belong to a special type of being in the wilderness. They are inherently despised by the heavenly way, and naturally, all beings in the wilderness also dislike them. Therefore, if ghost immortals appear, cultivators in the vicinity will band together to eliminate them. Aoli could also see that these two might struggle against so many ghost immortals. Two Tai Golden Immortals attempting to kill dozens of ghost immortals is far too challenging. Even if one encounters it themselves, it still takes a lot of effort to solve it. The ghost immortals are despised by heaven and earth, so we naturally have to take action. Tongtian did not hesitate, but he did not plan to let Aoli take action. Instead, he intended to handle everything by himself. This was also to verify whether the thoughts in his heart were feasible. If feasible, these ghost immortals could be put to good use. At this moment, Fushi and Yuan in the battlefield also felt an extraordinarily heavy pressure. Brother, there are just too many ghost immortals. Relying on just the two of us might be difficult to contend with. Why not seek the help of powerful beings from the Qilin clan? Yuan said anxiously. The strongest near Buzhou Mountain is indeed the Qilin clan. If they knew that a large number of ghost immortals were born here, the Qilin clan would definitely not stand idly by. Fushi sighed lightly, preparing to agree. After all, the two siblings had already exerted their utmost effort. It really was impossible to deal with so many ghost immortals. It would be better to take advantage of the fact that they still had some magic power left and withdraw quickly. While the two were discussing, Tongtian had already taken decisive action. During this time, he had successfully refined the reincarnation seal preliminarily. Now was the time to unleash the power of the reincarnation seal. Boom! A rumbling sound echoed in the void, and the next moment, the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the reincarnation seal, hovered in front of Tongtian, accompanied by vast magical power. The reincarnation seal suddenly flashed with fleeting light. The light was swift, and any ghost immortal hit by it had no power to resist. All suppressed by the laws of the reincarnation seal. They were directly taken into the reincarnation seal. In just a few breaths, Tongtian repeatedly took action, and the reincarnation seal immediately cleared away dozens of ghost immortals. The reincarnation seal then stored the souls of dozens of ghost immortals, and Tongtian began to invoke the laws of reincarnation with hand seals. For a moment, the reincarnation seal became calm, with only the continuously flickering light on it proving that it was functioning. By operating the reincarnation laws, all these souls could be sent for reincarnation. Tongtian waved his hand and put away the reincarnation seal. To transcend so many ghost immortals was not something that could be done in an instant. After all, his mastery of the reincarnation seal had not yet reached that level. The world was completely cleared, and the filthy air dissipated entirely. This scene left Fushi and Yuan both shocked. Dozens of ghost immortals at the golden immortal level were actually resolved so easily. They could certainly tell that the spiritual treasure summoned by Tongtian was not of low grade, but there was no doubt that Tongtian's cultivation level was also quite high. Otherwise, even with the treasure's support, it would not have been so easy to suppress these ghost immortals. However, neither of them recognized Tongtian, but since Tongtian had come to help, they naturally wanted to express their gratitude. My name is Fushi, and this is my younger sister Yuan. Our dojo is near Buzhou Mountain. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your assistance. Otherwise, it would truly have been a difficult task to resolve so many ghost immortals. Fushi said with a serious expression. To express his gratitude and sincerity, he voluntarily introduced himself. Tongtian waved his hand and said, "There is no need for such courtesy, fellow Taoists. Ghost immortals are not tolerated by heaven and earth. All practitioners who see them should take action to eliminate them." This statement was very well received by Fushi and Yuan. Fushi smiled lightly and said, "I haven't asked for your name yet. May I know your name, fellow Taoist?" The other party was clearly a powerful great Luo golden immortal, with a cultivation level higher than that of the two siblings. Moreover, the other party's Tao heart was pure, and it would be even better if they could get to know him. Tongtian had no intention of hiding and directly said, "I am Pangu Zhengzong, Shanqing Tongtian." Upon hearing this, both Fushi and Yuan were greatly shocked. "Pangu Zhengzong, Shanqing Tongtian? Fellow Taoist, are you the one who became famous in the infinite sea, injuring the candle dragon by yourself, and even taking away the Dragon Clan princess?" Yuan asked, somewhat incredulously. Tongtian's name had already echoed throughout the wilderness due to the battles in the infinite sea. The Qilin clan and the Phoenix clan were happy to see the Dragon Clan suffer, thus contributing significantly. This also made Tongtian's reputation spread throughout the wilderness. At this moment, Fushi lightly coughed, reminding Yuan to be cautious with her words. Injuring the candle dragon and killing powerful beings of the Dragon Clan were indeed very remarkable achievements. However, mentioning the abduction of the Dragon Clan princess made it somewhat awkward. On the other side, A.O. Li's pretty face darkened. However, she truly was outmatched and could not refute this. "Thank you very much, fellow Taoist Tongtian," Fushi said with a serious expression. Tongtian shook his head slightly, stating that dealing with these ghost immortals was merely a small matter. He did not care much about it. Having already met Fushi and Yuan, there was no need for him to stay here any longer. So he gave Aoli a glance and left directly with her. Fushi and Yuan naturally had no objections, and they cupped their hands to send the two off. "This fellow Taoist Tongtian truly has a unique character," Yuan said softly. Fushi smiled and said, "His willingness to assist us, two strangers, shows that he is also a righteous person with a warm heart. It seems that his grievances with the Dragon Clan are mostly due to the Dragon Clan's actions." Yuan said lightly, "Isn't the Dragon Clan's domineering and arrogant behavior already well known throughout the wilderness? Not to mention that Tongtian went to their territory." Fushi nodded slightly, thinking that, with the Dragon Clan's arrogance, they probably truly would not take the name of Pangu Zhengzong seriously. The result was that they had attracted a formidable enemy. Even a brother of the ancestor dragon, the Candle Dragon, was injured by Tongtian. This time, the Dragon Clan truly had become a laughingstock among heaven and earth. In contrast, the Qilin clan was much smarter. When Tongtian went to Buzhou Mountain, they showed no sign of obstruction at all. This was clearly a gesture of goodwill and an attempt to win him over. In the wilderness, strong practitioners are as numerous as fish in a river. The two siblings wanted to achieve something in the world and could not lag too far behind. Otherwise, they would only be reduced to mere mortals among all beings. Fushi said with a sense of emotion. Yuan's expression also became serious. After all, they were also innate gods. Compared to Tongtian, who was of the Pangu Zhengzong lineage, they were certainly lacking. However, compared to other innate powers, the two were not inferior in any way. Indeed, we must quickly break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. Only by reaching the Great Luo Golden Immortal level can we establish ourselves in the wilderness, Yuan said solemnly. Thus, the two siblings did not linger any longer. Since the ghost immortals had already been dealt with, they prepared to return to their cave dwelling to continue their closed-door cultivation. On the other side, Aoli felt that something was not quite right. After all, she had been with Tongtian for some time, and she could sense Tongtian's attitude toward this brother-sister pair was different from how he treated others. Chapter 20. Heaven does not fail the diligent. The ancestral, which finally appears. As Tongtian's footsteps grew farther away, Aoli couldn't help but voice her confusion. She directly asked, "Why do I feel like your attitude toward this brother-sister pair is very good?" Your gaze toward them is also different. Could it be that they have some special qualities? Tongtian chuckled lightly and said, "Your insight is not weak. Indeed, I have high hopes for these two." Hearing this, Ao Li's eyes were filled with doubt. Tongtian's response only made her more confused. How could she not see any special qualities in this brother-sister pair? They were just two tiny golden immortals, right? There was nothing special about their background either. Tongtian wouldn't explain everything directly to Ao Li, as that would be revealing heavenly secrets. One must know that Fuxi and Yuhua are not just any siblings. One is destined to be one of the future human emperors, and the other is one of the 6 saints chosen by the heavenly Tao in the wilderness. Both of them can be said to be people of great fortune. Seeing that Tongtian had no intention of explaining, Ao Li rolled her eyes secretly. She always felt that this guy must know something. Unfortunately, he was unwilling to speak, and as her mount, could she really force him to answer? How infuriating! Quietly complaining, Tongtian did not continue to retreat into seclusion. He had already begun to refine the reincarnation seal. Continuing to close himself off wouldn't significantly increase his combat power. It would be better to wander around near the Buzhou mountain to see if he could find other opportunities. Of course, the main aim was still to find traces of the witch clan. Obtaining essence blood from the 12 ancestor witches or exchanging for 9-turn Yuan Gong with them would allow Tongtian's combat power to rise again, either of which would suffice. There were indeed quite a few strong beings from the Qilin clan along the way. Ao Li suddenly spoke up. Tongtian nodded slightly. But these strong beings from the Qilin clan did not seem to have any intention of bothering him. It seemed related to the attitude exhibited by the Ink Qilin. He must have given orders for these strong beings from the Qilin clan to avoid him, since they did not take the initiative to cause trouble. Tongtian naturally felt much more at ease. Now you understand why I said the Qilin clan is smarter than the Dragon clan, right? Tongtian said casually. Ao Li, looking unconvinced, replied, "What's so strong about that? The Qilin clan is clearly just insecure." Tongtian chuckled. "By your logic, your Dragon clan is just overconfident. You've even become arrogant." Ao Li remained silent at this, but surely felt unconvinced in her heart. Tongtian did not say much more. After the Dragon clan was defeated in the battle among the 3 clans, this guy would naturally understand what he meant. The Dragon clan indeed had the capital to be arrogant, and no one would refute that. But with the way the Dragon clan acted, they could never become the overlords of the primordial world. That too was a fact. As they spoke, the two walked a certain distance. However, Tongtian felt disappointed that they still had not encountered any traces of the 12 ancestor witches. In fact, they hadn't even seen a single witch clan being. Could it be that the traces of the 12 ancestor witches really couldn't be found? Where on earth were these witch clan beings hiding? The Qilin clan probably didn't know either. Otherwise, even if their attitude was good, they would not have designated their territory for the witch clan. Tongtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. All things considered, this trip had already yielded great gains. Yet knowing that the traces of the witch clan were near Buzhou mountain, he still couldn't find them. This left him somewhat disappointed. If it came to it, he would have to return directly to Kunlun mountain. He had already been out for quite some time, now that the 3 pure ones had not yet split up. Laozi and Yuan Shi would surely be concerned about him. At the same time, he also wanted to see how the 2 of them were doing now. Just as he was pondering, he suddenly felt an endless amount of malevolent energy converging in one place in the world. This commotion instantly caught his attention. Such vast malevolent energy could not be stirred up by an ordinary being. Moreover, it definitely was not from the strong of the Qilin clan. The Qilin clan was a symbol of good fortune, a true auspicious beast. They could not possibly stir up such vast malevolent energy. "Let's go take a look," Tongtian said, his mind moving, and he quickly brought Ao Li over. Upon getting closer, Tongtian's expression suddenly turned to one of great joy. After searching in Buzhou mountain for so long, he finally found traces of the 12 ancestor witches. Just as he had guessed, it wasn't that the witch clan was hiding too deeply. Instead, the 12 ancestor witches were currently far away from Buzhou mountain. They were probably wary of the vast power of the Qilin clan. It's no wonder he had searched for so long without finding a single clue. He saw an endless stream of malevolent energy shooting into the sky, transforming into a gigantic vortex in the heavens. Beneath the enormous vortex, endless malevolent energy and vitality swirled around each other. At the center of these two forces, 12 illusory figures appeared. This was clearly the 12 ancestor witches. They were currently crazily absorbing the vast malevolent energy from the world. This pure malevolent energy was top-grade material for the 12 ancestor witches to refine their bodies. Each figure contained an incredibly strong vitality. Boom! Accompanied by a loud, rumbling sound in the void, terrifying malevolent energy wrapped around each ancestor witch's body. However, under their astonishing vitality, this malevolent energy seemed to vanish like flowing water. The malevolent energy they devoured was plentiful and mixed, and their forms became more solid. They even started to grow taller. What a windfall! I didn't expect these guys to be hiding in such a place. If it weren't for happening upon them, refining their bodies by absorbing malevolent energy, I would have returned empty-handed this time. Tongtian felt pleased. His luck really was good. With this, he could smoothly acquire the 9-turn Yuan Gong. Who are these 12? Why do they seem so fierce? Aoli said, looking a bit scared. Tongtian, surprised, teased. Aren't you the princess of the dragon clan? Would you be afraid of such a scene? Aoli retorted, it's not that I'm afraid. It's clearly because they're too fierce. You aren't looking for them, are you? Tongtian chuckled. Why not? Let's wait here for a bit. The two of them did not conceal their own auras, and with the ability of the 12 ancestor witches, they should soon discover them. Although the 12 ancestor witches did not have primordial spirits and could not use divine sense, their perception abilities were by no means weak. After all, each of them inherently mastered a law of the great Tao. Sure enough, they had not been spying for long when a voice filled with anger suddenly erupted in the void. Where did these ants come from? How dare they secretly spy on our cultivation? Chapter 21. The Enraged Ancestor Witches. A pair of 12. Far away from Buzhou Mountain, the 12 ancestor witches, who were striving to absorb the malevolent energy from the heavens and earth, suddenly changed their expressions. How dare someone secretly spy on them? What audacity! Although the ancestor witches currently had no fame in the primordial world, they were not to be trifled with. Especially since the witch clan's nature was to disrespect the heavenly path, disregard the saints, and act recklessly. Even when encountering strong beings from the three clans, they dared to fight them. What was there to say to these sneaky intruders? I'll take care of them directly, one of the burly men with a red face shouted. In the next moment, he charged directly toward the direction of Tongtian and Aoli. His fist instantly stirred up a fierce wind, and the sound of breaking air echoed in the void. You step back a bit, Tongtian instructed Aoli, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. This is great. He was just about to test how strong the physical body of the ancestor witches really was. With the 9-turn Yuan Gong activated, Tongtian's physical strength suddenly erupted. He punched forward like lightning. Boom! The two fists collided in the void, and in an instant, a vast wind spread out from the two, causing ripples to appear in the void. The physical strength of the ancestor witches was indeed formidable. Tongtian felt an irresistible force transmitting through. His figure staggered back several steps before he managed to stabilize himself. Although he was pushed back by the opponent, Tongtian felt even happier in his heart. The 9-turn Yuan Gong truly deserved its reputation as a supreme method for refining the body. It was able to elevate the physical strength of the 12 ancestor witches to such a fierce degree. If he could acquire it, his physical body would probably be on par with that of the 12 ancestor witches, even more advantageous than them. You really have some skills. Compared to Tongtian, Zhu Rong was filled with shock at this moment. This guy's physical body is surprisingly powerful. Since the 12 ancestral witches took shape in the world, they had never encountered a being whose physical body could match theirs. Moreover, they are the true descendants of Pangu, the offspring of the great Pangu. How could those beings in the wilderness compare? This guy must have a significant background. Otherwise, he wouldn't possess such a strong physical body. But this does not give the opponent the capital to spy on them. So Zhu Rong shouted angrily and launched another full-force attack towards Tongtian. Tongtian didn't care and once again activated his physical body to collide with Zhu Rong. The two exchanged blows, fists and feet continuously clashing. The violent power kept crashing against each other, causing numerous cracks to appear on the ground beneath their feet. This person's physical body can actually rival our ancestral witches. The other ancestral witches watched the two in a fierce battle, their faces inevitably showing surprise. After all, they had never encountered a strong being whose physical body could contend with theirs. Even the Dragon Clan, known for their physical toughness among the three clans, seemed no better than this in their eyes. Big brother, regardless of who this guy is, he must have ulterior motives. We cannot be polite with such a person, Gong Gong said loudly. The other ancestral witches also agreed with this statement. This guy definitely has hidden intentions. It's obvious he is not a good person. Dijong also understood what his brothers meant and immediately said, "All right, then let us work together to take him down first." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a brilliant streak of light and rushed towards Tongtian. The other ancestral witches also moved, attacking Tongtian from various directions. Tongtian originally intended to exchange a few moves with Zhu Rong and then explain his intentions. Who would have thought that before he had the chance to speak? All 12 ancestral witches had already rushed at him recklessly. These guys were too impatient. If he really had ulterior motives, he would have attacked long ago. Thinking of this, Tongtian couldn't help but shake his head slightly. It is said that the Witch Clan is a group of reckless men. Now it seems that it is indeed the case. How can such a character, who only knows how to charge forward, survive in the wilderness? No wonder the Witch Clan, despite having an advantage against the Demon Clan, has never been able to defeat them and become the overlords of the wilderness. If a bunch of fools like them became the rulers of the wilderness, it would be an unimaginable scene. I originally thought that Zhu Rong and Gong Gong would kill each other, possibly being incited by someone. Now it seems that their relationship was likely provoked, leading to a life-and-death struggle. Given their personalities, the difficulty of sowing discord is indeed too low. Tongtian mumbled to himself. Faced with the joint attack of the 12 ancestral witches, it was impossible for him to rely on his physical body to fight. Their physical bodies were originally slightly stronger than his, not to mention it was 1 against 12. However, fortunately, his greatest strength was never his physical body, but the powerful spiritual treasures he controlled. Open! With a low shout, a misty yellow aura instantly covered Tongtian's head. The innate merit treasure, the heaven and earth yellow Linglong Tower, immediately enveloped his figure. This wasn't the end. As Tongtian grasped the void with his palm, the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the northern Xianyuan water controlling banner, began to swirl in his palm. It then floated beside him, with the power of Xianyuan surging like waves. As he flipped his palm, the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the reincarnation seal, was also summoned by Tongtian. To defeat all 12 ancestral witches, he would definitely rely on the power of the reincarnation seal. Moreover, giving these 12 guys a show of strength was also a good thing. This way, he could more smoothly exchange for what he needed. After all, ancestral witches respect the strong. The only way to earn their respect is to completely crush them. Only then would they obediently consider the suggestions you put forward. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, various attacks had already slammed against the yellow aura created by the heaven and earth yellow Linglong Tower. However, no matter how powerful their strength was, they could not break through this seemingly soft layer of yellow power. What? Haven TU-12 Eden? You think this little attack can deal with me? You're far from enough. Tongtian even had the leisure to provoke the 12 ancestral witches. This was also to make them exert their full strength. Thus, even if they were all defeated by him, they would have no reason to complain. Sure enough, seeing the other party so arrogant, Dijong and the other ancestral witches were furious. They originally thought they were already arrogant and proud enough. But who would have thought this guy was even more arrogant than them? There was nothing more to say. Today, they must teach the other party a profound lesson. Not to mention they were surrounding the opponent. If they lost, they would lose too much face. Thief, don't be arrogant. Do you think you can act so arrogantly just because you have a few spiritual treasures? Zhu Rong angrily snorted, flames spewing from his nostrils. In the next moment, flames ignited in his pupils, directly using the power of the fire law. In an instant, flames burned mountains and boiled seas, as if wanting to completely engulf Tongtian in the raging inferno. However, such methods were utterly useless against Tongtian. with one hand forming a technique. A blue light exploded from the northern Xinyuan water controlling banner. Waves of Xinyuan power surged like ocean waves surrounding his body. The raging flames vanished into thin air, dissipating before the water flow formed by the Xinyuan power. Seeing this, the expressions of the other ancestral witches became serious. Although this thief was arrogant, he indeed had the capital to be so. Each of these three spiritual treasures possessed considerable power. However, the ancestral witches would naturally not be afraid. They must teach the other party a lesson today. Thus, the ancestral witches all prepared to unleash their ultimate techniques to deal with Tongtian. But Tongtian would not simply let them hit him. What he wanted was to use absolute strength to make the 12 ancestral witches convinced, rather than relying on two defensive spiritual treasures to leave them helpless. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't be convinced. Therefore, Tongtian immediately infused vast magical power into the reincarnation seal. Suddenly, a terrifying aura emerged from the reincarnation seal. The next moment, it shot forward. The ancestral, which facing him was Zhu Rong. In the face of the counterattack, he did not dare to be careless, pushing his own power to the limit. However, against absolute power, it was still difficult to resist. His figure was sent flying back like a kite with a broken string, and he even spat out a mouthful of foul blood. What a powerful spiritual treasure! Dejong watched this scene with slightly narrowed eyes. He had thought that the three spiritual treasures this guy summoned were all defensive treasures. He didn't expect one of them to be an offensive treasure. The 12 ancestral witches had not taken shape for long, and since they took shape at the same time, their combat power currently did not differ much. Since Zhu Rong could not withstand the strike from the opponent's spiritual treasure, then neither could they. Fortunately, seeing Zhu Rong's condition, he did not seem to be seriously injured, just slightly hurt. For their ancestral witches' powerful bodies, this was hardly a serious injury. It seems this guy's methods are only these. He definitely is not our opponent, Zhu Jiuyin said solemnly. Just after he finished speaking, his figure was also sent flying back, struck by the reincarnation seal. Seeing this, the other ancestral witches became more and more courageous in battle, all launching attacks to suppress Tongtian. The result was that each ancestral witch was sent flying out one after another. However, after these guys spat out blood, they quickly began to recover and became lively again by operating the 9 Yuan Gong. They charged back into the battle against Tongtian once more. This abnormal recovery ability left A.O. Li, who was watching from a distance, in shock. Abnormal? What kind of existence are these 12 guys? There are actually such terrifying physical bodies in the world. In comparison, their dragon race's proud physical bodies are simply not worth mentioning. After all, the dragon race's bodies can't withstand a single blow from a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. She could see clearly that Tongtian had no intention of holding back. This was a full-force strike from a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, yet couldn't directly suppress these 12 guys. At this moment, Tongtian was also sighing in his heart. This was no longer just about how powerful the 9 Yuan Gong was. It was also closely related to the backgrounds of the 12 ancestral witches. These guys each had tough skin and thick flesh, and their physical bodies were terrifyingly strong. They truly deserved to be transformed from the blood of the Father God. He had already exerted all his strength, yet after these guys withstood his full-force strike, they would fully recover in no time. If he used 3 spiritual treasures in one breath, his mana would likely not last long, and at that point it would be our time to win. At this moment, Dejong joined the battlefield for the second time and immediately spotted Tongtian's weakness. The other ancestral witches all wore joyful expressions upon hearing this. If the opponent's mana was overconsumed, then he wouldn't be able to maintain the power of the 3 spiritual treasures. This was a golden opportunity for their counterattack. Tongtian chuckled lightly. That's right. But that also depends on whether my mana can be exhausted. These guys, aside from being a bit reckless, still had some brains. Unfortunately, mana consumption was a major problem for other innate great powers. For him, it was nothing at all. He had a whole supply of Sanguang divine water in his hands, let alone activating 3 spiritual treasures consecutively. Even activating more would not make much difference to him. Therefore, Tongtian directly took out a drop of Sanguang divine water and quickly swallowed it. The next moment, the light on the reincarnation seal became dazzling once again, and its power exceeded that of the past. Boom! Another one among the 12 ancestral witches was directly sent flying. Jiang and the other ancestral witches looked on with grim expressions. The battle had been going on for a while. Why did this guy seem to be getting stronger as the fight continued? Didn't he worry about exhausting his mana? Attack! Jiang gritted his teeth and shouted. And those ancestral witches who had recovered also attacked again. Tongtian was not planning to continue playing around with the 12 ancestral witches. He continued to activate the reincarnation seal. An immense power erupted in the void. Suddenly, only 3 of the 12 ancestral witches remained entangled with him, while the others began to heal. Among them, the more heavily injured Zhu Rong and Gong Gong were already in their 3rd round of healing. Tongtian allowed Jiang and the other 3 in front of him to attack him fiercely while he turned his attention to Zhu Rong and the other ancestral witches who were healing. As a fellow of Pangu's true lineage, and having practiced the 9 turns mysterious art, he could sense a special Tao rhythm emanating from the ancestral witches. It was evidently from the 9 turns Yuan Gong they were operating. In his eyes, Zhu Rong and the other ancestral witches' vitality was recovering at an astonishing speed. Their pale faces, which had been heavily injured, completely returned to normal in just a moment. You carefully observed the 12 ancestral witches operating the 9 turns Yuan Gong, and gained insight, successfully comprehending the 9 turns Yuan Gong. At that moment, a prompt sound suddenly rang in his ears. This made Tongtian ecstatic. Why did he engage in a chaotic battle with the 12 ancestral witches? Isn't it for the 9 turns Yuan Gong they inherited? This was truly a windfall. It also saved him the trouble of negotiating with the 12 ancestral witches. As a result, he had more leverage in his hands. Immersed in the profundity of the 9 turns Yuan Gong, Tongtian could feel his physical body growing stronger. This 9 turns Yuan Gong was indeed specifically designed for refining the body. If practiced together with the 9 turns mysterious art, his physical body would reach a terrifying level. At the same time, with both sets of techniques gathered, there were methods for cultivating both the primordial spirit and the physical body. As long as he cultivated both techniques to the pinnacle below the saints, he could completely walk sideways. If his progress were to speed up a bit more, it wouldn't be long before he could catch up with Hong Jun and the other innate demon gods. Not to mention, the current Hong Jun and the other innate demon gods probably didn't even know what to comprehend the Tao and cultivate. He was no longer just ahead of other innate great powers. He had completely left them behind. No matter how long he practiced with Laozi and Yuan Shi and Kunlun, it would be impossible for them to catch up with his advancement. Having successfully mastered the 9 turns Yuan Gong, Tongtian immediately activated it. In an instant, astonishing changes occurred in the world. Chapter 22, Yuan Gong Breakthrough. The Blood Pool in the Ancestral Witch Hall. When Tongtian attempted to operate the 9 turns Yuan Gong, he could feel a mysterious transformation occurring in his physical body. The most noticeable change was that the killing aura, which could originally only be devoured by the 12 ancestral witches, could now also be absorbed by him. In an instant, endless killing aura split apart like a river, and a large amount of it fell onto Tongtian. His physical body was crazily devouring this killing aura. This made him instantly feel that his physical body was steadily improving. Just by devouring the killing aura, he could enhance his physical body. Truly marvelous. Tongtian smiled. This 9 turns Yuan Gong was truly too powerful. This way, his physical body could continuously improve. Coupled with the 9 turns mysterious art, surpassing the 12 ancestral witches was just a matter of time. At this moment, the 12 ancestral witches looked at the flowing killing aura, completely dumbfounded. What was going on? The killing aura in this world could clearly only be devoured and absorbed by their ancestral witches. Why could this guy do the same? What on earth is happening? Could it be that this guy is the same as us? Zhu Rong couldn't figure this out and asked. Jiang said solemnly, "We are the offspring of the Father God. How could he be the same as us? It must be that his background is special, allowing him to possess such means. Moreover, his physical body is not much weaker than ours, and he can indeed withstand the refining of his body with killing aura? The other ancestral witches nodded in agreement upon hearing this explanation. Should we still take action? Ho-Tu asked. Zhu Rong's expression was furious as he said, "Is there even a need to say this? When have we ever suffered such a great loss? How can we let him go easily?" Gong Gong also said without hesitation, "That's right. If we don't teach him a lesson, how can we have the face to call ourselves the offspring of the Father God?" Upon hearing this, Di Jiang did not hesitate and said directly, "Then let's use all our strength and resolve him as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if his physical body improves further, it will only become more difficult to deal with him." The other ancestral witches felt that this made sense. Although they were reckless, they still thought things through. This guy was indeed a bit sinister. It was better to resolve him quickly. Therefore, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong erupted with their blood vitality and unleashed their ancestral, which true forms. This was also a powerful method from their inheritance. It allowed them to gain immense strength in a short period of time. Boom! Under the activation of the ancestral, which true forms, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong's figures became even more massive. The two of them resembled giants, simultaneously striking towards Tongtian. Tongtian didn't even glance at them. The heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong Tower trembled slightly, and a large amount of Xianhuang energy immediately condensed into a barrier. The terrifying power that caused the void to tremble from the two of them was completely blocked by the heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong Tower. This is not over yet. The heavenly yellow Linglong Tower transformed into a yellow light sphere and soared into the sky. In the next moment, vast power and might erupted from within. An illusory tall tower suddenly descended from the sky, its terrifying might completely suppressing the towering figures of Zhu Rong and Gong Gong. The two had no power to resist at all. Seeing this, Tongtian mercilessly struck out with the reincarnation seal. The two ancestral witches' true forms instantly shattered, and Zhu Rong and Gong Gong were once again heavily injured, only able to continue restoring their wounds in a disheveled manner. Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches looked even more grim. Three extraordinary spiritual treasures. This guy is truly difficult to deal with. At this rate, even if they used all their means, they might not be able to do anything to him. But if they just let it go, they certainly wouldn't swallow this anger. After all, they had suffered such a great loss at Tongtian's hands. Tongtian felt the increase in his physical strength and was filled with excitement. He now did not wish for the 12 ancestral witches to stop. He planned to use the 12 ancestral witches as physical sparring partners, using their powerful bodies to further hone his own. Thus, with the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower atop his head, Tongtian took the initiative to attack, directly charging at Di Jiang. Di Jiang's face was filled with anger upon seeing this. Does this guy really think I'm easy to bully? This is truly too much. Does he really think he can do whatever he wants just by relying on spiritual treasures? In the next moment, the two collided in the air, and a loud explosion echoed through the void. This time, Tongtian still staggered back a few steps. But compared to before, it was evident that his physical strength had increased significantly. This made his eyes shine even brighter. Without hesitation, he urged, "Bring it on." Upon hearing this provocation, the other ancestral witches immediately charged in. Tongtian once again found himself surrounded by the crowd. Under the increased pressure, Tongtian's ability to absorb the surrounding malevolent energy also accelerated significantly. This led to a rapid increase in his cultivation of the 9 revolutions primordial art. 1 turn of the primordial art, 2 turns of the primordial art, 3 turns of the primordial art. In an instant, Tongtian's 9 revolutions primordial art had broken through to the 3rd turn. This caused his physical body to grow exponentially. Even without the protection of the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower and the northern Xianyuan water control flag, he could still stand toe-to-toe with the 12 ancestral witches using his physical strength. Of course, because the others were employing a siege tactic. Although his physical body was not weaker than that of the ancestral witches, he still couldn't withstand it. However, the 12 ancestral witches could feel the pressure on them increasing. The opponent didn't even need to activate the spiritual treasures to unleash a full power strike. Relying solely on his physical strength was enough to severely injure them. In no time, the 12 ancestral witches were all beaten to the point of spitting blood. They were no longer Tongtian's match. The battlefield had long since tilted overwhelmingly in his favor. The 12 ancestral witches were not afraid of death, but being beaten down like this by Tongtian was unbearable for them. In fact, Tongtian had already noticed the situation of the 12 ancestral witches. Knowing they could not hold on much longer, he had already been merciful. Otherwise, if he had gone all out, several of the 12 ancestral witches would likely have been killed or injured. We are indeed no match for you. Please stop. You have no intent to kill us. Who exactly are you? Deducing, seeing his brothers beside him in such a sorry state. The other ancestral witches remained silent upon seeing this. They were indeed no match for the person before them. Although they were all warriors, they were not people who couldn't accept defeat. Tongtian felt somewhat unsatisfied. His 9 revolutions primordial art had already reached the 5th turn. His physical body was comparable to an innate supreme treasure. Even an ordinary move possessed astonishing destructive power. The power of blood and energy within him flowed like a rushing river. If he could continue battling, he felt that his 9 revolutions primordial art could improve even further. Unfortunately, the 12 ancestral witches clearly could not continue. They could not hold on any longer. He couldn't force them to keep fighting after all. After all, he wasn't here to kill the 12 ancestral witches. I am the true lineage of Pangu, Tongtian. Without hesitation, Tongtian revealed his identity. Upon hearing this, Deducing and the others showed shocked expressions. During this time, Tongtian's reputation had already spread throughout the Hongwang. They had certainly heard of it. They just didn't expect their meeting would occur under such an awkward circumstance. I didn't expect it to be you. No wonder you possess a physical body not weaker than ours. It turns out we are all from the same family. Deducing said with a complicated expression. The other ancestral witches also felt as if they had been caught in a flood that washed away the Dragon King Temple. They were all true descendants of Pangu, and there was no need for a life-and-death battle. They could be considered as originating from the same root, all derived from the transformation of the father god Pangu. I was wondering why you clearly had the advantage, but didn't kill us. It turns out it's because of this, Yuqing said in surprise. The other ancestral witches nodded in agreement. They had long since realized they were outmatched. If Tongtian wanted to kill them, it would certainly not be a problem given his capabilities. Tongtian waved his hand and said, "We are all from the true lineage of Pangu. Naturally, I won't kill you. In fact, I sense your aura, which is why I was observing from the shadows." Zhu Rong said, somewhat apologetically, "This matter was my oversight. If I hadn't rushed to attack and instead asked first, we wouldn't have had a fight." Deducing also coughed lightly and said, "This matter is indeed our brother's fault. We ask that you must accept our apology." They had acted recklessly and had directly used their numbers to bully the fewer. Anyone would be furious in that situation. However, Tongtian avoided them and did not kill them, which made the 12 ancestral witches feel somewhat guilty. Tongtian smiled and said, "It's nothing. This battle was quite thrilling. This was not flattery, it was the truth. If the 12 ancestral witches had not fought him, he would have had to find a way to obtain the 9 revolutions primordial art from them. Not to mention, his 9 revolutions primordial art had received such a significant boost. These were all tremendous gains. Since you have come here to find us, could it be that you have something you need our help with?" Deducing took the initiative to ask it this time. Tongtian nodded and said, "That's right. I have been searching beneath the Mount Buzhou for a long time. If I hadn't happened to encounter you devouring malevolent energy, I would have returned empty-handed." Deducing sighed lightly and said, "Now the Qilin clan has a huge influence, and we do not wish to conflict with them. Therefore, we haven't approached Mount Buzhou. Since you have matters to discuss with us, how about we go to our ancestral, which hall to talk?" Tongtian certainly would not refuse and gestured for Aoli to come closer. Aoli had been watching the battle from a distance and felt very emotional. This guy's physical body had become even stronger. She was afraid she could never return to the dragon race. "Isn't this the long princess of the dragon race?" Hutu asked with a somewhat strange expression. The other ancestral witches also had interesting expressions. It was rumored that Tongtian not only injured Zhu Long, but also took away the dragon race's long princess in front of him. Just for this courage, Tongtian deserved the respect of the ancestral witches. Aoli said nothing and silently followed behind Tongtian. As everyone walked and chatted, a massive ancient hall soon appeared before Tongtian. This ancestral witch hall was built by us. Only those of Pangu's bloodline may enter, Deducing said seriously. Within the witch clan, only these 12 ancestral witches could freely enter and exit. Other clansmen, although they were also descendants of Pangu, could not be compared to these 12. Tongtian chuckled lightly and said, just by looking at its appearance, one can tell that this ancestral witch hall is extraordinary. However, he was more interested in the things within. The legacy passed down by the 12 ancestor witches is undoubtedly more significant than that of the 3 pure ones. Perhaps there is some surprise hidden within the ancestor witch hall. As for Deducing's words, they are undoubtedly testing his background. He doesn't need to explain this. As long as he can enter the ancestor witch hall, it will prove his identity as the authentic Pangu. You wait outside. You definitely can't enter. After Tongtian looked at Aoli and spoke, he stepped toward the ancestor witch hall. The entrance to the ancestor witch hall is extremely grand, and as Tongtian stepped inside, he immediately felt an incredibly heavy Pangu pressure. This Pangu pressure is not weaker than that of Mount Buzhou. If one is not the authentic Pangu, even a great Luo golden immortal would not be able to forcefully enter. Watching Tongtian walk in, Deducing and the other ancestor witches exchanged glances, their expressions noticeably relaxed. It seems that the other party did not deceive them. He is indeed the authentic Pangu. So the ancestor witches followed him inside. At this moment, Tongtian was surveying the interior of the ancestor witch hall. The 12 seats are clearly prepared for the 12 ancestor witches. However, what attracted his attention was a huge blood pool located at the center. The aura emanating from this blood pool made Tongtian feel a sense of closeness. His eyes lit up and he asked, could this be the blood pool formed from the blood of the Father God? Deducing nodded and said, that's right. However, this is not the essence blood of the Father God. It's just ordinary blood. Tongtian nodded slightly. If this were Pangu's essence blood, the ancestor witch hall would have been filled with boundless vital energy long ago. However, even if it is an ordinary blood pool, it is still very useful. Did you place the blood pool in the ancestor witch hall to give birth to new clansmen? Tongtian said with speculation. Deducing and the other ancestor witches were all surprised to hear this. They really were planning to do just that. You truly have a discerning eye. We have wanted to do this for a long time, but we just haven't implemented it yet, Deducing said solemnly. They didn't expect that Tongtian could guess this. It seems his understanding of the blood pool is not less than theirs. Tongtian nodded and said, this is a very good idea. Since you haven't started yet, could I use it first? Although it is not a blood pool formed from Pangu's essence blood, it is still Pangu's blood. The 3 pure ones are all transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit, but their physical bodies were not as fortunate as the 12 ancestor witches, having been washed by Pangu's blood. Therefore, Tongtian wanted to borrow this blood pool to cleanse his physical body. This is naturally possible. However, since this is not the essence blood of the Father God, it should have limited effects, right? Deducing asked with a puzzled expression. The ancestor witches are blessed by nature because they were transformed from Pangu's essence blood. This blood pool formed from ordinary blood cannot compare in efficacy. Having received the ancestor witch's consent, Tongtian was overjoyed. Deducing was right. Its effect would certainly not be as good as Pangu's essence blood, but it could definitely enhance his physical body. Moreover, with his extraordinary comprehension, even if his physical body does not improve, gaining insights into some powerful divine abilities would also be immensely beneficial. Regardless, this is a significant opportunity. If he could further cleanse his physical body, that would be even better. He greatly envied the true bodies of the 12 ancestor witches. Once activated, their strength could instantly multiply several times. If he could master it, it would be equivalent to having a powerful trump card. Fighting above his level would not be a difficult task, with his current battle power doubling several times. Wouldn't that lead to an invincible rhythm? Chapter 23. Pangu's heart blood congeals, heading to the outer starry sky. Of course, his thoughts were indeed optimistic, but this matter still needed the agreement of the 12 ancestor witches. They had already resolved their previous grievances. It would not be reasonable to have another battle with the 12 ancestor witches over a blood pool, especially since it is just an ordinary blood pool and not Pangu's essence blood. Listening to Tongtian's words, the ancestor witches were somewhat surprised. They did not expect Tongtian to suddenly make such a request. If it were any other being, even if the other party was powerful, they would definitely not agree to such a thing. But Tongtian was different. I cannot directly agree to this. We need to discuss it, Dejiang said seriously. Tongtian naturally did not mind. He believed the 12 ancestor witches would not refuse his request. Dejiang and the others then stepped back a bit to begin their discussion. This blood pool is a legacy left to us by the Father God. It might not be good to lend it out, Zhu Meng said hesitantly. Zhurong said solemnly, if we lend it to outsiders, we would never agree to it. But Tongtian is not an outsider. He, like us, is the authentic Pangu and a descendant of the Father God. And he has enough qualifications to use the blood pool. Gong Gong also said, that's right, and he clearly could have harmed us, but chose to spare us. This favor from us witches cannot go unpaid. Zhu Jiuyin also agreed, indeed. With the talent and means he has shown, he is completely not inferior to us. Moreover, we are all authentic Pangu, of the same root and source, and he is someone we can befriend. I also agree to lend him the blood pool. Hearing the words of the three, soon many ancestor witches made their choices. Seeing this, Zhu Meng did not say much, but turned his gaze towards Dejiang, waiting for this elder brother to make a decision. Dejiang was also pondering this matter in his heart. Lending the blood pool to Tongtian would surely facilitate a good relationship with him. The witch clan is still quite weak in the wilderness now. Befriending such a strong figure would definitely be beneficial for future development. Not to mention that the other party had no ill intentions towards their witch clan. It makes sense both emotionally and logically to lend out the blood pool. After all, using it to cleanse the physical body is not a big deal. With this in mind, Dejiang stepped up to Tongtian with a smile and said, you, like us, are a descendant of Pangu. Since the blood pool is a relic of the Father God, you naturally have the qualification to use it. We have no objections. Upon hearing this, Tongtian's expression brightened, and he said, in that case, thank you very much, fellow Taoists. After saying this, he eagerly walked to the edge of the blood pool. Observing it closely, he could feel the immense vitality contained within. This is exactly what Tongtian needed. Boom! Without hesitation, Tongtian leaped directly into the blood pool. The splashing blood immediately wrapped around his figure. Sitting cross-legged in the blood pool, Tongtian activated the 9 turns primordial skill, beginning to use the immense vitality contained in the blood pool to cleanse his physical body. As the 9 turns primordial skill operated, ripples surged on the surface of the blood pool. At the same time, Tongtian's physical body was continuously enhanced. He was undergoing a transformation, cleansing his essence and marrow. The impurities within his body quickly disappeared under the washing of the vital energy. Simultaneously, every meridian and bone in his body received a significant boost, becoming purer and stronger. But that is not all. Having absorbed a large amount of the blood pool's vital energy, a drop of golden blood began to slowly congeal above his heart. This golden blood, although only a single drop, radiated an astonishing amount of vital energy. Tongtian's heart surged with excitement. Pangu's essence blood. This drop of golden blood was congealed based on his physical body and aided by the power of the blood sea, forming Pangu's essence blood. Even though it's just a single drop, it brought about a tremendous change in his physical body. It's hard to imagine how powerful Pangu once was. Perhaps a single drop of essence blood is enough to suppress the universe and cause the heavens to tremble. He couldn't help but wonder if he could catch up. No matter what, the condensation of this drop of Pangu's essence blood has greatly enhanced Tongtian's combat power once again. Meanwhile, the 12 ancestors of witchcraft have been closely monitoring Tongtian's cultivation in the sea of blood. The overwhelming power of vitality emanating from him has made the 12 ancestors aware of what has happened. This familiar aura is unmistakable. He must have successfully condensed a drop of the Father God's heart blood, Zhu Jiuyin said with a solemn expression. Heart blood. No one is more familiar with the astonishing effects of Pangu's essence blood than the ancestors of witchcraft. After all, they themselves were transformed from the heart blood. Incredible. Even among the true descendants of Pangu, condensing this drop of heart blood is no simple task. Xianming said in astonishment. The other ancestors were equally shocked, marveling at the physical talents displayed by Tongtian. Not only does he possess a powerful physique, but he also has a strong primordial spirit and cultivation level. Given time, he will surely become a top powerhouse in the world. It seems that their witch tribe's choice to befriend him was indeed the right decision. Deducing said solemnly, once he successfully refines this drop of heart blood, his physical body will be stronger than ours. The other ancestors had no doubts about this. As long as Tongtian successfully refines this drop of heart blood into his body, his physique will definitely be stronger, if not equal, to theirs. The person transformed from the Father God's primordial spirit is truly extraordinary in talent. Yes, we initially thought our witch tribe was exceptionally gifted, but we didn't expect that there are even greater talents outside. In my opinion, this is also closely related to his own cultivation talent. Naturally, the foundation is just part of it. Talent is also very important. Without talent, having only a solid foundation, who knows how long it would take to become a top powerhouse in the world. As everyone conversed, time flew by, and 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a large number of ripples surged in the blood pool, and in the next moment, a powerful aura was released from Tongtian. Accumulated over time, his physical body continuously improved, allowing Tongtian's cultivation to finally take another step forward. He successfully broke through to the late stage of the Luo Jinxian. Although it was just a step in cultivation, Tongtian's foundation was enhanced countless times. At this moment, his physical body had reached a level that could not be broken by anything less than an innate spiritual treasure. A casual strike could rival a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure. A true human-shaped spiritual treasure, just relying on his physical strength, could unleash critical damage. Through introspection with his primordial spirit, Tongtian could see the drop of golden essence blood floating above his heart. His physical strength had not yet reached its limit. Once he fully refined this drop of golden essence blood, he would be able to successfully condense his true body of the ancestor witch. Once unleashed, his power could double again. After successfully cleansing his physical body, Tongtian was not overly greedy and directly rose from the blood pool. Thank you, fellow Taoists. If it weren't for the blood pool cleansing my body, I would have found it difficult to find more suitable heavenly materials and earthly treasures for this step. Tongtian looked at Deducing and the others, expressing his gratitude. Deducing smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist is too polite. This is all due to your extraordinary talent. We really cannot take credit for this." Zhu Juyin spoke up. If it were other innate deities, this blood pool might not be of such great use to them. Moreover, we are all descendants of the Father God, so you don't need to be too polite with us. Tongtian showed mercy to them, allowing them to lend the blood pool to cleanse his body. In this way, it could be considered as repaying a favor to Tongtian. The ancestors of witchcraft dislike owing others favors the most. However, being able to get acquainted with Tongtian through this is also worthwhile. Fellow Taoist's physical body is already very strong. Once you refine the heart blood, you will be able to surpass us. I suggest you try to temper your body using the laws of heaven and earth. This is the method we ancestors of witchcraft use for body tempering, which can speed up your refining of that drop of heart blood. Deducing pondered for a moment and decided to do a good deed to the end. He then provided Tongtian with a suggestion for body tempering. Tongtian understood his meaning. Each of the 12 ancestors of witchcraft masters a different law of the great Tao, and their powerful physiques are also related to this. Although there's a lot of malevolent energy in the world, it is generally difficult to gather. Therefore, it is impossible to continuously refine the body using malevolent energy. However, using the laws of heaven and earth that naturally exist to temper the body is very easy. It is simply the common forces of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. Using these forces to temper the body not only has good effects, but is also very easy to find. This reminded Tongtian of when he tempered his body with thunder on Mount Buzhou. It must be said that although it was painful, the effect was excellent. Thank you for the reminder. If I have the opportunity, I will try it myself. I have gained a lot from this trip, so I will not continue to stay here and disturb you, fellow Taoists. Tongtian said thoughtfully. With his physical body successfully enhanced and his cultivation greatly advanced, staying here would likely not lead to more opportunities. Upon hearing this, Deducing and the other ancestors were pleased. Although the other party, like them, was a true descendant of Pangu and the Father God, they ultimately were not of the same race. If the other party continued to stay, it would likely restrict what they wanted to do. Fortunately, they didn't have to speak up. The other party decided to leave, which was good for everyone. Then we shall see you off, fellow Taoist. When there is an opportunity in the future, we will definitely come to seek advice and spar. Indeed, I hope we will have the chance to spar. The ancestors of witchcraft all spoke up. Tongtian smiled and nodded in agreement, understanding the thoughts of the 12 ancestors. These guys were merely worried that he might covet some of their things. After all, with the current combat power of the 12 ancestors, they were no match for him. But he was not the kind of person who would seize things by force. Moreover, the witch tribe is one of the protagonists of the future catastrophe of heaven and earth. Since they are all true descendants of Pangu, he does not want to have too much conflict with the witch tribe. The current relationship is already sufficient. Fellow Taoists, please stay. Then I shall take my leave. Upon reaching the entrance of the Ancestor Witch Hall, Tongtian cupped his hands and said, then took the initiative to leave. Watching him depart, Deducing and the others exchanged glances, all letting out a sigh of relief. Hutu said softly, in my opinion, Tongtian Taoist is not the type to bully the weak. Brother, you are being a bit unreasonable. Deducing coughed lightly. Little sister, we are also left with no choice. Furthermore, we are about to use the blood pool to give birth to more members of the witch tribe. If he is here, wouldn't it be too inconvenient? Zhurong also agreed. Yes. Little sister, are you speaking up for him because you have taken a liking to Tongtian Taoist? Hutu's pretty face flushed, and she angrily said, Brother, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm just speaking the truth. Deducing and the others listened with teasing expressions, but didn't say much more. Given the personalities of the brothers, if they continued, Hutu would likely throw a heavy punch. After leaving the Ancestor Witch Hall, Tongtian found Aoli, who was admiring the scenery. We can leave Mount Buzhou now, Tongtian said straightforwardly. This trip to Mount Buzhou was overall quite fulfilling. Not only did his physical body improve significantly, but he also obtained a top-grade innate spiritual root on Mount Buzhou. The key point was finding the 12 ancestors of witchcraft, and he finally got his hands on the 9-turn primordial skill. As for the true body of the ancestor witch and the heart blood, these were unexpected additional gains. Where to next? Aoli asked. Tongtian pondered for a moment. Although he wanted to return to Kunlun Mountain, he also knew that once he returned, there would be nothing to do. Rather than closing himself off in Kunlun Mountain, it would be better to travel around the wilderness again. By the way, I will see if I can find a place rich in the elements of heaven and earth to further temper my body. Speaking of a place rich in the elements of heaven and earth, a location suddenly popped up in Tongtian's mind. The territory of the Phoenix tribe is the undying volcano. The surging undying flames are undoubtedly effective for body tempering. In addition, there is the sun star, which has endless true sun fire. Compared to the elements of heaven and earth from the undying volcano, it is certainly not inferior. Moreover, the sun star is located in the outer realm. And there is also the moon star. The moon star possesses endless mysterious water, which is also an excellent place for body tempering. Not to mention that there are starry winds in the outer space. Comparing the two, the outer space is the best choice. The undying volcano only has a single fire element, while the numerous stars in the outer space contain various elemental powers. Furthermore, the undying volcano is currently the territory of the Phoenix tribe, which has many powerful members. Even if I express my intentions, it is likely that the Phoenix tribe will not agree. I have already offended the Dragon tribe, so there is no need to provoke the Phoenix tribe again. Even with my current combat strength, I do not fear the 3 tribes' powerhouses. However, I am unwilling to entangle too deeply with the 3 tribes to avoid being affected by the great calamity. Let's head to the outer space. After a moment of contemplation, Tongtian made his decision. Compared to the primordial chaos, tempering the body in the outer space is undoubtedly more convenient. Additionally, it is safer. Aoli did not say much upon hearing this. After all, she is a mount, and wherever Tongtian says to go, she will go. The next moment, Aoli let out a low growl. Her massive body immediately manifested once again in the world. As Tongtian stepped forward, he landed on her body and sat cross-legged to cultivate, while Aoli's momentum surged and rushed towards the heavens. With the flying speed of a true dragon, they soon arrived at the outer barrier of the primordial chaos. Without pausing, Aoli directly broke through the outer barrier. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in the outer space, where the entire void was exceptionally silent. Looking into the distance, all that met the eye was a pitch-black expanse. In a vast emptiness, only massive stars emitted faint glimmers of light. Apart from that, it was completely silent, buzzing, just as the silence lasted for a short while. With Aoli continuing to advance, a rumbling sound suddenly echoed ahead. Chapter 24. Ascending the Sun Star. The greedy Golden Crow brothers. What a fierce starry wind, Aoli said solemnly. This was also her first time in the outer space, and she did not expect to encounter the starry wind so soon. The starry wind possesses extremely strong lethality. Cultivators with weak bodies or insufficient cultivation will be directly worn away by the starry wind until they perish. However, she still had some confidence in her body. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, the colorful light flickered on every inch of her dragon scales. Nevertheless, her form was still enveloped by the fierce, starry wind. In an instant, the powerful force directly acted upon her body. Aoli could not help but let out a muffled grunt. Her body is indeed stronger than other beings. However, she still underestimated the power of the starry wind. If it weren't for the protective dragon scales on her, her body would have already been completely worn away by the starry wind. Even though the dragon scales blocked a large portion of the starry wind, she was still feeling quite uncomfortable. After several breaths, a large amount of dragon blood had already spilled forth from her, and the scent of blood spread through the void. Tongtian was not surprised by this. The dragon tribe's body is only slightly stronger than that of other beings in the world, and compared to the witch tribe, there is still a significant gap. It is normal that she cannot withstand the starry wind. Don't force yourself. You should go into the Linglong Tower first, Tongtian said in a deep voice. The moment his words fell, a mysterious yellow energy spread out. In an instant, the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower hovered above them, and Tongtian activated its power, directly pulling Aoli into it. As for him, he had no intention of using the defense of the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower. The power of the innate merit treasure can naturally help him avoid the damage from the starry wind. However, he was still thinking about using the starry wind to temper his body, so he would certainly not rely on the power of the spiritual treasure for defense. With a cold snort, a surge of vitality erupted from within Tongtian. The starry wind suddenly struck him, and the vitality around him flickered like flames in a storm, swaying and scattering. However, his body was not something Aoli could compare to. Therefore, he still managed to withstand this wave of starry wind. Turn! With a low shout in his heart, Tongtian directly activated the 9 turns Yuan Gong, attempting to use the starry wind to temper his body. In a moment, the starry wind had completely enveloped Tongtian's body. However, it did not cause him any harm, completely resisted by his powerful physique. With the strength of his body, this level of starry wind was simply not enough to be a threat. Thus, Tongtian chose a direction and immediately flew towards it. Along the way, whenever he encountered the starry wind, he would directly reach out to intercept it in front of him, allowing the starry wind to directly enhance his own body. Meanwhile, he searched for the locations of the Sun Star and Moon Star in the outer space. The Sun Star and Moon Star are both esteemed stars in the vast outer space. Their status is even higher than that of the noble Z-Way star. After all, the Sun Star and Moon Star are also related to Pangu, having been transformed from Pangu's left and right eyes. Among them, the Sun Star is naturally the easiest to find. The current Sun Star is the sun of the entire primordial chaos. So Tongtian only needs to fly towards the direction of the brightest light to successfully locate the Sun Star. Furthermore, the Sun Star has a second characteristic, which is that the temperature around it is extremely high. With these two characteristics, finding it is not a difficult task. As he flew at high speed, Tongtian could feel the temperature in the void continuously rising. At the same time, a massive star filled with endless brilliant light appeared at the end of his sight. From a distance, this star was not just simple light. It also had red streaks like flares clinging to it. Undoubtedly, this massive star is one of his targets. The Sun Star. With the target in sight, Tongtian immediately accelerated his flight speed. As he got closer to the Sun Star, he suddenly felt waves of intensely hot flames. He paused to observe, feeling astonished. What a domineering flame. The power released by this scorching flame is truly impressive. Could it be the true sun fire from the Sun Star? It has actually dissipated to the outside of the Sun Star. No wonder there are no other stars nearby. Even if other stars once existed, they must have been burned to nothingness by the true sun fire. Tongtian marveled. The true sun fire is indeed one of the 10 great divine fires of the primordial chaos. It seems that my thoughts have been a bit simplistic. Wanting to use the true sun fire to temper my body is probably quite dangerous. With my current cultivation, it is impossible to withstand such a powerful flame. As the distance between them shortened, signs of cracking had already appeared on Tongtian's body. It seems that before even reaching the Sun Star, his body would be burned to nothingness. It looks like I have to think of other methods. After pondering for a moment, Tongtian used one hand to form a seal, pouring his vast mana into the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower. However, he found that the effect was not good. It was not that the defensive power of the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower was too weak, but rather that there were too many true sun fires. Fortunately, Tongtian quickly thought of a way to counter it, which was another treasure in his hand, an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, one of the 5 element flags. The Northern Xian Yuan water controlling flag. This spiritual treasure is a top-tier water element spiritual treasure, capable of controlling the Xian Yuan water. Using it to protect oneself will surely allow one to approach and ascend to the Sun Star. With a wave of his hand in the void ahead, the Northern Xian Yuan water controlling flag instantly floated above Tongtian's head. Under the infusion of magical power, waves of flowing water surged on it, cascading downwards, completely enveloping Tongtian's figure. A refreshing sensation swept over him, and the signs of cracking on his physical body disappeared without a trace. Tongtian felt a surge of joy in his heart. Indeed, it was a top-tier water element spiritual treasure. It could truly withstand the power of the true fire of the sun. He then flew directly towards the Sun Star, successfully landing on this massive, celestial body filled with the true fire of the sun. His first impression of the Sun Star was desolation. The omnipresent true fire of the sun left this star with nothing but brightness and heat, making it impossible to see any signs of living creatures or life. In the central area of the Sun Star, Dijun and Tai Yi, who were comprehending the Tao and cultivating, simultaneously opened their eyes. The Sun Star was the place where they transformed and cultivated. Moreover, there were only the 2 of them on the Sun Star, so as soon as Tongtian, an uninvited guest, stepped onto the Sun Star, they immediately sensed his aura. Strange, the Sun Star is filled with true fire of the sun. Aside from us, the 3-legged golden crow, could there be anyone in the world who is not afraid of the true fire of the sun? A hint of doubt flashed in Tai Yi's eyes. Dijun said in a deep voice, "The Sun Star is our Tao field. No one is qualified to come here. Let's go meet this person." The 2 immediately rushed towards Tongtian's location. At this moment, Tongtian had finished his observations and was pondering why he had not seen the figures of Dijun and Tai Yi. There were no other auras on the Sun Star, which indicated that the brothers Dijun and Tai Yi must have already transformed. Could it be that these 2 had left the Sun Star to cultivate on other stars? Just as he was thinking about this, he sensed 2 auras rapidly approaching. At that moment, an angry voice exploded. "Impudent! Where did this Taoist come from, daring to step onto the Sun Star without our consent? This place already has an owner. Leave quickly, and we will not pursue the matter." Dijun coldly finished speaking, and he and Tai Yi appeared together. Seeing the 2 manifest, Tongtian immediately understood. These 2 must have been in closed-door cultivation. They had only revealed themselves to block him after sensing his aura. "I am the orthodox disciple of Pangu, Qing Tongtian, and I intend to use your precious land to temper my physical body. Once the tempering is complete, I will leave voluntarily. I hope the 2 Tao friends can give me some face." Tongtian explained with a smile, revealing his background. Dijun and Tai Yi were both top-tier innate powers. Coupled with the fact that the demon and witch clans were among the main characters of the calamity, he was still polite towards them. However, upon hearing this, Dijun and Tai Yi were very dissatisfied. The Sun Star is the territory of their three-legged golden crow. Why should they lend it to a Taoist to temper his body? As for the orthodox lineage of Pangu, they did not care. The Sun Star was one of the eyes of the great Pangu. So what? Anyway, the Sun Star was now their Dao field and territory. Dijun furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to refuse Tongtian. Tai Yi, however, revealed a greedy look and whispered, "Brother, look at the spiritual treasure beside this Taoist. It must be a top-tier spiritual treasure, very likely a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. The water light swirling on it indicates that it is a water element spiritual treasure, which should be why he can withstand the power of the true fire of the sun." Upon hearing this, Dijun's eyes also sparkled. A supreme, innate spiritual treasure. This was an extremely precious top-tier spiritual treasure. He didn't expect this Taoist to be so fortunate as to possess one. However, the two of them felt no fear, for when they transformed, they also received accompanying spiritual treasures, especially Tai Yi, whose accompanying spiritual treasure was the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell. But no one would dislike having too many spiritual treasures, let alone a top-tier spiritual treasure of such a level. Just one could significantly enhance their combat power. Thinking of this, Dijun sneered, "Orthodox disciple of Pangu? So what? You, this Taoist, trespassed into our Dao field without permission. You should be considered dead without regret. But if you are willing to hand over this supreme, innate spiritual treasure, you may save your life." Tai Yi echoed, "That's right. Quickly hand over this supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Otherwise, you will not easily leave after trespassing into our Dao field." Hearing this, Tongtian smiled. He didn't know whether to call these two ignorant or arrogant. They disregarded the name of the orthodox lineage of Pangu and instead focused on his Xian Yuan water controlling flag. Since that was the case, there was nothing more to say. It seemed that being polite in the wilderness truly held no meaning. It was better to speak with fists. Haha. With a disdainful smile, the next moment, Tongtian's aura suddenly surged. Upon entering the outer space, he had suppressed his aura to the early stage of the great Luo golden immortal. Now, he directly restored his aura to its peak. The cultivation of the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal was laid bare, and the powerful aura continuously spread outwards. Dijun and Tai Yi did not take Tongtian, the orthodox disciple of Pangu, seriously, not only because they were blinded by the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, but also because they sensed that Tongtian's cultivation was not strong. This gave them the confidence to demand that he hand over his spiritual treasure. But as Tongtian's aura fully erupted, both of them were immediately taken aback. Late stage of the great Luo golden immortal. This Taoist Tongtian actually had the cultivation of the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal. What a shameless fellow, hiding his own cultivation. If they had sensed this from the start, they would likely have played along for a while instead of tearing their faces off immediately. But now it was too late. After transforming, they had cultivated on the Sun Star for many years, and their cultivation was only at the early stage of the great Luo golden immortal. Tongtian's cultivation was 2 realms stronger than theirs. "Brother, we are not without a chance. 2 against 1, we have the advantage. Besides, we are not without powerful spiritual treasures in hand," Tai Yi said, not dwelling on it for too long. Dijun nodded slightly. Indeed, they were not without a chance. Thus, the two exchanged glances and simultaneously unleashed their auras. Tongtian remained calm, but he was somewhat surprised. The cultivation talents of these two were indeed not weak. Among the innate powers that had transformed in the wilderness, there were probably not many stronger than these two. They were only 1 step away from the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal. Kill. At this moment, Dijun and Tai Yi made their move without hesitation. Since they had already torn their faces, they had no qualms. Dijun formed a hand seal with one hand, and suddenly, a brilliant light pierced through the void. Tongtian remained expressionless, and under the protection of the Northern Xian Yuan water-controlling flag, he suddenly punched out. Boom! That burst of light was immediately crushed and dissipated without a trace. Jun's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this. What a powerful physical body. No wonder he came to the Sun Star. He must be trying to use the power of the true fire of the sun to further enhance his physical body. At this moment, he had already charged in front of Tongtian, unleashing a fierce divine ability to strike at him. Tongtian did not use any divine abilities. The power of his blood and energy surged within him. With just one punch, he sent Tai flying. He stopped, his expression becoming somewhat serious. What a powerful physical body, coupled with the opponent's late-stage Great Golden Immortal cultivation. If they did not go all out, their chances of defeating him were slim. Thus, the two exchanged glances and simultaneously unleashed the true fire of the sun buzz. In an instant, two terrifyingly brilliant flames floated in the void, controlled by both of them, drawing upon the true fire of the sun from the Sun Star as well. The true fire of the sun can burn mountains and boil seas. You still have time to admit defeat, Tai said coldly. Tongtian showed no fear. He wanted to see just how powerful the true fire of the sun really was. Seeing the other party unaware of the danger, both of them were filled with anger. They then unleashed the true fire of the sun directly. Boom! A sea of flames engulfed the void, and as it burned fiercely, the temperature in the void rapidly rose, quickly transforming into a sea of fire. The vast sea of fire formed a ring that surrounded Tongtian. Under their control, the fire ring began to shrink at a visible speed. The continuously rising scorching heat made Tongtian take things seriously. The 9 transformations primordial technique operated wildly, and an immense force of blood surged within him. Boom! With a punch, he immediately opened up an exit in the sea of fire. Before the sea of fire could repair itself, a shriek sounded from the flames, and a ferocious 3-legged golden crow several meters long charged towards Tongtian. Chapter 25. Suppressing Yuan and Tai, the fleeing golden crow brothers. The 3-legged golden crow shrieked in the void, creating an incredibly hot storm that collided through the air. This 3-legged golden crow was entirely formed from the true fire of the sun. A large amount of true fire of the sun was still burning fiercely on its body. Tongtian showed no intention of retreating, striking forward with a punch without hesitation. Boom! The terrifying force struck the 3-legged golden crow, knocking away half of its body. However, as the true fire of the sun burned fiercely, within just a few breaths, its body completely recovered. Unable to directly kill the 3-legged golden crow, Tongtian could only engage in hand-to-hand combat with it. This caused his body to suffer from the scorching burns of the true fire of the sun up close. Signs of drying and cracking quickly appeared on his arms. Seeing this, Tongtian's expression inevitably turned grim. He did not expect that even with his powerful physical body, he could not withstand the burns of the true fire of the sun. This true fire of the sun truly deserves to be one of the top flames in the primordial world. It was too simplistic to think he could use it to refine his body. Fortunately, although the true fire of the sun was fierce, he was not without the ability to counter it. Rise! With a thought, his vast magical power surged like a trickle into the Northern Xian Yuan water controlling banner. Suddenly, the Northern Xian Yuan water controlling banner glowed with brilliance. The next moment, a torrent of water was controlled by the banner, sweeping out majestically. The vast water flow condensed in the void into chains. These chains soared into the air, binding the 3-legged golden crow in the void. Seizing this opportunity, Tongtian struck again, finally killing the 3-legged golden crow directly. After its form collapsed, a large amount of true fire of the sun tried to splatter everywhere, but was completely blocked by the power of the Northern Xian Yuan water controlling banner. Successfully neutralizing the terrifying true fire of the sun, the Northern Xian Yuan water controlling banner flew back above Tongtian's head. The azure halo flowed around him, perfectly sheltering his form. The power of the true fire of the sun was indeed not weak, but wanting to use it against me is still far from enough. Tongtian looked at Yuan and Tai with a mocking tone. These words made Yuan and Tai's expressions suddenly darken. This guy's spirit treasure is truly formidable. If it weren't for this spirit treasure, even if his cultivation surpassed ours, he wouldn't be able to withstand the power of the true fire of the sun. Tai said with displeasure. Dejuan said solemnly, with such a top-tier water-type spirit treasure, we truly cannot do anything to him. We can only resort to other means. Tai sneered, it's just useless divine powers. I have the Chaos Bell in hand. This guy will definitely not be a match for our brotherhood. This treasure must belong to both of us. With such a powerful water-type spirit treasure, it was impossible for them to say they were not tempted. Since they had already completely offended the other party, they would find a way to kill him and naturally take this treasure for themselves. Go! Tai stepped forward, his figure suddenly appearing in the void. The next moment, he let out a low shout, and the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell, was immediately summoned. The ethereal chaotic power continuously seeped out from within. The surrounding void was completely suppressed by the power of the Chaos Bell. Tai wielded the Chaos Bell, laughing loudly. Tongtian Taoist, do you think you're the only one with a powerful spirit treasure? Let you witness the might of the innate supreme treasure. As his words fell, the Chaos Bell slowly flew towards Tongtian. The runes on it became exceptionally bright as magical power infused into it. Wherever it went, even the heat of heaven and earth was swept away. Feeling the immense pressure released by the Chaos Bell, Tongtian's expression showed no change. Did this guy really think he was guaranteed victory just because he had an innate supreme treasure? How ridiculous! If he only had one top-quality, innate spirit treasure in hand, he wouldn't be wandering around the primordial world like this. Go! With one hand forming a seal, the Heaven and Earth Xianhuang Linglong Tower was immediately summoned. Infinite Xianhuang energy surged out. The next moment, it transformed into a stream of light and flew straight out. The innate merit supreme treasure's power was naturally not weaker than that of the Chaos Bell. The immense might of the two supreme treasures suddenly collided in the void. Instantly, ripples spread throughout the void. Damn, this guy actually has another supreme treasure in hand? Tai was dumbfounded, not expecting Tongtian to actually have another supreme treasure. This guy has too many spirit treasures. Moreover, this small tower not only released Xianhuang energy, but also contained immense merit power. This was clearly not an innate supreme treasure, but a merit supreme treasure. This was even more precious than an innate supreme treasure. Looking across the entire primordial world, there were probably not many merit spirit treasures, let alone merit supreme treasures. This guy's fortune and luck were truly not shallow. At this time, Dejuan also summoned his He Tu and Luo Shu, and the powerful force of the top-quality, innate spirit treasure spread throughout heaven and earth. The power of He Tu and Luo Shu condensed into flickering stars. These stars, like falling meteors, rushed towards Tongtian. Tongtian waved his hand and directly summoned the top-quality, innate spirit treasure, the reincarnation seal. Under the roar of the reincarnation law's power, the reincarnation seal suddenly suppressed forward. In an instant, all the stars in the void exploded, turning into powder. Another powerful, top-quality, innate spirit treasure. Dejuan and Tai exchanged glances, both looking extremely shocked. They both had companion spirit treasures and initially thought they were already outstanding among innate deities. Who knew this Tongtian? The quality of the spirit treasures in his hands was not inferior to theirs, and the quantity even exceeded theirs. One merit supreme treasure and two top-quality, innate spirit treasures. How could this guy have so many treasures? However, this was also good. The more treasures the other party had, the greater the gains they would have after killing him. If they could obtain these three treasures, their combat power would surely increase significantly. Thinking of this, the greed in both of their hearts grew stronger, and they were even more determined to kill Tongtian directly. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his treasure. Today, you will undoubtedly die, Tai said with a murderous intent, continuing to launch a fierce attack with the Chaos Bell. However, no matter how astonishing the power released by the Chaos Bell was, it was still completely blocked by the Heaven and Earth Xianhuang Linglong Tower. Seeing this, Tai was filled with anger but had no better solution. At this moment, Tongtian had drawn a lot of power from the northern Xian Yuan controlling water banner, transforming it into a surging water dragon in the void, clawing and rushing towards DeDuan. This significantly increased DeDuan's pressure. And it wasn't over yet. While DeDuan was fully focused on balancing the two supreme, innate spiritual treasures, Tongtian had already approached him. Aside from the spiritual treasures in his hands, Tongtian's strongest asset was undoubtedly his physical body, which possessed the destructive power of an innate spiritual treasure. However, DeDuan and Tai were unaware of how powerful his physical body was, so they had no intention of keeping their distance from Tongtian. This allowed Tongtian to seize the opportunity. As Tongtian approached, DeDuan shouted loudly, spitting out a crimson flame. However, this flame was not the true fire of the sun. Therefore, Tongtian did not even use the power of the northern Xian Yuan controlling water banner and directly withstood it with his powerful physical body. He countered with a punch that struck DeDuan's abdomen. The immense force instantly pierced through his body, causing DeDuan to grunt and his handsome face to turn pale. What powerful physical strength. What is this guy's body like? It feels as though I was hit head-on by a spiritual treasure. DeDuan staggered back, but Tongtian showed no intention of letting him go. Stepping forward, he reached out and directly grabbed DeDuan's head, slamming it towards the ground while simultaneously delivering a kick. Bang! DeDuan's figure flew backward like a kite with a broken string, rolling over 10 times on the surface of the sun star. His entire person covered in dirt and in a very disheveled state. Brother, I'm here to help you. Tai was taken aback, not expecting DeDuan to suffer such a great loss at Tongtian's hands. A flash of ferocity crossed his eyes as he rushed towards Tongtian. DeDuan also coughed twice and charged at Tongtian again. Seeing the two brothers attacking together, Tongtian wore a disdainful expression. It seemed these two had not recognized the reality. His physical body surpassed theirs, and instead of surrendering, they dared to take the initiative to attack him. Wasn't this seeking death? Thus, with a few punches and kicks, DeDuan and Tai were directly beaten into a state of panic, holding their heads in retreat. Tai still wanted to say something fierce, but Tongtian didn't even give him the chance to speak. A punch came flying out, and Tai barely managed to counter with both hands, only for his arms to produce a sound of being unable to bear the weight. Damn it, how is this guy's physical body so terrifying? This is no longer a human. It's clearly a humanoid spiritual treasure. Tai's arms dropped, and he couldn't help but curse. DeDuan's face was bruised and swollen as he gritted his teeth and said, "We need to leave. This guy's physical body is strong, and he has many spiritual treasures. We are not his match for now. We can take revenge another day." Without saying another word, the two of them fled into the distance. As for the sun star, they didn't care. They could just let it go to Tongtian. They were born and transformed on the sun star, and they could be sure that aside from a large amount of true sun fire, there were no treasures present. So, giving it to Tongtian meant they suffered no loss. Of course, today's event would not end so easily. Once their cultivation improved further, they would surely be able to turn the tables. At that time, they would definitely not let Tongtian off. As the two fled in embarrassment, Tongtian looked on with a sneer. He had thought these two future demon emperors were formidable. Now, it appeared they were nothing of the sort. In fact, with his means, he could have chased them to the ends of the earth to kill them. However, knowing the future, he understood that this would bring no benefits. Moreover, even if he had the ability to kill the two, he could not actually do it. After all, these two were the future emperors who would establish the demon race. The demon race was one of the two great dominators of the witch and demon calamity. If he truly displayed boundless killing intent, he would likely immediately attract the attention of the heavenly Tao. If he recklessly killed the two, no one knew how the heavenly Tao would react. Currently, lacking the power to contend with the heavenly Tao, Tongtian naturally would not take that step. I came here to temper my body. Driving these two away means at least no one will disturb me. Tongtian thought to himself as he returned to the sun star. The northern Xian Yuan controlling water banner floated beside him, with misty water flowing accompanied by a deep blue halo sheltering his figure within. The terrifying heat and scorching temperature were completely blocked by the northern Xian Yuan controlling water banner. This allowed Tongtian to walk on the sun star effortlessly. After taking a brief look around, Tongtian stepped deeper into the sun star. The two had unhesitatingly given up on the sun star, likely not only because they knew they could not defeat him, but also because there were no treasures on the sun star. However, Tongtian did not mind. As long as there was a large amount of true sun fire on the sun star, his trip was not in vain. Soon, a large amount of true sun fire appeared ahead. After pondering for a moment, Tongtian walked towards it. The spiritual essence on the northern Xian Yuan controlling water banner suddenly surged, resisting the terrifying heat brought by the true sun fire. However, some of it still affected Tongtian's body, making him immediately feel the intense heat, his body becoming scorching. Tongtian's expression turned serious, given this situation. Wanting to use the true sun fire to temper his body was simply impossible, even with the protection of the northern Xian Yuan controlling water banner. Without it, he had no doubt that he would be burned to ashes upon getting close. After all, the power of the true sun fire was truly terrifying. This was not the true sun fire cast by deducing and Taqing, but rather the pure, true sun fire directly evolved from Pangu's eyes. Even a great Luo Jingxian could not withstand the pure, true sun fire in the center of the sun star. Only beings like deducing and Taqing, the three-legged golden crows, the overlords of fire, could remain unscathed on the sun star, where the true sun fire was everywhere. At a moment on a dim star in the outer starry sky, deducing and Taqing stopped, looking back to find no sign of Tongtian pursuing them. This finally allowed the two brothers to breathe a sigh of relief and decide to rest here temporarily. Damn it, we are born rulers, yet we find ourselves in such a predicament, Taqing said angrily. With their accompanying spiritual treasures, they were naturally superior to other innate deities in the wilderness. They just hadn't expected Tongtian to be so powerful that he forced them to flee in panic. If they did not take revenge for this, how could they swallow this anger? Dejuan's expression darkened as he said, "This guy is not easy to deal with. His physical body is strong enough, and he also possesses 3 powerful spiritual treasures. But once our cultivation advances further, we will definitely have the strength to contend with him." Taqing nodded in agreement, looking around and asking, "What do we do now?" Staying on this star was of no benefit to their cultivation. The spiritual energy here was simply too scarce. Let's head directly to the wilderness. Although the sun star is a top-tier star in the outer starry sky, the spiritual energy here is not comparable to the blessed lands of the wilderness. Since that's the case, we might as well go straight to the wilderness. We can also look for a place to settle down and see if we can meet some other powerful innate beings. Dejuan's eyes sparkled as he said, the two brothers were destined to achieve great things. How could they, as born rulers, remain idle? If the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans hadn't already gained a foothold, they would not have been content to cultivate on the sun star. They would have long since stirred up winds and rain in the wilderness, becoming a force to be reckoned with. As the two made their way to the wilderness, Tongtian had already arrived at the center of the sun star. What shocked him was the sudden appearance of a towering ancient tree before him. Chapter 26, Fusang Wood. High-grade innate spiritual treasure, fire spirit pearl. On the sun star, Tongtian examined the towering ancient tree in front of him, his expression astonished. He had thought that with the temperature on the sun star, there shouldn't be any spiritual objects present. Unexpectedly, there was actually a large tree at the center. However, calling it a tree seemed somewhat inaccurate, as its height far exceeded the normal trees in the primordial era, at least several thousand zhang tall. The most critical point was that it only had branches and no leaves whatsoever. Any plant spirit should possess a significant amount of spiritual essence and vitality. This special tree, however, was surrounded by true solar fire, without a trace of life. Rather than a tree, it could at most be considered a piece of wood. The true solar fire surrounding it indicated that it certainly had extraordinary qualities to survive on the sun star. Tongtian pondered for a moment, and a bright glimmer suddenly flashed in his eyes. Could it be the supreme, innate spiritual root, Fusang wood? Over 1,000 zhang tall, a body of fire spirit. It was said that Fusang fruits would grow on its branches. Murmuring to himself, Tongtian scanned the various parts of the Fusang wood. Unfortunately, He did not see a single fusang fruit. But if you remember correctly, the branches of fusang would also had peculiar uses. After all, it was part of a supreme, innate spiritual root, and naturally, it was top-notch refining material. He could keep it for later use to refine spiritual treasures. Without hesitation, Tongtian summoned the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower, and in an instant, overwhelming power was released within it, directly bringing the fusang wood into the small tower. Inside the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower, Oli, who was meditating to recover from her injuries, sensed the activation of the Linglong Tower and initially thought Tongtian was going to release her. Who would have thought that 1,000 zhang tall piece of dead wood would suddenly appear before her? This left her somewhat shocked. Could it be that Tongtian had found another supreme, innate spiritual root? However, this deadwood looked lifeless and devoid of spiritual essence, not even resembling a postnatal spiritual root. Aoli wanted to observe it up close, knowing Tongtian well enough. If this deadwood were ordinary, Tongtian would never have brought it into the Linglong Tower. As she approached, Aoli suddenly felt a burning sensation. It was then she realized that this deadwood was actually surrounded by groups of extremely intense golden flames. These golden flames were very dangerous. This made her immediately halt her steps, not daring to advance. The true dragon had the ability to control water. But facing such terrifying flames, Aoli could only retreat. She had a premonition that if these flames touched her, she would likely be reduced to ashes. Where on earth did this guy find such an odd spiritual root? Could these flames be the true fire of the sun star? Aoli's beautiful eyes flickered. She knew Tongtian was heading to the sun star and the moon star. This kind of dead wood with flames burning around it could only exist on the sun star. One had to admit, this guy's fortune was indeed profound. No matter where he went, he could always make unexpected gains. The Dragon Clan had offended such an existence. She hoped it wouldn't lead to too serious consequences. Aoli sighed softly. Even now, she was still worried about the Dragon Clan. After all, she was the Dragon Clan's eldest princess. She didn't know if her father had emerged from his retreat. Once he learned that she had been abducted, he would surely not let Tongtian off the hook. What choice would she have then? After bringing the 1,000 zhang fusang wood into the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower, Tongtian realized that this was not the entirety of the fusang wood. It still had a large portion of its body rooted deep in the core of the sun star. He had only managed to cut it in half. Clearly, it was impossible to uproot it entirely and take it away, unless he had the ability to shake the entire sun star, which would require at least the cultivation of a primordial golden immortal. Forget it. This spiritual root remaining on the sun star would eventually have the chance to blossom anew. Taking it all away would instead cut off its potential for further growth. Tongtian's eyes flickered. He didn't take this matter to heart. He was now not far from the core of the sun star, and wanting to use the true solar fire to temper his body was undoubtedly the best location. As for going deeper, Tongtian had no such thoughts. Even with the protection of the Northern Xian Yuan water control banner, he could not reach the depths of the sun star's core. The source of the true solar fire inside was simply beyond what he could withstand at present, let alone use it to temper his body. That would be akin to seeking death. Choosing a relatively good spot, Tongtian immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, simultaneously controlling the Northern Xian Yuan water control banner to gather some of its power. In an instant, the terrifying true solar fire spread over Tongtian's body. The burning pain enveloped him, causing him to sweat profusely. He could only grit his teeth and endure while fully activating the 9 turns Yuan skill, desperately devouring the power brought by the true solar fire. Under the scorching of the true solar fire, a burnt smell soon spread, and Tongtian's body was burned in many places, revealing stark white bones. His flesh and hair had all been turned to nothingness. The Taoist robe on him was completely reduced to ashes. This robe was formed from the condensation of pure qi during his transformation. It was extraordinary in itself, equivalent to a postnatal spiritual treasure. However, under the terrifying burning of the true solar fire, it was entirely destroyed to ash, leaving not even a fragment behind. This made Tongtian further realize how terrifying the true solar fire was. Fortunately, his physical body was now vastly improved. Otherwise, he would not have had the opportunity to use true solar fire to temper his body. The burning pain surged from many parts of his body, penetrating to the marrow. Tongtian forcibly endured the pain while stabilizing his mind, not forgetting to operate both the 9 turns Xian skill and 9 turns Yuan skill together. The two techniques were fully unleashed, allowing him to refine the power of the true solar fire faster to enhance his physical body. However, tempering the body was destined to be a process that required a lot of time. Thus, Tongtian continued to immerse himself in a state of both pain and pleasure. The pain was undeniable. His body had a powerful recovery ability, but the freshly grown flesh and flowing blood vitality were easily burned away by the true solar fire. Only the bones could withstand the continuous forging of the true solar fire. The pleasure naturally came from the sensation of his body continuously improving. In this dual experience of pain and joy, Tongtian had lost track of time. He didn't know how long had passed, and when he had become muddled, a notification sound rang in his ears. You have endured the burning of the true solar fire day and night, deeply comprehending its mysteries, and successfully mastered the great divine ability, true solar fire. This voice was like thunder, causing Tongtian to suddenly awaken as if he had been enlightened. Immediately, he was filled with ecstasy. He had actually successfully mastered the true solar fire. This meant he could control the true solar fire now. With a thought, he immediately reached out his palm forward, and a ball of true solar fire obediently curled up in his palm. This discovery thrilled Tongtian. Now he could store the true solar fire and use it to temper his body anytime and anywhere. Buzz, with one hand forming a seal. The heavenly yellow Linglong Tower was summoned once again. Tongtian specially made a layer inside it to swallow all the true solar fire in front of him. In an instant, a large amount of true solar fire surged in like a rushing river, continuously flowing into the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower. The heavenly yellow Linglong Tower had a total of 9 levels. Each level contained its own universe, encompassing an immensely vast world. The 9-story tower represented 9 great worlds. In a vast universe, there exist 3,000 middle worlds, and each middle world contains 3,000 small worlds. Therefore, the space within is truly boundless. Tongtian plans to dedicate this layer of space to store the true fire of the sun. Not only the blazing true fire of the sun burning on the sun star, but he also has his eyes on the source true fire located at the core of the sun star. This is the most terrifying power within the entire sun star. Although his current physical body cannot withstand it, he can keep it for future use. Sucking in, Tongtian continuously poured his vast magical power into the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower, where the yellow and black energy transformed into a swirling vortex. An endless stream of true fire from the sun was being devoured. Tongtian then maneuvered the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower deeper inside. The pure golden source true fire was instantly swallowed into the tower. When Tongtian completely consumed the true fire before him, the entire sun star dimmed a little. It could be said that nearly 1/10 of the source flames from the entire sun star were drawn away by Tongtian. This made Tongtian very satisfied, and he retracted the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower. It seemed that this trip to the sun star was coming to a successful end. As Tongtian prepared to leave, he suddenly sensed a trace of spiritual essence ahead. This startled him. What is going on? Could there be treasures hidden deep within the core of the sun star? If he hadn't mastered the true fire of the sun, he definitely wouldn't dare to venture deeper. But now that he had mastered the true fire of the sun, he could greatly immunize himself against the threats posed by the source true fire, and with the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Northern Xian Yuan water controlling flag, he could continue to go deeper without any issues. Thus, Tongtian immediately unleashed the power of the Northern Xian Yuan water controlling flag, covering himself with flowing water, and then stepped deeper inside. Since the nearby source true fire had already been swept away, even the residual heat was still terrifying, but it posed no pressure on Tongtian. As he delved deeper, he soon spotted a treasure radiating spiritual essence, which was a round, fiery red spiritual pearl. This fiery red spiritual pearl quietly floated in the void. completely ignoring the nearby, still blazing true fire of the sun. Tongtian carefully examined it and quickly guessed the origin of this pearl. He was overjoyed. If even the power of the true fire of the sun could be immune to it, this pearl was very likely a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the Fire Spirit Pearl. Although it was just a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure, it was one of the innate 5 spirit pearls, containing pure natural, elemental power. This was indeed a precious treasure. If he could gather all 5 innate spirit pearls, their power would even surpass that of ordinary supreme, innate spiritual treasures. Such a treasure could not be missed. With a delighted expression, Tongtian immediately used his magical power, and the Fire Spirit Pearl flew into his palm. The more he looked at the rounded Fire Spirit Pearl, the more he liked it. Who would have thought that such a special spiritual treasure would exist deep in the core of the Sun Star? Even the Emperor Jun and Tai, who were born on the Sun Star, probably had no idea that treasures were hidden deep within the Sun Star. Otherwise, the two of them would certainly not have left so decisively. Of course, this was good for him, giving him an unexpected gain. After collecting the Fire Spirit Pearl, there were no other treasures left on the Sun Star, and Tongtian was ready to leave directly. The opportunities of the Sun Star had already been secured. The next step was to search for the Taqing star. Unlike the Sun Star, which was brightly shining and filled with endless heat waves, the Taqing star was not as radiant. However, it was also a simple matter to find its trace. He just needed to fly towards the cold and quiet area that contained a blue halo. Basically, the main stars in the outer space were quite easy to locate. As long as one knew certain characteristics of that star, one could search for it based on those characteristics. The Taqing star is associated with the Yin, formed from Pangu's right eye. After flying in the outer space for 10 years, Tongtian finally saw this gigantic and beautiful star. Without hesitation, he directly landed on the Taqing star. The entire Taqing star was also filled with solitude, and its biggest difference from the Sun Star was its pervasive coldness. It was a penetrating chill that reached deep into the bones. Even though Tongtian's physical body was incredibly strong, under such temperatures, his blood could not boil. Seeing this, Tongtian directly activated the drop of Pangu's heart blood within him. In an instant, vast blood energy spread out from him, continuously radiating into the surroundings. This filled him with powerful strength, allowing him to stroll around the Taqing star. After making his way towards the center for a while, Tongtian raised his eyebrows slightly. There were also 2 innate powers on the Taqing star, namely the so-called Shiha and Changshi, the 2 Taqing goddesses. However, he had been on the Taqing star for quite some time and had yet to see these 2 fairies. At this moment, a sturdy tree appeared ahead, catching Tongtian's attention. Growing at the core of the Taqing star, this was undoubtedly the innate laurel tree. Its branches were densely covered with laurels, and from a distance, the blue halo was faintly visible, very eye-catching. This innate laurel tree was not an ordinary object, but an innate extreme path water spiritual root. It was also known as the Taqing laurel tree. It was born from a moon's Yin and was in harmony with the vast Taqing star. Therefore, no matter how severely it was damaged, as long as the Taqing star remained, it could provide continuous power for its recovery. Similarly, if the Taqing star were to be destroyed, this innate laurel tree would also completely wither away. This spiritual root, like the Fusang tree on the Sun Star, could be used for refining weapons. Legend has it that Changshi married the demon emperor Dijuan and gave birth to 10 children, known as the 10 golden crows. Later, when the 10 suns rose into the sky, the great which Hui shot down 9 of them. Tongtian's thoughts wandered far away. The mythological figure Chang'e was related to this demon queen. It is said that because Hui shot down her son, Changshi harbored resentment and directly descended to the mortal realm as Chang'e, enchanting Hui. To pursue Chang'e, Hui came to the Taqing star, which is the tale of Chang'e flying to the moon. After arriving at the Taqing star, Changshi used the power of the Taqing star to completely seal Hui's memories. Chang'e was also cursed. As long as the innate laurel tree did not fall, the two could not meet their wishes. Losing his memories, Hui transformed into Wu Gang, relying on instinct to chop down the laurel tree on the Taqing star year after year. This was all to see Chang'e again. Of course, these are just stories from legends. They may not have actually happened in the primordial times. And how could a dignified demon queen personally deal with a great witch from the witch clan, even disguising herself as the other's wife to deceive him? Could Dijun endure such a green hat? Chapter 27. Harvest. Mastering the Xian Yin divine water. With the power and dominance of the demon race in the primordial times, it would definitely not be easy to kill one of the 12 ancestral witches, as they were all top-tier figures in the primordial world. But simply killing a great witch like Hui was not difficult at all. Such trivial matters would not require the demon queen to sacrifice herself. Even if Chang'e was not the true form of Changshi, it would still be incredibly sensational. Naturally, Tongtian did not believe this very much. This visit to the Taqing star would be best if Shiha and the others were willing to lend their dojo to him for refining his body. He was not the kind of person who would demand to completely occupy someone else's dojo as soon as he arrived. Moreover, for him, cultivating in the primordial world, whether on the Sun Star or the Taqing star, was just a temporary place for cultivation. Bringing them over would be of no use. Dijun and Tai Yi brought this upon themselves. If the two of them hadn't greedily set their sights on his spiritual treasure, they wouldn't have been beaten to the point of having no home to return to. The Hongwang world advocates the survival of the fittest, where strength is paramount. However, having strength alone is not enough. There is no need to offend two innate powerful beings for no reason, as long as they did not obstruct his work. Tongtian was still willing to sit down and have a good conversation with the two of them. Therefore, he did not rush to take the innate laurel tree away, but instead stood directly in front of the laurel tree and said loudly, "Shiha and Changshi, are you two fairies present? I have a matter to discuss, and I wonder if you two could grace me with your presence?" Enhanced by magical power, Tongtian's voice echoed through the vast emptiness. At this moment, two graceful figures appeared not far away, swiftly appearing before Tongtian. The one in the lead was extraordinarily beautiful, with a cold yet noble demeanor, her figure graceful, and her 3,000 strands of hair cascading down her back like a waterfall, making her appear even more ethereal. Both were dressed in delicate light blue long skirts. The other woman was equally stunning, but her appearance was not as regal as the one in front, instead exuding a pure and innocent vibe. If one had to distinguish their auras, one was a mature woman and the other a pure young girl. It was evident that the one in front was the elder sister Shiha of the Taqing goddesses, while the younger one, exuding a youthful charm, was her sister Changshi. Both were undoubtedly among the top female immortals in the Honghuang world, which caused Tongtian to be momentarily dazzled. He had seen many beauties, but few matched the looks and aura of the two. Their unparalleled elegance was not something that heavily made-up women could compare to. The gap between them was like a chasm. At this moment, the sisters Shiha and Changshi were both observing Tongtian. Tongtian did not conceal his aura. And the moment he descended on the Taqing star, they had already sensed his presence. They initially wanted to see what Tongtian intended to do, but unexpectedly, he directly recognized them. He even called out their names, which was the most puzzling part for the sisters. In their memory, they did not know Tongtian. Why did he recognize them? "May I ask your name, friend? We sisters have resided on the Taqing star for many years. Are you perhaps Dijun or Tai Yi from the Sun Star?" A hint of confusion flashed in Shia's beautiful eyes as she ventured this guess. If the other party was indeed Dijun or Tai Yi, it would be normal for him to know their identities, as they were all innate divine beings born from the outer space. They would certainly not be strangers to one another. However, Shiha felt this doubt mainly because she sensed the aura of true solar fire from Tongtian, a very terrifying aura of true fire. This indicated that he must have come from the Sun Star, which was originally the domain of Dijun and Tai Yi. Hearing her sister's words, Changshi couldn't help but mumble in her heart, "Dijun and Tai, you should have transformed around the same time as them. How could their cultivation be so much higher than theirs?" She could sense that Tongtian's aura was extremely powerful. At the very least, it was not something she and her sister could contend with. Tongtian, hearing this, was somewhat puzzled as to why they would mistake him for Dijun or Tai Yi. He shook his head and said, "I am neither Dijun nor Tai Yi. I am Pangu's true successor, Shanqing Tongtian." I am not an innate being from the outer space, but hailing from Hongwang. Upon hearing this, Shia's beautiful face was filled with astonishment. Did she mistake the person? She felt a bit embarrassed and said, I sense the blazing aura of true solar fire from you. So I assumed you were one of those two friends from the Sun Star. I was presumptuous. Changshi looked at her sister's embarrassed expression and whispered, Pangu's true successor? Isn't that the descendant of the great god Pangu? That's much more impressive than the three-legged golden crows of Dijun and Tai. Xia glanced at her sister and laughed. My sister is a bit childish. I hope you don't mind, friend. Tongtian chuckled. No problem. Fairy Changshi has a pure nature. I'm not the kind of person who holds grudges. As for the solar fire aura on me, it is because I recently left the Sun Star. I was refining my body with true solar fire there, which must be why I carried so much of its aura. This statement left Shiha and Changshi somewhat shocked and dazed. What did that mean? The true solar fire also had a body-refining effect? Is that true? That was one of the top flames in the Hongwang. What level would the body need to reach to be refined with true solar fire? The key was that the other party's cultivation was already strong enough to be sensed from the aura he displayed. Such powerful cultivation, and yet he still needed to temper his own body? That was indeed somewhat unusual, as there were probably not many people in the entire Hongwang who would specifically refine their bodies. For practitioners, the three most important elements were the foundation, cultivation, and spiritual treasures. As for the body, unless it was an innate being with talent and body refining, no one would waste time on it. But someone like Tongtian, who could refine his body with true solar fire, was undoubtedly a true powerhouse in Hongwang. This made both Shiha and Changshi feel a sense of respect. Did you come to the Taqing star this time to refine your body? Shia's beautiful eyes flickered as she began to understand Tongtian's purpose for coming to the Taqing star. He likely came for the end divine water after refining his body with true solar fire on the Sun Star. Aware that the other party had guessed his intentions, Tongtian got straight to the point. To be honest, I came to borrow your precious land to refine my body with the end divine water. Changshi's eyes widened, and she said directly, refining the body with end divine water is extremely dangerous. Are you sure you want to do that? Tongtian smiled and said, cultivation is inherently about seeking fortune in danger. You two fairies need not worry. If it proves useless, I will also remember your kindness. With that said, Shiha and Changshi could not say much more. The sisters exchanged glances and reached a consensus. Shiha softly said, the end divine water is formed from the chilling energy of heaven and earth. It is the complete opposite of true solar fire. Since you are determined, I will not say much more. After saying this, she gestured for Tongtian to follow, and the two of them led the way ahead. In no time, Tongtian felt the temperature of the world drop dramatically. Before him appeared a pool of water. The area around the pool was filled with solidified ice crystals. It was visible to the naked eye that wisps of white cold air were rising above the pool. This was the end divine pool formed by the condensation of end divine water. I must say one more thing. If you enter the pool, you may be directly frozen. Xia thought for a moment and reminded him again. Facing true solar fire, one might still find a way to escape. But if one entered the pool, there would be no chance to escape anymore. The endless cold air would completely seal all power. Even if Tongtian's body was strong, he might not be able to exert any strength and would sink to the bottom of the divine pool. Changshi also spoke solemnly. If you sink to the bottom of the divine pool, with our current cultivation, we might also be powerless to save you. Tongtian chuckled lightly. No worries. I am confident in myself. Thank you both for opening the door for me. After saying this, he stepped forward to the divine pool. He possessed the innate treasure of merit and the top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Yuan water controlling flag. If the power of the end divine water was truly difficult to withstand, he was not afraid. At worst, he could fully unleash the power of that drop of heart's blood within him. That way, he could possess immense vitality and break out of the end divine pool. So he wasn't too worried about encountering any danger. Without hesitation, Tongtian directly stowed away his Dao robe, revealing his robust upper body, and in the next moment, he leaped directly into the end divine pool. Instantly, the bone-chilling cold seeped into his marrow, completely enveloping Tongtian. He could hardly sense his own body. His limbs felt as if they were not his own. No wonder it was called end divine water. It truly possessed extreme coldness. Tongtian was astonished and hurriedly circulated his vitality to counteract the power of the end divine water. However, no matter how his vitality surged, it was of no use. Ice crystals had already formed on the surface of his skin, preventing his vitality from bursting forth through his flesh, let alone countering the end divine water. Of course, if he activated the heart's blood within him, the effect would certainly be better, but that would defeat the purpose of tempering his body. Focusing his mind, Tongtian operated both the 9 transformations primordial skill and the 9 transformations mysterious skill, and strands of cold air began to roam throughout his body in order to completely refine and absorb this extreme coldness. Tongtian pondered for a moment and decided to unleash the true fire of the sun. While the true fire of the sun could not manifest in the end divine water, its heat still conveyed to Tongtian, offsetting much of the cold nature of the end divine water. The pressure on his flesh was instantly reduced by more than half under this premise. The 9 transformations primordial skill operated wildly, continuously absorbing the cold air to enhance his physical strength. Shiha and Changshi did not leave immediately. They were somewhat worried about Tongtian's situation. Although Tongtian was very confident, if something unexpected happened, at least they could help think of a solution. However, they had not anticipated that Tongtian would be so carefree, stripping off his clothes and jumping directly into the pool. That muscular body made both of them blush. "Sister, let us leave here. We shouldn't disturb Taoist Tongtian's cultivation," Changshi proactively suggested. They waited for a moment, and Tongtian was not completely frozen by the end divine water. This indicated that Tongtian's body could fully withstand the power of the end divine water. With this, they had no need to worry anymore. She has sighed with emotion. Such a powerful body, it must be top tier in the vast wilderness. No wonder he can temper his body with the true fire of the sun and the end divine water. Changshi nodded in agreement. There are many strong ones in the vast wilderness. However, Taoist Tongtian's background is quite extraordinary, being of Pangu's true lineage. This alone surpasses other innate powers. She had nodded slightly. That was indeed the case. However, one's background was originally part of their strength. Regardless, Tongtian's safety was certainly not a problem. So the two sisters decided not to stay any longer. Otherwise, it would be quite awkward to watch Tongtian bare-chested in the divine pool. Tongtian, on the other hand, did not notice the two women's situation. His entire focus was completely immersed in tempering his body. He did not know how long had passed, but he could feel that he had absorbed enough cold air. The speed of the wildly circulating 9 transformations primordial skill suddenly surged. This made Tongtian feel overjoyed, as it indicated that his cultivation of the 9 transformations primordial skill had advanced further, directly reaching the 6th transformation. With the breakthrough of the technique came an enhancement of his physical body. Tongtian's vitality suddenly emitted a deafening roar and centered around him. The end divine water in the pool was also affected, with numerous ripples continuously spreading out. Feeling the immense power within him, Tongtian was ecstatic. With the 9 transformations primordial skill breaking through again, his physical body had reached a level comparable to a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. It could be said that relying solely on his physical body, he had the confidence to bathe in the end divine water. But that was not all. The 9 transformations primordial skill and the 9 transformations mysterious skill complemented each other as a complete system of techniques. At this moment, with the breakthrough of the 9 transformations primordial skill, the 9 transformations mysterious skill he was cultivating also broke through simultaneously. This caused his aura to suddenly rise, and his cultivation stepped into the threshold, successfully reaching the peak of the golden immortal. This level was undoubtedly among the fastest among many innate deities. Even Laozi and Yuan Shi, who had the same background, certainly did not have the cultivation of the peak golden immortal at this moment. It could be said that Tongtian had already far surpassed other innate powers. The simultaneous breakthrough of his physical body and cultivation had elevated Tongtian's combat power by several times. Good things come in pairs. This was simply delightful. So Tongtian began to accelerate the absorption of the Xian divine water. The overwhelming cold air surged like waves, sweeping through his internal organs, crashing against the immense vitality. His body was instantly in chaos, as if in an ice and fire duality. But there were no adverse effects. Rather, it allowed his physical body to rise even further. At this moment, a prompt suddenly sounded in his ears. You are soaking in the Xian divine water. Personally experiencing the extreme cold and extreme power of the Xian divine water, successfully mastering the divine ability. Xian divine water. Tongtian was taken aback. He actually mastered the Xian divine water? This was truly marvelous. With the true fire of the sun in his left hand and the Xian divine water in the other, he had grasped two extremely contrasting powers. Once his cultivation reached the level of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, he could use these two divine abilities to directly comprehend the laws of water and fire. This is what is meant by advancing quickly leads to further advancements. Having successfully mastered the Xian divine water, Tongtian's heart stirred, and his figure immediately swam towards the depths of the Xian divine pool. He wanted to see just how deep the Xian divine pool was. Chapter 28, Kidnapping the Taqing Goddess. The Furious Golden Crow. Based on his previous experience of tempering his body on the Taqing star, Tongtian knew that if he could reach the bottom of the Xian divine pool, the Xian divine water, there would definitely be better for tempering his body. However, this Xian divine pool was indeed not very deep. He had not swum long when the surrounding light completely vanished, turning into a deep, dark abyss. As he continued deeper, a sudden blue light appeared before him. Upon closer inspection, Tongtian's expression filled with joy. At the very bottom of the Xian divine pool, there was actually a completely azure treasure pearl floating. The blue light was emitted by this pearl. If it were not for the existence of this spiritual pearl, the bottom of the pool would have long been eroded by darkness. A top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the water spirit pearl. He never expected to find a spiritual pearl at the bottom of the Xian divine pool. Tongtian sighed in his heart. Upon careful thought, both the Xian divine water and the true fire of the sun were among the purest powers in the world. It seemed that only such powers could support the birth of innate spiritual pearls. This was a boon for him. He already had the fire spirit pearl in hand, and now he could also acquire the water spirit pearl. Buzz! With a wave of his hand, the water spirit pearl instantly fell into Tongtian's palm. After a brief examination, Tongtian stowed away the water spirit pearl. There was no issue with tempering his body in the Xian divine pool, but attempting to refine spiritual treasures within it would be quite difficult for him. Having obtained the water spirit pearl, Tongtian did not waste the extremely cold air at the bottom of the divine pool. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground at the bottom of the pool, fully operating the 9 transformations primordial skill and the 9 transformations mysterious skill. On the Taqing star, Shiha and Changshi had left for quite a while. After some thought, they still felt uneasy about Tongtian. The power of the Xian divine water was terrifying, and both of them were very clear about this. Tongtian could withstand it for a moment, but they could not guarantee there would be no issues over time. So after waiting for a while, the two of them returned to the vicinity of the Xian divine pool. Sister, Taoist Tongtian is not here. Could it be that he went to the bottom of the pool? Changshi said with a somewhat shocked expression. Shihi's delicate face grew serious. The Xian divine water at the bottom of the divine pond is the purest. Fellow Taoist Tongtian, you seem a bit anxious. Without a powerful physical body, it might be difficult to escape. As she said this, she also looked a bit worried. Although it was their first meeting with Tongtian, they didn't want to see him completely frozen at the bottom of the Xian divine pond. Just as the two sisters were hesitating about what to do, ripples appeared again on the surface of the pond, and the next moment, Tongtian's figure emerged from beneath the water, exhaling a breath of turbid air. He put on his Tao robe again and directly left the Xian divine pond. This body-refining experience was indeed very rewarding. In terms of spiritual treasures, He obtained 2 innate spirit pearls. The enhancement of his physical body was the most astonishing. Seeing Tongtian come out, Shi and Chang, she both sighed in relief. Fellow Taoist,'s physical body is indeed powerful. Being able to move freely in the Xianin divine water is truly impressive, Shi said with a look of admiration. Even they, as sisters, would not usually approach the Xianin divine pond, let alone use the Xianin divine water for body refining. That idea was simply too crazy. Of course, Tongtian's formidable strength was definitely related to his intense training. However, this method was simply not suitable for the 2 sisters. Fellow Taoist is being modest. There are always greater heavens and stronger people outside, Tongtian said with a light smile. This was not false humility. There truly were many strong individuals in the wilderness. Not to mention, the physical limits of the 12 ancestors of sorcery were not lower than his. As for cultivation, compared to the innate demon gods like Hongjun and Yang Mei, he was even further behind. Shi and Chang, she didn't think much of it. They just felt that Tongtian was too modest. They were all innate great beings anyway, and they were far inferior to Tongtian. Fellow Taoist, is there any difference between the wilderness and the outer starry sky? Changshi asked curiously. I've heard the wilderness is vibrant and lively. Not as desolate as the outer starry sky, right? Since their birth, the 2 sisters had been cultivating on the Taqing star and had never been to the wilderness. So they were filled with curiosity about it. She was also very curious about the situation in the wilderness and looked at Tongtian with her beautiful eyes. Tongtian chuckled and introduced, of course. There are living beings everywhere in the wilderness. It is full of vitality and everything is thriving. There are also many rare, beautiful sceneries in the world. The land is vast and strong individuals are numerous. In short, it is definitely much better than the cold and barren outer starry sky. After saying this, he couldn't help but shake his head. These innate great beings born in the outer starry sky seemed to be free, but the places for cultivation were too dull and boring. In his view, those stars were no different from prisons. One could not see beautiful scenery or vast lands. If it were him, he certainly wouldn't want to stay in the outer starry sky for cultivation. For example, Dijun and Tai were a case in point. After they left the sun star for the wilderness, they never returned to the sun star again. Who would want to return to guard a small piece of land after personally experiencing the vastness of the wilderness? Hearing this, Shi and Chang, she both showed hopeful expressions. They were filled with fantasies about what Tongtian had described. It would be even better if they could see it with their own eyes. However, the sisters also knew that the wilderness was fraught with danger and without sufficient strength. They had no confidence to venture there. Tongtian noticed this and understood the concerns in their hearts, which made him chuckle. The 2 of them were indeed not top tier among innate great beings, but they were still innate great beings. Why be so timid? After thinking for a moment, he proposed, if the 2 fairies really want to see the wilderness, why not follow me back? As long as you trust me, I will definitely protect your safety. If you feel uncomfortable in the wilderness and want to return to the Taqing star, I absolutely won't stop you, and I will even personally escort you back. How about it? Letting the 2 stunning Taqing goddesses stay on the Taqing star would only benefit Dijun and the demon race in the end. Since that was the case, it was better to make a move while they were tempted. He didn't know what expression Dijun would have upon finding out. The key was that they were not just pretty faces. They might become one of his strengths in the future. The foundation of the Jiao was deep, with many disciples, yet it was still difficult to survive the Great Tribulation of heaven and earth. The essence was that there were still too few strong ones in Jiao. If a few innate great beings could be stationed there, he only needed to ensure that other saints wouldn't cause trouble. Hearing this, Changshi's face was filled with excitement. After listening to Tongtian's description of the wilderness, she was already itching to go. Not knowing was one thing, but knowing how vast and interesting the wilderness was made it impossible for her to settle down and continue cultivating on the Taqing star. She had long had enough of this long, lonely life. She was also filled with hope about going to the wilderness, but she still had her concerns. Her personality was not as carefree as Changshi's. She had to be more composed in her views. Thank you for your kind intentions, fellow Taoist. However, Bringing us both to the wilderness might be too much trouble for you. Moreover, the forces in the wilderness are currently chaotic. If we accidentally provoke a strong enemy, it would definitely implicate you, Shi said softly. Chang Shi, upon hearing this, also suppressed her excitement. Their cultivation was not as good as Tongtian's. And in the wilderness, strength was everything. Tongtian smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, are you doubting my abilities? Since I said I would protect you both, I can certainly do it. Besides, I'm not alone. I have two older brothers. One is Taqing Laozi, and the other is Yuqing Yuan Shi. We are all of the Pangu orthodoxy. No matter our backgrounds or combat power, we can be said to be on par with any innate deity. So you too can rest assured." Hearing this, the concerns in Shi and Chang Shi's hearts were completely dispelled. It turned out that Tongtian was not alone. He had two older brothers. With that, protecting their safety would definitely be no problem. After all, Tongtian's cultivation was above theirs, and his two older brothers would certainly be stronger. Plus, with the Pangu orthodoxy as their backing, this configuration could definitely run rampant without worry. All right, then please stay a while longer on the Taqing star, and we will pack up before we go to the wilderness with you. She did not think for too long and directly agreed. Seeing this, Chang Shi was overjoyed and hurriedly ran to pack her things. Watching her sister's eagerness, she felt a bit embarrassed. It seemed like they were both too impatient. Tongtian smiled. He had to admit, the two were truly innocent by nature. No wonder they were so easily taken advantage of by Dijun. However, with him around now, unless the two agreed, he would not let Dijun's plan succeed easily. While the two were busy packing, Tongtian enjoyed the scenery on the Taqing star. Far away on the Sun Star, Dijun and Tai Yi approached quietly. They had recovered from their injuries in the wilderness and, after some discussion, decided to return to the Sun Star for a look. After all, it was their dojo. If Tongtian was occupying it and had no intention of leaving, they could discuss it further. Fortunately, they did not sense Tongtian's aura, which indicated that he had likely already left. It seemed the guy had finished body refining and left. How fortunate for him. He was already difficult to deal with. If he really refined his body with the sun's true fire, his physical body would likely become even more powerful. It became even more difficult for us to deal with him, Tai Yi said with an angry expression. He was deeply impressed by Tongtian's extremely powerful physical body. The three-legged golden crow's foundation of the two of them was simply incomparable, and from beginning to end, they had no strength to fight back. At this moment, Dijun's expression was dark as he surveyed the Sun Star, gritting his teeth and saying, "Damn Tongtian Taoist. A part of the original power within the Sun Star is missing. It must be the work of this scoundrel." Upon hearing this, Tai Yi was shocked and muttered, "Impossible. No matter how strong this guy's body is, he can't possibly devour so much sun true fire." Dijun roared in anger. He indeed cannot absorb so much sun true fire's power, but he can temporarily store it using spiritual treasures. This guy must be seeking revenge against us. Tai Yi was also furious and said, "This damned thief. We must not let him go easily if we encounter him again." As the two spoke, they headed towards the Fusong tree, and sure enough, the Fusong tree was missing more than half, with only the stumps rooted in the ground remaining. This further fueled their anger. That guy even spared the deadwood in their Taoist temple. Insane. Simply insane. At this moment, Dijun suddenly had a strange premonition. He looked towards the center of the Sun Star, his eyes flashing with doubt. What was going on? He felt as if he had missed some kind of opportunity. But what kind of opportunity could there be on the Sun Star? "Brother, what should we do now?" Tai asked at this time. Dijun, feeling angry, said in a deep voice, "No matter how furious we are now, is useless. Let's directly go to the primordial chaos to cultivate. When our cultivation breaks through, we will definitely settle the new and old scores with him." As for cultivating on the Sun Star, neither of them mentioned it. The Sun Star was simply too desolate. Instead, the primordial chaos, filled with spiritual energy, was more suitable for their cultivation. Of course, the main reason was that they were worried about encountering Tongtian again. If that guy returned to the Sun Star in a fit of rage, the two brothers were not a match for him at the moment. Thus, they did not stay long on the Sun Star and transformed into two streams of light, quickly flying towards the primordial chaos. On the Taqing star, Shiha and Changshi had also packed everything up. So the three of them set off on their journey to the primordial chaos. It is worth mentioning that with the consent of the two, Tongtian successfully took some branches of the innate laurel tree. Such high-grade refining materials were quite rare in the primordial chaos. Naturally, they could not miss them. The three were all innate powers, flying at a very fast speed. However, it still took them some time to pass through the outer barrier of the primordial chaos world again. This was the first time for the two women to come to the primordial chaos, and they widened their eyes to take in everything around them. Tongtian did not dampen their spirits and took the two to stroll around the vicinity of Buzhou Mountain first. So this is the Pillar of Heaven? No wonder it is called the Pillar of Heaven. It truly is magnificent. Xia couldn't help but exclaim. After touring Buzhou Mountain, Tongtian took the two women to see the boundless four seas. However, he did not take them directly into the sea area. Given the current bounty on his head by the Dragon Clan, it was likely that as soon as he brought the two women into the sea, the Dragon Clan would emerge again. After all, the main purpose was to let the two observe the primordial chaos, and he did not want to create more trouble. The primordial chaos was indeed vast and boundless. The three of them toured the primordial chaos for 100 years. The two women also gained a preliminary understanding of the vastness of the primordial chaos. After flying for 100 years, they had not seen all the scenery of the primordial chaos. But for them, this was already a rare experience. It seemed that following Tongtian to the primordial chaos was indeed a very correct choice. If they had stayed on the Taqing star, who knows how much scenery they would have missed. Additionally, over the years they had also witnessed the battles among the Dragon, Phoenix, and three clans. This greatly broadened their horizons. This also made the two of them smile and chat along the way, which was pleasing to Tongtian. When they had almost finished sightseeing, Tongtian decided to get down to business. Chapter 29. The Shocked Laozi and Yuan Shi. 24th grade, Primal Chaos Green Lotus. The scenery of the primordial chaos is numerous, and to see them all, it would probably take 100,000 years. Let me take you back to the Taoist temple of the three of us brothers. I will also let my two elder brothers meet you. After visiting the boundless four seas, Tongtian said. Shiha and Changshi naturally had no objections. Shiha thanked him. Then I will trouble you, Taoist friend. The primordial chaos is filled with opportunities, but it is also filled with dangers. Without Tongtian's protection, the two of them definitely could not wander around so freely. As for the scenery, there would be plenty of time to see it later. Changshi also said, I hope Taoist friend will take care of us more in the future. Hearing this, Shiha's pretty face turned slightly red, while Changshi's lively personality did not think there was anything wrong with her words. Tongtian also did not think much of it and smiled in agreement. Having left Kunlun Mountain for so long, he was somewhat concerned about his brothers Laozi and Yuan Shi. After all, they had spent many years together at the top of Kunlun Mountain. Moreover, there were currently no conflicts and brotherly feelings still existed. Furthermore, he had already gained a lot from this trip. Not only had he obtained many spiritual treasures, but his cultivation and physical body had also made significant breakthroughs. He was not far from the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. At this pace, he might reach the realm of mixed Yuan Golden Immortal before the calamity of the three clans ended. By the way, I forgot to introduce you to my mount. Her name is Aoli. Tongtian suddenly remembered that he had not introduced this dragon girl, so he summoned the heavenly and earthly mysterious yellow Ling Long Tower. And as the light faded, Aoli's figure reappeared in the world. Are we back in the primordial chaos? Aoli looked surprised. So it seemed that Tongtian's cultivation should have finished. At this moment, she noticed Shiha and the two women, and her heart was even more shocked. Where did Tongtian find these two fairies? Both of them were not inferior to her in terms of appearance or cultivation. Aoli. That sounds like a name from the Dragon Clan. Shiha said in surprise, not expecting that Tongtian's mount was actually from the Dragon Clan. Can the Dragon Clan bear this? Hello, fellow Taoists. I am Princess Aoli of the Dragon Clan. Aoli introduced herself proactively. This left Shiha and Changshi a bit bewildered. After wandering around the primordial chaos for so long, they naturally knew that the Dragon Clan was one of the current rulers of the world. How did a dignified princess of the Dragon Clan become Tongtian's mount? Tongtian did not explain much, directly saying, "Let's go back to Kunlun Mountain." Aoli immediately understood his meaning and transformed into her true dragon form the next moment. Tongtian took a step forward and stood directly on the true dragon's body. Shiha and Changshi exchanged glances and also climbed aboard. The next moment, the sound of dragon roars echoed in the void. Aoli, glowing with five-colored light, soared through the air ahead. This journey did not take too long. Soon Kunlun Mountain appeared in front of the group. They saw towering mountains connected together, among which the towering mountain that reached the clouds was none other than Kunlun Mountain, known as the ancestor of all mountains. Such a massive mountain range left both Shiha and Changshi in awe. What a majestic mountain range. I didn't expect Kunlun Mountain to be this huge, Changshi exclaimed. Tongtian smiled, saying that the title of the ancestor of all mountains for Kunlun Mountain was not given lightly. The connected mountain ranges were indeed endless. It was also divided into East Kunlun Mountain and West Kunlun Mountain. The eastern part of Kunlun Mountain was of course the location of the Taoist temple of the Three Pure Ones, while the Western Queen Mother, also a powerful innate being, was located on the western side of Kunlun Mountain. Aoli was also shaken in her heart. However, the shock brought to her by Tongtian was simply too much. As a true disciple of Pangu, possessing such a vast temple was completely reasonable. Whoosh! The target was right in front of her, which made Aoli immediately accelerate. And in an instant, the true dragon's body had already arrived at the top of Kunlun Mountain. Laozi and Yuan Shi, who were cultivating in Kunlun Mountain, instantly sensed the presence of a few people. They immediately appeared to see who was visiting Kunlun. Why would the dragon clan come to my Kunlun Mountain? Yuan Shi frowned as he gazed into the distance and saw Aoli's true form. Laozi was also puzzled, but as the true dragon approached, he quickly saw Tongtian on its back. How did my third brother get involved with the dragon clan? Yuan Shi also noticed this and couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. When the true dragon arrived before them, both of them wore expressions of shock. They saw Tongtian sitting majestically atop the true dragon, with beautiful fairies on either side of him. This entrance was truly beyond their expectations. However, what shocked them even more was that this dragon was clearly a true dragon. The dragon clan was currently very proud in the primordial world. How could a true dragon willingly become Tongtian's mount? The dragons were all extremely proud and likely wouldn't care much for their status as true disciples of Pangu. Moreover, this was no ordinary true dragon. The aura emanating from it was clearly at the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. A true dragon at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level surely held a significant status within the dragon clan. After they transformed on Kunlun Mountain, they had been diligently cultivating for many years, yet they had only reached the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. In contrast, Tongtian's mount was already at the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Furthermore, he had two Great Luo Golden Immortal fairies by his side. The gap was simply too vast. Whether it was Shihi or Changshi, their beauty was breathtaking and captivating. At this moment, Laozi and Yuan Shi were not yet the saints of later generations who had attained enlightenment. Faced with two exceptionally beautiful fairies, it was impossible for their hearts to remain calm. Third brother, your display is truly unexpected. Once Tongtian landed with Shihi and Changshi, Yuan Shi said with some surprise. Laozi then sighed. It seems that third brother has gained a lot from this trip. In response to their words, Tongtian smiled and said, "You two brothers don't need to flatter me. Let me introduce you. This is Aoli, the dragon clan's eldest princess, and she is currently my mount. These two are the lunar goddesses who have come to the primordial world as my guests." Upon hearing this, Laozi and Yuan Shi immediately cupped their hands in greeting. Shihi and Changshi quickly returned the gesture. However, both of them were filled with confusion, because Laozi and Yuan Shi's circumstances were completely different from what they had imagined. They thought that with Tongtian being so powerful, his two elder brothers would surely be stronger than him. Yet, it turned out that their cultivation was even lower than Tongtian's. There was nothing particularly remarkable about them. Of course, their cultivation was still higher than that of Shihi and the others, but compared to Tongtian, it fell short by quite a bit. This made the two women wonder if these two were truly Tongtian's brothers. Laozi and Yuan Shi, upon hearing Tongtian's words, were also somewhat astonished. Where on earth did Tongtian go to be able to invite the lunar goddesses as guests? The land of the lunar gods seemed to be located in the outer starry sky, right? Could it be that Tongtian traveled through the primordial world and then went to the outer starry sky? As for accepting the dragon clan's eldest princess as a mount, they were only shocked by Li's identity and cultivation level, and didn't mind much else. After all, they were true disciples of Pangu. No matter how proud the dragon clan was, they could not compare to them in terms of background. This was not a big deal. Compared to this, they were even more curious about Tongtian's experiences over the years. Third brother, your aura is even stronger than ours. Have you perhaps reached the late stage of the great golden immortal? Yuan Shi asked in disbelief. They had not been lax in their cultivation over the years, having worked hard day and night. Yet Tongtian's cultivation was even higher than theirs. This was truly hard for him to believe. Laozi then asked, Third brother, it seems you have gained quite a lot of opportunities over the years. Otherwise, you wouldn't have such a display. You haven't traversed the entire primordial world, have you? Tongtian chuckled. How could that be? It would take much more time to traverse the entire primordial world. I only went to the infinite sea to search for a temple and fortunately found one of the 3 immortal islands, the Pangu Immortal Island. Upon hearing this, Laozi and Yuan Shi were taken aback. The 3 immortal islands? That was an unparalleled immortal island famous throughout the primordial world. The dragon clan had searched the infinite sea for so many years, but had not found any trace of the 3 immortal islands. Yet, Tongtian casually went and found one of them? This fortune was truly astonishing. All being true disciples of Pangu, how could they have gained nothing? All right, they hadn't left Kunlun Mountain. Tongtian continued, I also went to Mount Buzhou. After that, I traveled to the outer starry sky. I visited the sun star and the moon star. The 2 lunar goddesses are innate powers from the moon star. Laozi and Yuan Shi exchanged glances, unable to find words. They were stunned by Tongtian's rich journey. This was truly remarkable. Tongtian had already traveled to so many places. It was evident that his cultivation had risen so much due to his experiences in these locations. Moreover, it was certainly not just ordinary opportunities. He must have received some great fortune. Only then could he achieve such an astonishing improvement, even leaving both of them behind. Just as they were about to inquire further, a certain realization suddenly arose in their hearts. Tongtian also sensed this. It seemed that a certain opportunity related to them had appeared. Laozi said with delight, It seems this opportunity is related to the 3 of us brothers. Let's go take a look together. Tongtian nodded. Opportunities do not wait for anyone. We definitely can't miss this. So the 3 of them immediately relied on their intuition and headed towards the place where the opportunity was descending. Li and the sisters, she also curiously followed along. The group continuously traversed through Kunlun Mountain and soon arrived at an unnamed immortal mountain. At this moment, the entire immortal mountain was filled with boundless creation energy, and even more astonishingly, there was a thunder tribulation gathering in the sky above. Was there a treasure about to appear here? Yuan Shi said with surprise. Laozi gazed at the thunder tribulation and said solemnly, No doubt about it. The place we sensed in our hearts is right here. Moreover, this immortal mountain contains a large amount of creation energy, which should be related to the spiritual treasure that is about to emerge. Tongtian squinted his eyes, scrutinizing the immortal mountain. He had already vaguely guessed what the treasure might be. However, he couldn't directly say it, as they would surely see the treasure once they entered the immortal mountain. Such a heavenly anomaly filled Laozi and Yuan Shi with anticipation. Thus, the group immediately walked into the immortal mountain. In a short while, they arrived at the place where the creation energy was most abundant. The scene before their eyes left everyone utterly astonished. They saw that in the core of the vast, hazy creation power, a green lotus was floating in the void. Its 24 petals were blooming one by one, releasing an endless flow of creation power. The 24-grade creation green lotus. This must be the 24-grade creation green lotus. This is a supreme innate treasure. Yuan Shi was greatly pleased and opened his mouth to speak. Laozi and Tongtian also recognized this supreme treasure. Laozi stroked his beard and said, "The 24th grade creation green lotus. This is the only mature lotus seed transformed from the chaotic green lotus. No wonder there is a thunder tribulation gathering in the sky. This must be because the heavenly Tao does not allow it to descend, so it prepares to unleash thunder to destroy it." Tongtian's eyes flickered slightly. The 24th grade creation green lotus. A congenital supreme treasure. If only we could protect it. This is a very precious supreme treasure. Unfortunately, such a thing is definitely impossible. Even if the three of us joined forces, we could not go against the will of heaven. If one of us had already attained sainthood, there would be hope to protect this supreme treasure. Alas, it seems that our opportunity is related to the 24th grade creation green lotus. It's just a pity that such a supreme treasure cannot exist in the world, Yuan Shi said with a face full of regret. Laozi also felt reluctant, but still said, "Every drink and bite is predestined. Although it does not exist under the thunder tribulation, it is still a significant opportunity for us." As his words fell, a thick bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky. Boom! Even though the creation green lotus was filled with endless creation power, under this bolt representing the heavenly Tao, it had no power of resistance. After the booming sound echoed, the 24th grade creation green lotus was completely destroyed. The petals of the 24th grade turned into nothingness. Amidst the flow of light, it directly transformed into a red flower, white lotus root, and green lotus leaf. "Let's each pick one. Big brother, you go first," Tongtian said with a smile. Laozi nodded in agreement. These three spiritual treasures all originated from the 24th grade creation green lotus, so their ranks were the same. After a moment of contemplation, he chose one. Once Yuan Shi finished selecting, the green lotus leaf immediately fell in front of Tongtian. Buzz! At this moment, the remaining creation power in the world seemed to be attracted, intertwining with these three different items. In the next moment, three supreme, congenital spiritual treasures appeared. Tongtian's green lotus leaf also directly transformed into the supreme, congenital spiritual treasure, the Qingping sword. Laozi obtained the supreme, congenital spiritual treasure, the Panlong flat staff, while Yuan Shi received the supreme, congenital spiritual treasure, the three treasures Yurui. These three spiritual treasures were indeed of the same root and origin as the three brothers. Coincidentally, they represented the bond of friendship among the three of us. Laozi was very satisfied with the Panlong flat staff in his hand and jokingly said. Yuan Shi also nodded in agreement, while Tongtian's expression remained unchanged, though he sighed inwardly. Red flower, white lotus root, green lotus leaf. The three teachings are indeed of the same family. There is indeed this saying passed down in later generations. But this does not change the outcome of the final division of the three pure ones. As for the bond of the same root and origin, it had long since crumbled in various calculations. Thinking of this, Tongtian's mood became somewhat complicated. No wonder during the Fengshen Great Tribulation, Tongtian wanted to reopen this piece of heaven and earth. With the collapse of the Jiejiao, he must have no hope for this piece of heaven and earth anymore. Right? Chapter 30. Harvesting the Creation Lotus Seed. Hongjun comes to visit. In the unnamed Immortal Mountain, Tongtian thought about the future, inevitably feeling complicated. Aoli and Shihi were shocked in their hearts. They did not expect that Tongtian had just brought them back to the Honghuang and had already obtained such a great opportunity. This was a supreme congenital spiritual treasure. Not only did Tongtian obtain one, but the three brothers each received one. What immense fortune this was! Such fortune could not be compared to ordinary congenital deities. The authenticity of Pangu was indeed well-deserved. This also made the sisters Shihi feel emotional. They could casually harvest a supreme, congenital spiritual treasure. The two of them chose to follow Tongtian into the Honghuang without any issues. It could be said that with the protection of the three pure ones, their safety in the Honghuang would be guaranteed. The treasures have been collected. We should head back now, Laozi said with a smile. Each person received a spiritual treasure. This was indeed a remarkable harvest. This trip was truly worth it, just as everyone was preparing to leave. Tongtian noticed that there was still a blue lotus seed left at the spot where the creation green lotus was destroyed by the thunder tribulation. Undoubtedly, this was the creation lotus seed. If it could mature, it was very likely to become a new creation green lotus. Tongtian was overjoyed and said, "This lotus seed is the creation lotus seed. Let's collect it. It will definitely be useful in the future." Laozi and Yuan Shi looked at him with surprise. They naturally also noticed this creation lotus seed. But for them, this creation lotus seed had completely lost its value. The thunder tribulation had already ended and dissipated. Yet endless thunder still gathered within this creation lotus seed. Originally filled with creation power, the lotus seed was now filled with deathly silence from the inside out. Its vitality had already been completely wiped out. It could be said that this creation lotus seed had been completely abandoned, even lacking any spiritual essence. "What good will it do to take it back?" Yuan Shi said, shaking his head. "This lotus seed has no vitality left. Taking it back would be useless." Laozi also spoke. "Such a lotus seed is not tolerated by heaven and earth. Therefore, not a trace of vitality was left for it." As he spoke, a hint of regret flashed in his eyes. If this creation lotus seed still had a trace of vitality, they would certainly not let it slip away. Regardless of whether it could be nurtured into the creation green lotus, at least they should take this opportunity. Listening to the words of the two, Tongtian was unfazed. What if it had no vitality? The thunder tribulation had just passed. It was filled with the power of destruction from the tribulation, which was very normal. However, since the thunder tribulation did not completely destroy it, it indicated that there was still hope for rescue. As long as there was a glimmer of possibility, he would definitely not give up easily. Besides, since Laozi and Yuan Shi could not accomplish such a feat, it did not mean that he had no chance. After all, he had a whole stream of Sangguang divine water. At worst, he could directly throw this creation lotus seed into the stream and see if years of soaking in the Sangguang divine water could not save it. If he could really cultivate the creation green lotus again, would he not be invincible? A complete creation green lotus was a supreme congenital treasure. Buzz! With a wave of his hand, the creation lotus seed instantly fell into Tongtian's hand. Glancing at Laozi and Yuan Shi, who seemed indifferent, Tongtian couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This was actually a good thing. If this creation lotus seed still had vitality, he probably wouldn't have been able to obtain it so easily. Just after putting away the creation lotus seed, Tongtian noticed the ground that had gone through the baptism of the thunder tribulation. He clearly saw how fierce the thunder tribulation had been before. The problem was here. Even if the soil had some spirituality, it should have lost all its spiritual essence under the overwhelming bombardment of thunder. However, this piece of soil still had hidden spiritual essence. It was just that the faint aura of the thunder tribulation scattered over it made it less obvious. Could this soil also be some sort of treasure? Otherwise, the creation green lotus would not have appeared here. Tongtian was startled and squatted down to examine it carefully, quickly recognizing it. 9 heavens breath soil. He did not expect that this soil was actually entirely composed of 9 heavens breath soil. This was known to be congenital spiritual soil, one of the rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the world. The soil used by Niwa to create humans in the future would be 9 heavens breath soil. Feeling delighted, Tongtian did not inform Laozi and Yuan Shi, but instead directly collected this piece of soil. Looking at his actions, Laozi and Yuan Shi both wore puzzled expressions. The two exchanged glances, not understanding Tongtian's intentions. Third brother wouldn't really want to regenerate the creation lotus seed, would he? Yuan Shi murmured. Laozi shook his head slightly and said, "You and I both know this is impossible. If there were powerful heavenly materials and earthly treasures, there might be a slim chance. But treasures of that level are undoubtedly very difficult to find. They wouldn't go to such lengths for a damaged creation lotus seed. As for what Tongtian wants to stir, let him be." Aoli's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Having followed Tongtian for so long, no one understood the depth of his fortune better than she did. This guy definitely wouldn't do something futile. Could it be that the creation lotus seed still has the possibility of regeneration? Let's go. After finishing everything, Tongtian took the initiative to speak. So a group of people rode the clouds and returned to Kunlun Mountain. How dare someone invade my Kunlun mountain? As they approached, Tongtian and the others saw a tall figure with an ancient and profound aura, an old Taoist standing on Kunlun mountain, seemingly already aware of their return. Waiting for them right there. Tongtian squinted. The old Taoist exuded an incomparably profound aura. His current cultivation had reached the peak of the Luo golden immortal. However, he couldn't see through this old Taoist cultivation, which indicated that the other party must have a remarkable background. Nowadays, there weren't many primordial chaos golden immortals in the wilderness, but each was a person of great significance. This made him mentally vigilant, as if facing a great enemy. Laozi and Yuan Shi also felt the extraordinary aura of the other party, but they were the authentic Pangu and were completely unafraid of anyone. Moreover, this guy had directly stepped onto Kunlun Mountain without their permission. This was indeed somewhat contemptuous. Yuan Shi, with a proud expression, said, "What courage, stepping onto Kunlun Mountain without the permission of my three pure ones. Do you, old Taoist, not know this is the dojo of my three pure ones? Quickly roll out of Kunlun Mountain, and we can overlook this matter. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless with the treasures in our hands." The old Taoist smiled upon hearing this. The next moment, he waved his hand directly in the void. Buzz! A vast, invisible force suddenly descended upon Yuan Shi, who was greatly shocked, not expecting the old Taoist's strength to be so terrifying. He wanted to resist, but the magical power within him was as deep as the sea. Damn, where did such a powerful being come from? I can't even mobilize the magical power within me. Is the gap really this huge? Yuan Shi was horrified and could only look at Laozi with a pleading gaze. Laozi's expression darkened, and he reprimanded, "Your cultivation is indeed high, but acting this way is to not put my three pure ones in your eyes." As his voice fell, he directly unleashed the Taiji immortal light. In an instant, strands of immortal light gathered in the void, transforming into thousands of mysterious, offensive moves. The old Taoist calmly watched, facing the overwhelming attack, and simply waved his hand again. Boom! In an instant, the endless immortal light shattered with a rumbling sound. Laozi's magical powers were of no use against him. Before Laozi could make another move, the Taoist pointed in the air. A tremendous force immediately suppressed Laozi. At this moment, the two sisters, Shiha and Changshi, who were following the three pure ones, also sensed something was off. This old Taoist was clearly not here with good intentions. Although he easily suppressed Laozi and Yuan Shi, they felt no fear at all. They immediately prepared to attack the old Taoist. Seeing this, Tongtian frowned and stopped them, saying, "Don't make a move. We are not this senior's opponents." Upon hearing this, Shiha and Changshi found it hard to believe. Tongtian's cultivation was the highest among those present. If even he was so wary of this old Taoist, who exactly was he? Tongtian then took the initiative to bow to the old Taoist and said, "The upper clear Tongtian greets Senior Hongjun." Upon hearing this, the old Taoist's unchanged face showed a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected his identity to be recognized by the other party. This was quite interesting. Listening to Tongtian's words, Laozi and Yuan Shi were filled with shock. Hongjun Taoist. This seemingly unremarkable old Taoist was actually the famous Hongjun Taoist. This name was certainly not unfamiliar to them. He was one of the top innate powers in the wilderness. He had once intervened to end the most chaotic calamity of ferocious beasts in the wilderness. No wonder they were so easily suppressed by him. This was a primordial chaos golden immortal. But why had he come to find their three pure ones? They had been cultivating on Kunlun Mountain all these years. Although Tongtian had traveled outside, judging by the looks of the two, it should be their first meeting. What on earth had they done to attract this primordial power? Hongjun could no longer suppress his curiosity and spoke up, "I have no prior acquaintance with you. How did you discern my identity?" At this moment, those who recognized his identity in the wilderness were all acquaintances. And this was indeed their first meeting with the three pure ones. Tongtian softly replied, "Kunlun Mountain is the foremost of the mountains. As far as I know, it is not far from your dojo, Yuqing Mountain. In the wilderness, very few possess the strength to easily suppress my two elder brothers. Looking across the wilderness, the only ones capable would be you, Senior, the Grandmaster Yangmei, and the Western Luo Hu. Therefore, I boldly guessed, and it seems my guess was correct. A glimmer of depth flashed in Hongjuan's eyes. Interesting. He hadn't expected that Tongtian was the most astute among the three pure ones, and that his two elder brothers had been easily subdued by him. Yet he could remain composed and engage in conversation with him. This child would surely achieve extraordinary things in the future. This also made him more satisfied with Tongtian. Very good. You not only managed to suppress your anger, but also discern the essence of the matter. This is also a rare talent. After lightly chuckling, Hongjun waved his hand, and the force suppressing Laozi and Yuan Shi immediately dissipated. This allowed Laozi and Yuan Shi to regain their freedom and bow to Hongjun together. Then Laozi took the initiative to ask, "We should not have offended you in the usual course. May I ask what brings you to Kunlun Mountain, Senior?" Hongjun replied calmly, "I have been cultivating in the mountains. On a whim, I realized that the three pure ones and I have a teacher-student connection. Therefore, I personally came to accept disciples." Accepting disciples? How could this happen at this time? The Longhan Great Calamity has not yet ended. Tongtian's expression remained unchanged, but he was extremely surprised. Shouldn't Hongjun wait until he achieved sainthood to officially accept disciples in the Zhixiao Palace? Why would he do it so early? Could it be that what I have seen in those plots is incorrect, and Hongjun had actually accepted the three pure ones as disciples long ago, only announcing it to the entire wilderness during his final sermon in the Zhixiao Palace? Laozi and Yuan Shi also hadn't expected that Hongjun had come to accept their three brothers as disciples. This made them feel somewhat hesitant. Yes, Hongjun was indeed the top powerhouse in the wilderness, a primordial power, but the three pure ones were the authentic Pangu lineage, and they had confidence that their cultivation would not be inferior to Hongjun's in the future. If that's the case, why should they still worship Hongjun as a master? Laozi pondered and said, "Senior has personally come to our door. We are flattered. However, I do not wish to take a master." Yuan Shi also followed up, saying, "I have no intention of taking a master either. It would seem I might have to disappoint your kind intentions." Tongtian did not speak. He was still contemplating the deeper meaning of this matter, while also wanting to see what means Hongjun would use to persuade Laozi and Yuan Shi. Hongjun showed no sign of anger at being directly rejected. Instead, he chuckled lightly and said, "It seems you still have doubts about my words. In that case, let me show you with your own eyes." As soon as the words fell, a creation jade dish suddenly appeared in Hongjun's palm. The moment the creation jade dish appeared, boundless creation power instantly dispersed into the void. Hongjun then said, "This is the chaos supreme treasure, the creation jade dish. I, the true self, hold this kind of treasure and shall teach the way of transformation. You three brothers are all transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit, and each of you carries great merit. Therefore, the three of you will ultimately attain the Tao. But attaining the Tao is not an easy matter. However, if you are willing to become my disciples, I can guarantee that you will definitely attain the Tao. I can also guarantee that you will safely pass through the boundless calamities. Even if there are 37,000 calamities, it will not harm you in the slightest." Laozi and Yuan Shi, upon hearing these words, could not help but breathe more rapidly, safely passing through boundless calamities, and he could guarantee their ultimate attainment of the Tao. It must be said that this was an unparalleled temptation for them. In other words, as long as they agreed to become disciples, they would directly surpass countless beings in the Hongluang. Half a foot would directly step into the door of the Tao. Such a temptation, who could resist? Ao Li and Shi He, the two sisters, were also shocked in their hearts upon hearing this. This was simply a tremendous opportunity. To be fair, if it were them, they might not be able to resist either. Tongtian, however, showed no change in expression upon hearing these words. Hongjun indeed had the ability to guarantee their attainment of sanctity. But becoming a saint was not the end. Moreover, there were many drawbacks to being a heavenly Tao saint, and he was well aware of them. If he had no other choice, becoming Hongjun's disciple would not be a bad option. However, he was now fully capable and confident in taking the path that Pangu had once walked. Therefore, the temptation of Hongjun's words was not great for him. How is it? This opportunity comes only once. You should decide for yourselves. Chapter 31. refusal to become a disciple. Hongjun teaches the Tao. Laozi and Yuan Shi were completely captivated by the future that Hongjun spoke of. Thus, the two had little hesitation. Laozi was the first to say, "Disciple pays respects to the master." Yuan Shi also solemnly stated, "Disciple is also willing to become a disciple." Seeing that both had agreed to become disciples, a smile immediately appeared on Hongjun's face. It seemed that this master-disciple relationship was likely to be established without issue. At this moment, after Laozi and Yuan Shi expressed their attitudes, they turned their gazes towards Tongtian. Hongjun was also waiting for Tongtian to make a decision. However, he was not worried. The three pure ones were brothers and would surely advance and retreat together. With Laozi and Yuan Shi already becoming his disciples, would Tongtian still refuse? What he did not expect was that Tongtian really did not want to become a disciple. So he decisively shook his head and said, "I hope the elder will understand. I do not wish to become a disciple for the time being." This one sentence left Hongjun completely stunned. What was going on? This was completely different from what he had thought. Moreover, with Laozi and Yuan Shi already having become his disciples, Tongtian had no reason to refuse. Laozi and Yuan Shi were also bewildered. They could not understand their third brother's strange operation. Hongjun had clearly stated that as long as they became disciples, he would guarantee they could ascend to the Great Tao. Such a guarantee was indeed very strong. But why would Tongtian refuse? Did he not want to ultimately attain the Great Tao? That was impossible. If he did not enjoy cultivation, he could not possibly surpass his two elder brothers. Not to mention that neither Laozi nor Yuan Shi could understand. Even Aoli and Shihi were confused. They had not expected Tongtian to directly refuse. Aoli could not fathom Tongtian's thoughts. After all, Hongjun's strength and reputation were not inferior to her father, the ancestral dragon. If he could enter Hongjun's school, the dragon clan would likely not trouble him anymore. This was clearly a matter with many benefits. Why did Tongtian directly refuse? Yuan Shi coughed lightly and directly asked, "Third brother, what do you mean by this? We three brothers should advance and retreat together." Laozi also said solemnly, "Opportunities are fleeting. They will not come again. Third brother, you must think carefully." Tongtian clasped his hands and said, "I know that my two elder brothers are thinking of me. However, I truly have no intention of becoming a disciple. The elder Hongjun is powerful, but he has not yet reached the level of convincing me. Unless one possesses absolute strength, I will not choose to become a disciple." Hongjun was indeed a powerful figure. But let us not forget that Tongtian was currently at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal. There was not much distance from the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Unless Hongjun had already attained sainthood, Tongtian would definitely not be willing to become a disciple. Hongjun also realized this point and felt that he had thought too simply. He sighed lightly and said, "Very well. Although you are unwilling to become a disciple, there is indeed a master-disciple bond between us. Wait until I fully comprehend the heavenly Tao, and then you may become my disciple." Hongjun was quite confident in himself. As long as he could successfully comprehend the heavenly Tao, he would undoubtedly become the foremost person in the Hongwang. At that time, he would stride alone in the Hongwang, and Tongtian would certainly not refuse to become a disciple. As for now, Tongtian indeed had the confidence to refuse to become a disciple. After all, his cultivation was indeed a bit lower, and the gap between him and Tongtian was not large. Therefore, he could understand Tongtian's thoughts. Upon hearing this, Tongtian clasped his hands and said, "I wish the elder to comprehend the heavenly Tao soon." Hongjun smiled upon hearing this. Although Tongtian did not become a disciple, he was very fond of Tongtian's cleverness and wisdom. In comparison, Laozi and Yuan Shi were somewhat lacking. You are only a step away from becoming a Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Truly, the younger generation is formidable, Hongjun said with a light laugh. He could see clearly that Tongtian's cultivation was very stable. Attaining the Hunyuan Golden Immortal would not be difficult for him. Moreover, he had the powerful backing of Pangu's orthodoxy. The Hunyuan realm was merely at his fingertips. The Shi sisters also understood Tongtian's meaning upon hearing this. However, neither of them had expected that Tongtian was already so close to becoming a Hunyuan Golden Immortal. This level of cultivation far surpassed that of the sisters. No wonder he dared to say he would protect them in the Hongwang. The most shocked were still Laozi and Yuan Shi. They had thought Tongtian's cultivation was merely slightly superior to theirs. Who knew Tongtian had already reached the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. It could be said that he had already half a foot in the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. They knew that both of them were currently only mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortals, and Tongtian's realm directly surpassed theirs. They could not help but wonder how he had cultivated outside over the years. His progress was truly too rapid. At this time, Hongjun continued, "Although you have not yet become a disciple, there is a master-disciple bond between us. I am prepared to teach your two elder brothers the Tao. You may stay and listen. It will greatly benefit your attainment of the Hunyuan realm." Tongtian clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, elder, for your instruction." Hongjun nodded in satisfaction and then looked towards Ao Li and the Shihi sisters, his expression somewhat hesitant. Ao Li and the three were also clever individuals and immediately proposed to step aside. Tongtian shook his head and said, "No, you came with me to Kunlun Mountain. If you step aside voluntarily, wouldn't that make it seem like I, as the host, am not hospitable?" After saying this, he looked at Hongjun and pondered. "If the elder finds it difficult, then I shall take them with me to step aside." The implication was, of course, that if he and the others could not stay, then he would not listen either. This made Laozi and Yuan Shi anxious. How could their third brother, such a clever person, make a mistake on such matters? Moreover, to give up listening to the Tao for the sake of Shi and Chang, she was truly not worth it. This was an opportunity to listen to a Hunyuan great being like Hongjun teach the Tao. How could he miss it because of two female immortals? These two were not even your Tao companions. Why are you so concerned? Upon hearing this, Shi and Chang, she were deeply moved. Neither of the two expected Tongtian to consider them to such an extent. Aoli felt a surge of emotions in her heart. Tongtian was actually willing to decline such an opportunity for their sake. This was truly a deep and profound affection. As the group was about to leave together, Hongjun felt somewhat helpless. But upon a moment's thought, didn't this just prove that Tongtian was a person who valued feelings? Such character was quite rare in the Hongwang, especially for Hongjun, who had experienced the ups and downs of time and had seen many who would stop at nothing for their own interests. This made him admire Tongtian even more. He immediately said, "Meeting is indeed a rare fate. In that case, let's all stay and listen to the Tao. How much enlightenment you can gain depends on your own fated connections." Ao Li and the other three were very pleased. This was an opportunity to listen to a great power expounding the Tao. Such a great opportunity. Moreover, Hongjun was not just any great power, but one of the top experts in the world. They each chose a spot to sit down, preparing to listen. Seeing that everyone was ready, Hongjun began to expound the Tao. He didn't start with overly profound and mysterious principles, but chose to begin from the Earth Immortal stage. Earth Immortal, Celestial Immortal, True Immortal, Mysterious Immortal, Golden Immortal, Tai Golden Immortal, Great Luo Golden Immortal. He explained each realm in great detail. This allowed everyone present to gain much insight, and their cultivation foundations became more solid. Tongtian also comprehended many new things, greatly benefiting his own cultivation. Although there were no teachings above the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, it still made Tongtian's Tao foundation and depth much more substantial. His magical power increased significantly. Each realm contained Hongjuan's unique insights into the Tao. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years passed swiftly. Under such insights, both Laozi and Yuan Shi made great progress in their cultivation, successfully breaking through to the late Great Luo Golden Immortal stage. The sisters Shiha and Changshi also smoothly broke through to the mid-Great Luo Golden Immortal stage. Aoli did not break through to the mid-Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, but there were already signs of a breakthrough. After all, her roots, while not weak, were only comparatively strong against other beings of the Hongwang. Everyone present was at least a congenital deity. Compared to them, Aoli's depth was still lacking, and she needed more time to digest and integrate these insights into herself. After the teachings ended, Hongjun spoke. "This session of teachings will come to an end. It seems you have all gained quite a bit, so take the time to comprehend the Tao. I still have some matters to attend to, and it is time for me to leave." Upon hearing this, Tongtian immediately understood Hongjuan's intention. This made him a bit excited, as this was a rare opportunity. If he could gain some benefits in this great battle, it could significantly enhance his combat power. Calculating the time, it was indeed about right. Hongjun was definitely heading to the battlefield of the three clans. After all, there would be a great battle between him and Luo Hu. It was precisely because of this battle that he would establish his position as the future Dao ancestor and become the first saint in the Honghuang. Thinking of this, Tongtian immediately had an idea. The victor of this great battle would surely be Hongjun. As long as he followed closely behind, he would definitely gain something. Of course, participating in it with his current cultivation would pose dangers. But fortune favors the bold. If he was unwilling to take this little risk, how could he catch up quickly with these innate demon gods like Hongjun? Moreover, he was not without self-protection. He had several defensive spiritual treasures to protect himself, along with a large amount of opening heaven merits for his protection. The opening heaven merit could ensure that he would not fall, which was already sufficient. Senior, my cultivation has already stabilized. Continuing to cultivate in seclusion may not yield much more gain. Therefore, I wish to descend the mountain to broaden my horizons and hone myself. Perhaps I could find the opportunity to attain the Tao of the primordial. Tongtian proactively spoke. Hongjun immediately understood Tongtian's intention, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Tongtian wanting to descend at this time undoubtedly meant he wanted to gain some benefits from this great calamity. This thought would certainly not escape Hongjun's notice. However, he did not expect Tongtian to have such courage. Have you thought this through? The calamity of heaven and earth is extremely dangerous. Even I do not have full confidence. If you descend, you may be affected by the calamity. You may gain no opportunity at all, and instead damage your cultivation foundation. Hongjun warned seriously. Luo, who was his old opponent, and although he was fully prepared to deal with him, Hongjun knew that Luo, who must also have various preparations. Therefore, wanting to completely resolve this was definitely not a simple matter. In such a situation, he could not spare too much attention to watch over Tongtian. Of course, he was also aware that Tongtian had the opening heaven merit, and even if he gave Luo Hu a chance, he would not dare to directly kill Tongtian. Tongtian smiled and said, "I naturally know that the great calamity is extremely dangerous. Therefore, I have decided to follow my senior. With your protection, it should be much safer." Although he had not formally become a disciple, he could still cling to Hongjun's thigh. This remark subtly flattered Hongjun, which made him feel quite pleased. Moreover, he already had a good opinion of Tongtian, so he directly said, "All right, then you can follow me down the mountain. Although my cultivation is not supreme in the Honghuang, protecting you should not be a problem." This made Tongtian very happy. Whether it was the three clans or Luo, who they all had many spiritual treasures. If he could obtain just one or two, this trip would not be in vain. Not to mention other grade spiritual treasures. There were also opportunities for supreme, innate spiritual treasures. Laozi and Yuan Shi were also somewhat tempted. They were cultivating in Kunlun Mountain, partly due to the great calamity of heaven and earth. But now that they had become disciples of Hongjun, they had a backing and support. If they descended the mountain together, they would definitely gain something. Such a good opportunity could not be missed. So Laozi said solemnly, "Disciple also wishes to descend the mountain, and hope Master can grant it." Yuan Shi also eagerly said, "Disciple is also willing to descend and assist Master." They both understood that the calamity of heaven and earth was a rare opportunity. Moreover, they had too few spiritual treasures in their hands. With only one supreme, innate spiritual treasure, even if they could not obtain another supreme, innate spiritual treasure, they would certainly not return empty-handed. Hongjun naturally understood their thoughts, but he still thought their cultivation was too weak. Shaking his head, he said, "You two have just recently broken through. Your cultivation is not yet stable. Descending the mountain would not allow you to exert your full strength. It is better to remain on the mountain and continue to comprehend the Tao and cultivate." Laozi and Yuan Shi wore expressions of helplessness upon hearing this. Their master had clearly stated his refusal. What more could they say? However, It left them muttering in their hearts that while Tongtian could follow Hongjun down the mountain, they could not. This made them feel somewhat discontented. After all, they were the ones who had become direct disciples of Hongjun. Why did it feel like their status was not even as high as Tongtian's? Nonetheless, Hongjun's reasoning was valid. After all, their cultivation was indeed inferior to Tongtian's. They could only nod in agreement. Tongtian smiled and said, "Brothers, cultivation is important. The senior is also considering you both." After saying this, he turned his gaze to Ao Li and the other three, pondering, "This great calamity is dangerous, and I am merely going to experience it. You three should remain in Kunlun Mountain to stabilize your cultivation." Xia nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist, rest assured, we are not unreasonable people. We will not make things difficult for you." Changxi also obediently agreed, not forgetting to express her concern for Tongtian. "Fellow Taoist, you are powerful, but still be cautious. The great calamity is perilous. Do not take unnecessary risks." Tongtian nodded slightly. He was just trying his luck. Those great opportunities surely wouldn't fall to him. As long as he could gain something, he would be satisfied. Seeing that Tongtian had the care of two fairies, Laozi and Yuan Shi felt even more uncomfortable. Clearly, they were brothers who had transformed together. Was the gap between them really that large? Chapter 32. Guidance from Hongjun. An opportunity unique to Tongtian. Hongjun didn't give Laozi and Yuan Shi another chance to speak and took Tongtian directly away from Kunlun Mountain. Laozi and Yuan Shi watched, feeling a bit uneasy. Why do I feel like the third brother is more like the direct disciple of the master? Clearly, we were the ones who became disciples. Yuan Shi said somewhat sourly. Laozi felt the same, but still coughed lightly and said, "The master is also doing this for our good. With our current cultivation, we really can't participate in such a great calamity of heaven and earth." Yuan Shi felt a surge of anger and decided to turn that anger into cultivation. He must work hard to catch up to Tongtian as soon as possible. Only by doing so could he not miss out on future good opportunities. Otherwise, all the chances would be taken by the third brother. Who exactly is the brother and who is the younger brother? Laozi said nothing more. He too was determined to work hard and quickly improve his cultivation. After all, he was the leader of the three pure ones. If this continued, it was likely that the third brother's reputation would echo throughout the Hongwang first. How could he, as the elder brother, have any face left? Xia and Changxi also found suitable places to cultivate on Kunlun Mountain. This time, following Tongtian indeed brought them considerable benefits. They gained a lot from Hongjun's teachings and truly needed to enter seclusion to digest it. Aoli's cultivation place was not far from them, and she had already entered seclusion. Back when she was under Tongtian's control, their cultivation levels were not far apart. Now, however, Tongtian had surpassed her by a significant margin. This made Aoli determined to catch up to Tongtian as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Tongtian wandered aimlessly in the Honghuang alongside Hongjun. Tongtian had no intention of asking questions. As long as he followed Hongjun, he was sure to gain without risk. He didn't know how much time had passed when Hongjun stopped and asked, "What is your view on the trends of Honghuang? For example, the three clans that are currently competing for supremacy. Which of these clans do you think can succeed and ultimately dominate Honghuang?" During this time, he was also testing Tongtian, wanted to see if he could keep his composure. It must be said that his temperament was indeed excellent. This made Hongjun value him even more, though it was a pity that this child did not directly become his disciple. However, he was confident that once Tongtian saw his methods, he would eventually join his sect. Looking at the entire Honghuang, aside from himself, who else could be Tongtian's master? Luo, who would eventually become his defeated opponent, while Yang Mei was a carefree wanderer and would not create more ties for himself. Only he was the most suitable master for the three pure ones. Tongtian listened to Hongjun's inquiry and knew that this was one of Hongjun's tests. Although he had not become Hongjun's disciple, it was still very necessary to build a good relationship with him, especially since he was currently quite favorable towards the three pure ones. In my view, none of the three clans will have a victor. The Dragon clan is indeed powerful, but it is impossible to suppress both the Qilin clan and the Phoenix clan at the same time. Continuing to fight like this will likely lead to mutual destruction. Moreover, The three clans are short-sighted, unaware of the heavenly principles, and do not value virtue. This kind of large-scale war sweeping through Hongwang will only burden them with enormous karma and cause, leading to a bad end for all three sides. Upon hearing this, Hongjun nodded in satisfaction. Very good. He did not expect Tongtian's vision to be so far-reaching. It seemed that this child was not reckless in provoking the Dragon Clan. He clearly knew that the Dragon Clan's time was limited, which was why he was fearless, truly worthy of being the incarnation of Pangu's original spirit. The true self did not misjudge. You are indeed more intelligent and perceptive than your two elder brothers. However, you have only seen this surface layer. In reality, regardless of whether the three clans have a desire to fight, they will ultimately not escape this great calamity. Don't be fooled by the fact that the three clans are already very powerful. There are still hidden hands behind the scenes driving all of this silently. Do you understand? Hongjun said with a smile. It was already quite rare for Tongtian to see these things. Since he had decided to keep him by his side, Hongjun planned to reveal more of the true details of this great calamity. The Dragon Han calamity had been brewing for a long time, and its complete eruption would not take long. So this was not considered leaking the heavenly secrets. Sure enough, a look of surprise appeared on Tongtian's face as he said, "Are there such figures in the world? May I ask, Senior, who dares to be so audacious as to use the three clans as pawns?" In fact, his heart was like a mirror. He said this only to satisfy Hongjun's desire to teach. Moreover, he had always been a spectator and naturally did not understand many details. Hongjun, however, was different. He, like Luo Hu from the West, was a player in this great calamity. He surely understood many things better than Tongtian. Hongjun chuckled softly and said, "The one who has such ability is naturally someone with a similar background to mine, namely Luo Hu from the Western world." Tongtian pretended to be puzzled and asked, "What benefit does provoking a war among the three clans bring to Luo Hu? He is in the Western world while the three clans are battling in the East. It seems there is no connection at all." Hongjun sighed lightly. His purpose is naturally the same as the three clans. He also wants to dominate Hongwang. Luo Hu walks the path of killing to prove the Tao. He wants his demon clan to rule over the entire Hongwang. That is why he has been secretly instigating the relationship between the three clans. At the same time, he causes the three clans to incur great karma. Otherwise, the killing intent among the three clans would not be so profound. At this point, Hongjun did not wait for Tongtian to continue asking and proactively said, "Luo Hu's actions naturally go against the heavenly harmony. However, he is similar to me, and his cultivation is not weaker than mine. Even if I wanted to stop him, I would not be able to do so. I can only watch as he leads the three clans step by step into the calamity." There had always been discord between him and Luo Hu. Moreover, from the perspective of the great Tao, Hongjun was more aligned with the heavenly Tao, which was why he was able to succeed in merging with the Tao. Luo Hu's path of using killing to prove the Tao undoubtedly placed him in opposition to the heavenly Tao. Tongtian also understood Hongjun's meaning, his face showing a thoughtful expression. That guy Luo Hu is indeed ruthless, but he has underestimated the capabilities of the heavenly Tao of Hongwang. By choosing this path, he has been directly abandoned by the heavenly Tao from the very beginning. One could say that what he wants to do is of no benefit to Hongwang at all. No wonder he ultimately loses to Hongjun. Even without Hongjun, the heavenly Tao would not sit idly by and watch him succeed, ultimately causing disaster in Hongwang. Thus, his fate will be the same as that of the three clans, which is evident. Of course, Tongtian knew that Luo Hu still had some special backup plans. Just as he was pondering, a loud noise suddenly reverberated through the heavens and earth. This also signified that the great calamity had completely erupted. The long-standing grievances of the three clans had now erupted into the final fierce battle. The most striking thing was that terrifying malevolent energy was gathering everywhere in the Hongwang. This malevolent energy was extremely dense, and its location happened to be above the battlefield of the three clans. Boom! Even from a distance, one could feel the ferocity of the three clans' battle. Countless auras erupted and then collided with each other, sending endless ripples spreading across the sky. The aura emanating from the three clans is truly formidable and should not be underestimated. This battle is destined to be extremely fierce. Unfortunately, after this war, the three clans will no longer be able to regain their former glory. What awaits them is not honor, but endless karmic burdens. Tongtian shook his head slightly, filled with emotion. The stronger the foundation exhibited by the three clans, the wider the area affected by this battle. One cannot know how many beings of heaven and earth will suffer from the repercussions of this war. Currently, the primordial chaos does not have the 6 paths of reincarnation. Once these beings die, they will inevitably transform into wandering souls in the world. Once these wandering souls further develop into ghost immortals, an endless amount of karmic burdens will spread. Wait, aren't these wandering souls one of my opportunities? At this moment, a glimmer of light suddenly flashed in Tongtian's mind. He possesses the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the reincarnation seal. It is usually impossible to find large numbers of wandering souls in the world. But now, under the catastrophe, the number of wandering souls is absolutely vast as the sea. If he can use the reincarnation seal to guide these wandering souls, even if it's just a portion, it will surely bring him a great deal of benefits and merit. Thinking of this, Tongtian couldn't help but feel excited. Guiding the souls of the deceased will definitely yield a large amount of heavenly down merit. Perhaps he could even forcibly break through to become a Yuan Golden Immortal with this merit. If he can achieve the Yuan Golden Immortal during the Great Calamity, the benefits he gains will definitely be even greater. Even if he cannot become a Yuan Golden Immortal, there is no loss. On the contrary, the more heavenly down merit he has, the more stable his position will be. At that time, whether it is Luo, Hu, or the three clans, they will be even less daring to act against him. Moreover, he has Hongjuan's protection if it really comes to a critical moment. Hongjuan will definitely not turn a blind eye. Hongjuan also noticed that Tongtian had other thoughts in his heart. During the Great Calamity, the primordial chaos is indeed a time of chaos. But as long as one has enough strength, it is also the best time to seize opportunities. So he directly spoke, "Do whatever you want, just go for it. You have the merit of opening the heavens on you. Even Luo, who won't easily target you. Self-preservation is absolutely not a problem. If you really encounter danger, you can call my name, and I will come to your aid." Hearing this, Tongtian immediately cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, senior." After that, he chose a direction and left directly, watching Tongtian's figure disappear beyond the horizon. Hongjuan couldn't help but shake his head. Such a wise disciple is truly rare. He must take him under his wing. However, now is not the time to worry about this matter. He must find a way to permanently eliminate Luo Hu. He cannot allow Luo Hu to continue causing chaos in the primordial chaos. Otherwise, once he becomes a threat, it will be difficult to deal with him. Hongjuan has confidence in himself, but he will not underestimate this long-time opponent. He has made up his mind to find a few old friends to act together. He wants to ensure that Luo Hu has no chance of turning things around. After Tongtian left Hongjuan, he headed straight for the battlefield of the three clans. At this moment, where in the world are the most wandering souls? Surely it is at the center of the battle between the three clans. The battle among the three clans is so fierce that many powerful figures must have died in this war. These individuals are also the most likely to become ghost immortals, causing chaos in the primordial chaos. After flying for an unknown amount of time, Tongtian finally saw the powerful figures from the three clans engaged in battle in the world. Numerous strong beings were clashing in the void. Terrifying power permeated the entire realm, and the air was filled with an intense smell of blood. Countless corpses were continuously falling from the sky, crashing to the ground. The corpses piled up like mountains, and rivers of blood flowed. The scene before him was akin to the end of the world. Tongtian's eyes flickered as he looked up towards the heavens, and sure enough, he saw a large number of wandering souls. These wandering souls had only recently been born. With nowhere to go, they were all drifting above the heavens, appearing as if they had gathered together, leaving one astonished. This daunting mass of wandering souls was, in Tongtian's eyes, a tremendous opportunity. He felt no fear. Instead, he was filled with joy. Such an opportunity must not be missed. Therefore, Tongtian formed a hand seal and immediately summoned the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the reincarnation seal. Buzz. The reincarnation seal hovered in front of Tongtian, and in the next moment, he infused all his vast magical power into it. With a rumbling sound echoing from within the reincarnation seal, in an instant, the seal began to glow. The light shot into the sky, accompanied by an endless surge of spiritual essence. In the blink of an eye, the reincarnation seal had transformed into a massive size, resembling a celestial mountain reaching into the clouds, spanning across the heavens and earth. Rumble. At this moment, the reincarnation seal trembled violently. An immense pulling force suddenly emanated from it. The wandering souls, still in a daze, were all drawn into the reincarnation seal. Under Tongtian's full power, all the wandering souls in sight quickly entered the reincarnation seal without leaving a single one behind. However, he did not put away the reincarnation seal. As the battle among the three clans continued to escalate, the number of wandering souls in the world would only increase. For him, this was just the beginning. With both hands forming seals, mysterious powers continuously infused into the reincarnation seal. The reincarnation seal began to glow with flowing light, and the essence of the reincarnation laws became faintly visible. This indicated that the reincarnation laws within the reincarnation seal had taken effect and were guiding the souls that had been consumed. This also counted as a good deed for the primordial chaos. Otherwise, if these wandering souls were left unchecked, it wouldn't be long before many ghost immortals appeared in the primordial chaos, and at that time, all beings would be slaughtered by these soulless ghost immortals. The reincarnation seal continuously guided the wandering souls, and Tongtian also felt the rewards from the heavenly Tao. Looking up, he saw countless golden lights suddenly descending from the heavens. These golden lights came from different directions, resembling countless fireflies dancing in the clouds. Naturally, all these golden lights were aimed at Tongtian. Buzz. As the golden lights rushed into Tongtian's body one after another, he immediately felt a mysterious reaction occurring within him. Upon introspection, he found that the golden lights began to condense together after entering his body. They formed a dazzling golden light group. The number of these light groups did not seem large, but they were genuine heavenly Tao merit. This brought a smile to Tongtian's face. This can be considered a good start. He just didn't know how much merit he could accumulate from this golden light in the end. Chapter 33. Frantic Harvest of Heavenly Tao Merit. Goodbye, Candle Dragon, a narrow road for enemies. The golden light of merit within him invigorated Tongtian's spirit. Although its quantity was not large, even compared to the 1/10 of the merit of opening the heavens he possessed, it was still far less. But isn't this just the beginning? Once the battle among the three clans concludes, the number of wandering souls he guides will surely reach an astonishing figure. The heavenly Tao merit he gains at that time will undoubtedly be quite remarkable. Moreover, at this moment, only he can seize this opportunity in the world. After all, not everyone possesses a spiritual treasure with the power of the reincarnation laws. The reincarnation seal is not an ordinary spiritual treasure. It is a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Such a treasure is hard to find in the world. With a wave of his hand, the reincarnation seal immediately returned to its normal size and landed back in Tongtian's palm. Tongtian glanced at the center of the battle not far away. With no intention of joining in, he only needs to gather the souls around the vicinity of the three clans' war, and he can collect all these souls. If he enters the battlefield, it would only bring him trouble. Not to mention that he still has grievances with the Dragon Clan. If he appears now, those brainless guys from the Dragon Clan would probably attack him on sight. He doesn't have time to deal with those brutes. Isn't it better to quietly amass wealth? Thus, Tongtian quickly moved to another location on the battlefield, where there were also countless souls. Moreover, due to the overwhelming number of souls, the malevolent energy in the world was exceptionally dense. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before many of these souls transformed into ghost immortals. Without further thought, Tongtian immediately summoned the reincarnation seal once again. In an instant, the souls of the entire realm flew orderly into the reincarnation seal. Continuously activating the reincarnation seal consumed a significant amount of energy for Tongtian. However, what he feared the least was such a war of attrition. He directly took out a drop of 3 light, divine water, drank it down, and his magical power surged once more. With a stream of 3 light, divine water flowing, Tongtian unscrupulously squandered his magical power. He was now like a human reincarnation in the world, continuously sending the souls of the 3 clans into reincarnation. Even though the number of souls lost in the battle of the 3 clans was staggering, he had ample time to help them all transcend. After all, no matter how many souls there were, the transformation into ghost immortals couldn't be accomplished in a short time. After switching to several locations, the merit golden light within Tongtian was steadily increasing. And it wasn't over yet. A blurry golden wheel of merit appeared behind his head. This was a unique phenomenon that only those with great merit could possess. Feeling the changes within himself, Tongtian was extremely delighted. At this rate, he would have more than enough heavenly merit to condense a golden body of merit. It's too much, as long as the souls are endless. The heavenly merit he can obtain is also endless. He could never finish collecting them. Who would have thought that while the 3 clans were fighting to the point of bloodshed, they wouldn't gain any benefits at all? Meanwhile, he was profiting immensely behind the scenes during this calamity. This was simply a huge windfall. Whoosh! Tongtian's figure flashed, and he descended directly to the ground. At this moment, the earth was littered with the corpses of the strong from the 3 clans. Within a billion miles, the smell of blood lingered long. This shows how brutal the battle of the 3 clans was. But this had nothing to do with Tongtian. He was here to collect the corpses and blood essence of the strong from the 3 clans. These were all top-notch items, especially after the battle of the 3 clans. All 3 clans would retreat into the wilderness, and these items would increase in value. Even if he couldn't use them, keeping them as the foundation for the Jiejiao in the future would be completely fine. This was a big win. Coming out this time was indeed the right choice. The scattered bones on the ground could completely serve as materials for refining tools. The blood essence of the strong from the 3 clans was also invaluable and could be used to refine the body. Tongtian sighed with emotion and immediately summoned the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower. Choosing a space within, he began to continuously collect his spoils. A large amount of blood essence gathered together like a surging river, being absorbed into the heavenly, yellow Linglong Tower. In addition to the vast amount of blood essence and corpses, Tongtian also obtained several fragments of spiritual treasures. These were all treasures that were destroyed during the battle of the 3 clans. Although only fragments remained, many still contained spiritual essence, with some refinement. They could be restored into complete spiritual treasures. Moreover, these fragments of spiritual treasures were also valuable materials for refining tools. In short, the battlefield of the 3 clans was a massive treasure trove. However, to enter this treasure trove to seek wealth, one needed sufficient cultivation. Otherwise, one might die from the aftermath of the battle before even getting close. Adhering to the principle of the 3 lights, Tongtian collected everything useful he saw. Before long, the space within the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower was covered by a layer of various treasure fragments and the corpses of the strong from the 3 clans. Just as Tongtian was busy with this, a sudden shadow crashed down from the distant sky, smashing into the ground not far from him. Tongtian glanced over, surprised. Good heavens! He was quite a distance from the center of the 3 clans' war. Had the battle already reached such a brutal level? They were actually fighting right in front of him? Looking closely, it was clear that this was a strong member of the Qilin clan, who let out a muffled groan before dying completely. There was even a claw-shaped hole in his chest. The Dragon Clan warrior pursuing him was someone Tongtian recognized. Zhulong, this is truly a twisted fate. I'd already avoided this battle, yet I still ran into this guy. Tongtian muttered in his heart, but he quickly and deftly collected the fresh corpse of the Qilin clan warrior. This scene naturally did not escape Zhulong's eyes. Seeing Tongtian, he instantly erupted in rage. This damned thief made him a laughingstock in the wilderness. How dare he appear near the battlefield again? Wasn't that a provocation? Previously, Tongtian had escaped using cunning methods, but this time he definitely couldn't let history repeat itself. In the next moment, Zhulong's figure appeared before Tongtian with a sense of oppression. His face twisted in anger. Heaven has eyes. I didn't expect to encounter you again, shameless scoundrel. Quickly hand over the spiritual treasure in your hand and return my niece. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead. Tongtian remained expressionless as he listened to these words. At that time, he was indeed not Zhulong's opponent, but he had long since changed. Not only had his physical body undergone great enhancement, but his cultivation was also just a step away from becoming a Hunyuan golden immortal. With such confidence, he naturally would not fear Zhulong. Even if the ancestor dragon appeared to kill him, he would have the confidence to exchange a few moves with the ancestor dragon. Not to mention that Zhulong's current state was clearly not at his peak. He was already soaked in blood. He must have fought several battles in succession. This Zhulong, if not covered in wounds, at least had consumed a significant amount of energy. In this situation, Tongtian was even less afraid. It seems you still haven't changed your delusional mindset. Do you think that just because you've broken through to Hunyuan golden immortal, you can act arrogantly? Tongtian said mockingly. He could sense the pressure from Zhulong, indicating that Zhulong's cultivation had indeed broken through to Hunyuan golden immortal. But so what? This guy was not the ancestor dragon. At most, he was an early-stage Hunyuan golden immortal, so he was still quite confident about fighting him. To be honest, Tongtian's own foundation was already enough to challenge the Hunyuan golden immortal. He just lacked the methods to break through to Hunyuan golden immortal. Otherwise, he would have long since broken through naturally. Zhulong's expression turned wild as he said, "In the past, I was merely a Deluo golden immortal, and I can make you flee in panic. Now that I am a Hunyuan golden immortal, how can you contend with me? Since you are unwilling to hand over the spiritual treasure, then prepare to die." Tongtian sneered, "Dream on. Let me see what kind of tricks you have." Just right. I lack a corpse at the level of Hunyuan golden immortal among my gains. Zhulong's expression instantly turned furious. This damn guy was actually secretly collecting the corpses of the strong from the 3 clans. Truly a brazen and shameless scoundrel. Since that's the case, let's kill the opponent and seize all those spiritual treasures. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying aura erupted from the body of the candle dragon. A low chant came from its mouth, and its hand transformed into a dragon claw, breaking through the air towards Tongtian. Seeing this, Tongtian looked disdainful. Didn't want to compete in physical strength? Just what he wanted. The power of blood and energy surged within him, and Tongtian had no intention of retreating as he struck back. Boom! The palms of the two collided, and a powerful force instantly created endless ripples. The candle dragon was somewhat surprised. It didn't expect the opponent to block its attack so easily. However, it had not yet used its full strength. Buzz! With a vast power surging, the candle dragon launched another attack, this time with all its might. In the void, a thunderous dragon roar echoed. Tongtian remained undaunted, relying solely on his physical strength to withstand the blow, even counterattacking the candle dragon. Boom! The candle dragon raised its hand to block Tongtian's fist. Shock evident on its face. How could this be possible? It believed that as long as it used all its strength, the opponent would certainly not be a match. It thought that in just a few moves, the opponent would be directly suppressed. Who would have thought that the opponent hadn't even used any treasures and was completely relying on physical strength to stand against it? Clearly, in their last encounter, the opponent's physical body had not been this strong. Yet this time, Tongtian's physical body was no weaker than its own. Such a thing was simply impossible. I am a dignified Hunyuan golden immortal, and he is merely a great Luo golden immortal. How could he compare to my physical body? Confusion flashed in the candle dragon's eyes, but it quickly launched an extremely fierce offensive. Tongtian also struck back continuously, neutralizing all of the candle dragon's attacks. The two were purely clashing with their physical strength in the void. For a time, their blood and energy surged, and they were evenly matched. However, the candle dragon could not accept this outcome at all. This time, its advantage was even greater than last time. It was a whole major realm above Tongtian, and if it couldn't subdue Tongtian, who knew how the beings of the world would mock it? Roar! The candle dragon let out a roar, and in the next moment, scales appeared on the surface of its body. Tongtian looked disdainfully at it, saying, flashy but impractical, of little use. The candle dragon's anger flared, and between the shadows of its fists, it seemed as if real dragons were evolving within. Tongtian, unwilling to show weakness, once again surged with the power of blood and energy from his body. If only he had refined that drop of Pangu's heart blood, he could have successfully mastered the true form of the ancestral, and could have suppressed the candle dragon with his physical body. Kill! A flash of killing intent crossed Tongtian's eyes as he shouted loudly. Both fists struck out simultaneously. The power of his physical body was enough to break through myriad laws. The candle dragon forcefully used both hands to block this blow, but found cracks appearing in the dragon scales on its body. This shocked it even more. After all, dragon scales were incredibly tough and were highly favored materials for many cultivators. They could be said to be indestructible. This guy's physical body was even stronger than its own dragon scales. Could it be that it had already reached the level of a congenital spiritual treasure? The candle dragon thought of this, and an endless killing intent erupted within. Tongtian's strength was advancing too quickly. Clearly, in their last encounter, he could only escape with cunning tricks. How long had it been since then? And he already had the strength to fight against it. If it let him go, wouldn't the next time he would be able to chase it down directly? At that time, trying to kill the opponent would be impossible. Thus, the candle dragon let out another dragon roar, and in the next moment, it manifested its enormous true form. The true dragon body was the strongest form of the dragon clan. This made the aura of the candle dragon suddenly become even more astonishing. Tongtian's gaze was like lightning, and he also roared loudly. In an instant, boundless blood and energy crazily gathered behind him, transforming into a towering Dharma form. This Dharma form glared fiercely, with immense lux swirling around its body. The terrifying aura surged straight into the sky. The candle dragon's massive body charged through the void, with the power of water laws wrapping around its claws, as if the void was being torn apart. Its voice was full of resentment. Tongtian snorted coldly, and in the next moment, the Dharma form stepped forward, delivering a punch. As the two collided, endless cracks appeared throughout the void. Boom! The terrifying shockwave centered around the two spread out for millions of miles. Tongtian took the opportunity to grab the candle dragon's body with one hand and slammed it down towards the ground. The candle dragon was caught off guard, and by the time it reacted, its massive body had already crashed on countless mountains and rivers. But it wasn't over. Tongtian's Dharma form stepped forward and sat directly on the candle dragon's rising body, pressing it back down to the ground. In the next moment, his fists rained down on the candle dragon like a storm. The candle dragon let out a cry of agony, but in just a moment, it was beaten into a state of injury. Having fought continuously with the 3 clan-strong ones, it was already injured, and now those injuries were exacerbated several times over. A large amount of blood dripped from its dragon scales onto the ground. Roll! The candle dragon was filled with grief and anger, not expecting Tongtian's physical body to be so monstrous. At this rate, it wouldn't have any chance of victory. It seemed it could only resort to some special means. Chapter 34. The Fall of the Candle Dragon. The Appearance of Rahu. The candle dragon's roar echoed through heaven and earth. Fueled by rage, it unleashed unparalleled power, forcibly breaking free from Tongtian suppression. After all, it was only its physical body that was inferior to Tongtian. It still had its cultivation to rely on. Tongtian, today, either you die or I die. Having been humiliated like this, the candle dragon's heart was already filled with boundless killing intent. No matter what means it took today, it would make Tongtian pay for his actions. It had to kill this guy to cleanse the shame on its body. Roar! With a furious roar to the sky, the candle dragon transformed from its true dragon form into a human form. And that was not all. It directly summoned its supreme, congenital spiritual treasure. A dragon candle appeared in its palm. In the next moment, strands of congenital candle flames erupted from the dragon candle, and these flames gathered together, transforming into a small dragon with bared fangs and brandished claws, roaring as it charged towards Tongtian. Tongtian did not pay it any mind and directly attempted to crush this congenital candle flame attack with his physical body. Boom! A punch struck out, and the immense power caused ripples in the heavens and earth. However, this congenital candle flame was incredibly tricky. Under the fierce force, it could only be defeated. But after being defeated, many of the flames clung to Tongtian's fist. They then spread over his physical body. In the blink of an eye, flames covered Tongtian's body. Tongtian raised an eyebrow slightly. The power of this congenital candle flame was somewhat surprising. Fortunately, his physical body had been tempered with the true fire of the sun on the sun star, so the congenital candle flame had little effect on him. To resolve it, he could simply use poison to counter poison. Thus, a flash of brilliance crossed Tongtian's eyes, and in the next moment, he directly opened his mouth and spewed out a breath of true fire from the sun. Boom! The moment the true fire of the sun appeared, the temperature of the entire world rapidly rose. The congenital candle flames on his body were like stars meeting the bright moon, having no power to resist, all being burned to nothing by this breath of true fire. Seeing that his own congenital candle flames had no effect on Tongtian at all, the candle dragon was utterly furious. How could this be possible? The supreme innate spiritual treasure, the candle dragon, had no effect on this guy at all? What a joke. This was his most powerful spiritual treasure, personally chosen by his brother, the ancestral dragon, to unleash his full cultivation. How could this guy master such a terrifying fire divine power? The candle dragon's mind shook. He knew very well how astonishing the power of the innate candle fire was. However, the innate candle fire couldn't rival the true fire unleashed by his opponent's divine power. It must be a divine power of extremely strong capability. In other words, this top-notch divine power was probably not mastered by many in the primordial world. Summoning wind and rain. Without thinking much, the candle dragon immediately unleashed his incredibly powerful divine power. Summoning wind and rain was not just as simple as calling clouds and bringing rain. It was a terrifying divine power that could change the celestial phenomena in the surrounding area. Moreover, it could transform these altered celestial phenomena into infinite killing intent. Boom! As the candle dragon summoned wind and rain, the entire sky instantly turned dark and gloomy. Countless bolts of lightning surged beneath the clouds. Rise! With a loud shout from the candle dragon, thunder roared, and torrential rain obscured the figure of Tongtian. Tongtian felt a surge of killing intent throughout the entire world. This summoning wind and rain was indeed a great divine power, and having such might was normal. However, when it came to divine power confrontation, he naturally would not fear the candle dragon. With a single hand forming a seal, he directly unleashed the Taqing celestial light. In front of him, a large halo spread out, blocking all the rainwater outside. The invisible surging lightning now transformed into sharp attacks, covering towards Tongtian. Tongtian pointed into the air, unleashing the Yuqing celestial light. Under precise control, the Yuqing celestial light burst forth like beams of light. The beams easily pierced through the clouds. In an instant, endless clear sky was refracted in. Tongtian increased his magical power output, and the might of the Yuqing celestial light erupted completely. Endless celestial light coalesced into countless light swords above the sky. Swish, swish, swish. Thousands of light swords tore apart the world created by the summoning wind and rain, leaving it riddled with holes. The candle dragon's divine power was once again shattered. Tongtian did not stop there, with both hands forming seals. He unleashed the Xian in divine water. Isn't the dragon clan skilled in water control? Let's see whether the dragon clan's water control is stronger or his Xian in divine water. Buzz! The Xian in divine water transformed in the void into ropes, directly breaking through the air towards the candle dragon. Seeing this, the candle dragon let out a cold laugh. Did this guy really think he could deal with the dragon clan using water? This guy truly did not know what he was talking about. Did he not know that their dragon clan was the born rulers of water? Roll! With a loud shout, the candle dragon attempted to forcibly expel these waters using his innate divine power. However, he was shocked to discover that these waters did not listen to his control and had already wrapped around his form. Upon touching this water, the candle dragon realized that it was not ordinary water. The profound chill was clearly a form of a great divine power. He hurriedly operated the dragon candle in his hand, and the innate candle fire surged, entangling with the Xian divine water. Under the entanglement of yin and yang, he finally managed to break free from the restraints on his body. But the power of the dragon candle could not even contend against the true fire of the sun, let alone the Xian divine water, which was on the same level as the true fire of the sun. Soon, the innate candle fire was completely extinguished by the Xian divine water. Seeing this, the candle dragon spat out a thick bolt of thunder, which exploded over the Xian divine water, exhausting the remaining power of the Xian divine water. This guy had mastered so many powerful divine powers. The candle dragon's heart sank. He finally understood Tongtian's confidence in resisting him. Clearly, not many years had passed, and this guy's combat power had become extraordinary. Moreover, he knew that Tongtian's greatest reliance was definitely not these powerful divine powers, but the strong spiritual treasures he possessed. That was what truly made him wary. At this moment, Tongtian also had no intention of continuing to tangle with the candle dragon. The battlefield of the Three Clans War was a huge treasure trove for him. Continuing to fight the candle dragon here was simply a waste of time. It seemed necessary to solve this guy quickly. Thus, Tongtian directly summoned the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the Qing sword. Holding the long sword in his hand, a series of sharp sword energies immediately broke through the air. Another supreme, innate spiritual treasure. The candle dragon looked at the incredibly sharp sword light, and his pupils suddenly constricted. He hadn't seen this supreme, innate spiritual treasure in Tongtian's hands last time. Could it be that this guy had obtained another opportunity? The candle fire glowed and surged again, but under the fierce sword energy, it was easily torn apart. Moreover, the sword energy struck the candle dragon directly. The candle dragon wanted to resist with his physical body, but the speed of this sword energy was simply too fast. He couldn't defend against it at all. In the blink of an eye, multiple wounds had appeared on his body. This was not over. Tongtian had already appeared in front of him, holding the Qing sword. Taking advantage of the fact that the candle dragon had not yet recovered from his injuries and had also sustained significant damage from their previous battle, it was the perfect opportunity to completely kill him. Take advantage of your illness to seize your life. Whoosh! Amidst the brilliant sword light, the candle dragon spat out a mouthful of blood, his abdomen pierced directly by the Qing sword. Seriously injured. This time, he truly felt fear in his current state. He was absolutely no match for Tongtian. If Tongtian did not let him go and insisted on killing him, he would have no way out. Thinking of this, the candle dragon gritted his teeth and said, "Tongtian, I will definitely not let you go. You wait, once I recover. I will definitely tear you to pieces and pull out your bones." As his voice fell, the candle dragon once again manifested his true form and flew away into the distance. His speed was extremely fast, fully unleashing his cultivation as a Yuan golden immortal to escape for his life. He easily reached 100 miles away. Seeing this, Tongtian's expression turned somewhat unsightly. He also wanted to completely eliminate the trouble that was the candle dragon. But this guy was still a Yuan golden immortal after all. He really had no way to completely kill him. He could only watch helplessly as the other party escaped. Fortunately, with the current speed of his cultivation's progress, he did not need to worry about the candle dragon having the chance to come back for revenge. It might even be that before he recovered from his injuries, he would already have advanced to the status of a Yuan golden immortal. At that time, the roles of offense and defense between them would change. It would be interesting to see what methods the candle dragon still had. The candle dragon saw that Tongtian did not pursue him and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then endless resentment filled his heart. That damn guy made him, a dignified Yuan golden immortal, lose face. Next time, he must completely kill him, and he cannot let the other die too easily. He wanted to throw this guy into the depths of the sea whirlpool, letting him be tortured to death within. Only then could he resolve the hatred in his heart. Just as the candle dragon's eyes were filled with resentment, suddenly ripples spread in the void. The next moment, a blood-red spear pierced through the air from nowhere, directly penetrating the head of the candle dragon. The candle dragon's large pupils were filled with disbelief. Who? Who dares to directly kill him? Don't they fear the revenge of the Dragon Clan? His life force seemed to be devoured by that blood-red spear. And in just a moment, he had lost all vitality. Tongtian also sensed the death of the Candle Dragon, his face full of shock. What was going on? Could it be that someone had been observing his battle with the Candle Dragon in the dark? Taking advantage of the Candle Dragon's severe injuries, they struck to kill him? That blood-red spear gave him a sense of familiarity. Just then, a domineering figure appeared in the void, dressed in a black Taoist robe, exuding an aura of ruthless power. It stood in the void, a terrifying aura cloaking the heavens and the earth, surrounded by a chilling presence. Such a domineering and powerful strength instantly led Tongtian to guess the identity of the opponent. He had felt this kind of overwhelming pressure from Hong Jun before. This person was clearly the mastermind behind the War of the Three Clans, the Western Rahu. But why would this guy appear in such a place? Could he have already set his sights on the Zhulong? After all, Zhulong is the younger brother of the ancestral dragon. If he were to die in the war, the ancestral dragon would surely suspect the Feng and Qiling clans. This would only escalate the conflict among the three clans, further benefiting Rahu's plans. At this moment, Rahu was also sizing up Tongtian. After observing him from the shadows for a while, he was somewhat surprised by Tongtian's combat power. This was why he decided to reveal himself to see if he could recruit Tongtian. The demon clan wanted to dominate the primordial world and naturally needed a large number of followers. A powerhouse like Tongtian was exactly the kind of ally Rahu sought. You are impressive. To be able to severely injure Zhulong with your Luo Jinxian cultivation. If you are willing to join my demon clan and become one of my powerful subordinates, I can offer you a position just below me, above countless others. Additionally, I can provide you with a method to cultivate into a Hunyuan Jinxian. If I am not mistaken, you are merely lacking the right techniques to take that step. This was what Rahu valued most about Tongtian. With Tongtian's combat power, once he achieved the Hunyuan Jinxian, his strength would surely multiply. Perhaps he could bring Rahu some unexpected surprises. Tongtian, upon hearing this, was somewhat astonished. He did not expect Rahu to appear and even have the intention of recruiting him. But Rahu's path was clearly one that opposed the entire primordial world. If he agreed, wouldn't he be led down a path of no return? Moreover, did he even deserve to submit to him? It was true that he was an innate demon god, but he was a proper Pangu orthodox. During the chaotic era, Pangu had single-handedly slain 3,000 chaotic demon gods. If he, as a Pangu orthodox, became a subordinate of an innate demon god, wouldn't that disgrace Pangu's reputation? Tongtian could not do such a thing. Not to mention, Rahu was destined to be the loser in this great calamity. Not to mention that he had not yet achieved the Tao. He was highly likely to lose to Hong Jun, even if he became a Hunyuan de Luo Jinxian. The heavenly Tao would not let him go. Thank you for your kindness, senior, but your path is different from mine. So let's leave it at that. Tongtian pondered for a moment and directly declined. The paths they practiced were completely different, and he had no reason to follow Rahu. Upon hearing this, Rahu's expression immediately darkened, and he sneered, "Good. I didn't expect there to be someone in this world who dares to refuse me directly. Since you are unwilling to submit, then go die." He had always adhered to the principle that those who follow him prosper, while those who oppose him perish. The potential that Tongtian displayed was not enough to make him fearful, but since it displeased him, he might as well kill him off. At this moment, a smile appeared on Tongtian's face as he said, "Senior, don't be hasty. Your opponent is not me." Rahu raised an eyebrow, somewhat confused by Tongtian's meaning. However, he quickly sensed something was off and turned to look behind him. He then discovered that not far behind him stood a person. It was his old rival, Hong Jun. With Hong Jun present, Tongtian felt fearless. In fact, Hong Jun had already arrived when Rahu had just attempted to recruit him. This was the confidence that allowed Tongtian to directly refuse Rahu. However, he did not expect Rahu to be so dull. Perhaps this guy was indeed used to looking down on others. He didn't even catch a whiff of danger. Truly foolish. But Tongtian also understood that it was not surprising for Hong Jun to achieve this. After all, he held the creation jade dish. Only this fragment of the chaotic supreme treasure possessed the ability to shield against Rahu's perception. At this moment, Hongjuan's gaze was deep as he stared at Rahu. He had been tracking Rahu's trail for a long time. He did not expect Rahu to find Tongtian first, but fortunately his speed was not slow. Otherwise, his chosen disciple would likely have suffered at Rahu's hands. This guy acted without scruples, even knowing that Tongtian had the merits of opening the heavens. He would not easily let Tongtian go. The greatest possibility was that he would imprison Tongtian. Rahu, it is time to completely settle the grievances between us, Hongjun said calmly. Chapter 35, Suppressing the Demon Clan. A great opportunity to gain merits. Ridiculous. I have not even come to you, yet you have come to me. Upon hearing this, a fierce flame surged in Rahu's eyes. Although Hongjun had done nothing over the years, Rahu was well aware in his heart that a battle between the two of them was destined. A life and death battle. Only the victor could completely dominate the primordial world. In the next moment, an overwhelming pressure erupted from Rahu, shaking the surrounding void. Hongjuan's eyes flashed coldly, but he showed no intention of retreating. He had secretly observed Rahu for many years and already knew many of his secrets. In short, he could not allow Rahu's schemes to succeed. Thus, the two figures soared above the clouds, heading directly to the 9 heavens to battle. This was the most suitable battlefield for the two of them. Otherwise, with their cultivation levels, the area within billions of miles would be left in ruins. In the ethereal 9 heavens, devoid of anything, they could unleash their full power in battle. Watching the two innate demon gods already engaged in combat, Tongtian felt a deep sense of emotion. This was the struggle between the Tao and the demons behind the Dragon Han Great Calamity. However, he did not expect to be involved in such a high-level battle. But this was indeed a good thing. If he did not come out this time, he would have missed out on so much heavenly Tao merit. As for Hongjun, he did not need to worry about him. He should focus on gathering more heavenly Tao merits. Thus, Tongtian chose a location, quickly arrived, and began to gather a large number of wandering souls back into the reincarnation seal. Devouring countless souls made the brilliance of the reincarnation seal even more dazzling. Upon closer inspection, its spiritual essence seemed to have improved significantly. Just then, Tongtian suddenly raised his head and gazed toward the distant battlefield. He could feel the resentment in the world growing heavier. Could it be that there were changes happening on the battlefield? Tongtian took a step forward and flew toward the battlefield, wanting to see what the current situation was like. In the center of the battlefield, bones were piled high like mountains. Various mutilated corpses filled every vacant spot on the ground, and torrents of blood flowed like rivers, staining the earth. It was truly a scene of a hell on earth. Boom! A rumbling sound suddenly echoed between heaven and earth, as a large amount of demonic energy surged into the sky not far away. Numerous demon clan beings appeared, silently charging toward the remaining 3 clan powerhouses. Each of these demon beings was imbued with profound demonic energy. As they gathered, even the sky above them turned dark. These guys carried deep resentment, and one could only imagine how many living beings had died at their hands. If they would be killed, they would likely yield even more heavenly Tao merits. Tongtian's eyes flickered. He knew that the demon clan was inherently unrecognized by the heavenly Tao. It could be said that each one was marked for elimination by the heavenly Tao. Compared to these malevolent demons, the wandering souls drifting in the world were nothing. After all, it took a significant amount of time for wandering souls to transform into harmful ghost immortals. The demon clan is different, under the leadership of Luoho, who dares to challenge them in the world. As he pondered, a large number of powerful demons had already charged into the battlefield. This caused heavy casualties among the remaining 3 clans. They had just gone through a gruesome battle, and now faced with the ferocious attacks of the demon clan. The pressure suddenly increased. Even the Proud Dragon clan did not dare to strike at the Qilin and Phoenix clans. Instead, they fought alongside these demon powerhouses. The 3 clans, fighting for their lives, chose to unite against the suddenly appearing demons. However, their realization came too late. How could they, already battered and bruised, stand against these demon powerhouses? In an instant, a large number of strong warriors from the 3 clans turned into corpses, their blood spilling into the sky. Tongtian frowned at the sight. The demon clan is not tolerated by heaven and earth. The three clans are no match for them, and if he does not intervene, the damage to the three clans will only worsen. That would play right into Laozi's scheme. It seems he must eliminate the demons and uphold the way, while also collecting some merit from the heavens for dealing with these wicked demons. With this in mind, Tongtian immediately appeared on the battlefield, gripping his Qingping sword tightly, and a sword qi swept out. Several demon powerhouses who were engaged in battle with the three clans were instantly obliterated by this sword qi. I am the true lineage of Pangu, Tongtian of the Upper Clear. How can I allow you demons to run rampant? Surrender and die. After introducing himself, Tongtian charged into the demon army, relying on the Qingping sword. The sword glimmered, and countless sword lights soared into the sky, instantly slaying those demon powerhouses whose cultivation had not reached the great Luo golden immortal level. Thank you, Tongtian Daoist, for your assistance. The Dark Qilin on the Qilin clan side was overjoyed, not expecting Tongtian to come to their aid. With his help, they still had a chance to deal with these demons. On the Phoenix clan side, the colorful Phoenix also knew of Tongtian's great name, and her heart felt at ease. Although Tongtian had not yet reached the mixed Yuan golden immortal realm, he could contend with a candle dragon, indicating that his combat power was certainly not weak. His intervention was indeed a strong reinforcement. The expressions of the dragon clan members turned grim. Tongtian had not only injured the candle dragon, but had also kidnapped the dragon clan's princess. However, their current situation was indeed dire. If Tongtian did not step in to help, the three clans would likely be wiped out by the demons. Yet, they could not express their gratitude, so they suppressed their feelings and charged at the demons. Bold, you dare to obstruct our good fortune. You're seeking death. The demons were enraged to see someone disrupting their plans. A towering demon powerhouse could not help but curse loudly. The demon army did not all charge out. He was the strongest among the demons present, also at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal level. This level of cultivation is not weak among the many experts in the demon clan. Shut up. Tongtian glanced over, completely dismissing the opponent. With a flip of the Qingping sword, a sword light as thick as 100 zhong swept across the heavens and the earth, as if it were cleansing the world. The demon general's expression turned furious. This guy had directly attacked without saying a word. How could he not regard himself as one of the demon clan's strong ones? He shouted, directly summoning a set of postnatal spirit treasure dual swords. He swung the dual swords, intending to face Tongtian's sword qi head-on. However, he underestimated the power of Tongtian's sword. As soon as they made contact, the demon general felt an unparalleled force, and with a muffled grunt, his dual sword was sent flying. His body bore astonishing cracks, and that sword seemed to want to tear him apart from top to bottom. What a powerful spirit treasure! The demon general, shocked, then felt joy. With such a strong treasure, wouldn't it become his once he defeated the opponent? He waved his hand to summon the dual swords back and charged forward again. Buzz! Without any hesitation, he unleashed his most powerful killing move, the demon's sword cross slash. Yet, facing his powerful strike, Tongtian wore a look of disdain. He didn't even use the Qingping sword, simply extending his hand forward to grasp. A glimmer of wild joy flashed in the demon general's eyes. Seeing his opponent underestimate him, he was sure he could take him down. Bang! The thought was beautiful, but reality was cruel. Tongtian's fist, like a powerful spirit treasure, easily broke through the demon general's full force attack with a single strike. The demon general's face was filled with disbelief as he looked down and saw cracks appearing on his dual swords. This made him feel an instant chill. Why was this guy's physical body so terrifying? Even his postnatal spirit treasure couldn't withstand it. At this moment, he trembled, and a sharp sword qi appeared before his eyes. However, he had no time to defend himself, and could only watch helplessly as the sword qi split his body in two. Although both were at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal level, he was utterly no match for Tongtian. After easily slaying him, Tongtian casually collected his treasure and then gripped the Qingping sword, charging towards the other demon powerhouses, watching their commanding general die at the hands of the opponent. The remaining demon powerhouses were horrified. They had not expected this Tongtian Taoist to be so powerful. Tongtian was now fully unleashing his power, not only swinging his Qingping sword continuously, but also summoning the heavenly, yellow, Linglong Pagoda. Boom! Under the vast magical power, the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda soared into the sky, transforming into a size of 1,000,000 zhong, suddenly bursting forth with devouring power. In the blink of an eye, a large number of demons were directly sucked into the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda. Tongtian opened the layer of the pagoda specifically designed to store the true fire of the sun, tossing all these demons in without hesitation. Under the terrifying power of the true fire of the sun, one can imagine the fate of those demons that were devoured. As the number of dead clan strongmen increased, the remaining demon powerhouses were filled with fear. But they did not dare to defy Luoho's orders, and thus they roared and charged at Tongtian. "We are many, and we don't believe that one person can kill us all. Let's go together." Hearing their words, Tongtian scoffed. Sorry, if it were other cultivators, they might really struggle against so many demon beings. But with an entire supply of 3 light divine water in hand, I truly have the ability to exterminate you all alone. Since you guys are so eager to deliver merit to me, there is nothing more to say. He shouted loudly and summoned the top-grade innate spirit treasure, the reincarnation seal. As the reincarnation seal fell through the air, numerous demon beings turned to ashes. The demon clan is a special race created by Luoho. Any being from the wilderness that dies retains its soul, but demons do not. This also prevents Tongtian from gaining merit twice in one go. Fortunately, the quality of the demons is good, as one can replace hundreds or thousands of souls. Therefore, he could still gain a significant amount of merit. With one hand forming a seal, the northern Xian Yuan controlling water flag also appeared in the void. The next moment, Tongtian unleashed the Xian Yin divine water, using the power of the Xian Yuan controlling water flag to spread out. A large amount of Xian Yin divine water transformed into countless arrows, raining down like a storm. In an instant, over 100 demon powerhouses were turned into ice blocks under the terrifying power of the Xian Yin divine water, shattering upon hitting the ground, leaving no trace. With the support of his treasures and divine abilities, Tongtian grew stronger with each battle. The demons have completely abandoned the 3 clans' experts and are rushing towards him. Standing alone against the demon army, he has shocked the experts from the 3 clans. It was indeed a very wise choice to befriend Tongtian. Tongtian's combat power truly surpasses all in Hongwang. He is worthy of being the true heir of Pangu. On the side of the Qilin clan, Immortal said joyfully. Other experts from the Qilin clan also praised Immortal for his keen judgment. If Tongtian hadn't intervened, the 3 clans would likely have lost most of their strong experts. On the side of the Kai Feng, there was also a look of astonishment in her beautiful eyes. How powerful Tongtian's combat strength is merely a rumor in Hongwang. Only by witnessing it in person can one realize that the rumors were somewhat modest. Such terrifying combat power is completely on par with top experts like her sister Yuan Feng and Ancestor Dragon. If he had attained the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, he might not even be much weaker than Ancestor Dragon and the others. The key is that he possesses an incredible number of magical treasures. He has brought out 3 top-grade, innate spiritual treasures. What an astonishing wealth. The beautiful female immortals of the Wu Feng clan are numerous. If we could win over Tongtian, we would have a greater advantage in confronting the Dragon clan. An elder of the Feng clan proposed. Upon hearing this, everyone was immediately intrigued. Among the 3 clans, only the Dragon clan is feeling the pressure. While Tongtian has helped them, he is also their sworn enemy. Now that their enemy is this powerful, they naturally feel quite bitter. In the 9 heavens above, Luoho sensed the commotion below and casually glanced over, instantly filled with rage. He had specifically arranged for a large number of demon experts to enter when the 3 clans were mutually damaging each other. It was all to kill more experts from the 3 clans and fulfill his grand plan. Who would have thought those demon experts would be killed by Tongtian in such numbers? Damn it, if it weren't for preserving strength, I wouldn't have held back all the demon experts. How could I allow this guy to be so arrogant? Luoho was filled with fury. continuously stabbing the void with his god-slaying spear. He wanted to free his hands to deal with Tongtian. However, his intentions could not be hidden from Hong Jun. The angrier Luo Ho became, the more satisfied Hong Jun was with Tongtian. Originally, he brought Tongtian down the mountain just to find some benefits for him. Who knew Tongtian would indirectly help him resist the demon experts? This was truly killing two birds with one stone. Whoosh! Hong Jun seized the opportunity and directly unleashed his divine power towards Luo Ho. The power of the divine ability was immense, instantly enveloping the heavens and the earth. Luo Ho also felt a chill and could only turn his spearhead to continue entangling with Hong Jun. But he still coldly said, "This time does not count. The grudges between you and me will eventually be settled someday. Let us end it here for today." At this point, he felt an immense resentment. He had long known that Hong Jun would definitely come to confront him, but he had already set up the demon army in advance. Who would have thought that Tongtian would intervene out of nowhere? Truly despicable. Fortunately, Hong Jun could entangle with him, and neither could determine a victor. Moreover, he had prepared a trump card against Hong Jun. After saying this, Luo Ho's figure directly broke through the void and left. Hong Jun's eyes were deep, and he had no intention of pursuing, because he also understood that it was impossible to kill Luo Ho this time. However, he still solemnly warned, "Luo Ho, next time I will definitely come to the west. At that time, you will undoubtedly die." Chapter 36, Envious Brothers. A fortuitous encounter in Xikanlun. Above the sky, Luo Ho had already escaped several thousand miles, but he still heard Hong Jun's warning. Naturally, he looked down on it. Want to kill him? He wanted to see how much ability Hong Jun actually had. If you have the ability, come. It is still uncertain who will die between us. Leaving behind a sentence. Luo Ho's figure disappeared without a trace. At the same time, as he left, he also communicated with other demon experts. Upon knowing that Luo Ho had departed, these demon experts also had no intention of continuing to entangle with Tongtian. Of course, they had already been frightened out of their wits by Tongtian. This guy stood alone against their millions, seemingly tireless. Instead, they lost half of their clansmen at his hands. Such combat power is truly too abnormal. Therefore, no one dared to linger, and they all quickened their pace to flee. Seeing this, Tongtian also realized that the battle between Hong Jun and Luo Ho must have ended. Otherwise, with Luo Ho's ruthless character, even if the demon clan was wiped out, as long as he could achieve his goal, he would probably have no regrets. The demon clan left in droves, and Tongtian had no intention of pursuing. If that fellow Luo Ho launched a sneak attack, even Hong Jun might not be able to ensure his safe retreat. Moreover, this time, his gains had already been substantial. One should not be too greedy. At this moment, an infinite golden light suddenly covered the sky above the 9 heavens. Tongtian's expression changed with joy. The demon clan had just left, and unexpectedly, the heavenly Tao bestowed a reward. So much merit from the heavenly Tao, he didn't know how much he would share. This time, the demon clan wanted to disrupt Hong Wang, and he had also put in considerable effort. Of course, the lion's share would definitely belong to Hong Jun. After all, if it weren't for Hong Jun entangling with Luo Ho, Tongtian and the 3 clans would probably not have escaped unscathed. Buzz. The vast merit from the heavenly Tao was distributed in the heavens, with a portion directly pouring into Tongtian's body. Bathed in the golden light, Tongtian felt a delightful tremor all over his body. So refreshing, so very refreshing. Although he already had a considerable amount of opening heaven merit, who would complain about such a versatile treasure? At the same time, he also noticed that the heavenly Tao merit he received was about 30%. As for the remaining 70%, it naturally all belonged to Hong Jun, who had put in a lot of effort. Indeed, hugging a big leg is so worthwhile. Without a grueling battle, just by killing some demon beings, he could obtain so much heavenly Tao merit. Tongtian was overjoyed. Hugging Hong Jun's big leg was truly worth it. The experts from the 3 clans looked at such a large amount of merit, their eyes turning red. Unfortunately, all of this was Tongtian's gain. It had nothing to do with them. Therefore, everyone could only watch as Tongtian accepted it all. Tongtian's reputation from this battle is likely to resound throughout Hong Wang. If it weren't for our friend's all-out effort, our Qilin clan would have suffered heavy losses. I express my gratitude here. At this moment, Qilin stepped forward, wanting to strengthen his relationship with Tongtian. Kaifeng also stepped forward at this time, cupping her hands and saying, "Thank you, friend, for your assistance." Qilin glanced at the other party, but did not speak. Among the three clans, the Dragon Clan is the strongest in both power and background. If it weren't for the Phoenix and Qilin clans already having an alliance to counter the Dragon Clan, Honghuang would have long been unified by the Dragon Clan. Tongtian also cupped his hands and said, "You're too polite. Why haven't the clan leaders of the three clans appeared during such a great battle?" He was curious, thinking that Ancestor Dragon and the others had gone to battle beyond the heavens. But if he remembered correctly, although Ancestor Dragon and the others were also top experts, they had not reached the mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal level. Since Hong Jun and Luo Ho did not go to battle beyond the heavens, they naturally cannot go either. What you don't know, the battle has already ended. Qilin said bitterly. In this battle, our three clans suffered heavy losses, and there was no victor. Upon hearing this, Tongtian immediately understood. So the great calamity has already ended in part. Ancestor Dragon and the others have likely perished in the world. Thinking of this, Tongtian couldn't help but feel regret. Such a mixed Yuan Golden Immortal expert, under the great calamity, had no power to resist. By the way, why haven't I seen the Dragon Clan Zhulong? Ancestor Dragon has perished. Yet this fellow doesn't appear to command the remaining Dragon Clan. Kaifeng frowned and said at this moment. Qilin also noticed this point. The demon army had already retreated, so why hadn't Zhulong returned? If he remembered correctly, Zhulong should have gone to pursue the powerful beings of their two clans. The absence of the two clans' powerful beings at this moment indicated that they were likely to have fallen. So why hadn't Zhulong returned victorious? Tongtian was clear about this, but he did not speak out. The enmity between him and the Dragon Clan had already run deep. If they were to learn that he had witnessed Zhulong's fall, it might cause other troubles to arise. Moreover, he had not killed Zhulong himself. It was Luo Ho who had struck down the opponent. At this moment, Hong Jun also appeared in the world. The three clans' powerful beings naturally knew Hong Jun's identity and immediately bowed in salute. Hong Jun looked at Tongtian, who was surrounded by the three clans, with surprise. He hadn't expected Tongtian to be even more popular than himself. However, after this battle, Tongtian's reputation would indeed echo throughout Honghuang. The three clans' powerful beings were shocked to see the close relationship between Hong Jun and Tongtian. Could it be that Tongtian's backing was the mighty Hong Jun? No wonder the Dragon Clan was also helpless against Tongtian. Even if the ancestral dragon were still alive, it would likely not easily offend the mighty Hong Jun, who was an ancient powerhouse known since the time of the fierce beast calamity. Knowing that the two had matters to discuss, the three clans' powerful beings said nothing more and left directly. Senior Hong Jun, what do you plan to do next? Will you go directly to the Western world to find Luo Ho? After bowing, Tongtian asked curiously. There had been no clear outcome between Hong Jun and Luo Ho, and he was very curious about what Hong Jun would do next. The relationship between the two certainly meant that only one side could survive. Hong Jun shook his head and said, Luo Ho did not retreat because he was defeated. He simply saw that the plan could not succeed, so he temporarily left. It would be too hasty to attack him now. As he spoke, his eyes flickered. Luo Ho thinks that the killers he has laid out in the Western world can hide from my eyes. In fact, I have already known about the 4 swords of slaying immortals he has arranged. These 4 swords can form the slaying immortal sword array. It will be difficult for me to break the array alone. To completely deal with Luo Ho, I need to find a few friends to assist me. Hearing this, Tongtian was shocked. Hong Jun actually knew what Luo Ho's trump card was. No wonder he was recruiting other innate demon gods to join forces against Luo Ho. Luo Ho probably still didn't realize that the trump card he had painstakingly arranged had already been completely seen through by Hong Jun, right? In that case, I will not disturb you, Senior. I have gained a bit from this battle and plan to return to Kunlun Mountain to cultivate. Tongtian spoke. He also wanted to gain more, but it seemed that the battle between Hong Jun and Luo Ho would not start for the time being. So it would be better to return to Kunlun Mountain to cultivate. if he could successfully attain the Tao of the Yuan Golden Immortal. When the battle between the Tao and the demons finally broke out, perhaps he would also gain other benefits. Hongjun nodded, all right. Then let's return to Kunlun Mountain first. He was not in a hurry, and besides, Tongtian was brought out by him. It was just right to send him back to Kunlun Mountain, completing the beginning and the end. With Hongjun helping to lead the way, it didn't take long for the two to return to Kunlun Mountain. Just as they arrived at the mountain peak, Laozi and Yuan sure couldn't wait to appear. Laozi was somewhat surprised at their return, as not much time had passed. Only a few thousand years. In such a short time, what could they have gained? Could it be that the calamity of heaven and earth had already ended? Third brother, how have you fared in these years? Has the war between the three clans ended? Yuan Shi asked curiously. Tongtian shook his head. The gains are acceptable. The war between the three clans has ended. However, I did not see the clan leaders. I heard they have already perished in the heavens and the earth. Furthermore, the Western Demon Clan has also appeared, and I have killed quite a few demons, gaining a lot of heavenly merits. Upon hearing this, Laozi and Yuan Shi's faces were filled with envy. In such a chaotic battlefield, as long as one's cultivation was sufficient, it was indeed a good time to quietly amass wealth. It seemed that the third brother must have gained more than just a little. Unfortunately, their cultivation was not enough to follow their master, otherwise it would definitely be much better than staying in seclusion. At this moment, Hongjun spoke. Your cultivation is still a bit weak. Take advantage of the calamity not having fully erupted and focus on your cultivation. He advised Laozi and Yuan Shi. Hongjun then continued, I have other important matters, so I won't stay here. While Luo Ho is still laying out his plans, I must also start my own plans. The urgent task is to find other like-minded friends and persuade them to take action against Luo Ho. Only in this way can we completely resolve this trouble with Luo Ho. After giving his instructions, Hongjun left directly. Tongtian thought for a moment and sent a message to Ao Li and Shihi. Soon, the three of them arrived at the mountain peak. Tongtian's gaze swept over them, and he could feel that their cultivation had improved. After pondering for a moment, Tongtian said, I plan to impart some teachings to you. I hope you can gain something from it. His cultivation was just one step away from effortlessly attaining the Tao of the Yuan Golden Immortal. Giving teachings to Laozi and the others was certainly sufficient. However, the effect would definitely not be as good as Hongjun's. After all, Hongjun's explanation of the Great Tao was quite complete. Thank you, friend. Then I will trouble you, third brother. Laozi and Yuan Shi exchanged glances, and neither had any objections. Although Tongtian was the third brother, his cultivation was indeed stronger than theirs. Moreover, they were all brothers, so there was no embarrassment. As for Ao Li and the other three, it goes without saying that they naturally hoped to advance their own cultivation. Thus, Tongtian began to impart teachings to everyone for 300 years. After listening, everyone felt that they had gained a lot of insights and went into seclusion to comprehend the Tao and cultivate. Tongtian, on the other hand, was not in a hurry. He had just finished a battle with the demon clan and needed time to calm down. As for cultivation, he did not have the methods to attain the Tao of the Yuan Golden Immortal, so he was not in a rush. Speaking of which, Kunlun Mountain was so vast, yet he had not properly explored it. Now that he had the time, he naturally wanted to take a look around. Moreover, Kunlun Mountain was the ancestor of all mountains, and the Sanqing were not the only innate powerful beings within Kunlun Mountain. There were still a few neighbors. The closest one was the Queen Mother of the West from the Western Kunlun. If you remembered correctly, the Queen Mother of the West had a supreme, innate spiritual root. The Ren water peaches. It wouldn't be too much to visit her and ask for a few Ren water peaches to taste, right? The Queen Mother of the West and the later heavenly court's Yaoqi Queen Mother were not the same person. The Ren water peach tree and the peaches in the later peach garden were not of the same spiritual root. The Ren water peach tree was a supreme, innate spiritual root, while the peaches in the peach garden were at most innate spiritual roots. The difference between the two was enormous. After enjoying the scenery along the small path of Kunlun Mountain for a while, Tongtian soared through the clouds toward the western Kunlun. When he arrived at the western Kunlun, he was surprised to find that there was a layer of mist covering the surface. It seemed to protect the entire western Kunlun within. Without a doubt, This was a formation. He hadn't expected there to be a great formation protecting the western Kunlun. Could it be the handiwork of the Queen Mother of the West? Tongtian's eyes flickered. He really didn't know whether the Queen Mother of the West was skilled in formations. He only remembered that this female immortal was very low-key in her actions. Fortunately, this great formation was not too complicated, and after observing for a moment, Tongtian already had the ability to break it. However, he did not do so. He simply opened a small passage and quietly entered the interior of the western Kunlun. The scenery of Kunlun Mountain is not much different from that of East Kunlun. The shade of trees is dense, and the peaks and valleys are prominent. Celestial cranes circle gracefully, and a mystical aura envelopes the area, truly resembling a paradise on earth. Tongtian chose the largest peak among them and began to walk up the mountain. After an unknown amount of time, a mist of water vapor suddenly appeared before him. This mist completely shrouded the summit of the mountain, and Tongtian's eyes lit up. Could it be that there are treasures in West Kunlun as well? With curiosity and doubt, he quickened his pace. Deep within the mist, he saw a pool of water, and at that moment, a beautiful figure was bathing in the pool. He had no time to think and was immediately struck by the sight of pure white. A single thought filled his mind. She is truly fair and voluptuous. He was astonished. The figure in the pool exuded an air of elegance and grandeur with every movement. Even a dullard like Tongtian could sense that something was off. This was clearly not a treasure emerging. It was someone bathing. Who else could be bathing at the peak of West Kunlun? Realizing this, Tongtian immediately dared not linger and activated his magical powers, disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, the leisurely bathing Zhuangmu sensed the fluctuation of spiritual energy and angrily exclaimed, "Who is so audacious?" The next moment, a beam of light suddenly struck the spot where Tongtian had vanished. However, Tongtian had already fled without a trace, and naturally, the attack did not take effect. Zhuangmu felt the presence of the intruder leaving and was filled with embarrassment and anger. She did not expect someone would dare to spy on her bathing. This was her sacred ground, and there was a great formation guarding it from the outside world. Logically, outsiders should not be able to enter at all, unless this person was extremely skilled in formations and could sneak in silently. It indicated that their cultivation level was definitely not low. The three closest to her were those from East Kunlun. Could it be one of them? Chapter 37. Reacquiring the 5 Spirit Pearls. Exposure to peeping. In West Kunlun, within the pool, Zhuangmu's stunning face flushed with anger, her beautiful eyes filled with fury. She felt confident in her suspicions. After all, the 3 Dao friends next door certainly met the criteria. Once she figured out who among them was more adept in formations, it would definitely be them. Thinking they could take advantage and run away. How could that be so easy? With a cold snort, Zhuangmu stood up from the pool, and with a flick of her jade hand, she donned a luxurious long dress. After dressing up, she stepped out of the mist. Before leaving West Kunlun, she confirmed once more. The great formation guarding West Kunlun was intact, showing no signs of being forcefully breached. This aligned perfectly with her suspicions. The intruder must have an extremely deep understanding of formations. Only in this way could they silently infiltrate West Kunlun. Unfortunately, she did not catch the intruder on the spot, but instead allowed them to escape. The thought of this made Zhuangmu even more furious. Who knew how much that person had seen? This detestable thief could not be let go easily. Therefore, she flew straight towards East Kunlun. Just as Tongtian had left West Kunlun, he glanced back with lingering fear. Fortunately, he had run quickly and had not been caught by Zhuangmu. As a dignified disciple of Pangu, peeping at a fairy bathing, if this rumor spread, he would be utterly humiliated. How embarrassing! He had merely intended to pay a visit. Who would have thought he would encounter such an incident? Tongtian felt speechless, wondering if his luck had gone awry. Such a low-probability event, and yet he stumbled upon it? Luckily, he ran fast. Zhuangmu should not know it was him. While Tongtian was still troubled by the incident, he suddenly sensed a special spiritual essence coming from the distant mountain forest. He was taken aback. Could there be a masterless spiritual treasure in Kunlun Mountain? He quickly headed in that direction, and soon he saw a patch of gray mist spreading across the ground. At the center of the mist floated a gray spiritual pearl. Hiss, is my luck good or bad? Just going out for a stroll, and I encounter a spiritual pearl? Tongtian looked somewhat dazed. After examining it carefully, he recognized it as one of the 5 spirit pearls, specifically the Earth Spirit Pearl. It was also a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure, containing the profound power of Earth laws. With a wave of his hand, Tongtian immediately collected the Earth Spirit Pearl. He had already obtained a pearl each from the Sun Star and the Moon Star, and now he had acquired the Earth Spirit Pearl. He had directly gathered 3 of the 5 spirit pearls into his possession. This made Tongtian completely forget the embarrassment from West Kunlun and instead feel very pleased. It seemed that he had some karmic connection with the 5 spirit pearls. With 3 pearls now in hand, the last 2 would surely not escape his grasp. Once he gathered all 5, he would possess another immensely powerful high-grade, innate spiritual treasure. The combined power of 5 high-grade, innate spiritual treasures would surpass that of a typical supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Could this be the blessing of the true lineage of Pangu? No doubt about it, this feels great. Having made a significant gain, Tongtian decided not to linger in Kunlun Mountain, but to return to seclude himself and refine the spiritual treasure. He also wanted to avoid Zhuangmu. Zhuangmu had already discovered someone had seen her bathing. If she caught him, even if it was a misunderstanding, he would have no way to explain himself. For safety's sake, it was better to retreat and cultivate in seclusion. Thus, without hesitation, Tongtian returned to Kunlun Mountain and began his closed-door cultivation. The first thing he needed to refine was the reincarnation seal. The vast amount of heavenly Tao merit he had earned could be said to be entirely thanks to the reincarnation seal. Moreover, as a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure, it inherently contained extremely powerful might. If he could completely refine it, it would undoubtedly enhance Tongtian's combat power once more. However, completely refining a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure was not a simple task. Although Tongtian's cultivation was not weak, fully refining such a treasure would likely take hundreds or even thousands of years. Tongtian did not wish to bear such a time cost. He possessed more than 1 high-grade innate spiritual treasure in hand. If he had to refine them all, it might take 10,000 years. In that case, he would definitely miss the impending battle between the Tao and the demons. Aside from slowly refining with magical power, Tongtian had another method, using the heavenly Tao merit he had mastered to shorten the time required for refining the spiritual treasure. Without much thought, Tongtian decided to adopt this lavish method. After all, while heavenly Tao merit was precious, he also knew many ways to accumulate it. In comparison, time was more precious to him now. Thus, Tongtian immediately extracted a large amount of heavenly Tao merit and poured it all into the reincarnation seal. This caused the prohibitions within the reincarnation seal to quickly be refined. Every grade of spiritual treasure contains special prohibitions to fully unleash the power of a treasure. All these prohibitions must be refined. There are 124 prohibitions in postnatal treasures. The more prohibitions, the stronger the power. For innate treasures, there are 2,536 prohibitions. As for high-grade innate treasures, the number of prohibitions has reached an astonishing 3,748. If there are 49 prohibitions, it will be considered an innate supreme treasure. The reincarnation seal, being a powerful high-grade innate spiritual treasure, contains as many as 45 prohibitions. Only by refining all 45 prohibitions can their power be fully unleashed. With a substantial blessing from the heavenly Tao's merits, Tongtian managed to refine all 35 of the prohibitions. However, the remaining 10 prohibitions were clearly on a different level of difficulty compared to the previous ones. Even with plenty of heavenly Tao merits, Tongtian could only rely on time to slowly wear them down. During the remaining time, Tongtian refined the other spiritual treasures in his possession, especially the 3 high-quality innate spiritual pearls, which were not difficult for him to refine. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years passed quickly. Tongtian's mastery over the many spiritual treasures in his hands had also reached a new level. With the remaining time, he planned to cultivate and see if he could gain new insights. However, there was some commotion outside the cave. Tongtian sensed that Shiha, Changshi, and Aoli had come to his cave, which piqued his curiosity. Could it be that the three girls were looking for him for something? After thinking it over, he ended his closed-door cultivation and went out to meet the three girls. Glancing over them, Tongtian's expression was satisfied. Among them, the sisters Shiha and Changshi had already broken through to the mid-stage of the Luo Jinxian, just a step away from the late stage. It seems that your closed-door cultivation this time has indeed brought great gains. Congratulations to both of you, fellow Taoists, Tongtian said, cupping his hands. Shiha hurriedly returned the gesture, saying, fellow Taoist is too polite. If it weren't for your wholehearted assistance, our sisters wouldn't have such a tremendous improvement. We should be the ones thanking you. Changshi also spoke in agreement. Fellow Taoist not only brought us to the Honghuang, but also took such care in our cultivation. We truly do not know how to express our gratitude. Tongtian chuckled. You two fellow Taoists are too polite. Since you trust me, I naturally won't let you down. As for gratitude, there is no need. He had already made arrangements for the two women in his heart. Given their current relationship, if he were to leave Kunlun Mountain, the two women would surely follow him. This way, the Jiejiao would have two innate powerful beings to guard it. He had already made some plans for the Jiejiao, and this time the Jiejiao definitely could not recruit too many disciples. Otherwise, with mixed quality, it would ultimately drag down the Jiejiao's fortune. The three women of Aoli were all part of his plan. I have also broken through to the mid-stage of the Luo Jinxian. Aoli stepped forward with a joyful expression and said. Tongtian nodded, then curiously asked, did you call me out for something? Aoli flipped her palm, and a Ren Shui Pan Tao appeared in her palm. The Ren Shui Pan Tao was filled with spiritual essence and looked very alluring. The moment it was taken out, a special fragrance wafted out. With Tongtian's discerning eye, he immediately recognized it as a spiritual fruit and, moreover, a top-quality innate spiritual fruit. Upon receiving it and tossing it into his mouth, the Ren Shui Pan Tao instantly transformed into pure spiritual essence, quickly spreading throughout his body. This is the spiritual fruit of the top-quality innate spiritual root Ren Shui Pan Tao tree. Where did you find this? Tongtian was astonished. He was still thinking about finding a few Ren Shui Pan Taos to taste. Who would have thought that Aoli and the others had them? Could it be that the three girls also went to the West Kunlun? Aoli smiled and said, we three met an elder sister in Kunlun Mountain. After talking with us, she gave us 3 Ren Shui Pan Taos. Such good fortune? It can't be that the quantity of Ren Shui Pan Taos in the hands of the Queen Mother of the West is so abundant that she gives them to everyone? Thinking of this, Tongtian suddenly had a bad premonition. Could it be that his own matters had been exposed? Is there anything else? Did this elder sister ask you some questions? Tongtian asked further. Aoli pondered for a moment and then said, yes. That elder sister was very curious about the 3 pure ones, so she kept asking about the situation of the 3 brothers. She smiled and said, the elder sister also mentioned that if she has the chance, she hopes to meet you, fellow Taoist Tongtian. Upon hearing this, Tongtian was taken aback. It goes without saying that he must have been exposed. Otherwise, the Queen Mother of the West would not have said that directly to the 3 girls. This was somewhat uncomfortable, but upon careful thought, Kunlun Mountain is so big, and the only ones capable of entering the West Kunlun are the 3 brothers. The key is that both Laozi and Yuan Shi have been in closed-door cultivation during this time, so it would be impossible for her to place all the blame on them. He also wondered what kind of impression he had made in the eyes of his Queen Mother of the West. If this misunderstanding could not be clarified, would not his illustrious reputation be ruined? Tongtian felt distressed. Had he known, he wouldn't have recklessly entered the West Kunlun. It would have been better to directly open the window and speak plainly, inviting the Queen Mother of the West to meet him. But he also didn't know that the Queen Mother of the West would bathe outside the dojo. Alas, in any case, it's useless to say more now. Fortunately, the Queen Mother of the West still gave him some face and did not directly mention that matter. Otherwise, he would definitely be socially dead now. That elder sister's dojo is located above the West Kunlun, very close to us. Should we pay a visit? Aoli's eyes flickered as she looked at Tongtian's somewhat troubled expression. Feeling puzzled, Could it be that Tongtian had known the Queen Mother of the West for a long time? Shiha also smiled and said, "The Queen Mother of the West said, 'We are always welcome to visit the West Kunlun.'" Tongtian cleared his throat and decisively refused. "Maybe next time. I still have to focus on my cultivation. I definitely won't have time to visit in the short term. If you encounter that friend again, please remember to thank her for her kindness on my behalf." Upon hearing this, Shiha and Changshi had no doubts at all and nodded in agreement. It seemed that they had a good conversation with the Queen Mother of the West. But for Tongtian, this posed some trouble. Mainly, it was really hard to explain such a situation. Just a visit shouldn't take too much time, right? Aoli said with a strange expression. Tongtian's delay made her feel that her idea was likely not wrong. Tongtian glanced at her, his expression serious. The great calamity of heaven and earth has not yet completely ended. Now is the time to focus on improving our cultivation. Only then can we protect ourselves during the great calamity. Aoli lowered her head, listening to Tongtian's admonitions, and did not dare to speak much. After all, her identity was still different from that of Shiha and Changshi. She could only honestly submit to Tongtian's authority. You do not know. The senior Hongjun and the Western Rahu will definitely have a great battle. This Rahu is treacherous and cunning and acts without any taboo. He can be said to be a ruthless person. At that time, I might also have to go to the Western world to assist Senior Hongjun, so I must quickly improve my strength. Tongtian explained seriously. This explanation was reasonable, and Shiha and Changshi did not dwell on the issue any further. After all, Kunlun Mountain is so big, and everyone is neighbors. There will definitely be opportunities to visit in the future. Aoli also felt that Tongtian's reasoning was sound, but she still keenly sensed something. That is, Tongtian seemed to have some aversion to going to the West Kunlun. However, she had no intention of investigating this matter. After all, she was just a mount with no say in such things. The battle among the three clans has ended. How is the situation of the Dragon Clan now? Aoli suddenly asked after thinking for a moment. As the eldest princess of the Dragon Clan, although she had become Tongtian's mount, she was still very concerned about the Dragon Clan. Earlier, when Tongtian went into closed-door cultivation, she didn't have time to inquire too much. Now that she had the opportunity, she wanted to understand the situation of the Dragon Clan. Tongtian shook his head. I do not know the specific situation either. However, it is true that the clan leaders of the three clans have perished in the heavens and earth. Additionally, the war among the three clans swept across the entire primordial world, turning countless beings into wandering souls in the universe. And all these karmic debts must be repaid by the three clans. In my view, the three clans will likely retreat from the primordial world in the future. As soon as these words were spoken, Aoli's expression immediately turned grim. This implies that the three clans didn't have a winning side at all. After so many years of fighting, was it all in vain? Shihi and Changshi were also shocked. They had heard a lot about how powerful the three clans were over the years. Who would have thought that such powerful clans would end up in this situation? It truly is lamentable. Aoli's face turned somewhat pale as she said, "No wonder I've been feeling restless lately." So that's it. Chapter 38. The Frustration of the Queen Mother of the West. The Day's Brothers. During this time, Aoli had been diligently practicing. However, she had clearly noticed that her condition was not right. Compared to before, not only was her cultivation progressing more slowly, but images of mountains of corpses and seas of blood would occasionally flash through her mind. Now it seemed very likely that the karmic debts mentioned by Tongtian were affecting her. Can these karmic debts be resolved? Aoli remained silent for a moment before finally asking. If the three clans cannot digest such a massive karmic debt, their future will only become increasingly dire. In the future, let alone becoming a Hunyuan golden immortal, it may even be difficult for them to appear as great Luo golden immortals. Tongtian shook his head decisively and said, "This is a calamity caused by the three clans, and it cannot be resolved through cultivation. To dissipate it, only the three clans can make compensatory actions. But I must say, it certainly cannot be changed in a short time. Karmic debts are something even Hongjun cannot resolve, let alone the current three clans. What they can do is to eliminate various hidden dangers in the primordial world, thus gaining a chance for their race to breathe." Upon hearing this, disappointment flashed in Aoli's eyes. If even Tongtian the true descendant of Pangu, is powerless against this. What will happen to the future of the dragon clan? What about my uncle? Shouldn't the current dragon clan be under my uncle's control? Aoli continued to ask. Zhulong also possesses the cultivation of a Hunyuan golden immortal. If the dragon clan has him in charge, the situation should stabilize. Tongtian hesitated for a moment, but still decided to tell Aoli the truth. Zhulong chased after the powerful beings of the Qilin and Feng clans, and as a result, he encountered Luo Ho. He has already fallen at Luo Ho's hands. Aoli's body trembled. So this means the dragon clan doesn't even have a Hunyuan golden immortal left? If they were to confront other races in the primordial world, Aoli believed that with the foundation left by the dragon clan over the years, it shouldn't be too difficult. But what if the Qilin and Feng clans continue to join forces against the dragon clan? Tongtian noticed her concerns and said directly, the Qilin and Feng clans have also suffered severe damage and will not appear in the primordial world again. If you're truly not at ease, I can let you return to the dragon clan to take a look. Aoli was somewhat tempted by this suggestion, but after careful consideration, she shook her head and refused. During the war among the three clans, she, as the dragon clan's eldest princess, did not appear. If she were to return to the dragon clan now, it would likely cause the clan to have more opinions about her. Moreover, she is already Tongtian's mount and does not want to be too entangled with the dragon clan. Not to mention that both her father and uncle have fallen. She could be said to be all alone. Tongtian also didn't know how to comfort Aoli and could only give a look to Shi and Changshi, urging them to console her. He then returned to his cave to continue his cultivation. The fate of the three clans was already fixed. From a moment they sought to compete for dominance in the primordial world, it was destined to be a mutual destruction. Even if someone knew this in advance, it cannot be changed, because this is the will of heaven. What is determined by the heavenly path is something even a sage cannot reverse. Moreover, the leaders of the three clans are merely Hunyuan golden immortals. Sister Aoli, you shouldn't worry too much. At least the dragon clan still possesses the 4 Cs. Compared to the other 2 clans, this is still a significant advantage, Changshi suggested after some thought. Aoli sighed lightly and said, the dragon clan is leaderless, so I'm not really worried. I'm just concerned that the remaining clansmen might not see the situation clearly and still attempt to fight for dominance in the primordial world. That would undoubtedly bring even more karmic debts and dangers to the dragon clan. She said softly, in that case, you should be grateful to Tongtian. Sister Aoli, if he hadn't taken you away from the dragon clan, you would surely have participated in the war among the 3 clans. Even the ancestral dragon, a Hunyuan golden immortal, was forced to disintegrate himself. In that war, you would have gained nothing. At least now you can preserve your life. Aoli understood this, so she truly held no hatred towards Tongtian. Not to mention that although he treated her as a mount, he hadn't mistreated her. I understand what my 2 sisters mean. Aoli sighed. Changshi's eyes turned, and she directly suggested, if the 3 of us continue to meditate, there's probably not much improvement to be gained. Why don't we visit Sister Queen Mother of the West in Xikanlan? So the 3 women headed towards Xikanlan. The Queen Mother of the West had been waiting for the 3 to find her, so she directly invited them into her Taoist temple atop the mountain. The temple was filled with ethereal celestial energy and rich spiritual essence, completely rivaling Donkanlan. 3 younger sisters, why are only the 3 of you here? Why didn't the Taoist friend Tongtian come along? The Queen Mother of the West asked after inviting the 3 to sit. She proactively explained, Taoist Tongtian has important matters to attend to, so he decided to continue his meditation. However, he asked me to thank Sister for the run Shui Pan Tao. Upon hearing this, the Queen Mother of the West snorted. This guy actually hid away. How bold of him to act without admitting it. He thinks he can escape my eyes? From a questions she asked the 3 women earlier, she had already confirmed that the one secretly visiting Xikanlan was indeed Tongtian among the 3 pure ones. Because only he had time during this period. Since the other party chose to hide, the Queen Mother of the West didn't want to say too much. She couldn't just inform the 3 women about this. After all, she was a primordial power and had her pride. Moreover, this matter would eventually require an explanation from Tongtian. She didn't believe he could hide from her forever. What is the cultivation level of this Taoist Tongtian? The Queen Mother of the West suddenly remembered this point. She had only briefly understood the information about the three pure ones earlier. She actually forgot to ask this question. She excitedly responded. Taoist Tongtian has already reached the peak of the great Luo golden immortal. In my opinion, he is not far from becoming a Yuan golden immortal. Moreover, his battle power is immense. Given time, he will surely become a top powerhouse in the primordial world. During this war among the three clans, he also slaughtered many powerful beings from the demon clan. She nodded, adding, Taoist Tongtian is indeed the strongest innate power I have ever seen. Aoli scoffed and said, to me, the most astonishing thing is not his battle power, but his fortune. I have spent the most time with him, and every so often, he manages to acquire a spirit treasure. Upon hearing the three women's introductions, the Queen Mother of the West was immediately stunned. This Tongtian was actually so formidable? Then it's over. She had hoped to find trouble with him. With his powerful cultivation, she was simply no match. Was she to swallow her pride? Wouldn't that mean she suffered a huge loss for nothing? This was related to her own reputation, and she certainly couldn't let it go easily. Thinking of this, the Queen Mother of the West immediately fell into deep thought. He and the other two didn't think too much. If they were bystanders, they would also find it hard to believe. However, they had witnessed how powerful Tongtian truly was. Not to mention, only Tongtian had the audacity to refuse the apprenticeship of a Yuan golden immortal like Hongjun. It's hard to imagine anyone else having that confidence in the primordial world. While the Queen Mother of the West was in a difficult position, there were others in the primordial world who were quite annoyed by this. On a certain celestial mountain in the primordial wilderness, the brothers Deducing and Taqing stared at each other in confusion. They had returned to the primordial wilderness for some time, and with the conclusion of the three tribes' Great War, Tongtian's reputation had spread throughout the entire primordial wilderness. Countless beings were aware of how powerful Tongtian was, single-handedly confronting the strong of the demon tribe and forcing them into retreat. He even had a close relationship with Hongjun, a powerful figure of the mixed origin. Even the dragon tribe, which had always shouted about not letting Tongtian off, had now completely vanished, as if no grievances or conflict had ever occurred between them and Tongtian. Could this Tongtian be the one from the Sunstar? Tai asked in bewilderment. Deducing was also somewhat confused. Pangu's true lineage, Shanqing Tongtian. The person from the Sunstar had indeed introduced himself this way. This meant that he was indeed the same person who was famous in the primordial wilderness. But his progress was too fast. Clearly, when they fought with him on the Sunstar, he was only at the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal. Now, he was likely just a step away from becoming a mixed origin golden immortal. This made the brothers feel even more uncomfortable. They were still contemplating revenge once they achieved success in their cultivation, and then they would directly seize the treasures from him. But before they could take action, he had already become renowned throughout the primordial wilderness. Meanwhile, they were still nameless figures in the primordial wilderness. The gap between them was simply too vast. Brother, do we still have a chance for revenge? Tai mumbled. Deducing said solemnly, of course we do. Our foundations are not weaker than his. How can we not catch up? Besides, even if he has many spiritual treasures, you possess the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell. As long as our cultivation is not weaker than his, we can avenge our previous shame. Upon hearing this, Tai's heart suddenly felt more assured. Yes, he still had the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell. This was his greatest reliance. But then he thought that guy also had the merit treasure, the heaven and earth mysterious yellow Linglong Tower, which was a defensive treasure. Even if he caught up in cultivation, could he really defeat the other party? Tai fell into self-doubt. Deducing sighed deeply. There was certainly no hope for revenge in the short term. There was nothing to say. They should focus on their cultivation. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of miles away from Kunlun Mountain, the strong from the Phoenix and Qilin tribes were carrying a large amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Heading towards Kunlun Mountain, the procession was very long, and the abundance of heavenly materials and earthly treasures was particularly eye-catching. This attracted the gaze of many beings. However, upon realizing it was the Qilin and Phoenix tribes, they did not dare to show themselves. The three tribes had indeed suffered considerable losses during the Great War. But the primordial wilderness was still dominated by the three tribes. Besides, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse. They were unwilling to offend the three tribes. They were just curious about where the three tribes were taking so many heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It seemed that the undying volcano truly had nothing good. After all, how could the Phoenix tribe only produce such a small amount of treasures? The leader of the Qilin tribe was the Qilin, a great Luo golden immortal strongman, leading this expedition for the Qilin tribe. The leader of the Phoenix tribe was the Kai Feng. Hearing this, she expressed her displeasure and said, "Your Qilin tribe indeed has quite a few treasures, but so what? Can you compare with the Dragon tribe in terms of treasures?" The Qilin tribe was a blessed race, with each member having considerable fortune. Therefore, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures of the Qilin tribe were indeed plentiful. But compared to the Dragon tribe, they fell short. After all, the Dragon tribe controlled the boundless ocean. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures within were countless. Even if the Dragon tribe only grasped a portion, it would far exceed the foundations of both their tribes. Speaking of which, why hasn't the Dragon tribe been seen lately? Qilin asked curiously. The Dragon tribe used to never be so obediently coiled in the boundless ocean. However, since the war ended, the Dragon tribe seemed to have vanished from the primordial wilderness. At least on the land of the primordial wilderness, it was hard to see any sign of the Dragon tribe. The Zhulong of the Dragon tribe has disappeared without a trace. The Dragon tribe has offended so many beings in the primordial wilderness. How dare they run around? Being able to guard the boundless ocean is already good enough, Kai Feng said disdainfully. Soon, both of their expressions darkened, recalling how powerful the three tribes used to be. Now the Qilin tribe was hidden in the central continent, while the Phoenix tribe had shrunk near the undying volcano. In this regard, the Dragon tribe was actually better than them. Although they had to suppress the ocean's eye, they still controlled the four seas. In their conversation, they had already arrived at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Looking up at the towering Kunlun Mountain, Qilin and Kai Feng exchanged glances and began their ascent. At the peak of Kunlun Mountain, Laozi and Yuan Shi, who were in seclusion, sensed a large number of beings ascending Kunlun Mountain. This made both of them extremely angry. The Qilin and Phoenix tribes had already declined, yet they dared to be so disrespectful. Truly outrageous. Do they think my Pangu lineage is easy to bully? Yuan Shi was furious. He despised these fur-coated, horned beings the most. Who knew these guys would be so arrogant, directly coming to Kunlun Mountain? Laozi's expression was also filled with rage, and he immediately flew down the mountain. How dare you? Why do you offend Kunlun Mountain? Kunlun Mountain is the dojo of our three pure ones. You must leave at once. Otherwise, don't blame us for being unkind. Laozi and Yuan Shi appeared together, and Laozi's voice echoed around. The traveling Qilin and Kai Feng immediately gestured, and both their teams came to a halt. Qilin assessed the two and stepped forward with cupped fists, saying, "You two must be the other two of the three pure ones, right? Please don't misunderstand. We are here to deliver heavenly materials and earthly treasures and mean no offense to the three pure ones." Kai Feng also said earnestly, "We have come to thank Taoist Tongtian for his assistance. You two should be Taoist Tongtian's brothers, right? I wonder if you could help us inform Taoist Tongtian." Both of them were great Luo golden immortals, so they naturally could tell that Laozi and Yuan Shi's cultivation was similar to theirs. And since Tongtian was already at the peak of the great Luo golden immortal, it was clear that he held the highest status among the three pure ones. Upon hearing Qilin's explanation, Laozi and Yuan Shi were initially confused, but upon hearing Kai Feng's words, their faces turned extremely dark. What did she say? How could this person possibly see them as Tongtian's brothers? Their cultivation might not be as good as Tongtian's, but they still had the dignity and face of being older brothers. This guy was truly detestable. If it weren't for the fact that she was here to deliver gifts, they would have made her understand that the Pangu lineage should not be insulted. At this moment, Tongtian, who was in seclusion on Kunlun Mountain, also sensed someone mentioning his name. Expanding his divine sense, he was immediately astonished. The Qilin and Phoenix tribes were unexpectedly so considerate. Chapter 39. The Phoenix and Qilin tribes deliver gifts is Tongtian's brother really so weak? After thinking for a moment, Tongtian prepared to make an appearance himself. Since they had come specifically to deliver gifts, he certainly could not reject them outright. As for the dragon tribe not appearing among the three tribes, Tongtian was not surprised at all. The dragon tribe was originally the strongest and most arrogant race. However, in Tongtian's view, the dragon tribe was also the most foolish race. It was precisely because of their arrogance that they had fallen to their current state. Moreover, this was only the beginning. The future dragon tribe would only become worse, especially after the Fengshen and Shio. The dragon tribe would be treated as food on the tables of those immortals and would even be ridden as mounts. Truly, they had squandered a good hand. Whoosh! The figure of Tongtian transformed into a stream of light, directly descending at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. At this moment, Laozi and Yuan Shi couldn't help but react. Yuan Shi, looking displeased, said, "The Tongtian you are looking for is our third brother. This is our eldest brother, Taqing Laozi. I am ranked second, the Jade Purity Yuan Shi." Upon hearing this, both Immortal and Kai Feng were stunned. The two powerful beings accompanying them were also bewildered. What is going on? Laozi and Yuan Shi are actually Tongtian's elder brothers? But their cultivation clearly isn't as high as Tongtian's. Shouldn't the elder brothers be stronger than the younger brother? Are they joking with us? Immortal awkwardly asked. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't think Laozi and Yuan Shi resembled Tongtian's elder brothers. Even if the three brothers had the same realm, it would still make sense. But these two were clearly at about the same cultivation level as himself and Kai Feng. This was truly hard to believe. This line of questioning made Laozi and Yuan Shi extremely angry. Damn it, do they really not look like Tongtian's elder brothers? Does this guy have any discernment? They are powerful beings from three clans, yet they are so short-sighted. At this moment, Tongtian arrived and noticed the strange atmosphere at the scene. However, he didn't think too much about it and smiled. "Elder brother, second brother, what are you discussing? Guests are here. Let's invite them up the mountain to talk." Regardless, the Qilin clan and the Feng clan were here to offer gifts to him. It would not do to let them stand at the foot of the mountain. If word got out, others might think the three pure ones are lacking in manners. Immortal and Kai Feng were stunned. They had heard Tongtian's titles for the two. This meant they were not joking with them. These were indeed Tongtian's two elder brothers. Seeing the two ugly expressions, Immortal and Kai Feng felt somewhat awkward. They hoped they hadn't inadvertently ruined things. If so, they wouldn't be able to explain it to their clans upon returning. Laozi lightly coughed and said, "Third brother, since they are here to find you, you should entertain them yourself. I still have many insights that I haven't completely comprehended, so I will return to seclusion." After saying this, Laozi left without hesitation. He wouldn't stay any longer. Remaining would only make him more upset, especially seeing Immortal and Kai Feng's incredulous expressions, which further frustrated him. What? Is he not qualified to be the elder brother as the dignified Taqing Laozi? Yuan Shi watched his elder brother leave and also said solemnly, "I feel the same. Third brother, take care of them yourself." After saying this, he also turned and left. Among the three pure ones, he was the most concerned about face. In this situation, he definitely did not want to stay. Moreover, he didn't want to see how these two would flatter Tongtian. That would seriously hurt his self-esteem. "Dao friend, we truly did not expect these two to be your brothers," Immortal said helplessly. Tongtian smiled and replied, "No worries, ignorance is no crime. Since my two elder brothers have matters to attend to, let me take you both to the Dao Hall for a chat." He understood why Laozi and Yuan Shi did not stay. It was simply because their pride as elder brothers was hurt. But Tongtian could do nothing about it. He couldn't possibly lower his own cultivation level for the sake of the two. So it was best to let nature take its course. They were uncomfortable now because they had not faced enough setbacks. In the future, when they faced more challenges, they would naturally be able to accept it. Seeing that Tongtian didn't blame them, Immortal and Kai Feng felt relieved and gathered all the gifts to present them directly to Tongtian, instructing their clansmen to wait for them at the foot of the mountain. "You two truly have good intentions." Faced with the gifts presented to him, Tongtian certainly wouldn't refuse. Moreover, if it weren't for his help in subduing many powerful beings from the demon clan last time, the three clans would have suffered heavy losses. Not at all, Dao friend. You helped us at any cost. These gifts are just a token of gratitude from our two clans, Immortal said earnestly. He was somewhat relieved that the Dragon Clan had not taken any action. Otherwise, with the Dragon Clan's resources, the treasures they could offer would surely be better and more plentiful than theirs. Of course, most of the Dragon Clan were miserly, and it would be impossible to make them part with their treasured possessions. Moreover, there was a past feud between the Dragon Clan and Tongtian. Those proud beings wouldn't easily bow their heads. Even though Tongtian had helped them, it was the same. Then I shall accept with no hesitation. Please. Tongtian smiled and invited the two to the Dao Hall. On Kunlun Mountain, there were 4 Dao Halls. The place where the 3 brothers often gathered to cultivate and discuss the Dao was the Sanqing Hall. In addition, there were their respective cultivation halls, Taqing Hall, Yuqing Hall, and Shanqing Hall. Upon arriving at Shanqing Hall, Immortal and Kai Feng felt a sense of awe. Kunlun Mountain truly deserves to be the ancestor of all mountains. It is indeed a top-notch blessed land. Only a place like this has the qualification to be the Dao Hall of the 3 pure ones. Aside from delivering gifts, we actually have something else we would like to ask Dao friend. The 3 casually chatted about the current situation in the Hongwang world. Immortal took the initiative to bring up the topic. Before Kai Feng could speak, she calmly added, "My Feng clan also wishes to seek your guidance, Dao friend." Tongtian was not surprised by this, but still said, "I'm just a great Luo golden immortal. You two are really overestimating me." Immortal smiled and flattered, "Dao friend, please don't be modest with us. Last time when Senior Hongjun appeared, it was clear that your relationship with him is profound. Our Qilin clan sincerely wishes to recognize you as a friend and earnestly requests you to point us in the right direction." Kai Feng also said seriously indeed, "My Feng clan shares the same intention. As long as you're willing to provide some guidance, my Feng clan is also willing to become allies with you." Tongtian's expression remained calm. It was just as he had guessed. Otherwise, as a mere great Luo golden immortal, he wouldn't be treated with such courtesy by the 2 clans. However, with Hongjun's background, it was entirely different. Currently, none of the 3 clans had a powerful mixed element golden immortal. Having lost their clan leader, they were at a loss about how to proceed in the future. They did not know any other mixed element golden immortals in the Hongwang world and could only start from Tongtian. In addition to the treasures just mentioned, I also have the unique blood bodhi of the Qilin clan. Please be sure to accept it, Immortal said solemnly, taking out a colorful treasure box and opening it. Inside was a deep red, innate spiritual fruit. Tongtian's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect the Qilin clan to be so generous. Although the blood bodhi was just an innate spiritual fruit, it was something that only the Qilin clan could produce. The Qilin clan is one of the few auspicious races in Hongwang, so every Qilin has profound fortune and a long lifespan. This blood bodhi is condensed from the essence blood of the Qilin clan, making it extremely precious and rare, especially after the war among the 3 clans. The number of surviving Qilin has significantly decreased. It's easy to imagine that this blood bodhi will become even more valuable in the future. At this moment, Kai Feng also took out a treasure box and, under Immortal's astonished gaze, proudly opened it. Inside was the innate spiritual fruit known as the phoenix fruit. Like the blood bodhi, the phoenix fruit is also a precious, innate spiritual fruit unique to the Feng clan. Its effects and value are completely on par with the blood bodhi. This is the phoenix fruit of my Feng clan, which holds great mysteries. I hope you can accept it. Kai Feng presented the treasure boxes to Tongtian with a sincere expression. Tongtian was somewhat surprised by the generosity of the 2 clans, as these special spirit fruits were extremely precious even during the peak period of the 3 clans. Moreover, now that the 3 clans had fallen from their peak, such special spirit fruits would likely become even scarcer in the future. It can be said that the 2 clans were truly filled with sincerity. Thinking of this, Tongtian accepted the 2 treasure boxes without hesitation. He pondered and said, "All right, since both of you are so straightforward, I won't hide anything from you. The war among the 3 clans has completely ended, and they have fallen into decline in the wilderness. In this battle, the 3 clans suffered severe casualties, with hardly any survivors. In the future, Stronger races will certainly emerge in the wilderness, completely replacing your current status. Therefore, if the Qilin clan and the Feng clan still have the intention to compete for supremacy in the wilderness, I'm afraid I won't be able to help you. This was a clear explanation from him. He could certainly help guide their future path, but if they still wanted to compete for supremacy, he indeed could not assist them. You're joking, my friend. We understand the current situation of the three clans better than you do. Moreover, after this incident, we no longer have such thoughts. Mo Qilin said with a bitter smile. Kai Feng nodded in agreement and then sighed. Who would have thought that the once glorious three clans would fall to such a state? From the moment the clan leaders of the three clans perished, they understood that the era belonging to the three clans had completely ended. The war among the three clans left all of them deeply scarred, attracting endless karmic retribution. This was what they were most worried about. If there was no solution, it wouldn't be long before the three clans faced not just decline, but complete annihilation. Becoming a part of history. One cannot ask for too much from others. The pitiful words from the other party naturally moved Tongtian's heart. However, since Tongtian had accepted their gifts, he would naturally lend them a hand. After pondering for a moment, he had already thought of a way to help the two clans change their current situation. This matter was not difficult at all. The Feng clan's Dao field was originally at the Undying volcano, and only your Feng clan has the talent to oversee the Undying volcano. As long as you strictly guard the Undying volcano and prevent it from erupting with lava spreading across the wilderness, it would be beneficial for the wilderness and allow your Feng clan to continuously gain heavenly merit. In this way, you can use this heavenly merit to cleanse the karmic retribution on your Feng clan. Over time, there will surely come a day when the karmic ties of the Feng clan are completely cleansed, and that will be the time for the Feng clan to recover. Tongtian said solemnly. Upon hearing this, Kai Feng was overjoyed. Guarding the Undying volcano was indeed not difficult for them. She never expected that this task could also earn them a continuous stream of heavenly merit. If that were the case, the Feng clan would not have to worry about karmic retribution anymore. As long as there was a continuous influx of heavenly merit, the situation of the Feng clan would surely improve. Thank you for the guidance. I will discuss this matter with other strong members of the Feng clan when I return. We will definitely keep a close watch on the potential threat of the Undying volcano, Kai Feng said with utmost seriousness. In fact, after the war among the three clans ended, the Feng clan had already ceded all excess territory. Now, the strong members of the Feng clan were all gathered near the Undying volcano. They only needed to gather all their strong members at the Undying volcano to ensure that the lava inside would not erupt. Seeing that Tongtian had arranged the subsequent matters for the Feng clan in just a few words, Mo Qilin suddenly became anxious. There was no other reason. The Qilin clan did not have the same advantageous position as the Feng clan. How could they earn heavenly merit? Moreover, they needed a continuous stream of it. My friend, what should we Qilin clan do? Tongtian said seriously. This matter is also simple. The original territory of the Qilin clan is in the central continent, which is of utmost importance in the wilderness. Therefore, you only need to guard the central earth and have your clansmen spread auspiciousness throughout. This will bring you considerable benefits. Mo Qilin immediately understood Tongtian's meaning. In short, it meant that the Qilin clan should display more auspicious signs and perform good deeds. Coupled with the hard work of guarding the central earth, they could also earn a good amount of heavenly merit. Thank you, my friend. I will arrange for my clansmen to guard various places in the central continent when I return, Mo Qilin said with a very serious expression, as the future of their clan was at stake, and they could not afford to be careless. Tongtian nodded slightly, and then recalled something. If he remembered correctly, after the Wu clan developed, their members were also spread throughout the central continent. Moreover, one of the main characters in the next great calamity of heaven and earth would be the Wu clan. If the Qilin clan and the Wu clan were to clash, the Qilin clan would certainly suffer a great loss. Having taken so many benefits from others, Tongtian thought for a moment and decided to give a warning. There is a special race in the central continent called the Wu clan. If possible, you Qilin clan should try to avoid conflict with them. Otherwise, your situation will worsen. This reminder surprised Mo Qilin. The Wu clan, as the young clan leader of the Qilin clan, had naturally heard of them. He just didn't expect Tongtian to know about this race, considering the current Wu clan had very few members, adding up to not even a few hundred, far less than many smaller races in the wilderness. But since Tongtian had reminded him, it indicated that the Wu clan must have something unique about them. So Immortal took it to heart. I understand your intention, my friend. Moreover, our Qilin clan is no longer as powerful as before. We have no intention of occupying the area around the unfortunate mountain. Both the Wu clan and other races can freely cultivate nearby, as long as they do not provoke our Qilin clan. Immortal said with a hint of emotion. Even during the peak period of the Qilin clan, they did not strictly control their territory, as they were not like the Dragon clan, who were so arrogant and adhered strictly to the principle of not provoking others. My friend, since you specifically reminded me, could it be that the Wu clan has something special? Kai Feng asked curiously. Being near the undying volcano, she was not aware of what made the Wu clan unique. Moreover, she felt that Tongtian's special reminder proved that the Wu clan indeed had something extraordinary. If she could find out more, she could advise her clan members to be more cautious in the future. The greatest special feature of the Wu clan is their physical bodies. They are a race with incredibly powerful physical forms. In terms of physical strength, even the Dragon clan among the three clans cannot compare to them. Immortal proactively shared information about the Wu clan. Kai Feng found it hard to believe that the Wu clan's physical bodies were stronger than those of the Dragon clan. After all, the Dragon clan's status as the top among the three clans was closely tied to their powerful physical forms. How could the Wu clan's bodies be even stronger? That seemed too advantageous. Tongtian pondered for a moment and then shared some information about the Wu clan. The leader of the Wu clan is the 12 ancestors of Wu, all of whom are transformed from the blood of the Pangu great god. The perfect inheritance of Pangu's physical limit is manifested in the flesh, possessing infinite possibilities, and it is also the true lineage of Pangu. If there's a conflict between your two clans and them, it would definitely not be a good thing for your two clans. Upon hearing this, Immortal and Kai Feng exchanged a glance, both showing a hint of shock in their eyes. So that's it. The Witch clan is actually the true lineage of Pangu. No wonder they possess such a powerful physique. However, upon careful consideration, the 12 ancestors of the Witch are transformed from the heart's blood of Pangu, making their physical bodies stronger than those of the Dragon clan, quite normal. After all, even the ancestor dragon cannot compare to Pangu. Thank you for your guidance. I didn't expect the Witch clan to have such an astonishing background. Immortal said seriously, cupping his hands. Kai Feng also said solemnly, I will remember this, and when I return, I will instruct my clansmen to ensure there is no conflict with the Witch clan. Tongtian merely nodded in response. Having already informed the two about his warning, it was enough to repay the gifts they brought. As for how the two clans would act, that was no longer his concern. However, he believed that both clans would pay attention to this matter. If he had informed the Dragon clan, those guys would probably not take it seriously at all. In fact, although the Dragon clan had experienced defeat, there were likely still many who were daydreaming. Let's stop here for now. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't see you off any longer. Aoli, please accompany these two friends out, Tongtian said as he stood up, assigning the task of seeing them off to Aoli. Kai Feng was surprised to hear this. Aoli? This was obviously a name associated with the Dragon clan, which immediately reminded her of the news that spread in the limitless seas years ago. Could it be that this person is the Dragon clan's princess who was taken as a mount by Tongtian? This is truly remarkable, with the Dragon clan's proud nature. This princess has no intention of escaping and instead is so submissive to Tongtian. The methods of the true lineage of Pangu are indeed impressive. Please follow me, Aoli said proactively at this moment. Immortal and Kai Feng exchanged a glance and immediately followed. Upon arriving outside Kunlun Mountain, Aoli thought for a moment and decided to inquire about the current situation of the Dragon clan. So she asked, Do you two friends know about the current state of the Dragon clan? Immortal shook his head and said, The three clans have suffered mutual losses. We are already stretched thin and have not paid attention to the Dragon clan. Kai Feng also frankly said, The Dragon clan is currently all curled up in the limitless four seas. I don't know the specifics. However, the Dragon clan's foundation is the strongest among the three clans, so there should be no issues. At the very least, they should have no problem holding onto the limitless 4 seas. The Dragon Clan's foundation is indeed the strongest among the 3 clans. After all, the limitless seas are far too vast. The Dragon Clan is the only overlord in the limitless seas, and many water tribes in the limitless 4 seas have already submitted to the Dragon Clan. They have absolute control over them. With this advantage alone, the Feng clan and Qilin clan cannot compare. Being able to hold on to the limitless seas is already quite good. At least they have a place to live. Aoli said with a sigh. Mo Qilin remained silent, but he did not have a good outlook on the future of the Dragon Clan. At least the 2 clans still knew to seek guidance from Tongtian, but the Dragon Clan still held themselves aloof, not even sending anyone to express gratitude. Clearly still holding a grudge over the past grievances between Tongtian and the Dragon Clan. Without Tongtian's guidance, the karmic obstacles borne by the Dragon Clan are not any less than those of the 2 clans. It is uncertain how those proud individuals will deal with it all. If they have no means to cope, it is easy to imagine that the Dragon Clan will soon fall behind the 2 clans. Thinking this way, Mo Qilin felt somewhat relieved. Although their 2 clans had not defeated the Dragon Clan on the battlefield, their future development would definitely be better than that of the Dragon Clan. So, isn't this a kind of victory? Watching Mo Qilin and Kai Feng leave. Aoli also, since no one from the Dragon Clan had contacted her until now, it was clear they had forgotten about her, the Dragon Clan princess. It makes sense. With both her father and uncle dead, the rest of the Dragon Clan is likely fighting for power. Who would want her, the Dragon Clan princess, to return and take control? Fortunately, even though she was just Tongtian's mount, he treated her quite well and did not oppress her. Plus, with the Shiha sisters accompanying her now, she felt that her days in Kunlun Mountain were better than returning to the Dragon Clan. With this thought, Aoli felt relaxed and went straight to find the Shiha sisters to play. As for Tongtian, he was preparing to continue his closed-door cultivation, indifferent to the fate of the Dragon Clan. With the Dragon Clan's proud nature, their life or death is something they brought upon themselves. Just as Tongtian was about to continue practicing his cultivation methods, an invisible Tao essence suddenly surged in his heart lake, and at the same time, Hongjuan's voice rang out. Hurry to Yuqing Mountain. As the ripples dissipated, Tongtian woke from his meditation, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. Did Hongjun send him a message after seeking help, indicating that he was ready to head west to eliminate the demons? Goodness, the battle against the demons is a significant matter. Not to mention the biggest demon, Luo, who could be handled by Hongjun and the others. If he could slay some more powerful demon clan members, that would also be a considerable gain. Moreover, being with Hongjun, a figure destined for victory, surely brings more benefits. Such a no-loss opportunity must not be missed. Thus, Tongtian prepared to set off directly, but he still needed to inform Laozi and Yuan Shi before leaving. After all, the 3 of them were still brothers and had not split up. So, Tongtian directly sent a message to Laozi and Yuan Shi, and moments later, the 2 appeared in the Sanqing Hall. "Third brother, what do you need us for?" Laozi asked directly. Tongtian sat on the mat, pondering. "Senior Hongjun sent me a message earlier. I suspect it is regarding the arrangements to deal with Luo, who I am preparing to head to Yuqing Mountain, so I wanted to inform you both." Laozi and Yuan Shi were immediately dumbfounded upon hearing this. What is going on? Master just sent a message to Tongtian? Is this true? Why do they not feel anything at all? Or did Master only send a message to the 3rd brother and forget to contact them? This made the 2 feel uncomfortable with Master-S abilities. He definitely would not forget about them. So the reason for not contacting them clearly meant he valued Tongtian more, as Tongtian's cultivation and combat power indeed surpassed theirs. However, both of them also had a strong desire for progress, especially after hearing Tongtian's words about earning a lot of heavenly Tao merit last time, which made them feel they could not miss this opportunity. "Third brother, this battle is different from the last. I really cannot rest easy with you going alone. How about this? I will accompany you this time, so we brothers can look out for each other," Yuan Shi said earnestly. Laozi also said solemnly, "We 3 brothers should advance and retreat together. I cannot just watch you 2 take risks. Let us go together. Let Master see the capabilities of our true lineage of Pangu." Tongtian was somewhat surprised. He did not expect Laozi and Yuan Shi to be so proactive. Could it be that they were tempted by the considerable heavenly Tao merit he earned last time? Of course, this was a good thing. After all, they were only dealing with the remaining powerful members of the demon clan, and they would not need the three brothers to confront Luo, who directly. Moreover, there must still be quite a few powerful members of the demon clan. It would be impossible for him to kill them all alone. So having the two help out is more than welcome. All right, then we brothers will head to Yuqing Mountain together. As for the Shihis sisters, they can stay in Kunlun Mountain to cultivate. Their combat power is still too weak and not suitable for participating in such battles. Tongtian contemplated for a moment and made his decision. Laozi and Yuan Shi's cultivation is lower than his own, but both of them have top-grade innate spiritual treasures in their hands. And like him, they are protected by the merits of opening the heavens, so there shouldn't be any problem dealing with the demon clan. However, Aoli and Shihis sisters are much weaker in this regard. Although with his current combat power, he can completely ignore everyone below the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. The demon clan is a race that has been prepared by Luohu for so many years. Who knows how many strong figures are among them? Therefore, quality is more important than quantity. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to take charge, as Hongjun would have already summoned them all through sound transmission. After summoning Aoli and the three women, Tongtian briefly instructed them and then led Laozi and Yuan Shi to fly towards Yuqing Mountain. Yuqing Mountain is not far from Kunlun Mountain, and Hongjun also pointed out the direction to Tongtian during the sound transmission, so it didn't take long for the three brothers to successfully arrive at Yuqing Mountain. From a distance, Yuqing Mountain is shrouded in auspicious clouds, with immortal cranes circling among the forest and celestial music lingering. The entire mountain is not as vast as Kunlun Mountain, which stretches across the horizon, but after all, it is the place of Hongjuan's Tao, and the spiritual essence within the mountain can be said to be on par with Kunlun Mountain, the ancestor of all mountains. Truly worthy of being the place where the master resides. It is extraordinary, Yuan Shi said with bright eyes. Laozi stroked his beard and said, "The master is a powerful figure from an even more ancient era in the Honghuang, and only such immortal mountains and famous places are worthy of his status. We should ascend the mountain quickly and not keep the master waiting." Tongtian naturally had no objections, so the three brothers began to climb Yuqing Mountain. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they could further feel the vastness of the spiritual energy within Yuqing Mountain, the richness of its essence, and the extraordinary mysteries. It is indeed a top-notch cave-blessed land. In a short while, the three brothers reached the summit of Yuqing Mountain, where they saw several meditation cushions arranged in a row, each occupied by an extraordinary Taoist. These Taoists were clearly helpers invited by Hongjun, and they were now looking at the three brothers with curious eyes. Tongtian observed the several Taoists, although they did not exude any aura. The momentum they inadvertently revealed was as deep as a bottomless abyss. Without a doubt, all of these people's cultivation levels were above his, which means they were all powerful Hunyuan Golden Immortals. Tongtian was also clear about their backgrounds. They were certainly all innate demon gods like Hongjun. Such a luxurious lineup to deal with who only proves that Luohu is indeed losing unjustly. However, this also shows that Luohu is indeed opposing the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, so many people would not be willing to support Hongjun. One can only say that Luohu's demonic path has truly gone astray. In the Honghuang, it is fundamentally impossible to be an enemy of the heavenly Tao. Not to mention that Luohu is just a Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Even if he were a Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal, he still could not compete with the power of the heavenly Tao. Master, at this moment, Laozi and Yuan Shi saw Hongjun and immediately approached, bowing respectfully. Seeing that the two had also come along, Hongjun did not say much. After all, he had called Tongtian only to deal with the demon clan and reap some benefits. Moreover, Laozi and Yuan Shi were both his direct disciples, so it wasn't unfair for them to accompany him. "Dao, friend Hongjun, could you introduce us to these three young friends?" A Taoist with slender eyebrows like willow leaves spoke with a smile. Tongtian guessed that this person should be one of the innate demon gods, the great immortal Yangmei. This person, whether in terms of cunning or means, was completely on par with Hongjun and Luohu. He is also a top powerhouse in the world. At this moment, Yang Mei was also observing Tongtian and the three, although their displayed cultivation was not high, and there wasn't even a single Hunyuan golden immortal among them. He sensed something special about the three. Upon closer inspection, the three exuded an aura of purity and auspiciousness, indicating that they were indeed people with great fortune. Just this point alone made them surpass other innate gods in the world, and there was no doubt that these three would achieve great things in the future. One wonders where Hong Jun found them. The other Taoists merely glanced at them and showed no interest, as the three were simply too weak for them. As innate demon gods, they naturally held high standards regarding origins and talent, so they did not pay much attention. Hong Jun smiled lightly and said, "These three are my acquaintances. 2 of them have already become my disciples. This time, we're taking action against Lu, and they can help out a bit to prevent those demons from wreaking havoc on other beings." After a brief introduction, Hong Jun did not elaborate further, but waved his hand, saying, "Why aren't you coming over to greet these seniors? They are all reinforcements I invited, and with their assistance, we will definitely be able to eradicate Luohu and the demon clan in one fell swoop, to restore order and bring clarity to the world." The 3 brothers immediately stepped forward and bowed to Yang Mei and the others, while Hong Jun introduced them one by one. This is the great immortal Yang Mei, proficient in the laws of space with extraordinary combat power. This is the ancestor of Yin and Yang, who possesses innate supreme treasures and unparalleled offensive capabilities. This is the ancestor of Qian and Kuan, who is well-versed in various great Tao laws and has high cultivation. They are all specially invited by the master to assist. Laozi and Yuan Shi were both shocked in their hearts upon hearing this. They never expected that the master's connections were so impressive that he managed to invite 3 Hunyuan golden immortal powerhouses all at once. Moreover, given the master's abilities, these individuals might even surpass the 3 clan leaders. Being familiar with them would undoubtedly be useful in the future when navigating the Hongwang. So they both bowed seriously. Tongtian secretly sighed. Indeed, these Hunyuan powerhouses were all people he was familiar with. He never expected that Dao friend Hong Jun would be so leisurely as to take the time to recruit disciples. However, why did he only take in 2 disciples? At this moment, the ancestor of Qian and Kuan suddenly spoke up. He took a closer look and found that these 3 individuals, whether in terms of background or fortune, were quite extraordinary. No wonder Hong Jun would have the thought of taking in disciples. Among them, the most eye-catching was Tongtian. His aura was restrained, his physical blood was full, and his essence, energy, and spirit were all complete, suggesting he was not far from becoming a Hunyuan golden immortal. If he had a powerful spiritual treasure to assist him, his combat power would be comparable to that of a Hunyuan golden immortal. Such a helper is naturally very powerful. However, according to Hong Juan's previous words, it seemed this child had not accepted the Master's teachings. This was the confusion in the heart of the ancestor of Qian and Kuan. Why let such a good disciple go unaccepted, and instead go for 2 weaker ones? Upon hearing this, Hong Juan's expression inevitably stiffened. How was he supposed to answer this? He couldn't directly tell them that Tongtian was reluctant to be his disciple because he found his cultivation a bit weak, right? If I were to get out, wouldn't he, as a dignified, innate demon god, lose face? Tongtian also noticed Hong Juan's awkwardness and proactively cupped his hands, saying, "Let the seniors laugh. I just want to rely on my own efforts to break through to the Hunyuan golden immortal, which is why I haven't become a disciple of Senior Hong Jun." Upon hearing this, the great immortal Yang Mei and the ancestor of Yin and Yang immediately understood. To put it simply, it meant that he could achieve the Hunyuan golden immortal on his own without needing to become someone else's disciple, right? However, seeing that he indeed had a deep foundation, this statement was also true. They had nothing to say about it. Hong Jun breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. A little awkwardness was fine, but he was worried that Yang Mei and the others would have the thought of accepting him as a disciple. If that happened, he would likely lose out on the good disciple he had reserved. Fortunately, judging by their expressions, they did not have that intention, which made him feel at ease. "Dao friend, are you planning to take these 2 disciples along this time?" The ancestor of Yin and Yang asked in a heavy tone. Hong Jun was also somewhat troubled. He had clearly only sent a sound transmission to Tongtian, yet Laozi and Yuan Shi had also come along. As his own disciple, he couldn't just send the two of them away, could he? Yang Mei said seriously, the Western Land is the dojo of Luo, and it is also the stronghold of the demon clan. Tongtian, my friend, is not far from becoming a Hunyuan golden immortal and can protect himself. But the two of you are really in some danger going there. With your foundations, you will eventually attain the Hunyuan golden immortal status. So why not return and focus on your cultivation? You can come with us next time there is an opportunity. Hearing this, Laozi and Yuan Shi felt somewhat exhausted and dissatisfied. Clearly, they were the older brothers of Tongtian, so why did it feel like the roles were reversed? Moreover, since Tongtian could go, why couldn't they? This was simply favoritism. If Tongtian went alone, he would likely gain many benefits, and the two of them would never be able to surpass him, let alone maintain their dignity as older brothers. So, the two of them were very resolute and unwavering. Respected seniors, the three of U.S. brothers will advance and retreat together, and we will definitely be able to protect ourselves. Moreover, as disciples of Pangu, we sincerely wish to contribute to the preservation of the Hongwang. Yuan Shi said with a serious expression. Laozi also spoke sincerely. You seniors need not worry about us. Although our cultivation is not as good as our third brothers, we are confident in our ability to protect ourselves. Their earnest words left Yang Mei in silence. Whether the two truly wanted to contribute to the Hongwang, he wasn't sure. However, in his view, the two of them had no sense of danger at all. Tongtian was just a step away from becoming a Hunyuan golden immortal, and dealing with those powerful demons was not a difficult task. Yet, the two of them were merely at the late stage of the Luo golden immortal. Looking at their foundations, they had only recently broken through to the late stage of the Luo golden immortal, and their Dao foundation was not yet fully stabilized. Could they really follow along to the west with such cultivation? As one of the preparations for Luo's dominance over the Hongwang, there were surely many peak Luo golden immortal experts among the demon clan. He certainly did not look favorably upon this. However, since these two were disciples of Hongjun, he had to give Hongjun some face and couldn't directly say they were too weak. Thus, Yang Mei, along with the other two, turned their gaze toward Hongjun, waiting for his decision. Chapter 41, Reluctant to Leave. The Demon Army. War begins. Hongjun also sensed the gaze of everyone on him and couldn't help but sigh. Unfortunately, he had not accepted Tongtian as his personal disciple, which truly was his loss. If he simply sent Laozi and Yuan Shi back, they would definitely harbor resentment in their hearts. As their master, it wouldn't be easy for him. After pondering for a moment, Hongjun sighed, all right, since they have come, let them go for some experience. Moreover, both of them have deep fortunes and have the merit of opening the heavens to protect them. They won't fall easily, so let them follow along. Upon hearing this, Yang Mei and the others did not say much. Since Hongjun had made it clear, they could not persuade him further. As long as it did not affect their four-person effort to surround and kill Luo, it would be fine. At worst, they would quickly kill Luo, and thus there would be no danger. Let us act quickly, Yang Mei said directly. The ancestors of Qian Kun and Yin Yang also nodded in agreement. The longer they waited, the more dreams they would have. Since they had decided to take action against Luo, they must kill him as quickly as possible. Otherwise, who knows what other tricks this guy might come up with if given more time. As fellow innate demon gods, they understood their enemy, Luo, and naturally would not underestimate him. Good. Hongjun was also a decisive person and immediately said in a deep voice, let us go. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a stream of light, and Yang Mei and the others followed closely. All four were powerful Hunyuan golden immortals, flying at incredible speeds. And in the blink of an eye, they had already flown thousands of miles away. Seeing this, Tongtian directly used his divine ability to shrink the earth to an inch. With the enhancement of his magical power, his speed did not slow down much, and he closely followed behind the four of them. Laozi and Yuan Shi, however, had a bit of trouble. Unlike Tongtian, who mastered the ability to shrink the earth, they could only rely on their flying skills to keep up. But this speed was even beyond Tongtian's reach, let alone catching up to Hongjun and the others. At this moment, Hongjun, far ahead, also felt a bit regretful. It was simply because Laozi and Yuan Shi were too slow. Not to mention, they still had to cross most of the Honghuang to reach the Western world. With their slow speed and much weaker magical power, by the time they reached the West, the battle between the four of them and Luo, who would likely have already been decided. Hongjun had no way to help them. He was just a Hunyuan golden immortal and not an omnipotent sage, completely unable to assist Laozi and Yuan Shi. He could only hope that the merit of opening the heavens on them could protect them, at least not causing him any trouble. Otherwise, his lifelong reputation might be ruined because of these two disciples. On the other hand, Tongtian surprised him a bit. Although Tongtian's cultivation was not that of a Hunyuan golden immortal, his speed was not much slower, always steadily keeping up behind them. If Tongtian were his personal disciple, he might not be able to help but show off to Yang Mei and the others. Yang Mei and the others also noticed Tongtian's astonishing speed and could see that he was using a divine ability to travel. However, being able to master such divine abilities was enough to demonstrate Tongtian's extraordinary nature. But constantly using divine abilities undoubtedly led to rapid consumption of magical power. Since Tongtian was not yet a Hunyuan golden immortal, could he endure it? Not far behind everyone, Yuan Shi said with a bitter expression, "Brother, I can no longer sense the aura of our master and the seniors. We must have been left behind by more than 10,000 miles. Maybe even over 100,000 miles." He hesitated to speak further because he couldn't even feel Tongtian's aura, let alone Hongjun and the others. This indicated that Tongtian's speed was indeed far above theirs, and he likely wasn't far from Hongjun. They were all disciples of Pangu, and the gap among them was simply too vast, so vast that it was hard to accept. Never mind, as long as we keep chasing, we will catch up eventually. Laozi understood Yuan Shi's meaning, his expression shifting as he said solemnly. He knew very well that if Tongtian went alone to the Western world, the two of them would likely continue to be left behind. Only by obtaining more heavenly merit would they have a chance to overtake him. They certainly couldn't let Tongtian, their third brother, always overshadow them. After all, he was the leader of the three pure ones, the true elder brother. So no matter how far they were from the Western world, they had to catch up. They could not let Tongtian leave them behind again. At this moment, Tongtian also felt some strain. His magical power was indeed depleting too quickly. If he were a Hunyuan golden immortal, he could draw endless spiritual essence from the heavens and earth while traveling to replenish his magical power. But now, his cultivation was still only at the Deluo golden immortal level, relying solely on his own magical power to hold on. Fortunately, he had an advantage that others did not: the three light divine water. As one of the top heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the world, the three light divine water not only had the ability to bring the dead back to life, but it could also quickly restore his state to its peak. For an ordinary person, they would certainly be reluctant to waste such a treasure, but for Tongtian, having a whole stream of three light divine water was not considered wasteful at all. Without hesitation, Tongtian took out a drop of Sanguang divine water and swallowed it directly. In an instant, an immense surge of spiritual essence surged within him, rapidly replenishing the mana he had consumed. He continued to use the shrinking earth technique, closely following behind Hongjun and the others. As for Laozi and Yuan Shi, who had been left far behind, Tongtian could no longer sense their presence, but he knew that the two brothers would not give up easily. He merely shook his head slightly and did not comment on whether they should participate in this battle between Tao and Demon, as it was indeed an opportunity for Laozi and Yuan Shi. However, their cultivation was simply too weak. Now, they were just a burden to the team. Moreover, going to the west was not a good thing. Given their cultivation, it would be difficult for them to protect themselves, let alone kill many powerful demons and earn a substantial amount of heavenly merit. Nevertheless, he could guess a bit of their thoughts, so he let them be. After all, they both had the merit of opening the heavens to protect them, and coupled with their great fortune, they wouldn't fall easily. After an unknown amount of time traveling, Tongtian and the others finally approached the Western world. Looking into the distance, Tongtian saw that the Western world had not yet experienced the battle between Tao and Demon. It looked no different from the east, filled with lush greenery and abundant spiritual essence. This made him sigh inwardly. Unfortunately, such a vast Western world would become a dead land after the battle between Tao and Demon. It was truly a great pity, but if the Western world were not destroyed in the battle, wouldn't it be left to those two shameless fellows, Jane and Yuan? These two had shamelessly mingled in the teachings to become Hongjuan's named disciples, and later established the Western teachings, instigating the relationships among the three teachings during the Fengshen War, ultimately becoming one of the beneficiaries of the war. Leaving the prosperous Western world to them would surely make them soar to the heavens. After a brief contemplation, Tongtian decided not to think further. Anyway, his own Taoist temple would not be in the Western world, so let these two be unfortunate. The saying, if a friend dies, the monk does not die, applies here. Moreover, Jane and Yuan were not good people to begin with, and he was actually pleased to see them suffer a bit more. In a certain mountain forest in the Western world, two Taoists were meditating in the most abundant spiritual energy spot. One of them had fair skin and a lively expression, while the other had dark yellow skin and a calm demeanor. Achoo! Yuan, focusing on his cultivation, suddenly sneezed. Jin, who was holding his breath in concentration, immediately broke his focus, his lively eyes scanning the nearby forest. I wonder who is talking about me. Could be those damn demons? Yuan said with indignation. Those damn guys. If it were not for their relentless pursuit in the Western world, we would not have fallen to this state. The two of them were innate beings. But the Western world had long been controlled by the demons. Soon after taking form, they were approached by demons demanding their allegiance to serve Rahu. Naturally, Jane and Yuan were unwilling, which led to a conflict with the demons. The demons were so aggressive that the two brothers ended up killing a few powerful demons, which only attracted more powerful demons to hunt them down. At this point, they had not yet grown strong enough to stand against the overwhelming pressure of the demons, and they could only hide and cultivate in obscurity. The demons truly deserved to die, but with Rahu's protection, who dared to provoke the demons? Jane said bitterly, if it weren't for our insufficient strength to break out of the Western world, we would have fled to the East long ago. We wouldn't have to hide so cautiously. It's really infuriating. Brother, I've heard that the battle among the three clans has ended, and the demons did not gain much from it. I think the demons won't be able to act so arrogantly in the West for long. As long as they fail, we can cultivate in peace here. Yuan said with hope in his eyes. The demons have tormented the West for too long. What he wished for most was for someone to come and decisively eliminate the demon problem. That way, the two brothers would be completely free. That's easier said than done. Unless Rahu dies, the demons will continue to control the Western world, Jane said helplessly. Rahu is a powerful being from ancient times. There are probably few who can match him in this world. Our backgrounds are not bad, but compared to a primordial being like Rahu, we fall far short. As they thought about this, the two exchanged glances and sighed in unison. At Tianma Mountain, endless demonic energy surged forth, obscuring the sky and spreading for thousands of miles. This place was the training ground of Rahu, the demon ancestor, and also the holy land of the demons. Sitting cross-legged on a mat, Rahu suddenly opened his eyes, filled with rage. A terrifying aura erupted from him, causing the nearby demon beings to kneel in submission. Damn you, Hongjun. It seems you really want to obstruct my path to enlightenment. You've even brought other helpers, since you all have thrown yourselves into my net. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Rahu was furious in his heart. Hongjun had brought Yang Mei and three others directly into the Western world, completely disregarding him. Did they really think that with helpers, he would be afraid? This time, he would ensure that none of them returned. Boom! Rahu's terrifying divine sense was released, probing the boundaries of the Western world, and the immense power created ripples in the void. Damn! After the investigation, Rahu became even angrier. Hongjun actually looks down on me this much. Not only did he bring helpers, but he even brought two late-stage Deluo Jinxian ants. What does this mean? Does he want to use my hands to temper his two disciples? What does he take me for? A stepping stone? The Western world is my stronghold. This guy brazenly brought two ants here, clearly intending to use me to sharpen them, which made Rahu feel greatly insulted. How could these ants dare to offend me without someone backing them? So Rahu quickly figured out that these two were definitely Hongjuan's disciples. At the same time, he also noticed Tongtian, who was following Hongjun and the others. However, he had seen how strong Tongtian's combat power was before. Although he had not yet reached the realm of the primordial golden immortal, his combat power was not inferior, and he had a supreme treasure protecting him. From his previous actions, it was clear that he was also a helper invited by Hongjun. This guy was truly going all out to deal with me. But he should never underestimate me. Since that is the case, let us first shred these two ants into pieces. And I want to see if Hongjun will feel heartache for them. Rahu sneered coldly, and a plan began to form in his mind. He immediately sent a message to all the powerful demons, instructing them to prepare for the incoming enemies. He also issued orders that the two late-stage Deluo Jinxian ants must not be spared. Kill without mercy. Within the Western world, Hongjun and the others did not rashly charge toward Tianma Mountain, but instead took a moment to adjust their breathing, also waiting for the two who had fallen behind. Laozi and Yuan Shi. At this moment, the sky was shimmering with light, and Tongtian, who had not fallen too far behind Hongjun and the others, arrived just as they stopped for a moment. With such a grand entrance into the Western world, Rahu must have sensed us, Hongjun reminded. Young friend, recover a bit. It seems we are about to face a hard battle. Tongtian nodded slightly, in front of Hongjun and the others. He couldn't directly take out the three light divine water to recover. Such top-tier treasures would surely tempt even a Hunyuan golden immortal. So, he simply crossed his legs and began to restore his own state. Hongjun and the others were also recovering while paying attention to the situation in the world. They had already entered Luo Hu's territory, and given Luo Hu's nature, he definitely wouldn't hide away. It was likely that the demon army was already on its way. By the time Hongjun and Tongtian were almost fully recovered, Laozi and Yuan Shi finally arrived. Before they could speak, their bodies suddenly trembled, as if they sensed some kind of deadly danger. This was a premonition in their hearts, leaving them both puzzled. Big brother, did you feel that? It's as if some terrifying thing is targeting us, Yuan Shi said with a confused expression. Laozi nodded solemnly. I also have a sense of it. This feeling is indeed not good. Hearing their words, Tongtian spoke up. Big brother, second brother, we have already entered the demon clan's territory. You two have never faced the demon clan directly, and they are not easy to deal with. If you want to leave now, it should still be possible. Those demons won't leave the Western world just to chase after you. Yuan Shi replied in a deep voice. Third brother, no need to persuade us further. As brothers, we should live and die together. Tongtian felt helpless. He didn't sense any danger at all. With his current combat power, unless Luo Hu personally attacked him, he could disregard the other demons. However, it wouldn't be good to say such things in front of the two, lest Laozi and Yuan Shi think you look down on them. Yang Mei cleared her throat and said, this battle will be very dangerous. At that time, we might not be able to spare time to help you. If you are afraid, you can still leave now. Hongjun also said solemnly, you too are my disciples. Even if you choose to leave, I will not blame you. After all, participating in this battle with your cultivation is indeed too dangerous. Laozi shook his head. Master, we know what we are doing. The demon clan is fierce, but that is fine. We just want to contribute. Yuan Shi also said seriously, yes, this is to protect the Hongwang world as the true descendants of Pangu. We have an obligation. Hongjun opened his mouth, hesitating to say something. He really couldn't understand why the two had such mysterious confidence. However, he had already said what needed to be said. Since it was their choice, he wouldn't say more. If they were really in danger, he would intervene as appropriate. After all, they were his disciples. If he didn't look after them, could he expect Yang Mei and the others to do so? Tongtian also shook his head and remained silent. The path was chosen by the two themselves. Whether they could withstand, it would depend on their own fortune. Then let's continue deeper. Luo Hu probably won't let us reach Tianma Mountain smoothly. I have a premonition that he has already made his move. Hongjun said in a deep voice, looking towards the area with the densest demonic aura between heaven and earth. In that direction, a vast amount of demonic energy floated in the air, indicating that Tianma Mountain was located there. So, everyone immediately rushed towards Tianma Mountain, delving into the depths of the Western world. Boom! At some unknown time, the sky above had turned dark, and dense demonic energy swept in from all directions, completely surrounding the group that was on their way. And it wasn't over yet. The demon army surged from all directions, their battle cries echoing across the sky, with the gathered demonic energy rising up to the heavens. Is this the demon army? Laozi and Yuan Shi's faces were filled with shock. There were too many. The demon army surged from all sides like a tidal wave, overwhelming the surrounding area. In the blink of an eye, their group was caught in the siege of the demon army. The overwhelming demonic energy made Laozi and Yuan Shi feel a chill run down their spines. This is sudden. They all knew that the number of the demon army was definitely not small, but seeing it with their own eyes still filled them with dread. Fortunately, there were still the likes of Hongjun, or else they might have turned and fled immediately. The demon ancestor has long seen through your movements and schemes. Today is your day of death. At this moment, a tall demon strongman among the demon army spoke loudly. His aura was powerful. Although he was not a Hunyuan golden immortal, he was at the peak of the Great Luo golden immortal realm. Behind him were elite demon warriors, all of whom were Great Luo golden immortals. Mo Luo's eyes were filled with fierce killing intent as he shouted, "The ancestor commands, kill everyone, especially those two late-stage Great Luo golden immortal ants. First, take them down." As soon as the words fell, the vast demon army surged out from all directions, and the overwhelming demonic energy made heaven and earth change color. Laozi and Yuan Shi looked at Mo Luo's murderous words, completely bewildered. What is going on? Those two late-stage Great Luo golden immortal ants they mentioned. Could it be them? But they hadn't provoked Luo, Hu, and the demon clan at all. Why has the demon clan already set their sights on them? Tongtian also had a strange expression. Could it be that Luo Hu thought the two of them were provoking him? Otherwise, he wouldn't have issued such an order to target the two of them first. Moreover, the number of the demon army exceeded his expectations. With so many of them, even with Hongjun and the others helping, it wouldn't be easy to eliminate them all. Luo Hu had not yet revealed himself, which meant he was definitely making other arrangements. This battle must be resolved quickly. Hongjun understood this as well, his face turning grave as he said, "Fellow Taoists, do not hold back. Quickly eliminate these demon army blocking our way, so we can head straight to Tianma Mountain. I worry that Luo Hu is still setting up backhands against us." Yang Mei and the three immediately nodded in agreement. They each unleashed their powerful divine abilities, and in an instant, terrifying power erupted, easily killing many demon strongmen. But this number was merely a drop in the ocean for the demon army. Faced with such numerous enemies, Tongtian also had to be cautious, decisively summoning the innate merit treasure, the Tiandi Xianhuang Linglong Tower. The tower shone with brilliance, perfectly shielding Tongtian within, effortlessly resisting a large number of attacking divine abilities. The demon army surged, completely engulfing the group. A great battle instantly began. Because of Mo Luo's command, a large number of demon strongmen directly targeted Laozi and Yuan Shi. In an instant, various divine abilities and treasures poured out. The majority of the attacks came from Great Luo golden immortals. This sent chills throughout Laozi and Yuan Shi, and they couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Who did they provoke? In this situation, shouldn't the main attacks focus on their master, those Hunyuan golden immortal powerhouses? Why would they target the two of them first? The demon clan really has no sense of martial ethics. At this moment, a loud shout rang out as Mo Luo directly launched an attack. His peak Great Luo golden immortal cultivation instantly pinning Laozi and Yuan Shi in place, making it difficult for them to retaliate. They could only stare blankly as Mo Luo approached. "Brother, don't daze. Quickly counterattack." The killing intent that was so close erupted suddenly, causing Laozi to be filled with a chill. Fortunately, Yuan Shi's words jolted him awake, and he immediately summoned the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the Panlong walking stick, and swung it fiercely forward. Bang! In the hands of Moro, there was a magic blade, but its grade was merely a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, which could not be compared to the top-grade innate spiritual treasure in Laozi's hands. However, his cultivation was even more powerful than Laozi's. Even though Laozi had the support of a spiritual treasure, he was still forced to retreat under this strike. This was not the end. Many powerful beings from the demon clan followed Moro into battle, and numerous attacks immediately fell upon Laozi. Laozi let out a muffled grunt, his figure instantly flying backward like a kite with its string cut. Fortunately, Yuan Shi was nearby, quick-witted and steadying Laozi, while simultaneously throwing the top-grade innate spiritual treasure. The three treasures Jade Rui, with great force. Whoosh! The three treasures Jade Rui emitted an astonishing halo and broke through the void. Moro shouted in anger, directly blocking this top-grade innate spiritual treasure with his magic blade, stabilizing his figure after stepping back several paces. This made him sneer. Two late-stage great Luo Jinxian ants. How dare you provoke the ancestor? You will undoubtedly die today. After saying this, he waved his hand, and the many powerful beings behind him charged again, a fierce onslaught immediately pouring down like a storm. Buzz! At this moment, Sword Chi suddenly crisscrossed the void, and Tongtian stepped forward, directly arriving in front of Moro. Wielding the top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Qingping sword, which sliced through the air and stabbed toward Moro's vital points. Moro instantly felt the breath of death and did not dare to be careless, hurriedly using his magic blade to defend. Naturally, a high-grade innate spiritual treasure could not match a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Moro was directly pushed back, and Tongtian glanced over, although Laozi had been attacked. He did not suffer serious injuries, which relieved Tongtian as he rushed toward Moro. Moro was the commander of the demon army, and if he could be slain, the remaining demon army, despite its numbers, would have no advantage. Seeing this, Moro's expression darkened, but he was not afraid of Tongtian. There was a vast army of demons here, and no matter how strong this guy was, he would still meet his doom. Kill! He shouted, charging forward with several great Luo Jinxian. Tongtian snorted coldly, and the heavenly yellow Linglong tower above his head began to spin slowly. In an instant, layers of yellow and black energy spread out, sealing the surrounding void. It seems you only have this much ability, Tongtian said mockingly. Moro's face turned ashen. He infused his magic power into the magic blade, and a massive amount of demonic energy surged out. However, the overwhelming attack of the magic blade fell upon the heavenly yellow Linglong tower, easily blocked by the layers of yellow and black energy. This rendered his attacks utterly ineffective. Even this peak great Luo Jinxian was helpless against it, let alone the other great Luo Jinxian of the demon clan. A few of them joined forces, but they could not do anything to Tongtian. Tongtian had no intention of wasting words with these guys, directly using the divine ability of the Solar True Fire. The intense heat immediately erupted in the void, and the terrifying Solar True Fire directly engulfed a great Luo Jinxian. The Demon Clan expert could not even let out a scream before being reduced to ashes under the Solar True Fire. Such terrifying power sent chills down the spines of the several surrounding great Luo Jinxian. This guy actually mastered such a terrifying divine ability. Clearly, they were all great Luo Jinxian, but the gap between them was far too great. Supreme Celestial Light. Tongtian formed seals with his hands and unleashed another divine ability. The Celestial Light shining brilliantly, effortlessly piercing through another great Luo Jinxian demon. Seeing this, Moro was filled with rage. But he also knew he could not let Tongtian continue to act recklessly. Otherwise, the great Luo Jinxian he brought might not be enough for Tongtian to kill. Despite the vastness of the demon army, there were only a little over 100 great Luo Jinxian. Surrounding Hongjun and other Hunyuan Jinxian had already proven to be a very difficult task. Now, with Tongtian, who was infinitely close to Hunyuan Jinxian, it was truly too much for him. Tongtian continued to unleash divine abilities, and in no time, numerous great Luo Jinxian fell. However, the remaining Demon Clan experts remained undeterred, charging toward Tongtian without fear of death. This also made Tongtian realize an advantage of the Demon Clan. These guys were not afraid of death at all. They only obeyed the orders of Luo Hu, and even if Luo Hu ordered them to disband, they would probably execute it without hesitation. One can only wonder how Luo Hu created these crazy beings. It can only be said that ancient powers like Luo who indeed possessed formidable means. This was also their capital for dominating the Hongwang. At this time, Hong Jun and the others were also using their abilities. Hong Jun did not use the creation J-Disc, as dealing with a group of demon beings did not require him to go all out. He directly unleashed several killing divine abilities, taking down the demon experts surrounding him without leaving a single one alive. The yin-yang ancestor directly summoned his innate supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram. Buzz. The innate supreme treasure possessed infinite power, which was brought to the extreme in the hands of the yin-yang ancestor. Terrifying power gathered in the sky and suddenly pressed down, instantly turning hundreds of demons into nothingness. The Qinkuan ancestor also summoned his top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Qinkuan cauldron. This Qinkuan cauldron had the ability to transform post-heaven into pre-heaven. Although it was a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, it contained boundless transformative power. Qinkuan ancestor infused his magic power into it, and the top of the Qinkuan cauldron opened, unleashing a terrifying, devouring force that engulfed numerous demon beings, causing them to perish under the power of Qinkuan. Yang Mei's attack was also terrifying. The Space Tao was one of the 10 supreme laws. Any divine ability, under the enhancement of the space law, possessed the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. With a casual gesture, endless cracks appeared in the void, and all nearby demon beings could not escape the fate of being swallowed. The most difficult situation on the battlefield was faced by Laozi and Yuan Shi. Their cultivation was the weakest, and they were heavily targeted by the demon army, which put immense pressure on the two of them. They could not hold on for long and soon reached their limit. Poof! Yuan Shi, pale-faced, spat out a mouthful of reverse blood, seeing numerous divine abilities attacking him, and hurriedly shouted for help. Master, save me! Laozi was also being beaten into a corner, only able to place his hopes on Hong Jun, hoping he could have the strength to protect him. Hearing their cries for help, Hong Jun felt a headache coming on. He had already told them not to come along. Now it seemed that while killing the demon clan appeared simple, the demon beings were endless like a tide, and they could not be killed off. In the midst of his own troubles, he also had to worry about Laozi and Yuan Shi. What kind of karma had he created? But he had no choice, only able to say in a deep voice, "You two, come closer to me." As soon as he spoke, he unleashed several divine abilities, clearing a path. Laozi and Yuan Shi immediately shrank to Hongjuan's side without hesitation, which gave them a sense of security. However, their departure seemed to have stirred a hornet's nest, and in no time, countless demon experts surrounded Hongjun. Even though he did not take these demon ants seriously, Hongjun still felt an unparalleled pressure. After all, the sheer number of ants could indeed bite an elephant to death. The key was that many of these ants' attacks could not harm him, but were enough to severely injure Laozi and Yuan Shi, relying solely on his own strength. He couldn't possibly care for both of them while simultaneously killing the remaining demons. Therefore, he could only turn his gaze to Yang Mei and the other two. Yang Mei, my friend, for my sake, please lend a hand or two. Yin Yang and Qinkuan, I also trouble you to assist. Hong Jun spoke with a gloomy expression. He could invite the three to join him in besieging Luo Ho, but it certainly wasn't because of their goodwill. There must have been some benefits to be shared behind the scenes. Now, asking the three to exert themselves to protect Laozi and Yuan Shi meant that he was incurring a favor from them. If Luo Ho was dealt with, his share of the spoils would surely be much less. If it weren't for the urgency of the situation, he definitely wouldn't have considered this. Forget it. For the sake of our past friendship, I will help you. Yang Mei frowned and agreed directly. Yin Yang and Qinkuan also had nothing to say. Yin Yang, with one hand forming a seal, caused the innate treasure Taiji diagram above his head to radiate an incredibly bright light, completely enveloping the figures of the four. This also added a layer of protection for the two. Laozi's expression became somewhat complicated upon seeing this. He recalled the Tiandi, Xin Huang Linglong Tower, in Tongtian's hands, and for some reason, he always felt a sense of fate regarding that innate merit treasure. It should have been destined for him. He just didn't know why it ended up in Tongtian's hands. If it were someone else, he definitely wouldn't let it go easily and would try all means to take it back. But since Tongtian was his brother, he really couldn't bring himself to do it. Otherwise, if he had a defensive treasure to protect him during this battle, he wouldn't have ended up in such a dire situation. Yuan Shi continuously threw out the top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the 3 treasures Jade Rui. The power of a top-grade innate spiritual treasure goes without saying, wherever it went. The demon clan's powerful beings were directly sent flying, their souls scattering. However, using such high-tier treasures continuously was a massive drain for Yuan Shi. His internal mana was already running low. Yang Mei and the others felt this as well, and they couldn't help but murmur in their hearts. These 2 deadweights. On the way here, they had repeatedly warned each other, but they had completely disregarded it. Now, not only had they not helped, but they had also fallen into a deadlock. If it weren't for Hong Jun's face, they probably wouldn't even bother. Now, they could only protect Laozi and Yuan Shi in the middle, while the 4 of them provided support from the outside, with the 4 of them closely guarding. The pressure on Laozi and Yuan Shi was greatly reduced. However, both were somewhat annoyed, as they knew they had become burdens. In contrast, Tongtian was now fighting against the demon army's peer, Immortal, with a sword in hand. The more incredible Tongtian appeared, the more embarrassed the 2 felt. If it weren't for the interference of other great Luo golden immortals, Tongtian would have easily killed Immortal already. Although he was also at the peak of great Luo golden immortal cultivation, he didn't possess any powerful spiritual treasures. In a direct confrontation, Tongtian had the confidence to easily defeat him. However, the sheer number of demons was overwhelming, and he tried to unleash powerful divine powers. But they were all dodged by Immortal. Immortal clearly understood the situation and knew he couldn't kill Tongtian. So he let the powerful demons beside him wear down Tongtian's mana while he secretly waited for an opportunity. Tongtian sneered internally, also guessing the other party's intentions. However, this guy probably would never guess that he had an entire vial of Sanguang divine water, casually taking out a drop of Sanguang divine water and swallowing it. Tongtian's state once again reached its peak. This time, he unleashed all his firepower, with a wave of his palm in the void. The Northern Xian Yuan water controlling banner suddenly appeared. Roar! The Northern Xian Yuan water controlling banner glowed, and water dragons surged upward, clawing at the sky. The number of these water dragons wasn't large, but they possessed immense killing power. They could at least delay all of Immortal's helpers. Seizing the opportunity, Tongtian wielded the Qingping sword and charged into the battlefield. While the great Luo golden immortals were contending with the power of the Northern Xian Yuan water controlling banner, he struck continuously, and the sword Qi of the Qingping sword easily harvested a large number of demon great Luo golden immortals. As he continued to attack, many demon great Luo golden immortals fell. At the same time, Tongtian also heard a prompt sound in his ear. Due to your continuous use of sword techniques to kill demons, your comprehension of the laws of the sword has greatly improved, successfully comprehending the Qinglian sword technique. Tongtian was overjoyed. The Qinglian sword technique. Just hearing the name, he knew it matched perfectly with the Qingping sword in his hand. In fact, it was indeed the case. The Qinglian sword technique was incredibly destructive and contained the power of the laws of the sword. A glint flashed in Tongtian's eyes as he immediately unleashed it. In an instant, the Qingping sword swung in front of him. An endless sword Qi surged from the Qingping sword, gathering in the void to form a sharp blue lotus. This blue lotus was 100 feet tall and, under Tongtian's control, suddenly flew forward. Wherever it went, countless sword Qi would burst out from that giant blue lotus. Each strand of sword Qi contained the power of the laws of the sword, and in an instant, the demons on both sides of the blue lotus were pierced through their bodies, turning to black smoke and dissipating into the void. Such a stunning sword technique left Imo Luo and other powerful demons in shock. Such terrifying destructive power. Is this guy really a great Luo golden immortal? And does this guy's mana seem a bit exaggerated? They had been attacking him repeatedly, yet even now he still had the mana to unleash such a powerful sword technique. Just how profound was this guy's foundation? The power of the Qinglian sword technique was terrifying. Tongtian unleashed it again, and 200-foot sword Qi swept out. This directly slaughtered all the demons in front of him, and even great Luo golden immortals couldn't withstand such a terrifying sword. After temporarily eliminating these troublesome guys, Tongtian charged directly to Mo Luo's side. Mo Luo roared angrily, and boundless demonic energy surged beside him, manifesting into fierce-looking demon beasts that flooded toward Tongtian. Mo Luo quickly retreated, hiding away. He had already realized that Tongtian was not someone he could deal with. This guy was just too sinister. Clearly not a Hunyuan golden immortal, yet possessing mana comparable to a Hunyuan golden immortal. If this continued, he might even meet his end here. So it was better to hide and observe the changes. Seeing this, Tongtian's expression turned helpless. With a flip of his palm, sword lights crisscrossed, directly shattering the techniques that Mo Luo had unleashed. However, he had already retreated to the center of the demon army, and no matter how confident he was, he couldn't rush into the overwhelming demon forces to kill the opponent. Moreover, he also noticed Laozi and Yuan Shi, these two deadweights. Originally, Hong Jun and the others were showcasing their powers and were not afraid of the demon army, but now they had to spare their hands to protect the two, which instead trapped the four of them in a deadlock. Continuing like this was definitely not a solution. After all, whether they could completely crush these demon forces depended on the abilities of Hong Jun and the others. Thinking of this, Tongtian continued to act, directly killing his way to the side of Hong Jun and the others. He looked at Laozi and Yuan Shi and said, "Stalemating like this is not a solution. The Western world is Luo Ho's stronghold, and no one knows how many beings the demon clan has. Even if we truly kill off the demon army, we might instead fall into Luo Ho's schemes. I hold the treasure of virtue, the heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda, which possesses the ability to contain people. It would be better to first include my two elder brothers within it, so that we can work together to break the current deadlock." Upon hearing this, Hongjuan's eyes lit up. This is indeed a good idea. Although the creation jade plate in his hand contains boundless mysteries, it cannot accommodate the two of them. Yang Mei and the others do not have such a special treasure. Otherwise, the situation would not have turned out this way. "Good, let's do it this way," Hongjun said in a deep voice. Yang Mei chuckled, saying this method is really good. The treasure of virtue is unmatched in defense. They would not be in any danger inside it. In the face of urgency, they did not think to consult Laozi and Yuan Shi. Under such circumstances, it was sufficient for the two of them not to hold them back. Laozi and Yuan Shi naturally felt very unwilling. They had come to the Western world to prove their strength and see if they could gain some benefits in the great battle. If they entered the heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda, then even if opportunities arose later, they would have no relation to them. However, they were not Tongtian and did not possess the three lights divine water to restore their state. After this fierce battle, they had indeed reached the point of exhaustion of their magical power. Moreover, judging by the intentions of these powerful beings, they probably couldn't wait for the two of them to leave. Thinking of this, the two sighed and nodded in agreement. Tongtian made a hand gesture, and the heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda above his head immediately radiated with the light of virtue. In the next moment, Laozi and Yuan Shi were taken inside. Tongtian specifically chose an empty area for the two of them inside to avoid them discovering the many treasures he had stored in the pagoda. To be honest, if the three pure ones could maintain their brotherly bond, he wouldn't mind giving the two of them the three lights divine water to restore their state. But he knew in his heart that the three pure ones would eventually split up and brothers would turn against each other. Since that was the case, there was no need to waste his three lights divine water. In fact, Tongtian had a bold idea in mind, but after a moment's thought, he directly abandoned it. During the Solar Star expedition, he had stored endless solar true fire within the heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda. With Laozi and Yuan Shi's current state, they would definitely be unable to withstand the power of the solar true fire. If he were to throw the two of them directly into the layer with the solar true fire, perhaps he could use the power of the solar true fire to refine them back to their original state. The three pure ones were originally one entity. If the two of them could be reshaped into their original state, after Tongtian absorbed them, he would surely experience a great enhancement, and his foundation would undergo tremendous changes. But this idea could only be thought about. One reason was that the two of them were protected by the merit of the open heaven technique, so the solar true fire could not directly kill them. The other reason was that the two of them were already disciples of Hongjun. If he really refined the two of them, it would probably lead to a direct enmity with Hongjun. And after the battle between Dao and Demon ended, Hongjun would be able to attain the sainthood. Without any hindrances, we can quickly eliminate all these demon clansmen. Yang Mei said, her expression invigorated. Qian Kuan Laozi and Yin Yang Laozi also nodded in agreement. If it weren't to protect Laozi and Yuan Shi, how could they be suppressed by a group of demon clansmen with their capabilities? Do they really think that the Hunyuan Golden Immortal experts only have this little ability? Boom! At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted in the void, and the next moment, Luo, who appeared in the sky. He dispatched a vast army of demon clansmen, originally to wear down the fighting strength of Hongjun and the others. But with Laozi and Yuan Shi, these two hindrances gone, Hongjun and the others could all unleash their full power. In this case, wearing them down would be meaningless. Instead, it would lead to the complete destruction of the entire demon clan at the hands of these guys. Therefore, Luo, who did not hesitate and appeared directly. You scoundrel! You dare to ruin my good plans. Last time I spared your life. This time you cannot escape death. Luo, whose eyes were filled with rage as he fixed his gaze on Tongtian. Last time he plotted against the three clans. It was because of Tongtian's interference that his plan was not fully realized. This time it was again because of Tongtian that Hongjun and the others could extricate themselves. This scoundrel truly deserves to die. After I kill Hongjun and the others, I must tear this guy to pieces and extract his bones to vent my anger. Chapter 43. Luo, whose trump card. The extermination sword array. Tongtian's confidence. Looking at Luo, who appeared in the void, the faces of Hongjun and the others showed joy. Finally, they had forced this guy out. The next step was to follow their plan and directly kill this guy. Seeing Luo, who's so angry, Tongtian felt neither sad nor happy. What a joke. The demon clan in his eyes was an enormous amount of heavenly Dao merit. If only he had the cultivation of a Hunyuan Golden Immortal, he would even want to completely subdue the entire demon clan. That way, the merit from the heavenly Dao he would gain would definitely be an astronomical figure. So it wasn't that he had to go against Luo, who. It could only be said that the heavenly Dao had given too much. This is something that one cannot refuse. Several seniors, leave the demon army to me. You all can focus on dealing with Luo, who, if you can kill him, this battle should come to an end. Tongtian said to Hongjun and the others. Because of Tongtian's displayed combat power, Yang Mei and the others did not underestimate him in the slightest. This young man, given some time, would definitely become a top powerhouse in the primordial world. It's just a pity that he has not yet broken through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Otherwise, they might have had an additional helper today. But if Tongtian could help them stop so many demon armies, it would still be a great contribution. Good, but don't push yourself too hard. If you really can't hold on, call for the four of us. We will definitely come to help you. Yang Mei said, her eyes turning, directly giving Tongtian a promise. Hongjun smiled, increasingly satisfied with Tongtian's performance. In contrast, Laozi and Yuan Shi, his two disciples, seemed a bit foolish. They clearly knew they didn't have that capability, but still insisted on coming along. They almost caused the four of them to fall into Luo, whose scheme. Tongtian slightly cupped his hands in thanks, then gripped the Qingping sword and charged again towards the demon army. All these demon armies are merit. Even if he couldn't kill them all, killing one more would mean gaining one more merit. After the battle between Dao and demon ends, such good fortune would no longer exist in the world. Therefore, Tongtian was prepared for a protracted battle. After all, he had the three lights divine water and, combined with his powerful physical body, he completely possessed the capability to face billions of demon armies alone. On the demon side, seeing Tongtian charging forward alone and taking the initiative to attack, a hint of fear flashed in the eyes of the demon lord. A madman? This guy is a complete madman. The demon clan has never lacked madmen, but this was the first time he had seen someone crazier than them. Facing billions of demon armies alone is something that only a deranged person would do. Kill him at all costs. The demon lord ordered in a deep voice. And in the next moment, the demon army surged like a tide, surrounding Tongtian. Tongtian held the Qingping sword and once again unleashed the Qinglian sword technique. In an instant, blue lotus flowers slowly bloomed in the world. Beneath their brilliance lay endless sword energy and a chilling, killing intent. The demon lord also seized the opportunity to attempt a sneak attack from the shadows, using the top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the demon blade, to slice toward Tongtian's back. Tongtian's expression did not change in the slightest. He countered with the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the reincarnation seal, striking out. The Mo Luo had been waiting for itself in the dark, unaware that it was also searching for an opportunity to kill its opponent. Among the demon race, only Mo Luo was at the peak of the Luo golden immortal level. As long as it was eliminated, the others posed no threat to Tongtian. After all, he was protected by the innate merit treasure, the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower. Those demons whose realms were inferior to his could not even break through the defenses of this merit treasure. Whoosh! The Qingping sword continuously cut through the air, terrifying sword energy crisscrossing the void, creating cracks as if the Qingping sword had directly sliced through it. A large number of demons perished under the Qingping sword. Constantly operating the Qinglian sword technique, this also caused Tongtian's magical power to deplete rapidly, with drops of Sanguang divine water being completely refined by him, transforming into an endless source of magical power. This made him grow stronger with each kill, like a war god. It seemed that this vast army of billions of demons could do nothing against him. Meanwhile, the Mo Luo, which was secretly attacking, was severely injured by the reincarnation seal. And taking advantage of this opportunity, Tongtian unleashed his divine power, the true fire of the sun, instantly engulfing it. This scene was perfectly captured in the eyes of the two Taoists hiding in the dark. Both Jane and Juani couldn't help but gasp. Brutal, too brutal. Who is this Taoist? How could he possess such terrifying combat power? That was a billion-strong army of demons, and yet they couldn't do anything to him? Thinking about their own plight, the two of them had been hunted by the demon race in the West and could only live in hiding. If it weren't for seeing Hongjun and Luo, who fighting, Jin and Juani wouldn't even have the courage to approach. This Taoist was truly fierce. This level of combat power was truly enviable. Juani's expression was filled with envy. If their brothers were this fierce, they wouldn't need to fear Luo who at all. They just needed to find a place to hide for a while, wait until they attained the mixed Yuan golden immortal realm, and they could compete with Luo who. This child is truly the savior of our Western world, Jin also said with deep emotion. At this moment, Tongtian, who was in the midst of the battle, sensed that someone was watching him from the shadows. This surprised him somewhat, given the current chaotic situation in the West. There were still people bold enough to hide and spy. As his consciousness spread, he quickly discovered Jane and Juandi hiding away. Among the two, Juandi was undoubtedly the easiest to recognize, his skin resembling a golden hue, which allowed Tongtian to identify the two brothers at a glance. However, he didn't expect them to appear on the battlefield, but it seemed that they had no intention of jumping out, so Tongtian didn't bother with them. He had already eliminated Mo Luo, the only one who posed a threat, and the remaining demon army was just trash to him. So he immediately summoned the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower. The next moment, the true fire of the sun contained within surged forth under Tongtian's control like a tidal wave. Boom! The vast true fire of the sun was like a great wave, incinerating all demons it touched into ashes. In the blink of an eye, even Western land was burned to the ground, with countless green plants turning into nothingness. Tongtian was not worried about this, because due to the outbreak of the Dao battle, there were no living beings in the vicinity, so his actions would not attract any karma or causality. Moreover, this wave of destruction was in the Western world, not the East. Therefore, he felt no regret at all and continued to command the true fire of the sun to engulf the remaining demons. In an instant, billions of demons perished like moths to a flame, with casualties amounting to at least half. This kind of power made Tongtian very satisfied. The true fire of the sun was indeed a great killing weapon. He wondered whether Dijuan and Tai had returned to the Sun Star. Once he had the time, he would definitely go to the Sun Star to collect some more true fire of the sun. In a certain valley in the wilderness, Yuan and Taqing, who were diligently cultivating, suddenly felt a sense of unease. "Why do I feel like someone is watching us, brothers?" Taqing murmured, feeling a chill all over. Yuan's expression also darkened as he said, "I feel the same. It seems something related to us brothers is happening. We must cultivate quickly and break through our cultivation." So the two of them focused their minds and continued their seclusion. At this moment, Jane and Zhuanti, who were secretly observing, had expressions of disbelief. The true fire of the sun burning the demons was indeed terrifying. But the land of the Western world was also burned. From now on, the nearby area would probably turn into a desolate place. This was their cultivation ground. The two looked at each other and felt immense heartache. But they both knew they couldn't influence this battle. They could only look at each other in silence, wanting to cry but having no tears. As the true fire of the sun continued to consume, in less than 100 years, the billions of demon army were completely turned to ashes. It was easy to imagine that once the battle ended, Tongtian would surely receive immense heavenly merit. However, he couldn't feel happy about it. Because the Sanguang divine water in his hands had been nearly depleted, this showed how terrifying the consumption of this battle was for him. Fortunately, he had finally resolved the demon army, and now it was just a matter of waiting for Hongjun and the others to determine the outcome. Once Luo, who was dead, the Daomo battle could come to an end. Looking up, Tongtian couldn't help but sigh. Luo, whose strength was truly formidable. The four of Hongjun were all mixed Yuan golden immortal powers. Yet under their siege, Luo, who could still hold out for 100 years. No wonder Hongjun chose not to fight him one-on-one, but instead wanted to recruit the three from Yangmei to act together. It seemed that Hongjun also lacked the confidence to handle Luo, who alone. In the void above, the expressions of the four Hongjun were very serious. They had been entangled with Luo, who for 100 years. This guy's combat power was indeed not weak, but they all had confidence in winning this battle. "Let's attack together. He should be on the verge of collapse," Hongjun said solemnly, and the next moment, the Chaos Jade dish in his hand released a dazzling light. The three from Yangmei also summoned their treasures. Multicolored lights filled the void, and the terrifying power made the void unable to withstand it, beginning to collapse on a large scale. Luo, who roared, directly gripping the innate treasure, the god-slaying spear, and thrusting it forward. The next moment, a massive explosion covered the entire boundless void, and Luo, whose figure was sent flying out without any pause, heading towards the direction of Tianma Mountain. It looked as if he had been defeated by the joint effort of the four Hongjun. This made the ancestors of Qinquan and Yin Yang very pleased. "Ha! This guy finally can't hold on. We must not let him escape easily. Take advantage of his weakness and take his life." The Yin Yang ancestor laughed loudly and was the first to pursue. Yang Mei and the Qinquan ancestor also chased after him. Tongtian's eyes flickered. Was Luo, who really so easily defeated? He frowned, thinking that if he remembered correctly, Luo, who should still have the four swords of slaying immortals as a trump card. Was he heading to Tianma Mountain now, where the slaying immortal sword array was hidden? However, he didn't remind them. Last time Hongjun had informed him that he was aware of Luo, whose trump cards. Moreover, dealing with some Luo golden immortals was fine, but he didn't want to directly confront Luo, who, especially the slaying immortal sword array, which he definitely couldn't contend with at his current level. It was better to honestly follow behind and reap some benefits. Hongjun looked at the fleeing Luo, who, his eyes deep, wanting to rely on his trump cards to turn the tide. Let's see how strong his trump cards really are. Following behind Hongjun, Tongtian soon arrived near Tianma Mountain. At this moment, Luo Ho had stopped his figure, confronting Yang Mei and the other three in the void. "Luo Ho, your conspiracy has completely failed. If you were to dissolve your own essence, you could still save face," said the ancestor Qian Kun in a deep voice, believing that Luo Ho had been thoroughly defeated. Upon hearing this, Luo Ho let out a wild laugh and shouted, "Do you really think I fear you? I'm just waiting for all of you to step into my trap." Zhu Xian sword formation, rise. As his voice fell, the entire Tianma mountain began to collapse instantly, followed by 4 beams of sword light containing boundless killing intent shooting into the sky. In the next moment, The four swords of Zhu Xian flew out from within Tian Mo Mountain, spinning a few times in the void before a large formation descended from the sky. The four people who had already stepped into the trap were instantly enveloped by the Zhu Xian sword formation. Tongtian was also within the range of the Zhu Xian sword formation. He could feel the endless killing intent contained in the four swords of Zhu Xian. It could be said that these were four swords filled with murderous energy. He hurriedly used the technique of shrinking the distance, wanted to leave the range of the Zhu Xian sword formation, but he was still a step too late. An invisible pressure descended directly upon him, and the next moment, Luo Ho, holding the god-slaying spear, stepped into the air with a cold gaze. Luo Ho's expression was grim as he sneered. "You, Amir de Luo, golden immortal, dare to repeatedly thwart my plans. If I let you escape, would the beings of heaven and earth not laugh at my name? Moreover, you have slaughtered so many of my demon clan sons, deserving of death 1,000 times over." The killing intent erupting from Luo Ho completely locked on a Tongtian. This made Tongtian's primordial spirit tremble continuously, feeling a great crisis between life and death. With his current cultivation, he was definitely not Luo Ho's opponent. Tongtian felt uneasy in his heart. Facing the fierce and ruthless Luo Ho, he awkwardly smiled. "Senior, wait. This is actually not much related to me. This is all what Ancestor Hong Jun and the others asked me to do. If you want to take revenge for the Demon Clan, you should go find Ancestor Hong Jun in them. Attacking me is just bullying the weak." Luo Ho sneered, sharp-tongued. "Rest assured, I will kill you first, and not one of Hong Jun and the others will escape. You damn scoundrels, all must die." As soon as his words fell, the god-slaying spear in his hand pierced through the void. This fast spear created several afterimages in Tongtian's eyes, and he didn't even have time to react. At the critical moment, the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower above his head trembled slightly, and a large amount of heavenly yellow chi fell, obscuring Tongtian's figure within it. However, the difference in their realms was vast, and the god-slaying spear was also a congenital supreme treasure. Therefore, the power of the god-slaying spear easily penetrated the protection of the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower, piercing through Tongtian's chest like a knife through butter. Puff! With just one strike, Tongtian suffered a heavy injury and forcefully swallowed back the reverse blood in his mouth. He did not expect Luo Ho's combat power to be this terrifying. He couldn't even withstand a single strike. This did not instill any fear in him. Instead, it ignited his anger. "Damn it, this guy thinks I'm easy to bully. That's why he wants to kill me first. Does he really think I have no power to retaliate?" He indeed couldn't defeat the opponent, but it wouldn't be that easy for Luo Ho to kill him. Thus, Tongtian gritted his teeth and directly urged the vast heavenly Tao merit within him. Streams of golden light spread from his skin, instantly transforming him into a golden figure. Relying on the augmentation of heavenly Tao merit, Tongtian forcefully shook the god-slaying spear out from his body. With a wave of his hand, the top-grade congenital spirit treasure, the Northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner, floated above his head. But that wasn't all. He activated a large amount of heavenly Tao merit, and amidst the brilliant radiance, a faintly discernible merit golden wheel began to condense behind him. This was something only those with great merit could condense. "Kill me. If you have the ability, kill me." With the heavenly Tao merit protecting him, Tongtian suddenly felt emboldened and directly shouted at Luo Ho. Luo Ho was now dumbfounded. Setting aside the fact that Tongtian had a merit supreme treasure and a top-grade congenital spirit treasure protecting him, where did this guy get so much heavenly Tao merit? Even if he was a powerful Hunyuan golden immortal, it was impossible for him to exhaust so much heavenly Tao merit in one go. But what he lacked now was time. How could he waste so much time on Tongtian? Ridiculous. Does he think that with merit protecting him, I can't do anything to him? I can imprison you and torment you bit by bit until you wish you were dead. Seeing Tongtian so confident, Luo Ho threatened with a fierce expression. Tongtian snorted coldly, and in the next moment, a denser golden light of merit appeared, which was actually the merit of opening the heavens that he possessed. The merit of opening the heavens was rich and pure, manifesting around him like a golden halo. Luo Ho fell silent this time. Damn it. Merit of opening the heavens. This guy actually has such rich merit of opening the heavens. What the hell is this? Even if he were given tens of thousands of years, he wouldn't be able to exhaust this much merit. Not to mention that the merit of opening the heavens is extremely pure. If he dares to kill Tongtian, the heavenly Tao will probably send down a heavenly tribulation to deal with him immediately. No wonder this guy is so arrogant in front of me. He truly has the confidence. Luo Ho gritted his teeth in anger. He was an ancient, powerful being. When had he ever been forced like this by someone? I'll spare your life for now. After I kill Hong Jun and the others, I'll come back to deal with you. Luo Ho said fiercely before putting away the god-slaying spear and leaping into the Zhuxian sword formation. Watching Luo Ho leave without hesitation, Tongtian breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, this guy didn't plan to waste time on him. Otherwise, he really worried whether the merit of opening the heavens could save his life. Thankfully, I was cautious and kept a distance from Hong Jun and the others. Otherwise, even if I used the technique of shrinking the distance, I might not be able to escape the range of the Zhuxian sword formation. I hope Hong Jun and the others can quickly kill Luo Ho. Tongtian had a complex expression. He had no ability to contend with Luo Ho. Being able to preserve his life from him was already a great fortune. As for Hong Jun and the others in the formation, they could only fend for themselves. Within the Zhuxian Great Formation, Luo Ho's figure did not appear. But the might erupting from the Zhuxian sword formation still made Hong Jun and the other three dare not be careless. They employed various means to resist the overwhelming killing sword energy. In my opinion, this Zhuxian sword formation is nothing much. As long as we can find its flaws, we will definitely be able to break it, said Ancestor Qian Kun, holding the top-grade congenital spirit treasure, the Qian Kun Ding, with a disdainful expression. Yang Mei frowned and said, "It may not be that simple. I worry that the power of this Zhuxian sword formation has not fully erupted, likely because Luo Ho is not stationed within the formation." He had observed the formation for a moment. Although he was not skilled in formations, he was proficient in the laws of space. However, the Zhuxian sword formation could be said to be flawless, with no defects in space whatsoever. No matter how long he observed, he could not find a single weakness. It was truly impeccable. Could it be that Luo Ho has something more important to deal with than us? The Yin-Yang ancestor asked with a somewhat gloomy expression. If he were Luo Ho, he would have long since rushed into the great formation to kill. What the hell is Luo Ho up to? Hong Jun furrowed his brows tightly, also speculating on Luo Ho's intentions. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. Not good. Little friend Tongtian may be in danger. As he spoke, he felt an urgent anxiety in his heart. Tongtian, alone, had completely exterminated the demon clan created by Luo Ho. Given Luo Ho's vindictive nature, he would definitely not let Tongtian go. I never expected that this guy's hatred for Tongtian would surpass that of the four of them. Yang Mei and the others immediately realized this, and their expressions turned grim. This damned Luo Ho is actually a coward who bullies the weak? How could he dare to provoke a descendant of a Luo Jingxian first? The Yin-Yang ancestor cursed with a dark expression. Yang Mei took a deep breath and said, "Our urgency is of no use. Moreover, our friend Tongtian is protected by the merit of the opening of heaven. Unless Luo Ho is insane, he shouldn't kill him." These words eased Hong Jun's mind slightly. Indeed, Tongtian possesses the merit of the opening of heaven. Unless Luo Ho is willing to spend endless years breaking through those heavenly Tao merits, he definitely cannot forcibly kill Tongtian. Let's not worry about the outside for now. We should quickly find a way to break the formation. Hong Jun, do you have any thoughts on this large array? The Qingkuan ancestor asked. Hong Jun sighed lightly. Taoist Yang Mei is so proficient in the laws of space. Yet he can't find the weakness of this large array. How could I know the method to break it? As he spoke, a shadow passed through his eyes. He indeed knew that Luo Ho had the extermination sword array as a trump card, but still underestimated the power of this large array. The overwhelming sword energy could have severely injured even a powerful figure in the early or mid-stage of Hunyuan Jingxian just by entering. Fortunately, the innate supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram, in the hands of the Yin-Yang ancestor has extremely strong defensive power. This allowed the four of them to temporarily have a safe place without worries. Just as the four were frowning in thought, the extermination sword array suddenly changed, and in the next moment, the vast sword energy transformed into a million zhang-long sword, crashing down like the opening of heaven and earth. Chapter 44. The array is dangerous. The fall of Hunyuan Jingxian. The million zhang sword energy traversed the void, and the surging killing intent within covered the entire extermination sword array. The sudden change of the array shocked Hongjun and the others. The array could not have undergone such a drastic change for no reason. There was only one possibility. Luoho had probably entered the array to take command. Thinking of this, Hongjun felt a bit uncomfortable and did not know how Tongtian was doing. However, the four of them were currently unable to protect themselves and truly had no strength to care for one another. Moreover, with such rich merits of the opening of heaven on Tongtian, unless Luoho truly wanted them both to suffer, he definitely wouldn't kill him. Luoho, such ghostly methods are of no use to us. Yang Mei also sensed the clue. Luoho had indeed returned to the array. So he formed a hand sign, and in the next moment, immense magical power gathered behind him, condensing into an enormous Dharma form. This Dharma form's eyes flashed with lightning, subsequently pushing the power of the spatial Tao laws to the limit. Boom! Ripples spread through the void, and a conspicuous, gigantic black hole suddenly appeared, colliding directly with the million zhang sword energy. The impact produced endless rumbling, but the extermination sword array remained incredibly resilient, showing not even a single crack. This discovery weighed heavily on the hearts of Hongjun and the others. It seemed that to break this extermination sword array, they could only find a way from Luoho. If they could directly kill Luoho, this large array would collapse without a fight. Of course, the difficulty of that was evident. After all, this was Luoho's home turf. Yang Mei's combat power was still quite formidable. Under his magical attacks, the sword energy of the extermination sword array was instantly shattered. But they all knew in their hearts that this was just the beginning. Hongjun, you all will die here today. I will ensure you have no place to be buried. Luoho's figure appeared, holding the innate supreme treasure, the god-slaying spear, which was surrounded by a murderous aura, as if the killing intent had solidified. I think it's you who is about to die, the Qinquan ancestor said dismissively, and in the next moment, the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Qinquan cauldron, flew out. Buzz! The Qinquan cauldron quietly passed through the void and instantly rushed down to suppress Luoho. Luoho sneered and directly withstood it with a god-slaying spear. The two treasures collided in the void, and endless power surged outward. In dealing with such evil forces, there's no reason for one-on-one combat. I will assist you. The Yin-Yang ancestor stepped forward, his expression serious. Forming a hand sign with one hand, he directly infused his magical power into the innate supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram. In the next moment, the Taiji diagram shone brightly and then suddenly suppressed down into the void. Boom! Several supreme treasures violently collided, and such overwhelming power caused the extermination sword array to tremble. Outside the array, Tongtian looked up and saw countless cracks appearing around the extermination sword array. This indicated that the battle within was undoubtedly fierce. However, Tongtian merely thought about it and had no intention of intervening. With his cultivation level, if he rushed into the extermination sword array, it would undoubtedly be seeking death. Open. Within the array, Luoho formed a hand sign, and the 12-petaled annihilation black lotus flew out of the extermination sword array, arriving above the Western world. In the next moment, under Luoho's control, the entire Western world began to tremble immensely. Following that, the power of the ancestral spiritual veins surged like a long river, rising into the sky and all pouring into the 12-petaled annihilation black lotus. Tongtian state had fully recovered. Feeling the commotion above the sky, he couldn't help but look up, his heart shaking violently. What a ruthless Luoho! He actually wants to use all the power of the ancestral spiritual veins from the Western world. His cultivation was already comparable to Hongjun and the others. Now with the spiritual vein support, Hongjun and the others might not be his match. I must recover quickly and see if I can glimpse the situation within the array Tongtian thought in shock, and plans began to form in his mind. He had already positioned himself against Luoho. Once Hong Jun and the others could not defeat Luoho, this guy would definitely not spare him. Even with the protection of the merits of the opening of heaven, he was not invincible. Therefore, for the sake of the Hong Huang and his own safety, Luoho must die. Brother, what's going on? The spiritual veins of our Western world are being drawn. Not far away, Jane and Junti dared not get too close to Tongtian, fearing to arouse his suspicion. However, the commotion caused by the 12-petaled annihilation Black Lotus could not be hidden from them. Watching the vast power of the spiritual veins being devoured by the 12-petaled annihilation Black Lotus, Jane and Junti immediately panicked. If Luoho died, the Western world would be their domain. It could be said that they had both regarded themselves as the masters of the Western world. And now, seeing the power of the Western world being madly utilized, they felt immense pain in their hearts. We are utterly powerless to stop Luoho's actions. I just hope that Senior Hongjun and the others can quickly kill Luoho. Let our Western world suffer less damage, Jane said with a sorrowful expression. Hearing this, Juani's face also looked grim, but as Jane said, they had no way to intervene. They could only silently curse Luoho in their hearts. Within the extermination sword array, the 12-petaled annihilation Black Lotus came and went, and streams of immense pure spiritual energy continuously entered Luoho's body, instantly restoring his previously turbulent blood energy. But that wasn't all. His momentum also received a tremendous boost, and a terrifying pressure spread out instantly. Something's not right. Luoho's power has suddenly doubled. Does this guy have other tricks up his sleeve? Both Hong Jun and Yang Mei, who were fully engaged in dealing with the Zhuxian sword array, sensed this. The two immediately fixed their gazes on Luoho, and the expressions of the Yin-Yang ancestor and the Qinquan ancestor darkened instantly. It was already quite difficult for them to confront Luoho, and now that Luoho's condition had not only recovered, but also become even stronger. How could they possibly be his match? With the support of many spiritual veins from the Western world, Luoho's power had significantly increased. Without further ado, he gripped the god-slaying spear and charged towards the Qinquan ancestor. Whoosh! The endless killing intent spread, causing the Qinquan ancestor to feel a chill in his heart. He hurriedly summoned the top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Qinquan cauldron, to defend against the assault of the god-slaying spear. However, he was mistaken. Luoho's primary target was not him, but the Yin-Yang ancestor, who possessed the innate supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram. The reason for targeting him was merely to prevent the Qinquan ancestor from coming to the aid of the Yin-Yang ancestor. A glint flashed in Luoho's eyes, and he seized the opportunity to kill. The 12-grade annihilation Black Lotus slowly flew towards the Yin-Yang ancestor. Be careful, fellow Taoist. The Qinquan ancestor had already sensed that something was amiss, but he was facing the immense pressure from Luoho and had no way to assist. The Yin-Yang ancestor chanted incantations, and the power of the innate supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram, was once again activated, enveloping his figure in an infinite golden halo. Boom! The black light on the 12-grade annihilation Black Lotus flickered, and then was followed by a surge of demonic energy. The demonic energy constantly transformed into the forms of ancient ferocious beasts, launching a fierce assault. The Yin-Yang ancestor's expression changed slightly. If he were at his peak, resisting an attack from a top-grade innate spiritual treasure would not be difficult for him. But he had already sustained serious injuries. Now, with Luoho empowered by numerous spiritual veins, he felt that he could hardly contend with even the power of a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. As his mana continued to operate, the Yin-Yang ancestor suddenly tilted his head and spat out a mouthful of reverse blood. In that instant, the light of the Taiji diagram also dimmed abruptly. The 12-grade annihilation Black Lotus flew directly above the Yin-Yang ancestor's head, and the endless demonic energy surged down, quickly engulfing the Yin-Yang ancestor's figure. Ha ha ha! A bunch of useless fools dared to surround and attack me. Let's start with you. Luoho laughed wildly, and in the next moment, he broke free from the Qinquan ancestor, and the god-slaying spear instantly pierced through the Yin-Yang ancestor's form. He was completely suppressed by the power of the 12-grade annihilation Black Lotus, with no ability to retaliate. At the moment the god-slaying spear pierced through, endless power surged forth, completely destroying the yin-yang ancestor's physical body, along with his primordial spirit and vitality being extinguished. A dignified Hunyuan golden immortal powerhouse fell just like that. This scene caused the Qinkuan ancestor's heart to fill with dread. Luoho was simply too insane. If he had known how crazy Luoho was, he should have been more cautious when Hong Jun invited him back then. Now, the yin-yang ancestor, who was even stronger than him, had died at Luoho's hands. The next target of the latter would definitely be himself. In fact, among Hong Jun and the others, the Qinkuan ancestor was already the weakest in terms of combat power. Hong Jun and Yang Mei watched this scene with heavy hearts. One fellow Taoist had fallen at Luoho's hands. With the Qinkuan ancestor's combat power, he certainly wouldn't last much longer. Once the two of them perished, how would they choose? They couldn't possibly face the terrifying power of the Zhuxian sword array while also trying to deal with Luoho, could they? That was simply impossible. At that time, it was likely that both of them would be in mortal danger. Above the Western world, as the Qinkuan ancestor fell, a celestial phenomenon suddenly appeared in the heavens. The entire world seemed to transform into two forces of yin and yang, which then dispersed, transforming into countless portions that spread out around the primordial world. Tongtian looked up and was shaken. Such a significant commotion. Could it be that a Hunyuan golden immortal powerhouse had fallen at Luoho's hands? After all, if Luoho had fallen, the Zhuxian sword array should have already opened by now. There wouldn't be such a celestial phenomenon. It seemed that the situation was indeed very grim. I must do something. Tongtian's expression grew serious. Without the assistance of the yin-yang ancestor, the Qinkuan ancestor was no match for the killing intent of Luoho. The moves unleashed by the god-slaying spear were beyond the Qinkuan ancestor's capability to withstand, and in just a moment, he was heavily injured by the god-slaying spear. Hong Jun and Yang Mei wanted to assist, as they knew that if the Qinkuan ancestor also fell at Luoho's hands, today's encirclement would be a complete failure. However, the two of them truly couldn't spare the effort to help. Today is your death day. Luoho laughed wildly, and the 12-grade annihilation black lotus beneath him continuously infused vast power into his body, making Luoho feel as if he was overflowing with immense strength. The power of the god-slaying spear became increasingly terrifying, and the Qinkuan ancestor could only rely on the Qinkuan cauldron to defend himself. But after a few exchanges, the light on the Qinkuan cauldron began to dim. At the same time, he felt increasingly fearful, to the point that he couldn't fully exert his own strength. Whoosh! At this moment, the god-slaying spear brought a cold gleam through the void, piercing directly through the Qinkuan ancestor's head. He had been in a state of mental turmoil and completely failed to react before his head was already penetrated. The Qinkuan ancestor instantly perished, but at that moment, a surge of light suddenly erupted from within the Qinkuan cauldron, directly swallowing the Qinkuan ancestor's body. Simultaneously, his primordial spirit trembled as it flew towards the Qinkuan cauldron. A glint flashed in Luoho's eyes. This guy's physical body had already been destroyed, yet he still wanted to survive from his hands? He had long wanted to eliminate these troublesome characters. Now that there was an opportunity, he certainly wouldn't let them go. Therefore, he immediately activated the power of the 12-grade annihilation black lotus, transforming endless demonic energy into barriers that suppressed the Qinkuan ancestor's primordial spirit in place. The god-slaying spear thrust out, and the Qinkuan ancestor's primordial spirit was instantly obliterated. Another Hunyuan golden immortal powerhouse fell. The silent Hong Jun and Yang Mei could not help but change their expressions dramatically. So ruthless. Who would have thought that Luoho possessed such astonishing combat power? They hesitated for just a moment, and it led to the fall of the Qinkuan ancestor as well. If this dragged on, it was likely that the two of them would also meet with death today. Hong Jun felt heavy-hearted and looked at Yang Mei, saying solemnly, "Fellow Taoist, if you have any trump cards, quickly use them. Otherwise, our situation today is likely to be very dire." Yang Mei's expression was as dark as water. The three of them had been invited by Hong Jun to help, and now that the other two had fallen, he had no mood to continue getting involved. As for trump cards, he naturally had them. Among these innate demon gods, who didn't have means to preserve their lives. However, such means might not necessarily be effective against Luoho. The most direct example was the Qinquan ancestor. As long as his primordial spirit could escape into the Qinquan cauldron, he could rely on the power of the Qinquan to reshape his body. But such a thing couldn't possibly be hidden from Luoho, which was why he still fell. The fall of the Qinquan ancestor also made Yang Mei consider retreating. He did not end up like these two fellow Taoists, dying directly at Luoho's hands. After all, after many years of cultivation, life was still the most important. So he looked deeply at Hongjun, and in the next moment, a token was suddenly summoned by him. Vast mana poured into it, and the runes on the token instantly became radiant. Suddenly, the token exploded, and the terrifying spatial power tore a hole in the Zhuxian sword formation, allowing Yang Mei to slip directly into it without a second thought. He escaped. Hongjun watched this scene, his heart jolting. The broken hole was clearly a spatial crack. Even a Hunyuan golden immortal would not dare to enter it lightly. As every spatial crack belongs to the unknown, no one knows where that spatial crack leads. Once caught in the chaotic flow of time and space, even a Hunyuan golden immortal would only meet a dead end. Of course, Yang Mei is not an ordinary Hunyuan golden immortal. He must still have some means of preservation. Furthermore, Yang Mei has a profound mastery of the laws of space, so he might really be able to save his life by relying on the spatial crack. But what about himself? The helpers he brought are either dead or fleeing, leaving Hongjun with no way out. To deal with the power of the Zhuxian sword formation, he still had some backup plans in mind. However, Luoho's current state was clearly at its peak, and even if he unleashed his backup plan, it would likely be of no use. Could it be that he would truly be defeated in this battle? Haha, cowardly as a mouse. Is this the helper you summoned? Hongjun, it seems you are doomed today. Luoho also saw Yang Mei fleeing directly, which filled him with great joy. He never expected that his might would make Yang Mei run away. This way, he could fully concentrate on dealing with Hongjun. With the assistance of the Zhuxian sword formation and the spiritual veins of the Western world, how could Hongjun be his opponent? The scales of advantage had completely tipped in his favor. The next step was to completely kill Hongjun, and he would be able to smoothly take control of the vast Hongwang world. Hearing Luoho's mockery, Hongjun's expression turned ashen. He was constantly thinking of a way to break the deadlock. The path Luoho walked was completely against the heavenly Tao. So the heavenly Tao would definitely not allow Luoho to take control of Hongwang. He must find a suitable method to completely defeat Luoho. With this thought, Hongjun's mind stabilized, and his eyes became even more profound. Outside the Zhuxian sword formation, when the token exploded, the spatial power it unleashed swept across the surrounding area. The Zhuxian sword formation could not completely conceal that power. Therefore, Tongtian also sensed it, causing his heart to sink. Although he knew that, in the end, Hongjun would surely win, the situation within the Zhuxian sword formation seemed dire. If Hongjun and the others could suppress Luoho, the Zhuxian sword formation should have already stopped by now. This won't do. I can't place my life and death entirely in the hands of others. It seems I must enter the Zhuxian sword formation. Tongtian's eyes flickered slightly, feeling somewhat downcast. Luoho was not so easy to deal with. Moreover, no one knew if he had any other backup plans besides the Zhuxian sword formation. He now had a deep-seated grudge with Luoho. The entire demon clan could be said to have perished at Tongtian's hands, so Luoho would definitely not let him go. Thus, he could only firmly stand on Hongjun's side. Luoho must die. With this thought, Tongtian no longer hesitated. Taking advantage of the current flaw in the Zhuxian sword formation, he could slip in without expending too much effort. So, Tongtian transformed into a streak of light and directly entered the sword formation. He summoned the Taiji diagram and the Northern Xian Yuan control water banner, completely concealing his aura. However, upon seeing the situation inside the formation, Tongtian was still shocked. Gone. Yin Yang, Qian Kuan, and Yang Mei had all disappeared, leaving only Hongjun and Luoho in the entire formation. Two treasures floated in the void. One was the innate supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram, and the other was the top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Qian Kuan Ding. Both treasures were now unclaimed, suspended in the void, indicating what? It indicated that their masters had likely already perished at Luoho's hands. As for Yang Mei, his figure and aura were absent from the formation, which surprised Tongtian as well. Upon closer thought, it seemed that Yang Mei had indeed not fallen in the battle between Tao and Demon. It appeared that he had likely escaped using the power of the laws of space. At this moment, he was secretly observing the situation within the formation. Hong Jun was enduring the dual onslaught of the Zhuxian sword formation and Luoho. Under such heavy pressure, even Hong Jun's cultivation was struggling to hold up. Boom! Luoho had already seen the hope of victory, which not only meant he could eliminate his greatest rival, Hong Jun, but also smoothly take control of Hongwan, thereby proving his path and becoming an ancestor. This made his momentum grow even more overwhelming, with every move filled with killing intent. Hong Jun had clearly fallen into a complete disadvantage. Hong Jun die. At this moment, Luoho suddenly shouted, and in the next instant, the Zhuxian sword formation underwent endless changes, with terrifying sword energy all converging on a Luoho. At the same time, Luoho also unleashed the full power of the god-slaying spear. Wherever this strike landed, the void collapsed entirely, large swathes of space crumbling. Hong Jun looked at this scene and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. The momentum was gone. What should he do next? Should he expose his last trump card? But even if he summoned that treasure, it would at most allow him to contest with Luoho and would not be able to kill him. If this continued, he would still end up losing. Buzz. He was hesitant in his heart, but still chose to activate the Creation Jade Disc first. Infinite creation power surged out of the Creation Jade Disc and condensed into a barrier before him. However, under Luoho's deadly strike, this bit of power from the Creation Jade Disc was utterly insufficient to withstand it. In an instant, it was completely destroyed. After all, the Creation Jade Disc in Hong Jun's hands was just a fragment. The real chaos supreme treasure, the Creation Jade Disc, had long shattered into many pieces during Pangu's opening of the heavens. What Hong Jun held was merely the largest fragment. If he had a complete chaos supreme treasure, he wouldn't have fallen to this point. He would have long ago used his own power to eliminate Luoho completely. Just as the deadly strike was about to land on Hong Jun, boundless merit golden light suddenly burst forth. And it wasn't over yet. With a vast heavenly Tao merit gathering, the merit golden wheel also appeared before Luoho. That deadly strike instantly pierced through a large amount of heavenly Tao merit, but in front of the merit golden wheel, it was still blocked. However, the power of the merit golden wheel could not sustain itself, and many cracks appeared on it, beginning to collapse continuously. Damn it, I'm going all out. At this moment, Tongtian appeared before Hong Jun without hesitation and summoned all the creation merit within him. Boom! Seeking death. Luoho saw that he was about to completely eliminate his great enemy with one strike, but unexpectedly, this damned ant Tongtian had actually blocked him. He was fully confident in this strike, believing it would surely kill Hong Jun. Who would have thought Tongtian would be so crazy as to bring out all his merit power just to withstand his strike? Cursing angrily, the god-slaying spear, with its remaining might, fell directly onto Tongtian. Even with the merit power protecting him, Tongtian let out a muffled groan, his face instantly turning pale, and blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Luoho's expression was filled with rage. This guy's heavenly Tao merit was simply too abundant. Such a terrifying strike, combined with the endless killing power of the Zhuxian sword formation, still couldn't kill the opponent. Instead, everything was blocked by the merit of the heavenly Tao. This child truly has a grudge against him. If I had known this would happen, I should have killed him at all costs back then. It just so happens that at this moment, he ruined my good fortune. You scoundrel, I will definitely make you suffer 1,000 deaths. Tear your body apart. Luoho was furious, his voice echoing through the heavens and the earth. Hong Jun, on the other hand, felt as if he had survived a catastrophe. He was actually ready to use his best trump card. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't be able to leave safely today. Who would have thought that Tongtian would suddenly appear and, with his immense merit, help him withstand Luoho's fierce killing intent? This instantly made him see the hope of victory. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Was this not the opportunity he had been waiting for? Luoho, Do you really think I can't break your Zhuxian sword formation? Break! Hong Jun shouted loudly, and in the next moment, the power of the creation jade dish erupted completely, with the force of the heavenly Tao surging forth. This power of the heavenly Tao was incredibly strong, instantly stirring up endless gales within the Zhuxian sword formation. Accompanied by ripples spreading rapidly, the four Zhuxian swords were suddenly suppressed by a certain force, showing signs of collapse. In just a moment, the massive formation completely shattered and dissipated into the heavens and earth. Luo Ho was taken aback, and he suddenly understood why Hong Jun had not rushed to attack. This fellow had been secretly accumulating power with the creation jade dish, just to be able to break his grand formation in one blow. If he hadn't acted fast and directly killed the ancestor of heaven and earth and the ancestor of yin and yang, if Hong Jun had dragged it out to the right moment, he would have surely fallen under the siege of the four. But before he could provoke him, he suddenly felt an incredibly sharp killing intent erupt. In the next moment, a blade of opening heaven pierced through Luo Ho's body. Luo Ho looked down in disbelief and saw deep cracks appearing on his flesh. No blood flowed out, but endless demonic energy surged. A congenital supreme treasure. You actually have such a trump card in your hand. Luo Ho couldn't believe it. He never expected Hong Jun to hide so deeply. Even when he killed the ancestor of heaven and earth and the ancestor of yin and yang, this guy didn't reveal this trump card. It turned out he had been waiting for the right opportunity. With just one strike, Luo Ho was severely injured. At this moment, Hong Jun's expression was emotionless. Without saying a word, several more blades of opening heaven surged forth from the Pangu banner in his hand. He had been waiting for the moment when Luo Ho's mind was greatly shaken. First, he would break the opponent's Zhuxian sword formation, causing their mental state to become unstable. Then, seizing this opportunity, he would strike suddenly with the Pangu banner, catching the opponent off guard. It seemed that the outcome of this battle had been determined. Whoosh! The blades of opening heaven swiftly severed Luo Ho's life force, and his physical body was completely annihilated, leaving only a head surrounded by endless demonic energy. Hong Jun, you truly hide deeply, but do you think you've won for sure? As soon as the words fell, endless resentment erupted from Luo Ho's body. In the next moment, an infinite amount of demonic energy spread beneath the entire Western world, followed by the spiritual veins belonging to the Western world exploding along with Luo Ho. Boom! The entire heavens and earth seemed to tremble. After the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, the spiritual energy of the Western world began to decline. Hong Jun's expression darkened. He never expected Luo Ho to have prepared such a move. But at this point, he could only quietly watch the Western world decline. At least the victory of this battle belonged to him. Although the cost was somewhat too great, he survived, and there would still be opportunities to make amends in the future. Tongtian couldn't help but take a deep breath. These guys truly were getting better at their attacks. He just didn't know if the karmic retribution from the destruction of the Western world would fall on his head. But the fundamental reason for forcing Luo Ho to self-destruct was still Hong Jun, so this matter should have nothing to do with him. Moreover, he acted to help Hong Jun achieve victory. Hong Jun should express some gratitude. After the heavens and earth regained their calm, Hong Jun finally broke the silence. Little friend, rest assured, such a huge karmic burden will be borne by me and Luo Ho. It will not affect you. Also, thank you for saving my life. Otherwise, I fear I would not have been able to kill Luo Ho so easily. At this point, Hong Jun's expression became quite complex. The karma he owed this time was indeed quite significant. This was completely different from his calculations. Tongtian was about to comfort him when suddenly several beams of treasure light flowed through the void, accompanied by overwhelming spiritual essence. Chapter 45. Harvesting Spiritual Treasures. Overwhelming Merit. The envy and jealousy of Laozi and others, after the overwhelming spiritual essence dissipated, several extraordinary spiritual treasures floated in the void. Tongtian focused his gaze, and his heart instantly surged with joy. The worst among them were all top-grade, congenital spiritual treasures. There were even 2 congenital supreme treasures. He had put in quite a bit of effort this time. Surely Hong Jun wouldn't take all the spiritual treasures for himself, right? If he could get a few for himself, this trip would truly be worth it. Thinking this, Tongtian immediately turned his gaze to Hongjun. Hongjun looked at the spiritual treasures floating in the void, his expression not showing much joy. Instead, a hint of worry appeared on his face. He sighed lightly. I originally thought that with the help of 3 fellow Taoists, we could easily kill Luo Ho. Who would have thought that the Taoists of heaven and earth and yin and yang would both die at Luo Ho's hands? Ultimately, it was still underestimating that scoundrel Luo Ho. Who could have imagined that the power of the Zhuxian sword formation would be so formidable? If the 2 Taoists could have held on for a while longer, I might have had a way to break the deadlock. One can only say that the world is unpredictable. Tongtian could see that Hongjun was not pretending. He must be feeling quite complicated at this moment. After all, he certainly hadn't anticipated such a situation at the start. Of course, the fall of yin and yang and heaven and earth and other demon gods was also a good thing for him. If those guys were still alive. Once Hongjun achieved enlightenment and became a saint, their situation would surely be quite awkward. This was also a good thing for Tongtian. If they hadn't fallen, he probably wouldn't have had a place to contribute in this battle. In that case, how could so many spiritual treasures appear for him to choose from? Hongjun suppressed the complex emotions in his heart and looked at Tongtian, saying, this time, being able to successfully kill Luo Ho. Your contribution is no less than that of the 2 fallen Taoists. Since you have made such a great contribution, you may choose freely from the spiritual treasures here. Rest assured, I keep my word. You need not have too many concerns. Although he said this, Tongtian still had a sense of the situation in his heart. Some spiritual treasures had likely already caught Hongjun's eye, such as the congenital supreme treasure Taiji diagram and the top-grade congenital spiritual treasure Qian Kuanding, as well as the Zhuxian 4 swords. However, he had his own plans regarding this. Once Hongjun achieved enlightenment and became a saint, due to the karma owed to Pangu, he would definitely give Laozi and Yuan Shi an extraordinary spiritual treasure each, so he wouldn't overlook himself. Thus, the Zhuxian 4 swords and the Zhuxian formation diagram would eventually be his. In this way, the number of treasures he could choose for would increase. Without thinking too much, Tongtian directly chose the God-slaying spear and the 12-petal annihilation black lotus. As for the other spiritual treasures, he left them all for Hongjun. Hongjun remained silent. Watching Tongtian put away the God-slaying spear and the 12-petal annihilation black lotus, he initially thought Tongtian would continue to gather spiritual treasures, but to his surprise, Tongtian actually stopped. This surprised him. He didn't expect Tongtian to be so perceptive. In this way, his own gains are still the greatest. Not only did he obtain the innate treasure, the Tai Chi diagram, but he also acquired the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Qian Kuanding, as well as the infinitely powerful 4 swords of extermination. Whether it is the God-slaying spear or the 12th rank annihilation black lotus, both are powerful treasures, especially the God-slaying spear. Its ferocity ranks among the top of the innate treasures. If you take it away, my poor Taoist has no objection. I just want to remind you to use this killing treasure with caution. Hongjun said with a somewhat serious expression. The power of the God-slaying spear needs no elaboration. Both the ancestor of Qian Kun and the ancestor of Yin Yang fell under its spear. This shows how terrifying the power of this killing treasure is. Tongtian also understood the power contained in the God-slaying spear and felt very pleased. Now he has a killing treasure and a merit defense treasure in hand. When encountering ordinary Hunyuan golden immortals, he has the ability to compete with them. It can be said that his combat power has been greatly enhanced once again. Whoosh! After advising Tongtian, Hongjun waved his hand and immediately gathered all the remaining spiritual treasures. Such gains naturally made him very happy. Moreover, Yang Mei chose to leave far away, which is good. Otherwise, he might have to share spiritual treasures with Yang Mei. The battle has ended. And looking at the chaotic Western world, Tongtian felt a sense of emotion. Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti must be secretly crying somewhere. This encounter has caused tremendous losses to the Western world. With Rahu's self-explosion and the prior extraction of those Western spiritual veins power leading to the depletion of spiritual energy in the Western world. Although the future Western world cannot be said to be in an era of magic decline, it is certainly not suitable for cultivators to practice within. After pondering for a moment, Tongtian summoned the Tiandi Xianhuang Linglong Tower. The battle has ended, and there are no other dangers between heaven and earth. It is time to release Laozi and Yuan Shi. Buzz. The Tiandi Xianhuang Linglong Tower radiated light, and in the next moment, Laozi and Yuan Shi appeared in a daze at the original location. Has this battle ended? Laozi and Yuan Shi looked around, and there was not a trace of demonic energy left in the world. This indicates that Rahu has definitely been completely dealt with. Looking around, the nearby mountains looked as if they had been bombarded, destroyed beyond recognition, leaving both of them shocked. This battle actually swept through such a scale? Even the Western world has become this way? This is truly terrifying. Fortunately, the two of them had hidden in the Tiandi Xianhuang Linglong Tower and were not in any danger. Master, has that fellow Rahu been slain? Yuan Shi looked at Hong Jun, asking in disbelief. Hong Jun looked at his two confused disciples, feeling very dissatisfied. To be honest, if the two of them hadn't insisted on coming along, perhaps their situation wouldn't have been so awkward. But since the matter has happened, he couldn't say anything more. He could only say expressionlessly, yes. Rahu is dead. The battle is over. Laozi and Yuan Shi exchanged glances, both finding it hard to believe, but more than that, they felt regret. They had insisted on following Hong Jun and Tongtian to gain some benefits from this battle. But in the end, they gained nothing. They even suffered serious injuries. Now that the battle is over, they feel completely disconnected from it. This made them both feel somewhat uncomfortable. Third brother, did you gain anything? Yuan Shi looked at Tongtian with a hint of sourness. Unlike them, Tongtian had been fighting against those demons all along. So it's needless to say that he must have gained a lot of heavenly down merit from this trip. But what he cared more about was whether Tongtian had other gains. Tongtian replied lightly, just a small gain. It's nothing. Hearing such nonchalant words, Laozi and Yuan Shi felt even worse. They had come a long way to suffer and almost lost their lives, yet ended up with nothing from the battle. As for what Tongtian said, the two certainly did not believe it. Not to mention, those strong demons must have had quite a few spiritual treasures. Given Master and the other powerful beings' perspectives, they would definitely look down on those treasures. This means that the third brother at least gained a lot of innate spiritual treasures. And there might even be supreme innate treasures. By the way, what about the other seniors? Why is Master the only one here? Laozi asked, puzzled. Tongtian sighed lightly. 2 seniors died at Rahu's hands, and one was heavily injured and escaped. Hiss. Laozi and Yuan Shi both changed their expressions. 4 Hunyuan Golden Immortal experts attacked Rahu, and it ended up like this? Rahu is actually this terrifying. Thinking about it this way, they felt somewhat fortunate that they had hidden away. Otherwise, they might not even know how they died. The performance of these 2 disciples truly left Hong Jun speechless. However, he also understood that they had yet to grow. Otherwise, with their potential, they wouldn't be in such a situation. But people fear comparison, both being from the Sanqing, looking at Tongtian's performance, single-handedly slaying all the strong demons, and even turning the tide at a critical moment to gain an opportunity to ambush Rahu. Then looking at Laozi and Yuan Shi, it was simply foolish. They knew they had no ability, but still wouldn't admit it, almost dragging the entire group down by their own efforts. If Tongtian hadn't stopped the remaining demons, they might all have died at Rahu's hands in this battle. Just as Hong Jun was about to speak, he suddenly sensed a vast power of merit and immediately raised his head to look at the sky. At this moment, Tongtian also felt something, and looking far into the sky, he saw boundless golden light spreading, with the power of merit surging like a giant wave. A rough glance revealed that its scale was actually tens of billions of zhong. Such a vast merit made Tongtian shocked. Goodness, no wonder is the war of Tao and demon. Only a great calamity of heaven and earth could produce so much heavenly Tao merit. Even if he could only obtain a portion, it would still be a significant harvest. Boom! Under the gaze of the few, cracks appeared in the vast clouds of merit. With 70% of the merit flowing like an ocean, all flying towards Hong Jun additionally, 30% gathered around Tongtian like a long river. 30%? Tongtian's expression was overjoyed, but he had also invested a lot of heavenly Tao merit this time. He even used a considerable amount of his own creation merit to help Hongjun turn the tide. Now it seems that his investment was indeed worthwhile. Not only could he completely make up for his losses, but he could also double the original amount of heavenly Tao merit. Buzz. Under the continuous gathering of the vast heavenly Tao merit, the merit golden wheel that was originally shattered became solid again. And that is not all. The merit golden wheel can stack up to the extreme number of 9. Originally, Tongtian's merit golden wheel was only at the first level. However, under the vast heavenly Tao merit, it quickly gave birth to a second layer of halo. This wasn't the end. Soon after, the third layer also quickly appeared. As the merit golden light condensed behind him, Tongtian's entire body shimmered with golden light, and a tremendous pressure continuously spread outwards. This scene made Laozi and Yuan Shi's eyes turn red. So much. This heavenly Tao merit is simply too much. What great deeds has this third brother done to receive such a vast amount of heavenly Tao merit? Or does killing demons yield such enormous benefits? If they had known it would turn out like this, the two of them would have fought to the death against the demon clan. Now, they can only watch with silent tears in their hearts, but gain nothing at all. With so many merits of the Tao, it won't be long before the third brother can attain the mixed Yuan golden immortal. Yuan Shi's expression was complex as he turned to Laozi and spoke. Laozi sighed lightly and patted Yuan Shi on the shoulder, saying, "We missed such a great opportunity. It will be extremely difficult to encounter something like this again in the future." Tongtian calmed his mind, and the 3-layer merit golden wheel behind him immediately retracted. If he were to use all this vast Tao merit for cultivation, his progress would certainly be rapid. However, simply using Tao merit to enhance cultivation is truly too extravagant and wasteful. Moreover, forcibly using merit is just like forcing the seedlings to grow. Even if the realm goes up, the combat power cannot rise correspondingly. Otherwise, it would just be a flower in the water, a moon in the mirror. Such a thing is something Tongtian definitely despises. He has full confidence in breaking through to the mixed Yuan golden immortal on his own. At this moment, a powerful aura erupted from Hongjun. Tongtian also directed his gaze straight over. He had only absorbed 30%, yet had already gained a great deal. Hongjun obtained a full 70%. One can imagine that his gains must be much greater than his own. Tongtian was just curious whether the other party would use such a large amount of Tao merit to directly attain the Tao and become a saint. Although Hongjun had gained tremendously, he was not in a hurry to attain the Tao and become a saint. Just as Tongtian thought, such majestic Tao merit would definitely not be a problem for breaking through to sainthood. However, he did not want to rely on merit to become a saint. Moreover, he had another method to become a saint, which was the method of slaying the 3 corpses. Using the vast Tao merit, he directly severed all 3 of his corpses. Buzz. Accompanied by the continuous eruption of a powerful aura, 3 old Taoists who looked exactly like Hongjun appeared beside him. These were Hongjun's 3 corpses. The next moment, Hongjun suddenly opened his eyes, which sparkled with brilliance, and the 3 old Taoists immediately transformed into illusions, all entering Hongjun's body. This was the unification of the 3 corpses. This incredibly mysterious method left Laozi and Yuan Shi dumbfounded. They had never seen such a profound technique. The 3 old Taoists looked exactly like Hongjun, but each possessed the same aura as their master. This meant that all 3 were mixed Yuan golden immortals. Furthermore, once the 3 became one, Hongjun's aura surged to its peak, causing Laozi and Yuan Shi to feel an impulse to kneel before Hongjun. Tongtian looked astonished. He did not expect Hongjun to use all this Tao merit to sever the 3 corpses. With the 3 corpses unified, this meant that it wouldn't be long before Hongjun could attain the Tao and become a saint. At this time, Hongjun's aura gradually calmed, and with the unification of the 3 corpses, his strength increased several times. This made his aura even more profound, a majesty that could not be described in words. Even Tongtian felt a sense of admiration. He sighed in his heart that once Hongjun attained the Tao and became a saint, he would be the only powerful being in the primordial world. This made him somewhat expectant. He also wanted to see how powerful the Tao Saint truly was. Of course, no matter how strong the Tao Saint was, he would not take that path. He wanted to grow stronger himself, follow the path of Mixed Yuan, and tread in his father God's footsteps. Congratulations, Senior. Senior has gained so much Tao merit and achieved great results. It seems that the attainment of the Supreme Tao is not far away. Tongtian said seriously, cupping his hands in congratulations. Laozi and Yuan Shi were still in shock, and upon hearing this, they also congratulated their master. Both were in good spirits. They were Hong Jun's direct disciples. The higher Hong Jun's cultivation, the more benefits they could gain. Now, that Luo who was dead and his Tao was extinguished in the primordial world, wasn't he their master invincible? With such a strong backing, they would certainly gain many benefits. Seeing the three congratulating him, Hong Jun was also in a very good mood. He said directly, "The great battle is over. If there is anything else, we can discuss it when we return." Tongtian nodded slightly. He could feel that many beings from the Western world were already rushing towards the heavenly demon mountain area. They must want to see how the battle turned out. Brothers, your injuries haven't fully healed yet. Rushing back to Kunlun Mountain will likely take a lot of time. It's better to return to the treasure pagoda first. Tongtian pondered for a moment and immediately summoned the heavenly and earthly mysterious yellow Ling Long pagoda again. Laozi and Yuan Shi's expressions changed slightly upon hearing this. What did this mean? They had not gained any benefits at all. Why were they being taken back again? Who was really the elder brother here? Third brother. The great battle is over. There shouldn't be any other dangers in the world now. Can't we fly back ourselves? Laozi asked helplessly. Tongtian blinked and looked at Hong Jun. Given Hong Jun's current state, he did not believe that Hong Jun was not anxious to attain the Tao and become a saint. How could he let Laozi and Yuan Shi be dead weights like before? As expected, Hong Jun's expression darkened upon hearing Laozi's words, and he said calmly, "This matter has already delayed enough time. Tongtian, my young friend, you are right. You two should go in first." After speaking, he was too lazy to talk more with the two disciples and waved his sleeve. The two immediately transformed into flowing light and flew back into the heavenly and earthly mysterious yellow Ling Long pagoda. Tongtian grinned and followed Hong Jun as they flew towards Kunlun Mountain. In order to return to Kunlun Mountain as soon as possible, Hong Jun, whose cultivation had improved, directly used his great supernatural power. He did not waste much time and soon brought Tongtian back to Kunlun. At the top of Kunlun Mountain, Hong Jun pondered and said, "I have gained quite a bit. I probably want to appear in the primordial world for a while. I am preparing to enter seclusion to attain the Tao. My young friend, you have helped me a great deal this time. If you have any requests, you can say them now." At this point, he felt somewhat complex. If it weren't for Tongtian's help, he was afraid he would have had to fight Luo Hu to the death. And Tongtian's intervention also made him owe Tongtian a great deal of karma. Not repaying this karma left him feeling uneasy. Tongtian also understood Hong Jun's meaning, but he already had quite a few spiritual treasures in hand. Moreover, to ask for some spiritual treasures was not of much use to him now. What he lacked most was the method of Mixed Yuan. Only by mastering the method of Mixed Yuan could he take a further step forward. So without much hesitation, Tongtian directly said, "I hope that Senior Hong Jun can impart to me the insights of the Mixed Yuan method. I plan to cultivate the path of Mixed Yuan, also to follow in the footsteps of the Father God. Please grant me your teachings." Upon hearing this, Hong Jun was shocked. He never expected Tongtian would want to cultivate the Mixed Yuan method. This was a very difficult path to walk. After thinking for a moment, he decided to try to persuade him. "The Mixed Yuan method is difficult to cultivate. You should have seen that I was cultivating another method before. That method is called the Three Corpses Slaying Method, which was derived and created by me. If you want to progress further in your cultivation, I can teach you the Three Corpses Slaying Method. As for the Mixed Yuan method, with your qualifications, breaking through to the Mixed Yuan Golden Immortal is not difficult, but achieving a higher accomplishment may be extremely challenging." Tongtian said solemnly, "Thank you, Senior Hong Jun, for your guidance. However, the cultivation method I practice is closely related to the Father God. Therefore, your Three Corpses Slaying Method may not be suitable for me. I still prefer to cultivate the mixed Yuan method. It was no joke. He was currently cultivating not only the 9 transformations mysterious art, but also the 9 transformations primordial art. With the two combined, he naturally had to walk the path of mixed Yuan to fully unleash the power of his techniques. As for the 3 corpses slaying method, given his background and talent, he had already somewhat lost interest in it. In the end, the method of slaying 3 corpses is merely a clever trick, and it can only lead to the attainment of a heavenly Tao saint. What he truly desires to cultivate is the path of the primordial great Luo golden immortal. Hongjun has seen through his thoughts and sighed lightly. Good. Everyone has their own aspirations. Since you have chosen to practice the method of primordial, I will not say more. I have practiced this method for many years and have found it difficult to break through that barrier. If you regret it in the future, you can still practice the method of slaying 3 corpses again. This also leaves a path of retreat for Tongtian. After speaking, Hongju made a hand gesture, and countless insights into the primordial method transformed into brilliant lights, all pouring into Tongtian's mind. In an instant, Tongtian gained many insights into the primordial method and understood how to break through to become a primordial golden immortal. Thank you, Senior. Tongtian was overjoyed with his cultivation level. He could have already achieved the primordial golden immortal, but what he lacked was the method. Now that the method was in hand, he could finally break through his current cultivation. After imparting the primordial method, Hongjun said, "Next, I will enter seclusion to comprehend the Tao. You 3 brothers should diligently cultivate in Kunlun. After I emerge from my retreat, there will be an opportunity for you." Tongtian slightly cupped his hands, knowing that Hongjun was referring to the teachings at Zhixiao Palace. Hongjun did not say much more and directly vanished from Kunlun Mountain. Once Hongjun left, Tongtian released Laozi and Yuan Shi from the Linglong Tower of Heaven and Earth. Laozi and Yuan Shi looked around in confusion at the familiar surroundings, realizing that they had returned to Kunlun Mountain. Where has the master gone? Did he leave us any methods to cultivate? Chapter 46, Closed Door Training. Pangu's original merit, the era of primordial powers. Laozi and Yuan Shi exchanged glances, expressing their doubts. They could tell that their master had gained a tremendous amount this time. Logically speaking, their master should be in a very good mood, yet he hadn't left them, his 2 direct disciples. Anything, even a couple of spirit treasures would suffice. After all, they had participated in some way. Tongtian looked at the 2 brothers with a somewhat strange expression and said, "It seems there is nothing." The senior left directly. Laozi and Yuan Shi immediately fell heartbroken. Did the master not see their efforts? Although they hadn't been of much help, they had tried their best, right? The master must have been anxious to return and enter seclusion, which is why he forgot about the 2 of them. Once the master emerges from seclusion, he will surely remember us. Yuan Shi thought for a moment and came up with a justification for himself. Laozi nodded in agreement. That makes sense. The master must have forgotten us because he was in a hurry. Watching the 2 deceive themselves, Tongtian shook his head slightly. To put it bluntly, this battle had nothing to do with the 2 of them. In fact, he could say that if the 2 hadn't been dead weight, Luo would have likely been killed by Hongjun long ago. Of course, this couldn't be said outright. After all, they were brothers, and they hadn't fallen out yet. Saying it directly would be too hurtful, especially since both Laozi and Yuan Shi cared about their dignity. "Third brother, you have gained a lot this time. Did you obtain any innate spirit treasures?" Yuan Shi looked at Tongtian, his eyes filled with envy. Innate spirit treasures? Tongtian thought to himself, worried that it might scare the 2 of them, as he had even obtained an innate supreme treasure. However, he maintained a calm expression and said, "It's just some small gains. The members of the demon race each have their own methods, and most of them don't use spirit treasures, preferring to attack with demonic energy." This statement reassured Laozi and Yuan Shi somewhat. But just thinking about how Tongtian had even evolved the merit golden wheel into 3 layers made them feel even more envious. By the way, Senior Hongjun imparted the primordial method to me before leaving. I feel that a breakthrough is not far off, and I plan to enter seclusion for a while. I won't disturb you 2 brothers. After bowing, Tongtian directly stepped out of the Sanqing Hall. Laozi and Yuan Shi were left dumbfounded. The primordial cultivation method? Why hadn't the master imparted it to them? Was it because their cultivation was still only at the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal? If the third brother breaks through first, wouldn't they be left even further behind? Yuan Shi murmured, having truly had enough of this situation. They had agreed to work together as three brothers, but now Tongtian, the third brother, had left them far behind. If Tongtian became a primordial golden immortal while they were still at the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal, what face would they have left? Laozi's expression grew serious as he said, "It seems we also need to hurry up and cultivate hard. We must quickly catch up to the third brother." Yuan Shi opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. The third brother had just obtained a massive amount of heavenly Tao merit. Unless they encountered a great opportunity, how could they catch up? But if he said this, wouldn't it be boosting someone else's ambition while weakening his own? Thinking of this, Yuan Shi chose to remain silent. The two brothers exchanged glances, each seeing the same resolve in the other's eyes. Transform sorrow and anger into strength. Enter seclusion, cultivate. Back in the Shanqing Hall, Tongtian did not immediately enter seclusion, but instead called for the three daughters Aoli. Tongtian, Dao friend, you have finally returned safely. Since Tongtian's departure, they had been worried. After all, whether it was Hongjun or Luo who, both were renowned ancient powers in the Hongwang. Tongtian participating in such a great battle was indeed very dangerous. Now that they saw him safely return, they finally felt at ease. It seems I made you worry. It wasn't that dangerous. It was Hongjun and the others who did the heavy lifting. With my cultivation, I could only handle the demon race. Tongtian said with a smile. Speaking of the life and death struggle, it was indeed Hongjun and the others who accomplished it. Among the four primordial golden immortals, aside from Hongjun having his own assistants and returning victorious, the luckiest among the other three was Yang Mei, who managed to escape from the Excalibur array due to his understanding of the laws of space. If he had stayed, he likely wouldn't have lasted long in Luo Hu's hands. By that time, Luo Hu had already gone completely mad. Additionally, with the many spiritual veins from the Western world providing him with an endless supply of power, he was simply not someone Hongjun and Yang Mei could contend with. Thinking of this, Tongtian felt that this battle was fraught with danger. He himself had almost been killed by Luo Hu's god-slaying spear, but fortunately, he had accumulated a large amount of heavenly Tao merit through good deeds, which allowed him to remain safe and sound. Have you all been diligently cultivating during this time? Tongtian asked the three daughters, noticing that their auras had grown stronger. This indicated that they must have been practicing hard and at least had not been lazy. Sister Zhuangmu often invites us to play in the Western Kunlun. Other than that, we have not neglected our cultivation. She spoke up. Hearing this, Tongtian was a bit surprised. Goodness, could Zhuangmu be keeping an eye on him? However, she couldn't find any leverage against him, and besides, it was an unintentional mistake on his part. She couldn't possibly force him to do anything, right? Considering this, he felt somewhat reassured and said, "That's good. Cultivating in Kunlun is indeed a bit boring. Having company is a good thing. I still need to continue my seclusion and cultivation." This trip to the Western world has yielded many insights. Upon hearing this, the three daughters did not continue to linger. After a brief chat, they took their leave. Tongtian then used his abilities to seal the Shanqing Hall and began to calm his mind for seclusion. The first thing he needed to comprehend was the Tao method that Hongjun practiced. This point was also taught to him by Hongjun when he imparted the Tao of Han Yuan. It must be said that Hongjun's importance and closeness to the heavenly Tao is greatly related to the immortal path he practiced. This immortal path can be said to be the true path of righteous cultivation. Although it is profound, Hongjun shared many insights with Tongtian, allowing him to calm his mind and comprehend. It is unknown how much time has passed when a notification sound rang in Tongtian's ears. You have carefully observed the immortal path, and with feelings in your heart, you have successfully comprehended the Qi Yun Dao method. Qi Yun Dao method? Tongtian was somewhat surprised. Why did this method give him a sense of deja vu? After studying it for a moment, he suddenly understood that this so-called Qi Yun Dao method was precisely the path that Hongjun was about to take. No wonder with Hongjun's cultivation level, he still needed to preach in the Zixiao Palace to all beings of heaven and earth. It turns out it was because of this Qi Yun Dao method. In short, the more Qi Yun, the greater the amplification. When Hongjun preaches in the Zhixiao Palace, he is not only addressing the 3,000 mortals within the palace, but mainly, through these 3,000 mortals, he spreads his teachings to the entire Honghuang. At that time, countless beings in Honghuang will cultivate the methods created by Hongjun, and their Qi Yun will all be connected with these people. In this way, Hongjun only needs to preach a few times to occupy a vast amount of Qi Yun in Honghuang. This is the mysterious aspect of the Qi Yun Dao method. This gave Tongtian a good idea. After he founded the Jiejiao and recruited a large number of disciples, could he also use this Qi Yun Dao method? Of course. He was just thinking about it. How Jiejiao would be specifically conducted still depends on the situation. After all, the path he is about to take is not that of a saint of the heavenly Tao. Just because he founded Jiejiao does not mean he can smoothly attain the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. After contemplating the Qi Yun Dao method, Tongtian did not waste any more time on it. Although this method was profound, it was not very useful to him at the moment. With this time, it would be better to focus on cultivating the 9 turns Yuan Gong and 9 turns Xian Gong. These two great methods are the foundation of his cultivation. Under deep comprehension, Tongtian quickly entered a certain mysterious state. At this moment, the many mysteries of the 9 turns Xian Gong and 9 turns Yuan Gong seemed to appear before his eyes. This feeling was refreshing, making him involuntarily immerse himself in it. You are deeply engrossed in the cultivation of the 9 turns Xian Gong and 9 turns Yuan Gong, gaining profound insights. And your understanding transcends the world to comprehend the Hunyuan Gong method. Pangu Yuan Gong. Yes, Tongtian was astonished. Pangu Yuan Gong? He actually comprehended the Pangu Yuan Gong. This is the supreme method practiced by the great god Pangu. He carefully contemplated it, and his heart was even more shocked. The Pangu Yuan Gong actually contains a direct method to cultivate to the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. This made him overjoyed, as he could still find Hongjun or certain existences in the world to obtain the method of Hunyuan Jingxian. But for the method of Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian, it would be useless to find anyone. He could only rely on himself to comprehend it, because currently, no one in Honghuang has reached the realm of Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. Good. With this profound skill from the Father God, I can surely attain the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. Tongtian was originally worried about how to attain the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian, but now he felt like he could see the moon through the clouds. His mood was undoubtedly great. He immediately began to operate the Pangu Yuan Gong, which is a method that cultivates both body and law. At this moment, as he operated it, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the entire Kunlun mountain was attracted, surging crazily towards the Shangqing Palace. Boom! The spiritual energy of heaven and earth transformed into an enormous vortex, trembling incessantly. The majestic spiritual essence allowed the Pangu Yuan Gong that Tongtian was cultivating to make progress. This discovery made Tongtian even more delighted, prompting him to accelerate his cultivation speed. For a time, the vast Kunlun mountain seemed to be swallowed by the spiritual energy, forming an enormous vortex centered on the Shangqing Palace. This massive commotion made Laozi and Yuan Shi, who were cultivating in their respective halls, unable to stay calm. The two rushed to the Shangqing Palace, staring in astonishment at the movement above the sky. What's going on? That direction should be the Shangqing Palace of the third brother, right? Could it be the noise caused by his cultivation? What kind of method is this guy practicing? Could it be that he is about to step into the Hunyuan Jingxian today? Yuan Shi said with disbelief on his face. Laozi was also shaken, and for a moment his expression was quite complicated. The third brother has indeed far surpassed them in cultivation. At least the two of them could not have made such a huge commotion. Brother, do you think Master imparted some wonderful method to the third brother? Yuan Shi suddenly asked. Laozi's first reaction was that it was impossible, but after thinking about how Master valued the third brother, he became somewhat hesitant. It's hard to say. A master of such high caliber like Master cannot be easily guessed by us. However, it is true that Master values the third brother greatly. Laozi said this, And although his face showed no expression, his heart felt somewhat sour. After all, they were the direct disciples who had joined Hongjuan's sect. But he felt that Master valued Tongtian more. Yuan Shi sighed softly. The third brother had made such a huge commotion just from cultivation. No wonder Master values him so much. Compared to him, the two of them, although they are older brothers, really seem somewhat ordinary. To be fair, if he were Master, he would certainly prefer the third brother more. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the entire Kunlun mountain was being continuously devoured by Tongtian. He initially thought that with such immense spiritual energy, his cultivation should be able to break through smoothly. However, after devouring a lot, Tongtian's cultivation still had not stepped into the Hunyuan Jingxian realm. This made Tongtian somewhat perplexed. So he decided to unleash all his power and crazily devour the vast spiritual energy. He did not believe that such a mere threshold could stop him for long. Boom! Fortunately, while his cultivation did not improve, the realm of Pangu Yuan Gong began to rise. First turn breakthrough, second turn breakthrough, third turn breakthrough. When Tongtian cultivated the Pangu Yuan Gong to the third turn, the momentum on his body suddenly began to surge, and in the next moment, the laws of the sword, the laws of formations, and the laws of creation began to manifest on Tongtian. This made Tongtian feel delighted. Compared to the Luo Jingxian, the Hunyuan Jingxian is more powerful in the understanding and application of the laws of the Great Tao. At this moment, with the gathering of the power of laws on him, it represented that he had successfully broken through to the Hunyuan Jingxian. He just didn't expect that after only reaching the third turn of the Pangu Yuan Gong, he would already attain the Hunyuan Jingxian. If he were to cultivate the Pangu Yuan Gong to the ninth turn, would he be able to smoothly attain the Hunyuan Luo Jingxian? The Pangu Yuan Gong was derived from the combined comprehension of the 9-turn Xian Gong and 9 turns Yuan Gong. It also possesses the ability to cultivate both body and law. Therefore, when Tongtian's cultivation broke through, his physical body had also become several times stronger. Tongtian could feel that his current physical body had reached the level of a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. This means that unless attacked by a spiritual treasure above the mid-grade innate level, no one could break through his physical body. With improvement in his cultivation, Tongtian took some time to continue refining his treasures. This time he obtained the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus and the God-Slaying Spear. This matter was only known to Hongjun. He had not directly informed Laozi and Yuan Shi about it, keeping it as a precaution. After all, the Sanxing will definitely split up in the future. Right now, everyone is brothers, so naturally, it's good for you, good for me, and good for everyone. But once they split up, one must certainly keep some trump cards and backup plans in hand. This is something that cannot be known by Laozi and Yuan Shi. Of course, if the two of them do not plot against him, he certainly won't plot against them either. The God-Slaying Spear is indeed a treasure of slaughter. No wonder even the senior Hongjun specifically advised me before leaving. The killing power contained within it is truly ferocious. Tongtian gazed at the God-Slaying Spear, feeling the chilling, killing intent within, and couldn't help but be startled. Luo, who was able to rely on this treasure of slaughter to kill 2 powerful primordial golden immortals. This shows that this treasure of slaughter is indeed extremely fierce. In Tongtian's view, the might of the God-Slaying Spear is completely not weaker than the Pangu banner in Hongjuan's hands. It's worth noting that the Pangu banner is one of the 3 innate treasures formed after the Chaos Supreme Treasure. The Heaven-Opening Axe was shattered. It is regarded as the most powerful among innate treasures for slaughter. The God-Slaying Spear is equally impressive, possessing the capability to contend with it. The 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus, as one of the 12 innate Lotus platforms, naturally possesses boundless power. This made Tongtian quite satisfied. He still has the Lotus Seed of the 24th rank Creation Blue Lotus in his hand. If that Lotus Seed could be rejuvenated, even if it couldn't mature into the 24th rank Creation Blue Lotus, becoming a 12th rank Blue Lotus would be fine. That way, he would have 2 Lotus platforms in hand. There aren't many Lotus platforms spiritual treasures in the world. If he could gather them all, it would surely be of great use. Thinking of this, Tongtian's eyes brightened, and he immediately began to refine the 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus. Time flew by like clouds and dogs. With the end of the Tao Magic War, a whole 10,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, many powerful beings in the Hongwang had emerged in various places. This was an era of many talents. The names of the innate great powers spread through countless beings in the Hongwang. Among many great powers, Tongtian's name was the most renowned. Pangu's orthodox, Shanqing Tongtian. He was a fierce figure who even participated in the Tao Magic War and single-handedly exterminated the entire demon clan. Just based on the terrifying combat power he displayed, countless innate great powers were greatly wary of him. Below Mount Buzhou, ever since the Qilin clan went into seclusion, the most active beings near Mount Buzhou were the Wu clan. The dojo of the siblings Enhua and Fushi was also still here. Brother, Tongtian has already become a well-known figure in Hongwang. His cultivation is probably far above ours. Why don't we visit Kunlun Mountain? Enhua asked impulsively. Fushi pondered and replied, naturally, we can. Tongtian had saved them last time, so they were somewhat familiar with him. It was appropriate to pay a visit. Thus, the siblings left Mount Buzhou and headed towards Kunlun Mountain. At the same time, the 12 ancestor witches of the Wu clan were also preparing to go to Kunlun Mountain. The Sanqing is Pangu's orthodox, and they, the 12 ancestor witches, are also of Pangu's orthodox. It was just right to see if Sanqing had any other inheritance from their father god. If there is, it might just be an opportunity for their Wu clan to become stronger. Although the Wu clan had reasonably taken over the territory near Mount Buzhou from the Qilin clan, but Emperor Jiang and the other ancestor witches still felt unsatisfied. They were the orthodox descendants of Pangu. According to reason, the entire Hongwang should belong to them. Thus, this little territory near Mount Buzhou could not satisfy them at all. At this time, the Red Cloud, who was wandering freely between heaven and earth, also heard Tongtian's name from two cultivators. This made him feel emotional. Speaking of which, he and Tongtian could be considered old acquaintances. Back then, it was he who led the way when Tongtian went to the Dragon Clan. Why not take this opportunity to pay a visit? Chapter 47, Visiting West Kunlun, the direct and forthright Zhuangmu at the edge of the infinite sea. A handsome-looking Taoist was flying swiftly through the sky. He had no intention of concealing his aura. Wherever he went, any being that felt his majestic presence quickly hid away. Since the end of the Three Clans War, the Dragon Clan had been shrinking back into the Four Seas. This allowed many strong beings to emerge in the infinite sea, and this purple-clad Taoist was one of them. He sped through the sea, intending to find a few powerful Dragon Clan members to test his skills. Who would have thought that those Dragon Clan fellows had become so timid? All curled up, Dong Wangong's eyes held pride. As an innate great power, his actions could be described as arrogant. However, his peak Duo golden immortal cultivation gave him the capital to be arrogant. At least within the infinite sea, this level of cultivation was already among the top-tier powers. Even looking across the Hongwang, he felt he belonged to the top tier. This also made him quite displeased with the various achievements of Shanqing Tongtian circulating in the infinite sea. What if Pangu's orthodox is so great? Everyone is an innate great power. Why should the beings of the sea exaggerate him so much? It was as if other innate great powers were far inferior to Tongtian. Therefore, Dong Wangong's trip to sea was aimed at Kunlun Mountain. He wanted to see for himself just how strong this Shanqing Tongtian really is. If the other party was just a name-dropper, then he shouldn't blame himself for stepping on the reputation of Pangu's orthodox and making a name for himself in the Hongwang. In the blood sea of the netherworld, the vast blood sea contained countless restless souls and vengeful spirits, making it the most polluted place in the entire Hongwang. Although the old ancestor of the Nether River was an innate great power, he had no intention of revealing himself before the Three Clans War. After the Three Clans War ended, countless souls of living beings flooded into the Blood Sea. This caused the cultivation of the Nether River to soar. And with the retreat of the Three Clans, Tongtian's reputation rose, leading him to aspire to compete with Tongtian. It is said that this person fought against countless demon clans alone. Such claims were clearly rumors. He followed behind seniors like Hong Jun and picked up scraps, gaining a huge reputation for nothing. But as long as he could defeat him, he could be famous in the Hongwang. The Nether River's long hair flowed down. and he quickly flew toward Kunlun Mountain. Not only did he have the background of an innate great power, but he also possessed 3 pieces of top-grade innate spiritual treasures. This was his greatest reliance. No matter how powerful Pangu's orthodox is, can they produce 3 top-grade innate spiritual treasures? When the innate great powers from outside gathered at Kunlun Mountain because of their fame, Tongtian was still immersed in his closed-door cultivation. During this long time, he had refined all the spiritual treasures he possessed, especially with the innate treasure, the god-slaying spear, and the 12th rank annihilation black lotus. Tongtian had invested the most effort into these 2 treasures. Their might did not disappoint Tongtian. A terrifying aura shook the void as Tongtian held the god-slaying spear. With the 12th rank annihilation black lotus slowly floating beneath him, an endless stream of destructive power emanating from within. With the cultivation of a primordial golden immortal. Combined with these 2 treasures, his combat power was already sufficient to sweep away all existences below the same realm. A gleam flashed in Tongtian's eyes. After successfully achieving the primordial golden immortal, he could feel just how vast the difference was between the primordial golden immortal and the Daluo golden immortal. Thinking this way, he was glad he had the protection of the heavenly Dao's merit. Otherwise, Luo would have surely been able to deal with him easily at that time. The heavenly Dao's merit is truly a good thing, even though he knows many major events that are about to happen in the future. There aren't many opportunities to gain merit from the heavenly Dao. Therefore, whenever there is such an opportunity, he must not miss it. In the Hongwang, other innate powers can at most cultivate to the peak of Deluo Jin Xian, as they lack the method of Hunyuan and cannot break through to Hunyuan Jin Xian. The reappearance of Hongjun undoubtedly signifies the presence of a Taoist saint. By this calculation, my combat strength is also among the top tier in Hongwang. Tongtian felt pleased. His cultivation had successfully broken through, and he had achieved his goal for this closed-door retreat. With no intention to continue, he immediately exited his seclusion. Striding out of the Shangqing Palace, Tongtian felt a stir in his heart and decided to check on Laozi and Yuan Shi's cultivation progress. Their foundations were not inferior to his. The reason their cultivation was not as high was that they had not gained many advantages during the Great Tribulation. Of course, this was also related to their insufficient cultivation. If they had accompanied him on his journey to Honghuang back then, perhaps they could have shared in the spoils of the Great Tribulation. Just as he exited seclusion, Shiha and Changshi appeared, walking slowly towards Tongtian. Congratulations, Taoist friend Tongtian, on your cultivation advancement. You must have successfully broken through to Hunyuan Jin Xian, right? Xia asked, her pretty face filled with surprise. At this moment, facing Tongtian, she could sense an invisible pressure. Without a doubt, Tongtian's cultivation had definitely reached Hunyuan Jin Xian. This aura was even stronger than before. Tongtian chuckled. I was lucky and indeed successfully broke through. Changshi remarked with emotion, your cultivation talent is truly astonishing. You've broken through to Hunyuan Jin Xian so quickly, far surpassing us sisters. The gap between them back then on the Taqing star was clearly not this vast. How much time had passed? Tongtian's cultivation had completely exceeded theirs. This left both of them with complex feelings, but more than anything, they were relieved. The stronger Tongtian was, the more stable their support would be. At least they wouldn't have to worry about attracting trouble in Hongwang. I just came out of seclusion. Did you two come to find me for something? Tongtian asked. Changshi smiled. The 3 of us are guests at Zikanlan. Sister Zhuangmu has extended an invitation, hoping that you, Daoist friend Tongtian, would pay a visit. Sister Zhuangmu has invited us several times, and we couldn't refuse, so we decided to come and see you. Hearing this, Tongtian's mouth twitched slightly. Goodness, Zhuangmu was indeed persistent. It had been so long, and she couldn't still be hung up on the last incident. Could she? If he truly had ulterior motives, he would admit it, but it was all a misunderstanding. Forget it. He had been avoiding it for a millennia. It was time to find a chance to clarify things. Tongtian sighed inwardly, knowing that he could hide for a moment, but not for a lifetime. The best way to resolve it was to explain the matter privately. Only then could misunderstandings be resolved. All right, since Taoist friend Zhuangmu has invited me multiple times, I naturally have to give her face. After pondering for a moment, Tongtian agreed. Shiha and Changshi were very pleased. Sister Zhuangmu was a good person, and they believed that Taoist friend Tongtian would get along well with her. Moreover, everyone's Taoist ground were located on Kunlun Mountain, and they would meet sooner or later. If they could get along, that would be even better. Thus, the three flew towards Zikenlan. In the Sanqing Palace, Laozi and Yuan Shi had also finished their closed-door retreat and coincidentally arrived in the Sanqing Palace. Third brother's life is truly carefree, Yuan Shi said with a complex expression, sensing that Tongtian and the two women had left Donkanlan. During this closed-door retreat, they had both made significant progress, successfully raising their cultivation to the peak of the Luo Jin Xian. However, compared to Tongtian, this cultivation seemed somewhat insignificant. After all, they both understood that Tongtian had likely broken through to Hunyuan Jin Xian this time. Considering they were all authentic descendants of Pangu and brothers, Tongtian, the third brother, had surpassed them by an entire realm, which made their thoughts even more complicated. Alas, not only is our third brother's cultivation powerful, but his reputation has also long surpassed ours, Laozi said bitterly. Nowadays, in the vast world of Honghuang, who had not heard of the name Shanqing Tongtian, all beings in the world knew he was an authentic descendant of Pangu, but there were three of them. Tongtian's fame resounded throughout Honghuang, while they felt like mere shadows. This was what hurt them the most. Eldest brother, I think this can't go on. Should we think of a way? Yuan Shi suddenly spoke. Laozi glanced at him, his eyes deep, and said solemnly, what can we do? Moreover, we have advantages that the third brother does not possess. Once our master exits seclusion, he will surely impart the Tao to us again. We are not without opportunities to catch up. Yuan Shi shook his head, appearing hesitant to speak. Could such a vast gap really be bridged? He actually wanted to suggest to Laozi that the Sanqing should split directly. Otherwise, if this continued, Sanqing might become a single Qing. Most importantly, the two brothers had gained nothing. No spiritual treasures, no reputation, no benefits at all. If they had known it would be like this, they should have let Tongtian have the title of the head of Sanqing from the start. At least that way, they could have comforted themselves. In Zikenlan, Tongtian and the two women stepped into Zikenlan. The clouds and mist were swirling, and spiritual essence was abundant. It was truly a paradise on earth. The spiritual essence of heaven and earth was quite similar to Donkanlan. However, this beautiful scenery far surpassed that of Donkanlan. Shia softly said. Tongtian nodded slightly, agreeing with this view. When he first came to Zikenlan, he noticed that the various scenes were as if specially arranged. Moreover, since Zikenlan was the Taoist ground of the female immortal Zhuangmu, this made sense. In contrast, the three of them cultivated on Kunlun Mountain, focusing only on the overwhelming spiritual essence of heaven and earth, without caring about the beauty of the surroundings. They certainly wouldn't spend effort on arrangements. Moments later, the three arrived at a grand hall. This hall was stable and not magnificent, but it was ancient and beautiful. Tongtian glanced at the hall's plaque, which bore three large characters, Changxing Hall. This name was quite similar to Zhuangmu's character. Tongtian's eyes flickered slightly. Zhuangmu's greatest fame came from being granted the title of the foremost female immortal by the Tao ancestor during a sermon at the Zixiao Palace. However, compared to another person, her style of conduct was full of low-key and caution. Thus, she was one of the few innate powers in Honghuang who had remained renowned even after the heavenly court was established. The three entered Changxing Hall, where Zhuangmu sat on the main seat. Her figure was graceful, and her appearance was noble and elegant. In terms of looks, she was completely not inferior to Shiha and Changshi. At this moment, Zhuangmu's gaze also fell on Tongtian, her gentle eyes containing a hint of danger as she teased. After inviting Taoist friend Tongtian multiple times, I thought this time you wouldn't grace us with your presence. Tongtian met her beautiful gaze, feeling somewhat awkward. He could tell from Zhuangmu's words that there seemed to be a hidden meaning. He could only clasp his hands and say, I was busy with various matters before. Now that I have settled my affairs, how could I refuse your invitation? Shiha and Changshi, unable to sense the awkward atmosphere between the two, were still willing to speak well of Tongtian. Sister, please don't be too hard on Taoist friend Tongtian. He really just came out of seclusion and was called over by his sisters. Changshi said with a smile. Zhuangmo laughed. You two sisters have misunderstood. How could I dare to be hard on Daoist friend Tongtian? Please take your seats. Seeing that Zhuangmo did not say much, Tongtian also returned to his generous self and sat down without hesitation. At this moment, the Queen Mother of the West flipped her palm, and a fruit platter suddenly appeared on the table in front of Tongtian, with exquisite innate spiritual fruit, the Ren Shui Pan Tao, placed on it. This is the Ren Shui Pan Tao I specially picked to entertain you, Tongtian Dao friend. Your reputation now resounds throughout Hongwang, and it would be lacking in courtesy to entertain you with other spiritual fruits. However, there are no other spiritual roots on Zikenlun, so I hope you won't mind. The Queen Mother said seriously. Tongtian waved his hand and said, You are too polite. Using exquisite innate spiritual fruits to entertain guests is rare in Hongwang. After saying this, he picked up the Ren Shui Pan Tao and took a bite. He had tasted the flavor of the Ren Shui Pan Tao before, but the exquisite innate spiritual fruit truly had a unique taste. After eating, the spiritual essence flowed through his body like a gentle stream. Sister, don't be too polite. Although Tongtian Dao friend is indeed formidable outside, he is very easy to get along with, he said after taking a bite of the Ren Shui Pan Tao. Shi then sighed. Since the battle of the three clans ended, Tongtian Dao friend's reputation has spread throughout Hongwang. I've heard that the Qilin and Phoenix tribes hold you in high regard. Among many innate great powers, Tongtian Dao friend is definitely the most esteemed. The Queen Mother of the West's beautiful eyes flickered. She had learned much about Tongtian's deeds through the three daughters of Aoli during this time. Therefore, not only because of the previous incident, she also wanted to personally meet Tongtian. After all, they all practiced in Kunlun Mountain. If Tongtian was a person of feelings and righteousness, she could practice in Zikenlun with peace of mind. Conversely, if Tongtian had other intentions, then she would have to consider more. As the four conversed, they began discussing Dao techniques. Discussing the Dao was one of the important ways for these great powers to enhance their cultivation, especially since Tongtian's cultivation was the highest among the four. He quickly became the one speaking, while the three women listened attentively. This allowed them to gain some insights. After discussing for a while, the Queen Mother of the West's eyes glimmered as she said, You two sisters have come to my Zikenlun many times. You have seen the Ren Shui Pan Tao tree many times as well. Since we're discussing the Dao, we should have exquisite innate spiritual fruits to complement it. How about asking you two sisters to help me pick some more Ren Shui Pan Tao? He and she were a bit surprised. They did not expect the Queen Mother to trust them so much. After all, that was an exquisite, innate spiritual root. If it were ordinary beings, they would likely treasure it immensely, even hiding it away. Sister, just sit. We can make a trip for this, she said. And then she and he left together. With that, only Tongtian and the Queen Mother of the West remained in the Changsheng Hall. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat mysterious. Tongtian sat in his position without changing color, showing no signs of nervousness. This made the Queen Mother's thoughts even more complicated. Now that there were only the two of them in the Changsheng Hall, matters of reputation were crucial. If Tongtian did not take the initiative to speak, she would have to do so herself. However, asking such a thing made the Queen Mother feel a bit flustered. She could only gather her courage and say, Not long ago, there was an uninvited guest who climbed the mountain in Zikenlun. I thought about it, and at that time, the only one who could climb the mountain was you. With the matter already made clear, Tongtian could no longer pretend to be confused. He could only cough lightly and say, Indeed, that matter was my fault. I originally only planned to wander around Kunlun Mountain and seeing the beautiful scenery of Zikenlun. I intended to take a closer look. I apologize for having offended you. Seeing him admit it so generously, the Queen Mother felt even more awkward. Her delicate face turned slightly red, and her voice lowered a bit. At that time, I was bathing in the pool. Dao friend, did you see me? Tongtian coughed lightly and said seriously, I indeed saw, but one should not look at indecencies. I did not look more than once and left directly. The Queen Mother of the West immediately fell silent, just as she had thought. Tongtian indeed saw her body. She just did not know how much he had seen. After a moment of silence, the Queen Mother blushed and continued to ask, Now that you are famous in Hongwang, do you have a partner by your side? She had already indirectly inquired about this from the three daughters of Ao Li during this time. According to their descriptions, Tongtian had been busy cultivating and had not sought a partner. But she still wanted to hear how Tongtian would respond. After all, He and Chang Shi's looks and temperament were not inferior to her own. What if Tongtian had an interest in one of them? Tongtian was a bit surprised. He did not expect the Queen Mother to ask this question, but he still answered truthfully, "None. I am focused on my cultivation and have not considered this matter." Upon hearing this, the Queen Mother nodded slightly, feeling a bit more satisfied with Tongtian. Nearer in terms of proximity, Tongtian and she were neighbors, and they had developed some ambiguous relationship due to coincidences. From a further perspective, Tongtian was already a renowned powerhouse in Hongwang, probably one of the top existences among many innate great powers. This matched her standards for a partner in her heart. Since cultivation is a long journey, friend, you really don't need a rush. Since we are fated, I wonder if you would be willing to become my partner? The Queen Mother of the West pondered for a moment and then directly asked. So sudden? Tongtian was taken aback by this question. He really did not expect the Queen Mother to be so direct. Excluding the last time, this was still their first meeting, right? Of course. He had a good impression of the Queen Mother. However, for him, this progress was indeed a bit too fast. As he said, he was still more eager for cultivation. Even though Hongwang had calmed down now, it would not be long before another calamity erupted. If he could remain carefree, there wouldn't be too much to worry about. But he was very clear that he would eventually become one of the protagonists of the calamity. And even though he had made many preparations, he still had little confidence in dealing with it. Therefore, he was not considering such matters at this time. Thank you for your kindness, but since we have just met, I think such a significant life event should be given more thought. At the very least, we should wait until both parties are thoroughly familiar before it can naturally come to pass, Tongtian said seriously. The Queen Mother of the West was also a smart person and immediately understood Tongtian's meaning, so she did not continue to dwell on this matter. Instead, she smoothly said, "What you said makes sense. Tongtian's actions are measured, evidently indicating that he has a clear understanding of his Tao cultivation." This made the Queen Mother even more satisfied. She could see that Tongtian was not an ambitious person. Otherwise, with his current reputation in Hongwang, he would truly be unstoppable. At the very least, among many innate great powers, no one could compare with him. Since Hongwang was a place where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. If she could become a partner with Tongtian, the Queen Mother would be willing. But since Tongtian did not have that thought at this time, she would not say more. They could discuss this matter later when they were more familiar with each other. After conversing for a while, He and Chang Shi returned to the Changxing Hall with the Ren Shui Pan Tao. Tongtian ate another Ren Shui Pan Tao, but lost the desire to continue eating. Exquisite, innate spiritual fruits also have profound effects for a Hunyuan golden immortal. However, his cultivation was more stable than that of ordinary Hunyuan golden immortals. As he practiced Pangu's original skill, therefore, the Ren Shui Pan Tao did not have a significant effect on him. Occasionally tasting it was fine, but eating too much would be a bit wasteful. At this moment, Tongtian suddenly turned his gaze towards the outside of Kunlun Mountain, sensing two auras rapidly approaching. Upon careful perception, as the two individuals did not conceal their auras, Tongtian recognized them immediately. What are these two coming to Kunlun Mountain for? I haven't even met them, and we have no prior relationship. It seems they are not here for good. Tongtian's eyes were deep, with his Hunyuan golden immortal cultivation. The visitors could not hide their presence from him. However, he was unclear about their intentions. Outside Kunlun Mountain, the two uninvited guests arrived almost simultaneously, instantly locking eyes with each other. Chapter 48, Provocation. The enraged Laozi and Yuan Shi. Tongtian makes an appearance. Outside Kunlun Mountain, Mingyi and Dong Wanggong simultaneously recognized each other, making their expressions serious. "Who are you?" Dong Wanggong asked first, his eyes filled with caution. He could sense that the person before him was not weaker than himself. Without a doubt, he was also a congenital powerhouse. If the other party had emerged from Kunlun Mountain, he might have thought he was the renowned Shanxing Tongtian. Mingyi was also warily observing Dong Wanggong, but still introduced himself. "I am the Blood Sea Mingyi. Today, I have come to Kunlun Mountain to challenge Shanxing Tongtian." "Who are you?" Dong Wangong asked, somewhat surprised. It turned out that this person was also here for Shanqing Tongtian. Moreover, he had indeed heard of the reputation of Blood Sea Mingi. A powerhouse who could cultivate in such a filthy place of the primordial chaos must have some skills. Ha! I am not Shanqing Tongtian. I am Dong Wangong, and I have also come to challenge Tongtian. Dong Wangong exclaimed with a loud laugh. Mingi nodded slightly, suddenly having some thoughts in his mind. Since you are here to challenge Tongtian, do you know what kind of abilities he possesses to be famous throughout the primordial chaos? Dong Wangong shook his head, saying, I do not know this, but I hope he is not someone who seeks fame without merit. Otherwise, the reputation of the Pangu Orthodox would be too unworthy. Mingi chuckled, that suits me just fine. In that case, how about we go up the mountain together and call him out? Dong Wangong immediately nodded in agreement, and the two quickly made their way to the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Dong Wangong utilized his magical powers and shouted loudly, Is Shanqing Tongtian here? I have come from afar. Quickly come out to meet me. At this moment, Tongtian was a guest at Xikanlun, so naturally, no one paid attention to the two. However, Laozi and Yuan Shi, who were discussing the Tao in the Sanqing Hall, heard the call. In the next moment, the two appeared from within Kunlun Mountain. Looking at the two before them, Laozi and Yuan Shi couldn't help but frown. They did not recognize these two individuals. What do you two want with Tongtian? He is not in Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi said in a deep voice. Dong Wangong and Mingi were both surprised to hear this. Tongtian is not in Kunlun Mountain? In that case, had they made the trip for nothing? Enough of the nonsense. We have come for Tongtian. Who are you two? Do you know where Tongtian has gone? When will he return? Dong Wangong questioned arrogantly. Such a presumptuous attitude immediately made Laozi and Yuan Shi feel displeased. This fellow is definitely not a Hunyuan golden immortal. How dare a mere Deluo golden immortal be so arrogant before them? Truly ignorant of his place. We are both brothers of Tongtian and part of the Pangu Orthodox. If you have business, speak. If not, quickly leave Kunlun Mountain. This place does not welcome outsiders, Laozi said with a rather grim expression. This statement left Mingi and Dong Wangong momentarily stunned. I thought you two were just gatekeepers for Tongtian. It turns out you were his brothers? In that case, Tongtian is not all that impressive. Dong Wangong shook his head, expressing some disappointment. He had thought that the renowned Tongtian would be extraordinary, at least slightly superior to them in terms of cultivation and aura. Yet, the two before him claimed to be Tongtian's brothers, and their cultivation was equal to theirs. It seemed that Tongtian did not possess great abilities after all. He was merely benefiting from the fact that no congenital powerhouses had emerged in the primordial chaos, thus gaining immense fame. It could be said that his reputation was not matched by reality. Mingi also sighed. I didn't expect Shanqing Tongtian to be a person who seeks fame without merit. This is truly disappointing. Had I known, I wouldn't have made this trip. I have wasted my opportunity for enlightenment. These words made Laozi and Yuan Shi extremely angry. Their anger surged. How could the predecessors like Hong Jun think that they were inferior to the third brother? Now, two arrogant individuals had come to look down on them? They were, after all, part of the Pangu Orthodox. Not just anyone could bully them. Bold ruffians. How dare you speak so arrogantly before us, the Pangu Orthodox? You are truly extremely arrogant. Yuan Shi's expression was furious. These two were clearly here to provoke. If they did not show them a lesson, the reputation of the Sanqing would be utterly ruined. No matter how much they envied and resented Tongtian, that was a matter between brothers. What qualifications did these outsiders have to comment? Laozi also looked stern, coldly saying, My third brother is renowned throughout the primordial chaos, with remarkable achievements. The name of the Pangu Orthodox is not something you can tarnish. Moreover, to deal with you two, there is no need for my third brother to take action. We alone are enough. This statement made Dong Wangong and Mingi show disdain. Pangu Orthodox, what a grand title. Since that's the case, are you willing to spar with us? If you can defeat us, it proves that the Pangu Orthodox lives up to its name. If you two are not our opponents, then you are indeed just seeking fame without merit. Mingi directly proposed a challenge. With the arrow knocked, Laozi and Yuan Shi naturally could not back down. Moreover, they were fully confident in their own strength. Did they truly think that two random congenital powerhouses could be their opponents? Today would be the day they made their names. It was time for all beings in the primordial chaos to know that the Sanshine consisted of three brothers. Not just Shanqing Tongtian. Let us play with you for a bit. I don't believe that after I defeat you, Tongtian 1T appear. Dong Wanggong laughed heartily. And in the next moment, the peak cultivation of a Deluo golden immortal erupted. Seeing this, Yuan Shi snorted coldly. He was very angry. He had to teach these two a severe lesson to vent his frustration. So he directly summoned the top-grade congenital spiritual treasure, the three treasures Jade Rui. Buzz! The three treasures Jade Rui shot through the air and instantly reached Dong Wanggong's front. Dong Wanggong showed a look of disdain. Just a top-grade congenital spiritual treasure. Did he think he could defeat him with that? Since he dared to challenge Tongtian, he naturally had his own confidence. In the next moment, a staff appeared in Dong Wanggong's hand, releasing astonishing power. It was also a top-grade congenital spiritual treasure. Dong Wanggong raised the Mushin staff and directly collided with the three treasures Jade Rui. Boom! Ripples spread through the void, as if a stone had been thrown into a pond, creating waves. Yuan Shi's pupils slightly constricted. He did not expect that the other party also had a top-grade congenital spiritual treasure. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. However, before he could think too much, he saw Dong Wanggong once again forming a seal, and suddenly, a white light appeared beneath him, followed by the emergence of the top-grade congenital spiritual treasure. The 12th-grade pure world White Lotus. This was also a top-grade congenital spiritual treasure, one of the offensive and defensive integrated 12th-grade Lotus platforms. Whoosh! With the power of the 12th-grade pure world White Lotus, Dong Wanggong immediately swung the Mushin staff forward. The overwhelming pressure transformed into a howling gale, and Yuan Shi directly used the Yuqing Immortal light to counter it. However, under the power of the top-grade congenital spiritual treasure, the celestial light was shattered into pieces. Yuan Shi's heart sank. He knew that today might very well be a tough battle. One can only hope that Big Brother over there can exert some effort and defeat the river of the underworld as soon as possible. This way, even if I end up in a draw with the person before me, it would still be enough to showcase the prestige of the three purities. I am currently confronting the river of the underworld, and he wields the dragon coiling crutch, which contains terrifying power. Every strike forces the river of the underworld to retreat. I stroke my beard and say, "You don't possess a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. You are certainly not my match. It's not too late to retreat now." Hearing this, the river of the underworld bursts into loud laughter. Of course, he possesses supreme, innate spiritual treasures. 3 of them, in fact. The reason he didn't use them immediately was simply because he underestimated the 2 of us. "Let me show you my true strength," the river of the underworld shouts. And in the next moment, the swords Yuan Tu and Ubi appear in his palms. Both swords exude astonishing killing intent, their murderous aura exceedingly fierce. This makes me take the matter seriously. But that's not all. The river of the underworld steps forward, and beneath his feet, a 12th-grade Lotus platform emerges. A supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the 12th-grade fiery red Lotus. 3 supreme, innate spiritual treasures. How could this guy have so many spiritual treasures? I am shaken. I am a direct descendant of Pangu, yet I have only 1 supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Meanwhile, the other party has 3. This situation is extremely unfavorable for me. But I don't ponder too long and swing my dragon coiling crutch to strike forward. The river of the underworld sneers coldly, and the Yuan Tu and Ubi burst forth with astonishing might, easily countering my attack. After parrying, they launch a fierce assault towards me with tremendous power. I can only hurriedly defend. Our cultivation levels are comparable, and if I get hit by either of those 2 supreme, innate spiritual treasures, I fear I will sustain serious injuries. At this moment, I recall the heavenly tower of earth, heaven, mysterious and yellow in Tongtian's hands. If I had transformed first back then, that innate merit treasure would have been mine. With that innate merit treasure in hand, no matter how many supreme, innate spiritual treasures the opponent has, they could never defeat me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Yuan 2 and Ubi unleash endless brilliance, combined with the power of the 12th grade fiery red lotus, and in an instant, they suppress me. At West Kunlun, the battle in front of Kunlun Mountain has caught Tongtian's attention. He didn't expect that Dongwang Gong and the River of the Underworld were actually here to challenge him. It seems that his current prominence in the primordial world has attracted the attention of others. Tongtian Daoist, what's wrong? Zhuangmu softly inquires as she senses Tongtian's mood. Tongtian smiles and says it's nothing, just a small matter. These two do have some fighting strength, but I don't intend to show myself so soon. In his eyes, both Dongwang Gong and the River of the Underworld are too weak. If they had the cultivation of a quasi-saint, he wouldn't mind sparring with them. However, they are merely great Luo golden immortals, far from being his match. It's better to let me and Yuan Shi entertain them for a while. Boom. At this moment, the battle among the four grows increasingly intense, sending ripples spreading throughout the universe. Zhuangmu senses this as well, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion as she looks towards Kunlun. Even Shiha and Changshi feel it. Tongtian Daoist, could it be that someone is causing trouble on the mountain? Shiha actively asks. Tongtian calmly responds, indeed, someone has come to challenge us. My two brothers are currently battling them. If you're interested, we can watch from a distance. Upon hearing this, Zhuangmu and the others are somewhat surprised. With Tongtian's reputation in the primordial world, there are still people daring enough to create trouble on Kunlun Mountain. Aren't they seeking death? Thus, the three women lost interest in continuing their discussion and immediately went with Tongtian to the foot of West Kunlun Mountain, where they could see the battlefield's movements. These two must also be well-known innate powers, having so many supreme, innate spiritual treasures in their hands, Zhuangmu says with a serious expression. Shiha and Changshi nod in agreement, while Tongtian remains silent, continuing to observe the battle. On the ground, the battle among the four is causing the nearby mountains to tremble, and the ground is cracking with varying depths, startling to behold. Laozi and Yuan Shi each have only one supreme, innate spiritual treasure in hand, making it impossible for them to gain any advantage in the fight. This increases the pressure on both of them significantly. Is this the strength of the true lineage of Pangu? Nothing more than this. In my opinion, Tongtian probably doesn't have much ability either, Dongwang Gong says disdainfully. Suppressing Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi's strength is indeed too weak. He hasn't even exerted his full strength and has already been easily suppressed by Dongwang Gong. Hearing this, Yuan Shi's eyes blaze with anger. This is too much, truly too much. Although he feels some envy and jealousy towards Tongtian, they are both of Pangu's true lineage and should stand united against others. Boastful fool, first defeat me, Yuan Shi shouts, and the momentum around him begins to rise rapidly. The offensive of the three treasures Jade Rui becomes even more ferocious, floating beside him as it shatters the void and launches a fierce attack. Dongwang Gong looks scornfully. The 12th grade pure world white lotus shines brightly, repeatedly blocking the offensive of the three treasures Jade Rui. The Mushin staff in his hand ruthlessly attacks Yuan Shi's weak points. Yuan Shi, relying on his cultivation, can barely defend. However, his physical body is not as strong as Tongtian's, and he is completely at a disadvantage. In less than 100 exchanges, Dongwang Gong finds a flaw in his defense. Fortunately, Yuan Shi senses it in time and narrowly dodges the attack from the Mushin staff. Otherwise, he would surely suffer serious injuries. Taking advantage of the brief moment, Yuan Shi glances at Laozi's battle from a distance. Upon seeing it, he is instantly alarmed. He was waiting for Laozi to resolve his battle, but who would have thought that Laozi was also in a hard-fought struggle? In fact, the opponent seems even stronger than the one before him. Wielding three supreme, innate spiritual treasures, Yuqing celestial light, Yuan Shi forms seals with his hands, and his eyes suddenly shine with brilliance. He directly unleashes his most powerful divine ability. Buzz. The power of Yuqing celestial light is unquestionable, is indeed the might of a top-tier divine ability. However, Dongwang Gong, possessing two supreme, innate spiritual treasures, completely disregards Yuan Shi's offensive. The mysterious power flowing through the 12th grade pure world, White Lotus instantly unleashes a vast wave of purifying power. The power of Yuqing celestial light is directly weakened several times, and the remaining power is easily neutralized by the Mushin staff. Seeing this, Yuan Shi feels heavy-hearted, but to avoid losing face for Pangu's true lineage, he can only grit his teeth and continue to battle Dong Wang Gong. Dong Wang Gong, seeing this, grows even more disdainful and immediately exerts his full strength, wanting to quickly subdue Yuan Shi. Fortunately, although Yuan Shi lacks defensive spiritual treasures, his combat strength is truly not weak, and even while at a disadvantage, he manages to hold his ground against Dong Wang Gong. Laozi's situation is not much better. The Yuan Tu and Ubi in the River of the Underworld's hands are both supreme, innate spiritual treasures. Both swords contain endless killing intent. This makes it exceedingly difficult for him to defend, especially since he only has the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Dragon Coiling Crutch, in hand. Fortunately, the River of the Underworld does not possess overly powerful divine abilities. Thus, Laozi continuously unleashes the Taqing celestial light, managing to barely hold his ground against the River of the Underworld. Dao friend, your two brothers' treasures seem to be at a disadvantage. They may not be able to handle these two. Do you need me to help? Zhuangmu's beautiful eyes flicker as she looks at Tongtian and asks. The three purities are the true disciples of Pangu, and are also brothers. If I can form a Dao partner with Tongtian, then these two will also be my older brothers. Therefore, if Tongtian speaks up, I'm still willing to lend a hand. Tongtian shook his head and said, no need. This is not a life-and-death battle, just a sparring session. The combat experience of the two brothers is limited, and this is also an opportunity for them to hone their skills. If they're in danger, I will naturally intervene. Moreover, these two should have come to challenge me. It just so happens that I am visiting you, my friend, which led them to direct their focus towards the two brothers. Hearing Tongtian's words, Zhuangmu did not say more. She was well aware that although Dong Wang Gong and Mingi displayed formidable strength, if Tongtian truly intervened, these two would certainly be no match for him. After all, Tongtian had fought against countless demon armies in the Western world and had annihilated them all. These two could be considered strong among the innate powers, but compared to Tongtian, they were still far lacking. Not to mention that Tongtian had just finished his closed-door training, and his combat power was likely even more astonishing. The three purities indeed have some capability, but that is all. If you all want to admit defeat, you are simply not our match. At this moment, Dong Wang Gong also began to feel a bit restless. This guy was clearly not his opponent, yet he showed no intention of admitting defeat, dragging himself here instead. ISNT the being unable to accept defeat. Furthermore, their target was Tongtian. Wasting time on these two was truly not worth it. These words made Yuan Shi furious. He was originally a proud person, otherwise he wouldn't have had the thought of parting ways due to his inability to catch up with Tongtian. Now, not only was it about the third brother, but two innate powers casually appeared, and they seemed to think they could look down on them. How could he tolerate such a thing? He immediately unleashed more of his methods, and the power of the three treasures Jade Rui erupted fully, transforming into a streak of light that continuously traversed the void. Dong Wang Gong snorted coldly, completely disregarding the opponent's resistance. Mingi also did not want to continue entangled with Laozi. He said in a deep voice, friend, if you do not admit defeat, do not blame me for being ruthless under my sword. My Yuan Tu and Abi are indeed swords of slaughter. If I go all out, I fear that today will not end well. A flash of anger crossed Laozi's eyes. What did this guy mean? After fighting until now, he still dared to hold back. Did he really look down on himself this much? However, he also noticed the situation on Yuan Shi's side and knew very well that his two brothers lacked spiritual treasures, making it impossible to defeat the two before him. He didn't know where the third brother had gone. If the third brother were here, how could these two continue to be rampant? If this got out, wouldn't the reputation of our Pangu Orthodox be in jeopardy? Laozi thought to himself. Tongtian's rapid progress indeed made the two elder brothers feel uncomfortable. But the three purities are now united. These two came to Kunlun Mountain to provoke. If they did not teach them a lesson, it would be their three purities as a whole that would be embarrassed. This kind of thing could not be tolerated. Tongtian, who had been observing the battle from the shadows, shook his head at this moment. He could see that Laozi and Yuan Shi were indeed no match for Dong Wanggong and Mingi. It wasn't that their cultivation was inferior, but simply that they had too few spiritual treasures and insufficient combat power. If this continued, with the pride of the two brothers, they would likely spare no effort. That would be a loss that outweighed the gains. Moreover, these two were coming for him. It wouldn't be right for him not to step in. So he stepped forward, his figure rushing from the mountain towards the battlefield. Zhuangmu saw this, and still had some worry on her brow. Although Tongtian had many achievements, these two innate powers were not to be underestimated. Rest assured, with Tongtian's abilities, these two are certainly no match for him. Shiha and Changshi were very confident in Tongtian. They had witnessed Tongtian display his might many times. The strength of these two was not in their combat power, but in the top-grade innate spiritual treasures in their hands. However, in this regard, Tongtian's advantage was clearly much greater. On the battlefield, Tongtian appeared and chuckled lightly. Brothers, have you been in closed-door training for too long and plan to find someone to practice against? As his voice rang out, Laozi and Yuan Shi's expressions immediately filled with joy. The third brother has arrived. Let's see how these two guys can still be arrogant. With the third brother here, they could definitely give them a good beating. Whoosh! With the main character appearing, Laozi and Yuan Shi also stopped their entanglement and directly moved to Tongtian's side. Third brother, these two are arrogant and dare to look down on our Pangu Orthodox. Please do not hold back and let them know how powerful our Pangu Orthodox is. Yuan Shi said with a serious expression. Laozi also said in a deep voice, if they had come to seek advice, that would be fine. But these two keep belittling our Pangu Orthodox. Their crime is unforgivable. Tongtian had been quietly observing the situation and naturally understood this. At this moment, Dong Wanggong and Mingi also turned their attention to Tongtian. Just a glance, and their faces returned to a mocking expression. This guy's pressure was not obvious. It looked just like Laozi and Yuan Shi. The famed Tongtian of the Upper Clear. Is it just this? Chapter 49, 1 against 2. Suppression. Seizing treasures, the two exchanged glances in the void, both seeing the thoughts in each other's hearts. This Tongtian of the Upper Clear was indeed just as they had guessed. He was merely a name-seeking, fame-fishing individual. This made both of them feel ecstatic. If they could defeat Tongtian, wouldn't they be able to claim all of his reputation for themselves? As innate powers, who wouldn't want their name to resonate throughout the wilderness? The reason they came here was that they felt Tongtian's reputation was too great. As fellow innate powers, why should his fame overshadow theirs? Third brother, these two are arrogant and tyrannical. For the sake of our Pangu Orthodox's reputation, we must teach them a severe lesson. Laozi and Yuan Shi were still persuading Tongtian at this moment. Tongtian had been watching the battle among the four and naturally knew that Dong Wanggong and Mingi looked down on the Pangu Orthodox. Moreover, these two had come specifically to provoke him. After pondering for a moment, he still decided to give the two an opportunity. Primarily, with their Deluo, Jinxian cultivation, they were simply not a match for him. Even if he defeated them, it would have no significance for Tongtian. You two have come from afar. If you visit Kunlun Mountain, all of us here at Kunlun Mountain welcome you. If you have come to provoke the reputation of the Pangu Orthodox, then you still have time to apologize now. Otherwise, once I make my move, it will not end well for you. Tongtian looked at the two, his tone calm. Upon hearing this, Dong Wanggong and Mingi were momentarily stunned. Their first thought was that this guy was far too arrogant. They could be said to be quite arrogant themselves. But this Tongtian was clearly even more so than them. What qualifications did he have to say such things? He hadn't even fought yet, and expected them to apologize. It was utterly ridiculous. His two brothers weren't even their opponents, let alone him. How absurd. With just a few light words, he thought they would bow their heads. Who do you think you are? An ancient mighty being? Dong Wanggong retorted, his face full of mockery. Mingi also sneered. Your two brothers are just like this. From this, it can be seen that this so-called Pangu Orthodox is nothing much. So what qualifications do you have to demand an apology from us? If you have the ability, then try us. Tongtian slightly nodded. He had already given the two an opportunity. Since they did not need it, then he could not be blamed for being merciless. All right, this seat will satisfy your request. You can come at me together. Don't waste too much of my time. Tongtian said lightly. The Eastern King and the god of the underworld were immediately furious. Arrogant. So arrogant. They never expected that there would be someone in the world even more wild and arrogant than them. Seeking death, the god of the underworld shouted angrily. Showing no mercy at all, he wanted to teach this ignorant fellow a harsh lesson. Yuan Shi and Abi turned into two streams of light in the void, containing endless sharpness and killing intent, shooting towards Tongtian. Faced with the power of two supreme, innate spiritual treasures, Tongtian didn't even think of using his own treasures. The gap between the two and him was just too enormous. If he used his treasures, they might not even withstand a single blow. Whoosh! With a single step, Tongtian's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Even Yuan Shi and Abi couldn't catch up to his speed. Not good. The god of the underworld's pupils suddenly contracted, and he immediately felt a chilling sense of crisis. Before he could dodge, Tongtian's figure had already broken through the void and appeared close to him. In the next moment, Tongtian threw a punch. Boom! A large ripple spread through the void, and the god of the underworld grunted, his body flying backward. With red light continually circulating on the 12-petal karma fire red lotus beneath his feet. A significant portion of Tongtian's attack was completely blocked by the 12-petal karma fire red lotus. Otherwise, that single strike would have severely injured the god of the underworld. Although most of the power was resisted, the god of the underworld was still feeling terrible. What he couldn't accept the most was how terrifying Tongtian's strength was. He hadn't even used a spiritual treasure, yet he was knocked back with one hit. What realm are you at? The god of the underworld questioned in disbelief. He was at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal, yet he had no power to resist before this guy. Could it be that he had broken through to a higher realm? How is that possible? Tongtian ignored this question and struck again towards the god of the underworld. This time, the god of the underworld didn't dare to be careless and activated the power of the 12-petal karma, fire red lotus, in advance. Buzz! An immense power was released from the 12-petal karma, fire red lotus, and the next moment, a large amount of karma fire surged into the heavens. Endless karma fire spiraled in the void, completely staining half the sky crimson. The karma fire was bright, but it had no temperature for those beings tainted by karmic retribution. The karma fire was extremely terrifying, but for Tongtian, the karma fire had no effect whatsoever, because he had not been tainted by any karmic retribution, and he also had the protection of the 3 layers of merit golden wheel. Boom! Therefore, facing the sky full of karma fire, Tongtian showed no intention of countering, allowing the vast amount of karma fire to spread onto him. This scene made the god of the underworld overjoyed. The power of the 12-petal karma, fire red lotus, had never disappointed him. This guy dared to underestimate him. Under the burning of the karma fire, he would be severely injured even if he didn't die. But he was soon dumbfounded, because Tongtian not only showed no signs of pain, but instead, with a flip of his palm, the karma fire on him crackled, and then all shrank into his palm. Tongtian brought his palms together, and the ball of karma fire immediately dissipated. It's a pity to follow you with this supreme, innate spiritual treasure. With your cultivation, you can't unleash its power at all, Tongtian said expressionlessly. These calm words struck the god of the underworld like 1,000 critical hits. His entire face turned pale with anger. But he wasn't foolish. He knew that Tongtian's combat power had definitely surpassed his own, relying solely on himself. It was impossible to deal with him. So he immediately looked towards the Eastern King and shouted, "Eastern King, what are you waiting for? Hurry and help." The Eastern King was already dumbfounded. He had long noticed the god of the underworld's combat power. The opponent's strength was not inferior to his. Not to mention he had 3 supreme, innate spiritual treasures in hand. However, such a powerful, innate, mighty figure looked so weak in front of Tongtian. If one were to describe it, it would be like a child against an adult, utterly powerless. No wonder the opponent was so arrogant, directly asking them to attack together. The Eastern King's eyes flickered. He was a deep-thinking person. If he had known from the beginning that Tongtian possessed such powerful combat power, he definitely wouldn't have wanted to be his enemy. But now it was too late to regret. After all, the two of them had indeed insulted Laozi and Yuan Shi. If they waited for Tongtian to defeat the god of the underworld, he would surely be in a bad situation too. It would be better to seize the opportunity at hand and attack Tongtian together. Perhaps they still had a chance of victory. All right, with his thoughts turning, the Eastern King didn't hesitate much, letting out a loud shout, and the Mushian staff in his hand sliced through the air, attacking Tongtian. Tongtian sidestepped to avoid the attack of the Mushian staff. He directly grabbed the top of the Mushian staff, and with a sudden burst of his Hunyuan golden immortal cultivation, immense power continuously poured into the Mushian staff. Bang! The Mushian staff sensed danger, and the innate restrictions within shook. Tongtian had no choice but to release his grip. A look of surprise flashed in Tongtian's eyes. He didn't expect that the Eastern King had refined the Mushian staff to such a deep level. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to escape under his suppression. The Eastern King waved his hand and re-gripped the Mushian staff, using one hand to form seals. And a beam of white light shot out from the 12-petal pure world, white lotus beneath his feet. This was the pure light contained within the pure world, white lotus. It not only possessed the mysterious power of purification, but also the terrifying power of purging the world. Tongtian raised an eyebrow, forming seals with one hand, and directly unleashed the Shangqing celestial light. The two different lights collided in the void, producing no large-scale explosion, nor did any heavenly phenomena appear. Instead, the two differently colored lights intertwined in the void, rolling continuously. After a moment, the void returned to calm. The two lights also disappeared. The Eastern King's expression immediately turned ugly. He never expected that Tongtian would also master such a profound divine ability. Relying on his divine ability, he had resisted the power of his supreme, innate spiritual treasure. This guy's realm, could it be that he really had surpassed both of them? Impossible. They were all innate mighty figures. Since they broke through to the pinnacle of the great Luo, golden immortal, they had no way to advance any further. Why should the other party be qualified to break through to a higher realm? Moreover, as innate mighty figures, the gap between them couldn't possibly be so large. It must be that this guy's divine ability was too powerful. Attack together. The Eastern King shouted loudly, controlling the Mushian staff once again to charge at Tongtian. The god of the underworld did not hesitate at all. Yuan Tu and Abi unleashed their dazzling sharp killing intent together, under the siege of three supreme, innate spiritual treasures. Tongtian moved leisurely, and no matter how terrifying the attacks were, they could not touch his body. Why doesn't Tongtian use his spiritual treasures? If he were to use his treasures, these two wouldn't be his opponents at all. At this time, Shiha and Changshi had also arrived at the foot of Kunlun Mountain with the Western Queen Mother. The Western Queen Mother asked with confusion. Laozi snorted coldly. Two arrogant fools who don't know where they came from. How could they have the qualifications to force my third brother to use his full strength? Though he said this, he was shaken inside. His third brother's cultivation had definitely broken through to Hunyuan golden immortal. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to so easily withstand the attacks of the Eastern King and the god of the underworld. He naturally knew how powerful these two were. Yuan Shi's eyes flickered, and he also guessed this point. It is naturally a joyous thing that Tongtian is able to step in to teach these two a lesson. But thinking about his two brothers being left far behind by Tongtian makes one feel uncomfortable. At this moment, the Eastern King and the underworld river in the void also felt their hearts sinking. By now, they could see clearly that they had kicked the door only to hit an iron plate today. Tongtian's combat power was obviously above theirs, which made him so fearless. They didn't even have the qualification to force the opponent to use their spiritual treasures. Continuing to fight would only bring humiliation upon themselves. Boom! Thus, both of them made a desperate effort and launched an attack towards Tongtian. Tongtian showed no intention of dodging, and the true fire of the sun and the divine water of the mysterious Een erupted together, directly repelling the two of them. But that wasn't the end. The power of the true fire of the sun and the divine water of the mysterious Een erupted together, rapidly flying towards the two. The Eastern King and the Underworld River could only hurriedly operate their 12th grade lotus platform beneath their feet, mobilizing the power within to counter it. With the support of the top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the two used considerable effort to completely suppress these two divine abilities. The name of Tongtian from the upper clear is indeed well-deserved. I apologize for disturbing you today. I will take my leave now. The Eastern King's expression changed repeatedly. Without hesitation, he decisively admitted that he was outmatched. He then turned to escape. The opponent's divine abilities were powerful, and their cultivation was above theirs. Clearly, he was defeated today, and it was best to leave while the conflict had not escalated. Hearing this, Tongtian laughed. Goodness, these two came before me, provoking me without restraint, and now that they know they are outmatched, they are preparing to flee. Do they think they can come and go as they please in my Kunlun Mountain? They treat me like a nice guy. I have already given you two a chance. Now that you know regret, it is too late. If you wanted to spar, I could still spare you once. But since you have repeatedly insulted the authentic Pangu, you should leave something behind as an apology. When the two made their move, Tongtian had already set his sights on the 12th grade lotus platforms in their hands. The 12th grade fiery red lotus and the 12th grade pure world white lotus. Two pieces of top grade innate spiritual treasures. He also had the spoils from Luo whose death, the 12th grade world-destroying black lotus, including the seed of the creation green lotus. He already had two lotus platforms in hand, and naturally he could not miss these two lotus platforms in front of him. This was much easier than collecting the innate 5 spirit pearls. After all, they came to him willingly. The Eastern King's expression changed drastically as soon as Tongtian spoke. Without saying a word, he drove the 12th grade pure world white lotus to flee into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he had already flown over 1,000 miles. However, Tongtian would not allow what he coveted to slip away from his sight. Using his divine ability, his speed was a step faster than the Eastern King. Coupled with the enhancement of his Hunyuan golden immortal cultivation, he caught up to the Eastern King in just a few breaths. The Eastern King was horrified. He never expected Tongtian's speed to be so astonishing. At this rate, he could not escape at all. He could only shout, Taoist friend, spare me this once. I am willing to offer other spiritual treasures as an apology. Can you let me go? Tongtian sneered. If you had this awareness from the beginning, things would not have come to this. Upon hearing this, the Eastern King's expression hardened, and without hesitation, he cast his divine ability to attack backward, intending to delay Tongtian's advance. Seeing that he was still stubbornly resisting at this point, Tongtian lost his patience. With a wave of his hand, the sky above suddenly shimmered with the interplay of mysterious yellow energy and the power of merit. As the light flowed and surged, the innate treasure of merit, the heaven and earth mysterious yellow Linglong Tower, appeared. Boom! The overwhelming momentum directly suppressed the Eastern King's form in place. The Eastern King let out a muffled grunt as his mana was completely suppressed, and the brilliance of the 12th grade pure world white lotus beneath him also dimmed. At this moment, Tongtian had already arrived in front of the Eastern King, not even glancing at him, and directly took the 12th grade pure world white lotus into his hands. The 12th grade pure world white lotus had already been refined by the Eastern King and since Tongtian suppression, immediately beginning to resist under the innate restrictions. But the Eastern King had already been easily suppressed, let alone the spiritual treasure in his hands. With a thought, Tongtian directly poured a large amount of heavenly Tao merit into the 12th grade pure world white lotus, and the lotus, which had been trembling, suddenly fell into calmness. With a significant amount of heavenly Tao merit, Tongtian left his imprint within the 12th grade pure world white lotus, completely erasing the Eastern King's aura. Poof! The spiritual treasure was forcibly taken away by someone, and the original imprint within was also erased, causing the Eastern King to instantly spit out a mouthful of essence blood. His origin injured, and his aura weakened. However, Tongtian was too lazy to pay attention to him and instead examined the 12th grade pure world white lotus in his palm. The pure white light and gentle aura emanating from it made Tongtian very satisfied. Truly a fine spiritual treasure. Scram! Having successfully obtained the spiritual treasure, Tongtian no longer made things difficult for the Eastern King, casually waving him away like trash. The Eastern King's eyes were filled with resentment. Gritting his teeth, he fled into the distance without looking back. He would eventually take revenge for the humiliation of today. Tongtian naturally sensed the heavy resentment emanating from the other party, but did not care. The Eastern King's luck was not exhausted, and his crimes did not warrant death. Otherwise, he would not have let him go so easily. The 12th grade Pure World White Lotus was already in hand. Next, it was the 12th grade Fiery Red Lotus in the Underworld River's hands. Watching the Eastern King flee in embarrassment, not daring to look back, the Underworld River felt his heart breaking. It was one thing not to be his opponent in a direct confrontation, but could he even not escape from the other party? Why was this guy's combat power so terrifying? No, if I run directly, I will definitely be caught up. I can only use my life-preserving means. A fierce look flashed in the Underworld River's eyes, and in the next moment he formed hand seals, causing a large amount of Blood Sea aura to surge around him. Blood God Incarnation. This was a powerful divine ability that the Underworld River comprehended from the Blood Sea of the Underworld, allowing him to transform the power of the Blood Sea into his endless incarnations. As long as one Blood God Incarnation existed, he was an immortal and indestructible being. In an instant, numerous Blood God Incarnations appeared in the void, and at the Underworld River's signal, many Blood God Incarnations rushed forward without hesitation to besiege Tongtian. The Underworld River took this opportunity to flee into the distance. Tongtian looked at the overwhelming number of Blood God Incarnations coming at him, his eyes flickering slightly. I have to say, these innate great beings do have some skills. For example, the Blood God Incarnation created by the Underworld River. Each Blood God Incarnation's aura was comparable to that of the Underworld River himself. Of course, their cultivation was far inferior to that of the main body. This divine ability piqued Tongtian's interest. With a single hand seal, the heaven and earth mysterious yellow Linglong Tower above his head began to rotate slowly. The vast mysterious yellow energy surged forth, instantly suppressing all the Blood God Incarnations in the void. With a beckoning motion, Tongtian grasped one Blood God Incarnation in his hand. Bang! After a moment's inspection, Tongtian directly crushed it. Then the next one. One after another, the Blood Gods were continuously crushed by him, and Tongtian gained some understanding of this divine ability. At this moment, a prompt sounded in his ear at just the right time. You are carefully observing the Blood God Incarnation, comprehending the mysterious aspects of the divine ability, and successfully mastering the divine ability. Blood God Incarnation. In an instant, a wealth of profound insights appeared in Tongtian's mind. I didn't expect the Blood God Incarnation to be so special. What incredible power! It can create up to 480 million Blood God children. The transformation is somewhat similar to my one chi transforming into 3 pure ones. But as long as the sea of blood doesn't dry up, one can possess the ability to be immortal and indestructible. This is indeed more special than one chi transforming into 3 pure ones. Tongtian sighed inwardly. Mingi is truly not weak among the innate powers. The fact that he can deduce and create Blood God children on his own shows his exceptional comprehension. He looked into the distance, and Mingi's figure had already disappeared without trace. Did this guy really think he could successfully escape by stalling me with these Blood God children? Others may not know his background, but Tongtian is fully aware. So he directly used his divine power and quickly flew toward the direction of the Netherblood Sea. At this moment, Mingi had already fled millions of miles away from Kunlun Mountain. This made his constantly racing heart finally settle down. Having escaped such a distance in one breath, Tongtian should not be able to catch up to him. No wonder this guy could be renowned in Hongwang. His combat power is not something a Deluo Jinxian can contend with. It seems that only by breaking through to a higher realm can one compete with him. Mingi's face turned ashen. Since his transformation, he had never suffered such a great loss. No matter what means he employed, they were of no use at all. He truly did not want to experience that feeling of helplessness again. Just as he relaxed his mind, he suddenly felt a sense of palpitations. Just as he was about to flee again, the innate treasure, the heavenly and earthly mysterious yellow Linglong Tower, suddenly appeared in the sky, and in the next moment, the power of the mysterious yellow energy enveloped the entire void. The space between heaven and earth was completely sealed off. He was imprisoned in this cage. Impossible. How could you possibly catch up to me? Mingyi exclaimed in shock, unable to believe it. Tongtian appeared in the void and said calmly, "Hand over the 12th grade karma, fire, red lotus voluntarily. I can let you go this time." Mingyi's expression darkened. No way. As soon as he finished speaking, he drove the Yuan 2 and Abi to attack Tongtian again. The sharp sword energy tore through the sky, but Tongtian looked disdainful. In the next moment, the two long swords were suppressed in place. Chapter 50. Snatching the Karma Fire Red Lotus, Pure World, White Envy and Jealousy. Gestariv. The power of the heavenly and earthly mysterious yellow Linglong Tower was enough to suppress the powers of Yuan 2 and Abi. Even though these two swords were top-grade innate spiritual treasures, the gap in cultivation between Tongtian and Mingyi was too great, causing Mingyi to be unable to resist even with the power of the two swords. Even he himself was suppressed by the power of the heavenly and earthly mysterious yellow Linglong Tower. I gave you a dignified opportunity. Since you don't want it, then I will help you maintain your dignity. This 12th grade Karma Fire Red Lotus is indeed good. I will accept it as your apology," Tongtian said lightly, waving his hand and directly collecting the 12th grade Karma Fire Red Lotus into his palm. He watched as the lotus platform slowly rotated in his palm, feeling the raging power of Karma Fire within. Such a treasure was indeed somewhat wasted in Mingyi's hands. Mingyi watched helplessly as his top-grade, innate spiritual treasure was taken away. His eyes filled with endless hatred. This matter will not end well for me. I will definitely find an opportunity to return today's humiliation tenfold. Tongtian nodded slightly. Sure. Just hope you prepare a spiritual treasure to offer as an apology when you strike back. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his sleeve. Mingyi's figure was immediately sent flying out, looking utterly disheveled, with his eyes filled with boundless resentment. Tongtian ignored him and used his divine power to leave directly. Damn Tongtian, I will never rest until you are dead." Watching Tongtian leave like this, Mingyi could no longer contain himself. This was simply a great humiliation. He couldn't help but let out a long howl to the sky, spitting out a mouthful of reverse blood. Kunlun Mountain. Tongtian returned directly after obtaining the 12th grade Karma Fire Red Lotus. Laozi and Yuan Shi were both shocked upon seeing this. "Third brother, did you really snatch the spiritual treasure from those two?" Yuan Shi asked in disbelief. Both of them possessed top-grade, innate spiritual treasures. Their wealth is even greater than that of me and Laozi. Even if Tongtian snatched one from each, he directly obtained two top-grade, innate spiritual treasures. Tongtian did not hide it, nodding, "That's right. I snatched all the 12th grade lotus platforms from them." Laozi fell into silence, sighing deeply. The gap between them and Tongtian was truly becoming larger. The East King and Mingyi could be considered top-tier powers among the innate beings. Not weaker than him and Yuan Shi in the slightest. But in front of Tongtian, they had no power to resist. They even had their treasures forcibly taken away by Tongtian. This is like letting a tiger return to the mountain. "Third brother, you have taken their treasures. They will definitely seek revenge. I think it would be better to kill them directly to eliminate future troubles." Yuan Shi spoke again at this moment. Top-grade innate spiritual treasures are also extremely precious to innate powers. What Tongtian did undoubtedly forge a grudge with these two. It would be better to cut the grass and eliminate the roots. Tongtian shook his head. "No need. They are not worth me taking direct action against. Besides, if I kill them, how will they come to provoke me in the future?" Laozi and Yuan Shi exchanged glances, both looking somewhat helpless. What does this mean? Tongtian wouldn't want to do this again next time, would he? Tongtian didn't say much. He was not particularly concerned about this matter. If possible, he would prefer that other innate powers come to provoke him. As long as they hand over a spiritual treasure, they can challenge him. This efficiency in obtaining spiritual treasures is much faster than wandering around in Honghuang, right? Both of these two were not weak in cultivation. They definitely wouldn't just swallow their anger. The West Queen Mother also spoke at this time. However, she also saw Tongtian's astonishing combat power. Unless the two broke through to Hunyuan Jingxian, they would have no chance of recovering their treasures. Moreover, even if they did break through to Hunyuan Jingxian, they might not have the opportunity to catch up to Tongtian. Among many innate powers, Tongtian's cultivation is definitely the fastest. Tongtian was thinking about his own matters. He already had 3 12th grade Lotus platforms in hand, with only one remaining in the Hongwang world, and he hadn't yet obtained the top grade innate spiritual treasure, the 12th grade Merit Golden Lotus. This matter was not urgent. The primal green lotus seed he held also needed some time before it could transform into the 12th grade primal green lotus. Once he had all 5 lotus platforms, he would find a way to borrow the Qian Kuanding from Hongjun for use. As long as he threw all 5 lotus platforms into the Qian Kuanding, he could use the innate returning ability of the Qian Kuanding to try to fuse them. He didn't know if the fusion would succeed or if it could turn into a chaos Qinglian. That was one of the 4 chaos supreme treasures in Pangu's hands back in the day. If he could obtain it, his combat power in Hongwang would likely only be beneath the heavenly Dao saints. Just thinking about this made Tongtian feel very happy. At this moment, 2 voices suddenly appeared not far away. In just a moment, they approached, and Tongtian looked over and directly recognized one of them. Ha ha ha, Tongtian Dao friend. Your divine power is vast. Those 2 together are no match for you. It's truly a delight to watch. Hongyun said with a smile, cupping his hands. Tongtian smiled. I thought someone was here to provoke me again. It turns out to be Dao friend Hongyun visiting. I haven't thanked you for what happened back then. Hongyun was delighted in his heart, not expecting Tongtian to remember the events of that year. It seems that this trip was truly not in vain. Daoist Tongtian, you're being too polite. Even without my help back then, you would have found the Infinite Sea region. I merely happened to guide you, and contributed little. Hongyun said, his face filled with emotion. He hadn't expected that his initial intention to befriend Tongtian would lead to Tongtian becoming so renowned in the primordial world. A true name that resounded throughout the primordial world. Who is this friend? Tongtian turned his gaze to the Daoist beside Hongyun, noticing that the person wore a loose yellow Daoist robe, exuding an extraordinary aura. I forgot to introduce my friend. This is my good friend, Zenyuanzi. He is also a congenital mighty one. Upon hearing that I was coming to visit Daoist Tongtian, he accompanied me here, Hongyun said with a light smile. Zenyuanzi cupped his hands and said, seeing the might of Daoist Tongtian in person, this trip is truly worthwhile. In fact, the 2 of them had already approached Kunlun Mountain while the Eastern Huanggang and the Mingyi were making a scene, and had secretly witnessed the battle among Laozi and the 4 others. They had initially thought to get closer, but were worried that Tongtian might misunderstand them as allies of the 2 others when he single-handedly dealt with the Eastern Huanggang and Mingyi. Thus they waited for the battle to end before coming forward. Ha ha, since it's a visit from friends, I must host you well. Aoli, please take these 2 to the Shangqing Palace to rest, Tongtian said with a smile, directly arranging for Aoli to lead them. Hongyun smiled and said, then we will wait for our Daoist friend at the Daoist Hall. Since Tongtian had just returned from battle, he might have matters to discuss with his 2 elder brothers. So Hongyun and Zenyuanzi tactfully followed Aoli up the mountain. Tongtian retracted his gaze. Both Hongyun and Zenyuanzi were rare, genuine personalities among the congenital mighty ones, and he felt they were worth befriending. Moreover, if it weren't for Hongyun's help in leading the way back then, it was uncertain whether he would have been able to obtain one of the opportunities on Sanxian Island after finding the Infinite Sea region. Although Hongyun thought little of it, he had indeed helped Tongtian significantly. Such karma and human sentiment were something he would surely repay if given the opportunity. Laozi and Yuan Shi looked at Aoli leading the others away, their expressions complex. Third brother, you have gained 2 top-tier congenital spiritual treasures on this trip. Once you refine them, your combat power will likely far exceed that of other congenital mighty ones. Laozi said with emotion, yet his heart was filled with envy and jealousy. Top-tier congenital spiritual treasures. How precious. He and Yuan Shi only had 1 each. Yet Tongtian had directly acquired 2 on this trip. How could such fortune not make one envious? Moreover, some were already coming to Kunlun Mountain to visit Tongtian specifically because of his fame. They were clear that it was solely for the sake of Shangqing Tongtian's reputation, and had nothing to do with the 2 of them. The Sanqing were clearly three, yet only Shanqing Tongtian's name resounded throughout the primordial world, which left Laozi and Yuan Shi feeling quite uncomfortable. Taking advantage of Tongtian's conversation with Shihe and the three girls, Yuan Shi's eyes flickered as he transmitted a message to Laozi. Elder brother, third brother has many top-tier congenital spiritual treasures. Why don't we try asking him for one? There was no way. He was truly too envious. Back then, Tongtian had followed their master Hongjun on a trip and gained immense benefits. Later, during the Dao Magic War, the two brothers had gained nothing, while Tongtian had surely obtained more. Counting it up, Tongtian likely held at least 3 to 5 top-tier congenital spiritual treasures. If they could each get one, their combat power would multiply several times, at least giving them the capability to battle against mighty ones like the Eastern Wangong and Mingi. Laozi sighed and said, "Second brother, first, let's not discuss whether third brother would be willing to part with such precious spiritual treasures. We are his elder brothers. How can we have the face to ask for them? Wouldn't that be admitting that we are inferior to him?" Yuan Shi fell into silence, torn between the dignity of being an elder brother and the allure of top-tier congenital spiritual treasures. He was really hesitant and conflicted. Laozi understood this point as well. He was actually worried that if they did ask, Tongtian might refuse. Who would dislike having too many spiritual treasures? Moreover, they were top-tier congenital spiritual treasures. To be fair, as the elder brother, he would probably be reluctant to give any to his two younger brothers. Forget it. At least we still have an advantage. Third brother did not take a master. When a master comes out of seclusion, he should give us some benefits, Yuan Shi said softly. In the Dao Magic War, Hongjun was on the victorious side and surely gained a lot. At that time, if the two of them acted pitiful, perhaps Hongjun would soften and grant them powerful spiritual treasures for protection. At the very least, he might teach them more profound Dao techniques or divine powers, right? Let's go back. We shouldn't keep the two Daoist friends waiting too long. Daoist Zhuangmu is here for the first time at East Kunlun, so let's go together, Tongtian said after a moment of conversation, inviting Zhuangmu. Having witnessed Tongtian's strength firsthand, Zhuangmu's fondness for him had increased significantly, so she naturally wouldn't refuse. Thus, the group flew towards the Shanqing Palace. Laozi and Yuan Shi exchanged glances, their expressions a bit hesitant, but after thinking about it, they were still Tongtian's elder brothers. Even with guests, they were still qualified to take their seats, so they followed along. In the Shanqing Palace, Tongtian invited everyone to take their seats and was about to take out some spiritual fruits to entertain them when he sensed someone approaching from below Kunlun Mountain. At that moment, a voice called out from below the mountain, "Daoist Tongtian, Fuxi and Yuan are here to pay their respects." At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, the siblings Fuxi and Yuan stopped in front of the mountain. "Brother, it seems this area has just experienced a battle," Yuan said, her beautiful eyes scanning the nearby mountains, where she noticed places in disarray, clearly affected by the aftermath of the battle. Fuxi, looking surprised, said, "It must be that Daoist Tongtian's reputation has grown too loud, attracting some unsatisfied individuals. Nowadays, the 3 clans of the primordial world had faded away, and it could be said that the world was leaderless. Many congenital mighty ones were making names for themselves, but Tongtian had already made a name for himself in the primordial world, so it was normal for some to come challenging him. It turned out that Fuxi and Yuan had come to visit. "Please come in." Tongtian's figure appeared, looking surprised. He truly hadn't expected Fuxi and Yuan to come to pay their respects. It seemed that today was indeed lively, with Xinyuanzi and Hongyun arriving first, followed by the siblings Yuan and Fuxi. As the 3 were preparing to head to the Shanqing Palace, strong auras approached rapidly from a distance. "Daoist Tongtian, the 12 ancestors of sorcery, are here to pay their respects." Di Jiang laughed heartily, seeing Tongtian and the others from afar. Fuxi and Yuan exchanged glances, both looking somewhat astonished. Ever since the Qilin clan had disappeared, the Wu clan had become the most famous near the Buzhou Mountain. The 12 ancestors of sorcery were the leaders of the Wu clan. They hadn't expected that the 12 ancestors of sorcery had a connection with Tongtian. Tongtian was also quite surprised. What a day. All the congenital mighty ones he had connections with were gathered together. It seems we came at just the right time. Had I known you two Taoist friends were also coming, we should have come together, Di Jiang said with a smile. Everyone was near Buzhou Mountain, and he naturally knew about Fuxi and Yuhua. Fuxi cupped his hands and said, I truly didn't know that Taoist Di Jiang. You also knew Taoist Tongtian. Di Jiang laughed heartily, and Tongtian invited, you all have traveled a long way. Let's go to the main hall first. As they conversed, they directly arrived at the Shanqing Palace. Upon entering, they saw many people, and upon careful sensing, they realized that they were all congenital mighty ones. Zhuangmu, Han Yun, and the others looked at the 12 ancestors of sorcery and Yuhua who had come together, all of them astonished. Taoist Tongtian actually knows so many innate powers. Laozi and Yuan Shi are already numb. When did Sandy's circle of friends become so extensive? Upon reflection, it seems they are all drawn by Tongtian's fame in the upper clear. This makes the two feel even more bitter. Clearly, it should be the three clear ones who are renowned throughout the wilderness. Yet Tongtian stands out alone. If this gets out, the two older brothers will have no face left. Everyone is a guest. Please take a seat, Tongtian said as he took the lead and extended his hand to invite everyone to sit down. Emperor Jiang looked around the upper clear palace and smiled. This Kunlun mountain truly deserves to be the ancestor of all mountains. Only such a Taoist venue is worthy of your brother's status. The 12 ancestors of Wu were taught a lesson by Tongtian back then, which made them greatly admire him, as they are all authentic descendants of Pangu. It is natural for them to call Tongtian their brother. Tongtian smiled and said, this Kunlun mountain is a place where my three clear ones cultivate together. These are the 12 ancestors of Wu. Like us, they're descendants of the Father God, formed from the heart's blood of the Father God. Tongtian looked at Laozi and Yuan Shi, introducing the 12 ancestors of Wu to them. Laozi and Yuan Shi were both shocked to hear this. Formed from the heart's blood of the Father God? In that case, they're indeed similar to the three clear ones, undoubtedly authentic descendants of Pangu. No wonder they can feel a sense of familiarity from the 12 ancestors of Wu. It must be the aura of the Father God. At this moment, Tongtian also took out many innate spiritual fruits he had collected. Unfortunately, he did not have any top-grade innate spiritual roots in his hands, so he could not entertain everyone with top-grade innate spiritual fruits. However, he had plenty of innate spiritual roots, most of which were obtained from the 3 immortal islands in the boundless seas. I also have osmanthus wine. Let me bring it out to help entertain the guests. At this time, Shiha proactively spoke up. When the two sisters left the moon star, apart from the top-grade innate spiritual root, the laurel tree, which they couldn't take, they packed everything else. Good wine. Truly good wine. Hong Yun's expression was joyful. He loved wine and did not expect such a peculiar wine to exist in the world. Zeni Wanzi also smiled and said, it seems that thanks to Taoist Tongtian today, we can taste some celestial brew. At this time, the Queen Mother of the West also took out a large